Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
A huge castle, on the walls of which there were soldiers. Many soldiers were walking along the bridge below. Fire shells were flying in the air towards the castle. Fire was breaking out in some parts of the castle, the kingdom of Grandis, the last line of defense of the Endeavor fortress. A strong explosion went through the ground. Cracks ran through it, from which red energy came out. The people who were standing on it lost their balance. One of the soldiers screamed as his body was cut by a yellow beam from the blow. His body was divided into two halves. The other soldiers turned to look at him in fear. A huge orc with red eyes climbed onto the wall. He was holding a weapon in his hands. The second was climbing up the wall behind him. One of the soldiers fell to the ground. The others stood in front of the orcs and someone shouted that they were climbing the wall. The soldier pointed his sword forward, turned over his shoulder and shouted for them to fight with all their might. Let them kill all these orcs. One of the orcs raised his axe high above his head, shouting to the others in the orc language, Kaltal, Kami-Hado. The other orcs next to him looked forward in fury. Fire projectiles flew across the sky. Orcs in brown cloaks and with wooden staves ran forward. With outstretched arms they surrounded themselves with a shield, against which fiery projectiles crashed. The orcs were walking next to a large wooden tower. Several orcs were dragging it along the ground. Purple energy was flying in the sky. Many orcs opened their mouths or clenched their teeth in anger. They had weapons in their hands. Their faces were distorted with anger and they growled loudly. The man with blue hair and mustache frowned at this, sweat dripping down his face as he thought that the orcs had gone into a berserk state. Deputy commander of the Endeavor fortress, Filion Endeavor. He, two armored soldiers with red cloaks and a man in a black cloak stood on the wall of the fortress. Looking at the collapsing walls and huge fiery explosions, Filion thought that it was only a matter of time before the southern gate fell. Behind the rest of the orcs stood a huge orc with black flowing hair and a huge sword on his back, from which violet energy emanated. The man thought that their huge number was already causing a lot of problems, but the real trouble would come when the orc lord entered the battle. A huge Vark with black hair, he had a black beard on his face, there was a gold ring in his nose, and his eyes glowed with a red light. The man thought that he was different from the previous lords, because he was an aura master. The orc lord opened his mouth wide and threw back his head, white and red energy emanating from him. He stood there, his hair flying up, his sword slung over his shoulder, and Filion thought that he could use a special aura skill. The man held a sword in his hands, turning his head to the side where the wall was burning. A dark fog from the shots was flying in the air, and the man thought that the orcs had already captured the walls of the castle. He wondered if this was really the end. Many orcs were running down the stairs, cutting down soldiers. Soldiers in white armor and red cloaks were running up at them. Holding weapons in their hands, someone shouted to stop them. One of the orcs raised his leg high above the ground and someone shouted, "No matter what, defend the walls with his life." The orc sharply lowered his foot onto the body of the soldier lying on the ground. Red blood gushed out from under the armor as the orc crushed him with his foot. Blue energy began to glow around the dead soldier the orc was looking at. There was blue energy glowing next to the other bloodied soldier's hand. The ground below them was destroyed, stained with blood. Blue energy shone around the two soldiers. The armor of one of them was broken. Ribs were visible there. A man in black clothes held a turquoise sphere above his hand, from which mist emanated. The sphere above his hand glowed brightly. Around the soldier, on whose face the orc stood, blue energy also shone, and the soldier's hands tightly closed on the orc's leg. The soldiers began to rise from the ground, surrounded by magical fog. The eyes of a soldier with blonde hair glowed with blue light. The orcs turned to look at him over their shoulders. The other living soldiers looked at this in shock, their mouths wide open. One of them asked what this light was. Dead soldiers and orcs stood up, illuminated by a blue light. Their eyes glowed. One of the orcs had visible entrails from his ripped open stomach, and the soldier was missing an arm. Someone shouted that the corpses were rising. One of the orcs turned back. At that moment, the dead soldier stuck his sword into his neck, tilting his head to the side. Many dead orcs and soldiers were killing living orcs. You could see how one of them had a sword stuck in his mouth. Another dead soldier stuck a sword in the orc's neck. There were fiery explosions behind him, and someone shouted that it was a necromancer. And where was the necromancer from? A huge city wall, on which many people stood. A huge fiery explosion passed nearby, which raised dust into the air. The huge red orc leader waved his weapon, cutting through crowds of soldiers. In front of him was a guy who spread his arms to the sides. His black cloak and green hair were flying. Purple spheres were flying nearby. A guy with green hair walked forward. A turquoise sphere was flying above his hand, and he said that simple corpses could not defeat him. The guy frowned. His green hair was braided into a ponytail. His face was hidden by a mask. Only his gray eyes were visible, and he said, as expected from an aura master. The guy extended his hand forward. Many portals opened next to him, from which came a monster with gray skin and weapons. A white puma on 2 legs, with sharp fangs, and a skeleton, with glowing purple eyes. Lightning sparkled from the portal around them, and the guy ordered them to come. It's their turn. A crowd of orcs and soldiers who held their weapons ran forward. Dead orcs and soldiers walked towards the orc lord, who swung his sword, cutting their bodies and throwing them aside. Red energy glowing around him from his strikes. The orc lord raised his weapon again to strike, clutching it in his hand. The lord's aura suddenly lowered its weapon. The corpses of orcs and soldiers flew away from the impact, and a bright explosion occurred in that place. The orc lord looked down, veins popping out on his forehead, his red eyes glowing. Behind him was a skeleton who, holding a weapon in 2 hands, waved it in the direction of the lord's shoulder, who turned at him. The orc punched the skeleton, dodging the blow. The white puma jumped forward, raising his paw with sharp claws to strike. She sharply struck the orc with her paw, who lowered his gaze in shock. The blow sent a strong impulse through the air. The skeleton with glowing violet eyes clenched his teeth and swung the weapon behind his back, leaving a bright golden mark from the swing. He struck the orc lord again, and the white cougar did the same, leaving an orange mark from the blow. The orc jumped to the side, raising his weapon above his head. The cougar jumped at the orc lord again, delivering another blow to him. Opening her mouth, the orc jumped away from her again. The puma clenched her teeth with sharp fangs, her eyes glowing with a bright purple light. She sharply struck the orc with her fist. A huge cloud of dust rose behind her. The orc lord flew to the side, covering his face with his hands, rolling along the ground. The other orcs flew to the sides. The orc stood on the ground, covering his face with his hands. A bright light was visible on his stomach where the puma had struck. Dust was flying in the air, and the orc thought that the world was truly huge. A guy with green hair stood on the orc's chest, swinging his sword, cutting off his arm and cutting his face. The lord thought that it was a necromancer with such fencing skills who ended up on the battlefield. The black-robed skeleton raised his sword and jumped forward. The puma with purple glowing eyes also ran forward, clenching his paw into a fist. A huge monster with brown hair waved his sword, which he held in his hand, and a purple fairy flew next to him, turning to look at him. A fairy with dark skin and glowing violet eyes flew over the battlefield, where a gray-skinned monster was striking at the orcs with its weapon. The monster with brown hair and gray skin raised its arms in the air, opened its mouth wide and screamed. He struck a powerful blow to the ground, leaving a blue mark from the blow. The ground under the orc's feet split, cracks ran through it, and the orcs flew into the air. The fairy flew next to the orcs flying in the air, holding out her hands. From her, black fog appeared around the orcs. The fairy waved her hand. One of the orcs opened his eyes wide in shock as red energy appeared around his head and began to swell. The other orc pressed his lips together, his chest also swelling as red energy flew around. The third orc's belly was also swollen from the red energy that swirled around it. Many orcs exploded in the air, blood spraying out of them. Black fog flew nearby, and a gray-skinned monster stood under them. A cloud of red and black energy descended in front of the monster, with a purple beam of light flying from it. The knights looked at this in shock, their eyes wide and their mouths open. A man with brown hair and a beard, wearing a dark hood, also opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows, thinking that he could single-handedly turn the tide of the battle. The man and the soldier stood next to a huge gray monster who turned over his shoulder. A fairy stood on the blade of his sword, and the man thought that the Empire had banned the study of black magic. The orc lord Smee led, blood dripping from the cut on his cheek, and he lowered his head, saying that he did not expect that mere corpses could stop him. The defeated orcs lay on the ground. One of them was missing one arm. The other was torn to the bone. His chest was also visible. The orc lord said he didn't think that they would be enough to defeat him. Someone said amazingly, and the orc lord turned over his shoulder, looking back. The orcs and the huge monster with purple eyes, as well as the orc lord with a red aura above him, turned to the guy with green hair, who said that he finally had a decent body. Next to the guy's brown-gloved hand was a bone sword with a bone whip at the end. The green-haired boy frowned as he waved his weapon forward. He jumped in front of the orc lord, bringing his hand behind his back. The green-haired boy swung his bone whip forward, his cape fluttering in the wind. He struck at the orc, who clenched his hand into a fist in front of him, the aura above the lord grasping the end of the bone whip. The red fist pulled on the whip, causing it to break. The guy was pulled behind him into the white wall while the orc in front of him swung his fist. Blue energy began to glow around the green-haired boy as he looked forward, his arm beginning to reform itself from small particles. The orc looked at him angrily, clenching his teeth, blood from the cut flowing down his cheek. The orc lord swung his sword to the side, turning to look at the guy who was behind him, raising his sword to strike. A strong blow hit the ground. Dust rose into the air from cracks. Small stones flew to the sides. The orc's sword landed on a pile of bones, only small fragments of bones flying away from his blow. In front of the orc lord was a huge pile of bones and skulls, around which a blue mist glowed. A guy with green hair stood in front of it, bending down and raising his hand. There was a bright yellow explosion, throwing bone fragments to the side. The guy with green hair stood in front of the orc lord. Behind him was the army and the walls of the castle. The moon was visible in the sky. He thought that he should become even stronger. Blue energy appeared under the guy's feet. Bones grew from the ground and wrapped around his legs. The bones wrapped around the guy's chest, glowing blue. He thought it was for his own survival. The girl with dark green hair raised her eyebrows in surprise as she turned around. Another girl with curly blonde green hair narrowed her eyes, looking forward. The main character frowned, looking forward while his face was hidden by the mask he was wearing. A girl with short pink hair who was looking away. Next to her, a girl with black hair who was smiling. A guy in golden armor, with dark skin and blonde hair. Opposite him is a group of a guy with brown hair, a guy with gray hair, and a girl with light lilac hair. A man with dark skin and white hair who crossed his arms over his chest. The bony ribcage closed around the protagonist's chest like armor. A huge white cougar and a robed skeleton looked at him. A monster with gray skin and blonde hair was also looking at him, with a fairy sitting on his shoulder. A guy with green hair stood clutching a sword in his hand, and there was bone armor on his chest, arms, and legs. The orc took a fighting stance in front of the guy, looking at him. He opened his mouth wide, his red eyes glowing as he shouted, "The great warrior who wishes to change the world, let him clash with him one last time." The main character thought that this was necessary to continue living as Andreas Cromwell. The guy waved his sword, raising it above his head, and ran forward towards the orc, his cloak fluttering behind him. Filion and the man in the red cloak looked at this in shock. Their eyes widened and their mouths opened. A huge white puma with purple eyes and a skeleton also looked at the guy in surprise, clenching their teeth. The monster with dark skin and the fairy who sat on his shoulder also looked at the main character. Andreas approached the orc, leaving behind a bright beam of light. Stones scattered to the side. The orc lord waved his sword, pointing it at the guy. The main character looked at the orc angrily, frowning, rays of red energy flying next to him. The orc lord raised his weapon above his head. A red aura above him did the same. The bones on Andrea's legs disintegrated. He raised his sword back. Fire shone around him. A large, bright building with a blue roof. It was surrounded by a fence. Growing trees were visible next to the building, the Rodlin Academy. The wooden clock, which was behind glass, is the most prestigious academy of the empire, where many talented individuals flock. Many students in dark raincoats were walking along the wide corridor. The roof of the building was high, and doors leading to the classrooms were visible. At the same time, it is a gathering place for dubious individuals. The stairs that led to a bright purple portal that was at the end of the climb. Someone called the main character. A dark dungeon, which was illuminated by torches on the walls. A man with white hair turned to Andreas, frowning and asking if he didn't say it was here. A guy with green hair turned to the man. He stood by a barrel of water. The room was stained with blood. The corpses of various monsters lay on the tables. There were also corpses hanging on the wall. Andreas scratched the back of his head and apologized. The man walked around the hall, between several more tables on which lay organs, severed limbs, skeletons, and dead monsters. He said that just think, he forgot where the body was, which he had been working on for the last week. Andreas stood with his back to himself. On the right side, his face was open. He lowered his hands. On the left side, the guy put a hood on his head. His hands were in black gloves. He thought that they were researchers of dark magic, necromancers. If they were discovered, then they will kill you immediately. Andreas reached for a huge bottle with red liquid inside. He tilted the bottle, pouring the liquid somewhere with a frown. His face was wearing a black mask, and he thought that was why he was doing his experiments in secret. Andreas and a man with white hair were drawing a pentagram in blood on the platform to which two stairs led. In the center of the pentagram lay the corpse of a man, and the man with white hair told the guy to move away, and he begins. The man held the blackened head in his hand. Raising his hand, a blue mist appeared around him. Andreas frowned, looking down at this blue mist also flying around him. The body, which was surrounded by blue magic, began to rise above the ground. The corpse opened its mouth wide and let out a groan of pain. Its face was torn, its eyes were white, and the man said that this was another failure. He stood in front of the corpse, from which the skin peeled off. The bones flew down and wrote something down in a notebook, saying that they would finish for today. Let him clean up here and come back. Andreas, looking at him, thought that he had learned nothing new again. The dirty walls of the dungeon, on which a burning torch hung. A mop slid across the floor, which was stained red due to blood. Andreas was mopping the floor of the platform, thinking that although it was dangerous to do this, it didn't seem like it was worth it. On the bookshelf there were 2 books with black covers. On one of them there was a skull, and on the one below there were 2 blue crystals that glowed brightly. The guy said that of course everything is not so bad. He was holding a book with a red cover and a golden image of the sun in his hands. It was stained with blood, and Andreas said that after all, this is the only place where he can read books about black magic. A large bookcase with a ladder attached to it. The main character apologized for taking so long. A man with white hair was sitting at a long table. There were shelves with books around him. He was holding something in his hand, saying that even if such a simple cleaning takes him half a day, when will he be able to start working on his own? Andreas thought what else he taught him, and he has to learn everything on his own. The man with white hair put his hands on the table and bowed his head, saying that he entrusted him with such a simple job, and he had already performed so poorly. The man frowned, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the guy, and said that he would not tolerate any more mistakes. Andreas looked at him with the same frown, a drop of sweat running down his cheek as he replied that he would do his best. The man with white hair stood up from his red chair, looking at the guy who bowed to him, saying that he doesn't know if he can fully rely on him, but he will give him another chance. Let him go to the Binales National Cemetery and bring him the body. Bookshelves on the 2nd floor. The man told him not to forget that he was the one who accepted him, even though he was an orphan. The man with white hair frowned at Andreas, saying that he must prove that he is more valuable alive, and if he fails, he knows what will happen to him. Andreas looked at him with a frown, tilting his head slightly, thinking that he would simply become another body for his experiments. A man with white hair walked up to one of the bookshelves, putting his hand on it and looking at the guy, told him to try, and now leave. Andreas bowed to the man and agreed. He left the office, opening the door, going out into the corridor along which the students walked, and thought that he did not even give him money for the ticket. The guy frowned, looking forward, noticing something. The students who were walking along the corridor stopped, looking at the guy with a surprised face. The girl with blonde hair frowned, saying that it was Andreas. The other guy with short hair smiled nervously, asking if he was still here. A guy with green hair walked forward, pushing the students away, and shouted at them, "What are they looking at? Let them get out of the way." Andreas bit his lip while the rest of the students turned to look at him with displeasure. The guy angrily thought that they were annoying, and he had absolutely no idea what to do about it. Andreas Cromwell, Magic Department, 3rd year, mediocre. A huge mansion, the walls of which were dirty and shabby, an orphan from a fallen family. Andreas, with tears in his eyes, hugged the leg of some person. A typical scum that curries favor with the strong and offends the weak. The worst in the entire academy, a third-rate villain. Andreas looked up, tears streaming from his eyes. A character no one would want to play. A red disc on which Peccata was written in white letters. But even if the main character doesn't want to, he has to live like Andreas. He is Makoto Kaneshiro, and he is inside the world of great sin. The man with black hair narrowed his eyes as he stood against the backdrop of a city with many tall buildings. He was a member of a special force that was unable to adapt to a peaceful life as part of society. A man with dark hair that covered his face and a thick beard stood against the backdrop of the city at night. The billboards on the buildings behind glowed brightly. The man was sitting in front of the computer, looking at the monitor with a crazy look. There were many empty packages of instant noodles nearby. The only thing that supported him was the game Great Sin. He forgot about everything around him and was completely immersed in the game. A man with dark hair fearfully held the phone to his ear, from which an unknown person called his name. He thought that he had received a call from someone who knew a lot about him and the stats of his character. The man pressed the shutdown button on the computer, thinking that as soon as he came to his senses, he tried to turn off his computer. Noise was visible on the computer monitor. The inscription on the monitor showed the game character input Makoto Kaneshiro, Andreas Cromwell. Before he knew it, he had turned into a playable character 6 months before the main events of the game began. The guy with green hair's eyes opened wide. Tears flowed from his eyes and he opened his mouth, screaming loudly. He thought that Andreas, a character who was constantly followed by death, a guy with black hair and red eyes who held a sword with a black blade and a red hilt in front of his face, a girl with white hair who extended her hand upward with purple magic glowing above her, a guy with brown hair and heavy white armor with a large sword, who pointed his sword forward, a girl with long black hair who held her hand out in front of her, blue energy flying above her palm. Andreas thought that all the characters go through the same event. They find out Karen's true identity and kill him. A girl with black hair extended her hand forward. Her face was hidden by a shadow. Only red glowing eyes were visible. Golden lightning was visible above her. They also kill the main character. The man with white hair extended his palm, which was holding Andreas, who was looking at him. The guy with green hair thought that if he did not find a way to escape from Sharon before the main plot began, then he would be hunted by the main characters of the story. Andreas stood with his eyes wide open. A red mist was flying around him, and behind him there were 4 people, whose faces were hidden in shadow, and their eyes glowed brightly with red light. A blue sky with 3 moons visible, a huge academy, students walking up the stairs. The main character asked out loud if he could survive. The guy was sitting on a bench. Bushes and trees were growing nearby. He thought that he needed to become stronger before this all started. Andreas looked down, frowning, and thought that the only thing he could rely on were the 2 special traits given out in the 13th week of the game. Andreas got up from the bench and walked forward, lowering his head and thinking that one of them was random, and he got the double core trait. He closed his eyes and bit his lip, thinking about the sword, with 2 blue balls of energy flying next to it, thinking that it allows him to master swordsmanship and magic, and he doubts that he can survive if he concentrates on one thing. The guy walked along the path between the bushes, thinking that the second trait was a choice. Andreas looked at his hand, which had a golden ring with a black symbol on it, and thought that he needed to choose the one that most synergized with necromancy. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. He mentally said to select a characteristic, and a red system window began to appear in front of the main character's face. The guy stood in front of the system window, which had the names of many skills, thinking that seeing them for the first time, he was amazed at the huge selection. The system window, which listed various skills, the guy said that the Chinese Tao in the way of weapons are definitely not that. Andreas put his hand to his chin. Behind him there were many different skill icons, and he thought that first he would take a look at the ones that he did not possess. The red system window for selecting skills, the guy thought that surely the solution would be among them. He noticed one of the skills, humming questioningly. Andreas opened his mouth slightly, looking at him, and thought that this was evolution. The skill icon depicted a fish that becomes an animal and then a human. The guy thought that evolution is the phenomenon of adaptation of living beings and their achievement of a more complex form of life. Behind the guy there were various white lines. The guy stretched out his hand to the red system window, thinking that he did not remember this feature in the game. What he needed now would allow him to go beyond his own limits, evolution. He clicked on the skill on the system window and thought that there was no point in thinking. In front of Andreas, the system window began to dissolve. An inscription appeared on it. The evolution trait was selected. He opened his eyes wide. There were pixels from the system window in front of his face, and he thought that now he could see. The main character stood among the red light. His torn black cloak fluttered. The guy's eyes glowed with red light, and he thought that he could see what kind of future this trait would bring him. The guy with green hair lowered his head, pursing his lips. A skeleton with purple eyes and a white cougar turned to look at him. A huge creature with gray skin and red eyes looked down at him. The purple-skinned fairy frowned, her eyes completely white. A huge dragon made of bones was flying down. Fire was burning around it, and there were huge horns on its head. Andreas had a serious face, his green hair flowing. On his head was a black crown, in which a red crystal was inserted in the middle, and on the edges there were 4 purple stones. The main character thought that in this world, he could survive and complete the game like Andreas. Maple Leaf Dormitory Free Housing Rodlin Academy. A gray building with a black roof that had 4 floors, black windows and balconies were visible. The guy said that Andreas was a third-rate villain in the game. Once in his body, he realized how weak he was. The main character was sitting on the bed, next to the window, and thought that he could barely use elemental magic. The guy got out of bed, holding the edge, and thought that the only thing he was good for was necromancy. That's why he decided to choose the evolution trait. The guy walked around the room. Next to him there was a chair on which hung a black cloak and a table. He said that before going to the cemetery, he would go to the research laboratory. Andreas put his hand on the black cloak that was hanging on the chair and said that there was no time to waste. A guy with green hair was walking down the street next to a golden lantern and thought that he should become stronger as quickly as possible, not just because of Sharon. Two girls. The eyes of the one with short hair glowed pink, and the eyes of the girl with black hair glowed blue. A girl with green hair whose eyes glowed green. A guy in heavy golden armor, his eyes glowed yellow. There was a group of 3 people next to him. The 2 guys' eyes glowed blue and orange, and the girl's eyes glowed light pink. Andreas thought that there were countless characters who were capable of killing him. Large, tall wooden doors. The main character stood in front of a bookshelf. There were books on it, and next to it were various bottles, scales, candles, and watches. The guy was leafing through one of the books. Above him there were 3 books, around which there was a red light, a black book with dark bubbles on it, an inscription, an introduction to black magic, a black book with a picture of a monster with red eyes, an inscription, I will become a black magician, a book with a golden design on it, an inscription, common mistakes in black magic. Andreas thought that these were such terrible books. If he was discovered for reading them, they are immediately executed. The guy with green hair looked away to where a man was sitting in a cage and thought that there was someone in this room who could kill him right now. A girl with red hair sat in a cage with her leg bent at the knee and her hand on it. She looked down. A couple of strands of hair fell on the girl's face, and the guy thought that if he was not mistaken, she was a vampire. Vampires with pale skin and red eyes, short fangs protruding from their mouths. Andreas thought that the vampires in this game were immune to sunlight and wielded powerful magic. Sharon, who bit his lip and frowned as he looked ahead. The protagonist thought that they were not creatures that Sharon could easily obtain. The guy with green hair put his hand on the books on the shelf, looking at the book that was stained with blood, and thought that it was like a boss in the middle of the game. Suddenly the girl called the guy, and he turned around. Frowning, she looked with her red eyes at the main character, smiled, and put her hand on the bars of the cage, asking if he wanted to help her escape. A black train with gold accents was moving quickly along the railway. From his window one could see Andreas, who was sitting by the window on an orange chair, resting his cheek on his palm and looking out the window, thinking that, to be honest, the offer was tempting. The guy opened his mouth. A shadow almost completely fell on his face, and he thought that perhaps it was a gift of fate. The girl with red hair smiled evilly. Her eyes narrowed. Sharp teeth and fangs were visible in her mouth. She said that if he frees her, then she will kill Sharon. Isn't he afraid that Sharon will kill him one day? Andreas looked down at the girl, frowning, and thought that, as expected from a vampire, she saw his wariness towards Sharon. He has not behaved like Andreas for a long time, maybe because of this. The girl with red hair pursed her lips and frowned. Looking forward, Andreas held a white hose in his hand, standing in front of the cage, and said that if he let her out, there was no guarantee that she would not kill him. The girl was chained by her hands, and raising her head, looking at the guy, she replied that she swears that won't kill. The main character wondered if a superior being like her would keep a promise to a common man. The red-haired girl smiled evilly again, frowning, and said that it was true, she promises. Andreas looked down at her with a frown and wondered if he should just believe her. A red canister with some kind of liquid into which a white hose was inserted. Andreas said that if he betrayed the teacher now, he would have problems. The girl screamed loudly that they did not have time, and let him let her out now. The train was moving along the tracks, entering a tunnel. The loudspeaker announced, "The next stop is the National Cemetery." Right now they are arriving at Hartville Station. The doors open on the right side. The guy thought that he needed to find out information about vampires. Perhaps there is a book somewhere about on how to manage them. The red suitcase on small black wheels was driving along the road. Someone was breathing heavily. Andreas was breathing heavily, dragging a large red suitcase along the road. A white fence with a black gate was visible ahead. The guy said that here was the magician's body in all its glory. He opened his mouth wide and closed one eye, sweat running down his face as he said that money solved a lot of things, but the strength did not increase. A large patterned black gate, the guy said, which means this is where the black magicians collect corpses, in the National Cemetery. He exhaled loudly. There was a dark hood on his head, and the guy said that he came from Jenny's house. He is her 3rd grandson. A man behind the gate in a dark hood looked at the guy, asking if he had brought flowers. Andreas leaned on his suitcase with his hands, saying that he had brought 13 azure irises. The man answered him that in that case he could come in. The man opened the gate in front of the main character, and he walked through, holding a suitcase in his hands. The guy thought that he had vague memories of this place. It's good that the password worked. Andreas was dragging a suitcase along the road. Next to the coffin stood a man in a green jacket, who stretched and screamed how much his hips hurt. A man with blonde hair, a mustache, and a beard looked at the guy, raised an eyebrow, and said that he was on time. In the coffin, on a red pillow, lay the pale body of a man. Under his arms crossed on his chest lay a golden sword. The man said that, as he promised, the body of a knight, let him take it and leave. Andreas looked down at the corpse in surprise, smiled nervously, and muttered thanks. He held the man's corpse by the shoulders, clenched his teeth, and tried to lift it, shouting that it was heavy. The sword fell out of the man's hands. The main character leaned on his suitcase, wiping his face with his hand and lowering his head, saying that he needed to leave before it got too dark. There was a grave next to him, and the main character turned towards it, narrowing his eyes, sweat running down his face. A stone grave, at the top of which there was an image of a cross. On it stood 3 candles and a small bouquet of dried flowers. Andreas thought that it seemed like he had seen a name written on this grave somewhere before. The guy's eyes widened in shock, and he opened his mouth slightly, thinking that this was the Aura Master Nikolai Hill. A large waterfall that flowed down, next to him on the ground. A man with white hair waved a sword. The main character thought that he was the one who had devoted decades to studying the way of the sword. A man with gray hair and a thick beard lowered his head, waving his sword in front of him. The man in torn clothes raised his sword above his head and waved it in front of him again, clutching it in both hands. A pulse of energy passed through the air between the stones and the tree with green leaves. Andreas thought that he had dedicated his whole life to the sword and became a master of aura. Nickel threw his head up with a smile. Green leaves from the tree began to fall to the ground. A man with white hair stood on the stones. In the background there was a falling waterfall, and the guy thought that he had died of old age. This was one of the Easter eggs of the game. Andreas clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that he was still wondering why they added it. A man in a green jacket was burying a grave. A guy with green hair looked at him, standing next to a suitcase, and thought that no one here knows that Nickel posthumously became a master of aura. The main character imagined dark mountains and a skeleton swordsman in black armor who was sitting on a bone horse, which also had black armor. Their eyes were glowing red. A red aura was flying around, and Andreas was standing next to him. He thought that he could create from his Death Knight body. The guy with green hair remembered Sharon, in front of which the bones of the skeleton fell apart, and thought that even he would not be able to create it. Andreas looked at the man who was holding the shovel, frowning and breathing heavily, and thought that after he goes through evolution, it will be a completely different story. Andreas walked forward on the grass, thinking that he needed to take control of the body with good skills. He walked up to the man, who leaned on a shovel and wiped his face with his hand, calling his name Paimon. There was a shovel on the ground. Next to it there was a grave with a wooden coffin. The man asked if the guy wanted another body, and be that as it may, his answer was no. Paimon sighed as he held the shovel on his shoulder, and said with a frown that he didn't even have permission from Sharon and let him understand his situation. Andreas lowered his head. His hair covered his face, and he hummed. The guy took the ring off his finger and handed it to the man, asking what if he offered this ring. Paimon clenched his teeth, looking at the ring in the guy's hands in shock, sweat dripping down his face, and he wondered if this ring had the Count's seal engraved on it. If he sold it, he would become rich, and is the guy really offering it? Andreas held the ring between his fingers, lowered his head, and said that he only has this old ring. As a magician, the result is important to him, so he will gladly offer it. The man with the mustache turned away and smiled nervously, waving his hand and asking that's how. The main character grabbed the man's hand and gave him the gold ring, saying that they wouldn't tell the teacher anything, so let him take it. Andreas smiled, looking at the man as he agreed, sweat running down his cheek, and he thought that even though this ring was from a fallen family, it was still of great value. Bare black trees were visible. A blue moon was visible in the sky. Andreas thanked the man and told him which grave to dig. Paimon told him to wait, and it was not that easy. The main character with a smile opened the coffin, in which lay a man with gray hair and a beard. The guy kept his hands on the lid of the coffin, thinking that the future him he saw yesterday had begun to take shape, and when he returned, he would immediately begin training in necromancy. A skeleton with red eyes, gray hair, and a beard who held a sword in front of him. Andreas looked at his palm with a smile, looked down, and thought to let his first subordinate take care of him. The corpse of a man with blonde hair who kept his arms crossed on his chest. Sharon said that this is a good body. Let the main character take care of the reagents while he is gone. The man with white hair smiled and pointed his finger forward, telling him not to forget to clean up. Andreas was wiping the man's body with a rag. He was lying on the table. Next to there was a table with various tools. The guy with green hair winced and frowned, thinking that he had just returned, and Sharon had already put him to work. The main character was wiping the chest of a dead man with a rag. He had brown gloves on his hands, and he thought that he was getting better at cleaning, and it was infuriating. His body moved instinctively. Andreas wiped his forehead with his hand. There was a mask on his face, and he thought that he needed to quickly finish everything here and start training. The guy was wiping the platform, to which 2 stairs led, with a mop to remove blood. The corpses of various animals hung above him. A red suitcase containing the body of a man with gray hair and blue clothes. The guy said out loud that with his current ski LLS, would he be able to use Nickel's body? Andreas stood on the platform holding a mop in his hand. There was a bucket of water nearby, and he thought that now an ordinary skeleton would be his limit. He sighed and wiped his forehead with his hand, remembering how he stood in front of the system window, holding out his hands to the skeleton, around which there was a green light. The guy thought that he could definitely develop things with the evolution trait, but he was not sure how it worked, because yet he didn't use it. He doesn't have money either, so he won't be able to practice on other bodies. The dark chain tightened. Someone shouted how long she would wait. Andreas frowned, lowering his gaze. He pursed his lips and looked away. The guy turned over his shoulder, looking back, and asked if she was awake. The girl with red hair looked at the guy with a frown and put her hand on the bars, saying that she said that she wouldn't kill him. Let him let her out, or he really wants to be at Karen's beck and call all his life. Andreas walked forward along the floor towards the cage. He stood in front of the cage where the girl was sitting, chained by her hands. He thought that he was waiting for her to talk to him. The girl with red eyes smiled and finally said, "Has he really made up his mind?" The main character remembered Sharon, who stood in a black hood, thinking that he was wondering how he was able to catch her. A guy with green hair was sitting on a bench reading a book with a black cover and thought that as soon as he read one book, everything became clear. A strand of hair fell on the face of a girl with red hair, and she looked at the guy with displeasure, asking why he was silent and why he was looking at her like that. She stood up, looking at the main character, and asked if he still doubted. The girl walked back from the exit from the cage, turning her back to the guy, and said that she advised him to hurry up. Otherwise, even if he let her out, she would still kill him. Andreas said that he would let her out, and the girl's eyes widened when she heard this. The girl turned to the guy, who lowered his head and said that he was tired of groveling in front of Sharon. The vampire with a wide smile extended her handcuffed hands. She screamed that he had decided so, then let him remove her restraints. Andreas said that she must swear to him on the name of her family. The girl's eyes widened in shock, and she frowned at the guy. He frowned at the girl and said that she must swear that she will not kill him. The girl lowered her hands in shackles, and the guy thought that judging by her reaction, the contents of the book were true. He looked at the girl's hands, which she lowered, and thought that when a vampire swears by the name of his family, he cannot break this promise. The girl agreed, and the protagonist's eyes widened when he heard this. She lowered her gaze with a frown and said that she swears by the name of Lucifer. A system window began to appear in front of Andreas, and he thought that it was simple. The guy looked up at the system window, on which it was written, he fulfilled the condition. A specimen capable of evolution was discovered, Angela Lucifer. The probability of evolution was 55%. The guy thought about the probability of evolution. Angela watched as the main character waved his finger, looking at him questioningly. The guy held his finger in front of a red system window that said, Evolution, unique. Targets who have accumulated enough experience can evolve into creatures of a higher class. Can be used on everyone for non-hostile purposes. Genetic abnormalities are possible. Want to use evolution? And options answer yes or no. Andreas wondered if it was because of the oath. It seems he can use it not only on summoned creatures. The guy put his hand to his chin and frowned, thinking that this was a chance to test the skill before using it on Nickel. The main character looked at the girl in the cage, thinking that even if something happened, it would not be his problem. She nervously looked at the guy and asked what was wrong. She frowned, a bead of sweat running down her cheek, and she screamed if he had deceived her. Andreas pressed his finger on the yes option on the system window. Angela's eyes widened. Veins bulged on her face, and red energy began to fly nearby. The girl with red hair grabbed her head and threw it back, screaming loudly, violet and blue pulses of energy coursing through her. She screamed again, lowering her head. Andreas looked at the girl in shock, his mouth open. Angela leaned against the bars of the cage, raising her head. The veins on her hands and face were swollen. Tears flowed from her eyes, and foam appeared in her mouth. She called the guy, asking what he had done. Red energy surrounded her again, and the girl grabbed her chest, screaming again and throwing her head back. She fell to the floor of the cage. Foam was coming out of her mouth, and the guy with green hair looked at her in shock and opened his eyes wide, thinking about what happened to her. He looked at the girl lying in the cage, who spread her arms to the sides, and the guy told her to pull herself together, and he doesn't even know whether everything went well or not. The circular staircase that led up, the light from the fire nearby was visible. Andreas said that at least he learned something new about this feature. The guy stood next to the corpse of a man who was lying on a wooden table and with his hands on it. He thought that if he can develop creatures that are not his summons, then he can definitely develop his own, so he can safely summon Nickel. A dead man with gray hair and a beard lay in the center of the red pentagram. Andreas stood next to him with a wooden bowl in his hands, thinking that he would do this. The guy with green hair extended his hand, which contained black gunpowder, and looked down, frowning, uttering the call of the skeleton. He extended his two hands in front of him. A blue diamond appeared between them. A blue light shone around the guy and he said, "Basic necromancy." The system window showed that the skeleton was summoned. One corpse was found. A creature capable of necromancy was discovered. Additional effects were applied. The protagonist's eyes widened, his hair flying from the blue energy that flew around him. He pointed his hands towards the man who was hovering above the pentagram. Black mist appeared in the air. Andreas grabbed his wrist with his second hand. The veins on it swelled and the guy clenched his teeth, thinking that such an amount of mana was really needed to summon a skeleton. The skin on Nickel's body began to dissolve, leaving only bones. The skin completely disappeared from the man's body, and the black fog around him also began to dissolve into the air. There was a skeleton sitting on the ground, from which a blue mist was emanating. Andreas was sitting on the ground, looking at him in shock with his mouth open. The system window showed, basic necromancy, skeleton summoning was successfully applied. One legendary skeleton was summoned, basic necromancy. The level of the skeleton summoning skill was increased from 1 to 3. The main character smiled nervously as he looked at him, beads of sweat running down his face. The system window showed, the level of the corpse is very high. Additional effects have been added. The level of the corpse is incredibly high. Its class has been increased. It has turned into a skeleton soldier. The level of the corpse is prohibitive. It can take over part of the spirit of the original body. Andreas thought it was amazing, a huge success. He even became a class above the average skeleton. The skeleton that was emitting blue energy raised his hands, moving them and looking at them. The system window above him showed, skeleton soldier legendary, Nickel, undead, class 2, traits, self-awareness, swordsmanship. The white circle, in which there was a white hieroglyph, mastery. This state means that he is at the peak of mastery and has reached its limit. Andreas frowned at the skeleton in front of him, sitting on the floor, and thought that this is the only trait that can be obtained through effort. Just think, the skeleton received this skill. The guy asked the skeleton if he really was a sword master in life. The skeleton looked at the guy and raised his index finger, twirling it in the air. Andreas looked at the skeleton's finger, lowered his gaze, and asked if he would really be under his care. The skeleton put his thumb and forefinger together. The guy smiled, looking at him from under his brows, and said that he thought the same. The main character was sitting on a chair with his feet up on a wooden table, with a bunk bed visible behind him. There was a calendar hanging on the wall. Some dates were circled in pen, some were completely crossed out, and others were crossed out with a single line. The guy thought that there was still a year until Sharon died. Two system windows appeared in front of Andreas and the guy leaned towards them, holding out his hand, thinking that if he wants to survive, he still has a lot to do. Looking at the system windows, the guy thought that even without using the summoning skill, his skill would still grow. On the first system window it was written, Andreas Cromwell, human, mana, 1581, trait, double core, talent, black magic, normal necromancy, elemental magic, weak water magic, skills, black magic in more detail, elemental magic in more detail, black magic. On the second system window it was written, basic necromancy 3 out of 100 level, elemental magic beginner level, fat level, 3, stone spear level 3, earthen shield. The guy with green hair got up from his chair and pushed it aside, looking to the side and saying that, no matter what, Nickel should be released. On the system window it was written, at the moment there is one of 5 creatures in the storage. Does he want to summon a skeleton soldier? The main character chose the option yes on the system window. Andreas told him to go out. A blue portal appeared, from which a skeleton came out into the room. The guy said that it would be bad if someone saw him. First he needed to be dressed up. The skeleton shuddered when he heard these words from the guy, opening his mouth. A large gray building with a black roof. It was illuminated by the sun. Nickel stood in a dark jacket, red scarf, dark hood, pants, and boots. Andreas smiled and put his hand to his chin, saying that it's great. No matter how you look at it, he looks like a person. Nickel clasped his hands together and raised them behind his head as the protagonist looked at him. Andreas looked with a confused face as the skeleton waved its arms, saying that it looked like the Easter egg wasn't lying. The skeleton suddenly lowered his hands, and the guy looked at him in surprise, saying that he died during training and is training even though he is dead. Andreas smiled, saying that this was even good. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that he had finally found a use for this trait. Andreas called the skeleton by name, and he raised his hands above his head and looked at him. Andreas looked at Nickel, who turned to him and asked if he wanted to teach him fencing. The scroll on which was written in the world of great sin, rank and talent are very important, the simpler the name. The stronger the talent, for example, movement is the highest level of physical ability, while the skill of moving is a level lower. Below was a drawing with various ores: stone inscription weak, iron or inscription ordinary, copper or inscription unusual, silver or inscription special, gold or inscription genius. Andreas stood in the room with his arm outstretched and holding a stick in his hands, asking like this. A skeleton stood next to him, holding the guy by the arm and back. Sweat flowed down the protagonist's face and he opened his eyes wide, thinking that his body was creaking like crazy. He thought about a man in heavy armor, a girl with muscles and another man with black hair wearing a mask. Their eyes were glowing red. Andreas frowned and thought that he was now being taught by a mad or a master, or they could all be called mad. A beefy man with big muscles. The guy thought that if he did everything right, he would be able to comprehend aura and switch between aura and mana thanks to the dual core trait. Andreas stood sideways. There was a blue light in his chest, and a red light glowed lower in his stomach. He thought that he could follow the path of a magical swordsman, because he would collect mana in his heart and aura in his dantian. A man with a crown on his head. He had long gray hair and red glowing eyes. He raised his hand, in which blue energy was collected. In the second hand the man held a sword. There was a blue light in his chest, and his stomach was red. Andreas thought that his path will be more difficult than others. But if he can overcome all this, he will become stronger than anyone, just like the great Emperor Edmund, one of the founders of the Empire. A skeleton in a brown glove pinched the main character's hand. He screamed and turned around at him, opening his mouth. He looked at the skeleton, asking why so suddenly. Nickel tilted his head and waved his finger in the air, mentally telling the guy to concentrate. Andreas looked at the skeleton nervously, sweat running down his face as he asked how he had such a strong grip when he was just a pile of bones. The skeleton leaned towards the guy and spread his arms to the sides, creaking. Andreas thought that he was a member of special forces, so training the body was nothing for him. The main character remembered his previous body, a man in a white shirt with dark brown hair. In the background stood people in military uniforms with weapons in their hands. He thought that he would teach Andreas to become a real man. A large white building with a black roof. The sun was shining on it. The guy shouted to the skeleton to stop hitting him. The main character was sitting at a wooden table. There was a black teapot next to him. The guy was holding a white mug in his hand, bringing it to his face. The orange sunset sky was visible outside the window, and he thought that he had missed studying necromancy today and freed Nickel. I wonder how much he rose mastery of necromancy. Holding a white mug with one hand, the main character pressed the system window with his other hand, looking at it. On the system window next to the guy's hand it was written, Black Magic. Skeleton summon initial necromancy 22 out of 100, level 3. Andreas said that was 2 points in 5 hours, increasing much faster than he thought. An icon of a skull surrounded by spikes. Below it the inscription Basic Necromancy. An arrow led from it to an icon of a skull with fire on top. Below it there was an inscription Initial Necromancy. Above the arrow there was an inscription 200 hours later. Andreas said that of course, after reaching the initial stage, progress will slow down. He put his feet up on the table and crossed his arms over his chest, frowning and thinking that Sharon had not called him for a long time. The guy thought about the purple portal between the bookshelves. Angela lay in the cage, closing her eyes and frowning while she slept. Andreas said that she did not change in appearance, so he would not notice anything. The main character frowned, closed his eyes and thought that evolution is not a fast process, so it must have been successful. Hearing some noise, the guy turned around, opening his eyes. The skeleton stood next to the guy, waving his hands in which he held a stick. Andreas put a handkerchief to his face, smiling nervously. There were dark circles under his eyes and he said that he knows that Nickel does not get tired, since he is undead, but still. The guy stood between many batteries, from which blue lightning sparkled. He opened his mouth wide. His eyes emitted blue energy, and he thought that if he had a potion, he would use them to devote all his free time to training. Red potion in a transparent flask. Above it was written a healing potion, and below it was written heals internal damage, heals external injuries. Purple potion in a transparent flask. Above it was written a potion of regeneration, and below it was written, removes fatigue, increases recovery speed. Andreas, I thought that a poor man like him couldn't afford them. The guy bit his lip and frowned, looking ahead, thinking that if he makes them himself, he can save on the cost, but it won't be as easy as in the game. He knows the necessary ingredients, but nothing about their ratio. The main character walked up to the table, putting his hand on the chair next to him and holding a rag in his other hand. He lowered his gaze, thinking that it was better for him to go to some classes and fill in the gaps in his knowledge. The red door to the office opened. Andreas walked inside the classroom, a brown bag hanging over his shoulder. One of the students with blonde hair put his hand to his face and asked why he came to the potions class. The second guy next to him with red hair put his hand to his cheek, answering that he apparently wanted to flirt with girls. Andreas approached the stairs, which stood between the desks, while the other students were saying that his family had already fallen, that he had completely forgotten here. Andreas thought that he heard them. He frowned, looking to the side, and thought that he needed to be patient and should not stand out. Narrowing his eyes, the guy looked in the other direction. He looked at the girl with short pink hair who rested her cheek on her palm. She opened her mouth and sighed quietly. A corridor with many doors that led to the auditorium. Someone said that they were starting the third lecture. Large university building with blue roofs. There was a teacher in the audience, pointing with a pointer at the board on which there was a drawing of a mushroom. Professor Wabin's lessons, an intermediate course in herbalism. Andreas looked at the professor, thinking that the events and their content were not different from the game at all. The main character rested his cheek on his hand, thinking about when the professor would talk about proportions. Wabin waved his hand at the students and said that they will now move on to the method of creating a body-strengthening potion. The man with black hair pointed his pointer at the board with a drawing of the plant and said that, as he already said, it is based on mohin leaves and 3 other ingredients. Andreas thought that the content of the lecture and his gaming experience did not match. He frowned, looking down at the professor with displeasure, and thought that although this was an intermediate potion, he decided to teach one that had a large number of side effects. The main character raised his hand and stood up from his seat, asking if he could ask a question. Wabin replied that he could ask. The guy asked why they didn't add hung pishy extract and moderate root. Wabin looked at the guy in confusion, raising his eyebrows. The girl with pink short hair turned to the side and blushed. The girl looked at Andreas, who stood and looked at the professor. The other students also looked at him, and Wabin asked why. The professor adjusted his round glasses on his face and asked why add them. The professor lowered his hands, looking at the main character, and said that if he wanted so much, he could immediately go to the kitchen and prepare soup. Other students, looking at Andreas, began to laugh at the professor's remark. The guy thought that he had now listed the necessary ingredients for creating a potion to strengthen the body. So why such a reaction? Andreas frowned and looked down, while the girl behind him laughed sarcastically. Looking at him, he thought that maybe this recipe had not yet been invented. All the students and the main character left the office. Andreas looked down, thinking that having endured everything to attend this lesson, he just learned that his knowledge is much better than what is taught in class. The guy looked forward with a calm expression on his face and thought that maybe it would be better for him to study on his own. He was stupid for expecting anything at all. Andreas adjusted his bag on his shoulder as he walked down the hallway while one of the students stood behind him. The girl with pink hair looked at the guy silently. A blush appeared on her cheeks. Academy grounds, research department, dark corridor, illuminated only by a lantern on the wall. Andreas was sitting in an office where there were many bookshelves. He was sitting at a table on which there were many flasks and test tubes. There was a red liquid in one of the flasks. There was a candle under the flask. The system window showed that the creation of the potion had failed. Andreas grabbed his hair with his hand and lowered his head, looking at the black smoke coming from the potion, shouting that it was a failure again. The guy leaned back in his chair. There were 2 bags on the table next to him, and the guy thought that even though he knew the recipe, what he needed was a reliable way to create it, and the materials also cost much more than he expected, so he would soon go broke. The guy looked at the ceiling, thinking that if someone would help him, but it couldn't be that someone would decide to help a piece of trash like Andreas. Large wooden door leading to the office. It opened slightly, and a bright white eye appeared. A girl with pink hair peeked out from behind the door, looking inside the office. She walked forward, looking at the guy who hung his head over the back of the chair, and said that, as expected, the elder Andreas was here. The main character's eyes widened, and he remembered how he was sitting at the computer with a crazy look, thinking that he had forgotten the playable character. The playable character model of a girl with pink hair and red eyes. Andreas thought that she was one of the playable characters that was very talented in making potions. The girl with pink hair smiled and looked away, blushing. She looked to the side, smiling, and Andreas thought that her name is Lucia Everlast, and she should not be close to Andreas. What is she doing here? A girl with pink hair began to wave her hand. Black fog was flying around her. She said that it looks like he managed to screw this up many times. Andreas pressed his back to the chair and thought that he would ignore her and maybe she would leave on her own. Lucia smiled and leaned slightly, looking at the guy and asking what he was doing here. Andreas closed his eyes and frowned. answering that it was a secret. He sat on a chair, next to the herbs and books, thinking that not only did he go to class in vain and wasted his time, but this problem also appeared. The girl behind him opened her eyes wide, noticing something. The main character continued to study potions, and the girl looked at him with displeasure, frowning. She crossed her arms over her chest and turned away, closing her eyes, sighing and saying that he really was such a rude guy. Andrea's displeasedly thought that she would just leave. The girl said okay, he's not the type of person who takes the initiative, and the guy looked questioningly to the side at her. Lucia put her hand on the table next to the guy. She leaned over to the guy who was holding a flask with green liquid and told him if he wanted to study together. Lucia put one hand on her hip and the other on the table, smilingly asking if he thought this was a good idea. The guy frowned at her. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek, and he thought that there was no point in him refusing. He looked at the girl with a tired look, leaning his elbow on the table, and asked what she wanted. The girl looked down at the guy and replied that is it strange that she is looking for a partner for research, looking at her with displeasure. Andrea's replied that she has no benefit from this. Lucia put her hand to her chest and, closing her eyes, smiled widely, saying that she wanted to receive his gratitude and that's all. The girl looked to the side and raised her index finger, saying that he seemed to have some kind of talent to create amazing things, and she was looking forward to a potion that did not yet exist in this world. Andreas raised his head, looking up at the girl, and thought that he was just trying to make the potion on his own. A girl with short pink hair was lying on the bed, under a blue sheet. A woman was kneeling next to the bed, holding out her hand to her. 2 more people were standing nearby. Andreas thought that the reason why Lucia is good at potions is not because of her innate talent. This is all due to the fatal illness that hangs over her. Lucia was sitting in a room where books and scrolls were scattered. On the table where the girl was sitting, there were various flasks, a cauldron for potions and ingredients. Even famous doctors and pharmacists could not cure her. So she had no choice and she began study everything on your own. Lucia was sitting at the table in a white shirt. With gloves, she held a flask in front of her. Various crystals lay nearby. A large bag with other ingredients. This disease appeared out of nowhere thanks to the system. Lucia extended her hand, with a smile, resting her other hand on her hip. A scroll with a recipe for a potion was flying in front of her. Andreas thought that if a person did not go through this game inside and out, then he would not be able to find the cure. Lucia extended her hand, directing lightning at the person, who turned black because he was struck by lightning. She told him to die. And the main character thought how lucky he was to meet such a smart girl like her. As he already said, the last thing he wanted was for his identity as a black magician to be revealed. Andreas turned his head to the girl, who was looking at him carefully, leaning over and thought that it seemed like she heard what he said in class and decided to meet with him because of this. The guy averted his gaze, looking into the flask and thought that if he contacted her and something went wrong, his life could end. He told the girl that he was not interested and let her leave. Lucia closed her eyes and said about the peony mushroom. The protagonist's eyes widened and he frowned when he heard this. Lucia leaned over to the guy and put her hand to his face, smilingly saying that he didn't mention it in class, but it also needs to be added. Andreas lowered his gaze and thought that this was the main ingredient that only he should have known about. The girl pointed to a flask containing a liquid that was boiling and said that if he added it now, wouldn't he be able to make a potion? Shelves with many books on it and a ladder attached to the shelves. Lucia said that she understood this intuitively. If he wants, she can help him, maybe even earn some money. Andreas waved his hand in front of the girl, saying that she was saying this simply because the rich girl would leave as soon as she did what she wanted. The guy thought that he did not want to lose his life because of her tempting offer. Lucia went to the door, opening it and turning to the guy, said that she would give him a little time to think, because she thought that he would soon change his mind. Andreas sat with his back to the door, looking to the side and said that he didn't think so. The guy clutched a stick in both hands, thinking that even without being distracted by anything, the risks would still be too great. Nickel, next to the main character, swung a stick, raising it above his head, and the guy thought that he could find the proportions himself. The problem was money. There was a shadow cast by Andrea's body on the carpet on the floor, and he said that, as he thought, first he needed to find a way to make money. The guy frowned and waved the stick in front of him, wondering if there was something he could use. Next to the guy, Nickel swung his stick hard, leaving a faint yellow glow in the air, and the main character turned towards him. Beads of sweat ran down Andreas's face. His hair covered one of his eyes, and he said that the skeleton actually sees when he is distracted. Andreas waved the stick in front of him again, his mouth open, beads of sweat running down his face, and he frowned, thinking that after training he would need to think carefully about this. Is there really no way for him to earn money? On the table, near various flasks with liquid, lay an envelope with a letter. Standing on the street, the main character closed his eyes and put his hand to his chin, thinking that the only thing that comes to mind is to beg his sister to send him money, because she wrote that she misses him. The guy thought about a huge mansion and mountains of gold, on top of which stood a white bag. An arrow from it led to Andreas, who stood with a stick looking towards the house. The main character put his hand on his head, clenched his teeth and thought, isn't that what the past Andreas would have done? The guy walked along the path. A black cat was sitting on a bench next to him, who bowed his head, looking at the guy. Andreas thought that no matter how disgusting he is, you can't make money like that. A girl with black hair noticed the main character next to the white fence. The girl looked at the guy with her dark gray eyes, asking if this was Andreas Cromwell. The guy was walking along the road, holding a book with a black cover in his hands, and the girl said that he was walking with a book in his hands and had he really decided to change. The girl closed her eyes, saying that even if he had changed, his rotten face would not change. A girl with black hair sat by the fountain, looking at a book while Andreas walked forward, next to the stairs where students were going up and down. A girl with black hair stretched out her hand over a glass with an orange drink, around which purple energy was glowing. Around the book in front of her, purple energy was also glowing. Andreas thought that this was Diane Alvin, a brilliant sorceress and the young mistress of the Alvin family, another character that easily might kill him at the academy. Diane and Andreas were sitting on the floor as children, building a castle from pyramids, smiling. The main character frowned, looking down, remembering this, and thought that he got along well when they were children, but due to the huge amount of debts, the Cromwell family moved away. Since then, Andreas has done a lot of bad things since then, so she will definitely kill him if he decides to talk to her. A huge Lucia was sitting on her knees in front of the guy. She had cat ears on her head, and she pulled the cat's paw with claws towards the main character, who thought that at least it wouldn't be strange if he died from this. The cat's paw grabbed Andreas, his eyes turned white, and blood flowed from the side of his mouth. Diane sat by the fountain, reading a book. Everything around her went dark. Andreas frowned and looked ahead, thinking that asking his sister for money now would be the best decision. The capital is Rodlin, the night sky in which there were 3 moons, a large white building from which blue light emanated. Andreas walked through the city next to the houses, holding his brown bag with his hand, which hung on his shoulder. The guy was wearing a dark hood and cloak, and he said that it must be here somewhere. The mansion was yellow with a brown roof. 2 trees grew nearby. Someone said that the guy had finally arrived. A restaurant. People were sitting at tables. A man in a green jacket stood in the middle of the hall. On the top floor outside the window, you could see Andreas and his sister at the table. The guy frowned at his sister with green hair braided in a ponytail and said that he apologized for the fact that she needed to work, even though she was the lady of the count's family. The girl looked at the guy with a smile, dressed in a beige shirt and a brown apron. She said that it didn't look like him, but in any case it wasn't his fault. Ami Cromwell is Andreas's younger sister. Holding the mug in both hands, the main character lowered his head and bit his lip. Ami put her hand to her face and, closing her eyes, asked where he got such a serious face. Did he really need money again? She held out a small envelope towards the guy, saying that she had guessed about it and had prepared a little. Andreas put his palm on the envelope and his sister asked not to waste it just like that. He thanked the girl and said that he would definitely return everything. Ami's eyes widened and she raised her eyebrows in surprise, looking at the guy. She asked where his ring was and the guy's eyes widened and he looked down, holding an envelope in his hand. The guy pointed to the side and told the girl that he took it off so as not to lose it. The girl asked him to take good care of it. Andreas, looking at his sister, thought that he couldn't tell her the truth. Ami clenched her teeth and nervously looked at the guy, asking if he did it. Ami trembled. Her eyes were hidden by a shadow, and a drop of sweat ran down her cheek, and she said that no matter what, he couldn't. The main character lowered his head and said that he was sorry. The girl leaned her hand on the table and stood up, telling the guy to leave. She didn't want to see him anymore. Looking at the girl in fear, the guy asked her to wait while Ami ran away, closing her eyes and shouting that he should not come here anymore and that he might not return the money. The main character looked at her sadly, frowned, and shouted that he would return the ring. The guy lowered his head while sitting in front of the door and said that it must have been very expensive for her. He remembered his sister running away with tears in her eyes and thought that this was the first time he had seen her so upset. Andreas looked down at his chest, frowning and wondering what this feeling was. The guy extended his hand, saying that he must return the ring as quickly as possible. The main character remembered how in his previous body he stood in front of the grave, saluting, and thought that what is the point in life if you just exist? A man with dark hair and a beard raised his head, opening his eyes wide, thinking that he too was unhappy then when he was the only survivor. Andreas frowned. looking ahead and thought that he had to return the ring at any cost. He would accept Lucia's offer. Making potions experiment report. A big city, a white arch with a blue roof was visible. The sun was setting behind the horizon. Andrea said to get up and go for a run. She had been lying there for a week and did nothing like a recluse. Lucia replied that only stupid people do this. A guy with green hair and a brown hooded sweater was running along the path while Lucia was lying next to him on a bench. The guy thought that she also did nothing while he worked hard. Andreas and Lucia were sitting at a table on which there were large flasks with a pink and yellow potion. The guy was holding a long flask in his hand. The main character lay lifting a barbell, clenching his teeth, while the girl lay nearby on a bench. Andreas frowned, moving the wand in the test tube, looking into it. Next to him, Lucia, closing one eye and sticking out her tongue, was pouring something black from a pipette into a test tube with green liquid. The guy thought that devoting all his free time to research and training was very exhausting. But sometimes Lucia unexpectedly decides to help him and the process becomes faster. A girl with pink hair was lying on the sofa under a pink blanket with a paw pattern. The main character called her. He frowned, sitting in front of the girl on the chair, and asked why it seemed to him that he was the only one working. The girl with her eyes closed answered that it was all his rich imagination. The guy thought that she was constantly pissing him off. Andreas took the flask with the green potion in his hand, turned to the girl, and said that maybe she would stop lying on the bed. Lucia extended her hand, lying on the sofa, and answered that he should reduce the amount of matarata and add a little essence of the Totoro tree. Looking at her, the guy replied that he understood. He thought that her intuition was amazing, and sometimes her tips became the solution to a problem. The main character took herbs from an iron cup. Flasks stood nearby and 2 crystals lay on the scales. Andreas frowned, looking down at the mortar in which he was stirring the herbs, and thought that he was doing it for the money, but working together with Lucia really was a good idea. The guy poured the liquid into the flask, where there was a red potion that was bubbling. He frowned as he picked up the flask and held the pipette to it, taking some of the liquid from it. The red liquid from the pipette dropped into another flask. Red drops fell into the purple-pink potion in the flask, which shimmered. A system window appeared in front of Andreas, on which it was written, "He made a potion to strengthen the body. Intermediate class." The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He sighed sharply and, leaning his hands on the table, abruptly stood up from his seat. Lucia looked up at him and asked in surprise what happened. Was it really a failure again? The guy turned to the girl with a surprised face. His cheeks turned slightly red and he said what happened. He thought he knew it had happened unexpectedly, but that was where his report of the experiment ended. The system window showed that the talent, making potions of the normal type, was received. The conditions were met. The guy was surprised to think that he had received a new talent. Andreas looked down with a frown. His mouth was not visible, and above the guy there was a system window on which it was written, "Talent Andreas Cromwell. Probability of evolution of the talent making enhancement type potions, normal, 32%, develop?" The guy thought, what does this all mean? He remembered how he looked up at the system window, on which it was written that he had fulfilled the condition. A specimen capable of evolution had been discovered, Angela. The probability of evolution was 55%. The guy thought that he could develop talents. And did this mean that it can evolve anything when the conditions are met? A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face and he frowned, looking ahead and thinking that the chance was 32%, even less than with the evolution of that vampire. Andreas closed his eyes and waved his hand in front of the system window, causing it to dissolve. Lucia said that it was amazing, and there were no side effects. The guy thought that whatever it was, for now he would wait a while. Choice. The girl with pink hair turned to the main character with a smile and blushed slightly, saying that it can be used every day, and they should go apply to the potion evaluation committee. Andreas closed his eyes and smiled, tilting his head, saying that she could do this herself, because he did all the dirty work alone. Lucia, smiling widely, jumped up, holding the pink blanket by the edge of herself, and raised her hand, closing her eyes and saying that she would be busy with midterm exams starting tomorrow, but since he helped her a little, she would take care of everything herself. School buildings, the sky above them turned purple. The sun was setting behind the horizon. Andreas told her she was lying all the time and doing nothing. Someone called the main character. The system window showed Angela is evolving. The remaining time is 14 days. 21 hours, 33 minutes. The girl with red hair lay with her eyes half closed, a couple of strands of hair falling on her face. She was lying on her back. Her chest and legs were wrapped in bandages instead of clothes, and red energy was flying around. The girl thought what had happened to her. Her whole body was languishing in pain. Angela thought that she felt that there was something more behind this pain. Blue sky with clouds floating across it. The red train was traveling along the railway, the loudspeaker announced. When they reach the midterm exam site, please gather together so they can tell the rules. Andreas was sitting on the train. Between the other two students, the guy was holding a book with a black cover in front of him. A brown bag was lying on his lap, and he thought that for Lucia the first part of the exam would not be difficult. The guy stood in front of a tall white tower with golden sparks flying around it, and he thought that the last part of the exam would be held in the magic tower. The guy stood in the room next to a skeleton in dark clothes, who put his hand on the guy's shoulder, adjusting the stick that he was clutching in both hands, and he thought that he had trained a lot, so his fencing and necromancy skills had improved significantly. The book Andreas was holding contained drawings of seals and various herbs, as well as descriptions. The guy thought that the main thing was to just pass this midterm exam. Angela was lying on the ground, closing her eyes and blushing slightly. The system window next to her showed evolution. The guy thought that the evolution of the vampire would soon end, so he would have to check on her. Sitting on the seat, the guy thought that if he found an excuse, he could go and see what was wrong with her. Opposite the guy sat a blonde and a girl with black hair, the blonde called Diane. She leaned towards the girl and pointed her finger forward, asking with a smile what she thought the topic of these midterm exams would be. Diane looked at the girl in surprise, folding her hands in her lap. The blonde raised her eyebrow and narrowed one eye, saying that the tasks and team members would be random, right? And with luck, it would be a piece of cake. Diane smiled awkwardly, looking at the girl and put her hand to her chest, saying that no matter who will be with her, she will cope. The blonde put her hand to her face, looking to the side and said that not everything is so simple, and Diane looked at her in surprise, lowering her hand. The blonde pointed to the main character, who was sitting opposite them, and asked what if she ended up with him. Andreas frowned and put the book away in his bag, lowering his gaze to her. The girl's eyes widened and she raised her eyebrows, looking at the guy, sweat running down her face. All the students in the carriage turned to the side as the loudspeaker announced that they would be arriving at Auckland training station in 1 minute. A guy with black hair, tied in a ponytail, stood up from his seat and looked to the side, saying that everyone should go to the exit. The students of the academy were getting out of the carriage. A man with black hair was walking ahead. A group of people were looking at them on the street. 3 of them were in white shirts, others in ordinary clothes. A large brown building with a bright blue light shining through the window. The man said that, as already said, in the midterm exam, they will be assigned to random students and given various tasks. The man with black hair held a piece of paper in his hand, looking at it, and said that each group would be formed by 3 students from the warrior department, and 1 from the magic department, and an observer. The group of students stood in front of the man, who continued that the groups would have until Monday to complete the task, and he wished good luck to all participants. The building was brown, high walls were visible. There were black street lights on the road. The man said that they were starting to announce the groups. Blue sky with clouds floating across it. The main character looked down with a nervous smile. Drops of sweat were running down his face. A trembling ran through his body, and the guy cursed mentally. Other students looking in his direction. The guy thought that there were countless villains in the academy besides him and Sharon, and, as luck would have it, 2 of them ended up in his group. A guy with brown hair and closed eyes. Next to him was the name Khazar Gapri. The main character said that the first one is the player's initial enemy, the cultist Khazar Gapri. A girl with long curly green hair and blue eyes. Next to her was the name Vivian Belcan. The guy said that the second one is a crazy woman who kills indiscriminately, Vivian Belcan. Andreas was holding in his hands a piece of paper on which was written a sheet of participants of the 9th group: Observer Ivy Clare, Christopher Grani, Khazar Gapri, Vivian Belcan, Andreas Cromwell. The guy thought why he did this. He looked at the piece of paper. Drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks, and the guy thought that his luck was even worse than Andreas' character. Someone called the guy. Andreas turned with a surprised face at the man in the white shirt. The guy with blue hair crossed his arms over his chest, frowning at him, and said that he had seen the photo. He was Christopher, from the same group as him. The main character stuttered and said, "Nice to meet you." Christopher stood next to the guy. Behind him there was a crowd of students. The guy with blue hair said that it looked like he trained as a warrior, although he was a wizard, and he was disgusted with him. It's better not to come across him. Next to Christopher, Khazar waved his hand at him, smiling. Next to him stood a girl with green hair. Khazar greeted the guy, introducing himself. He scratched his head and smiled, saying that he thought that all warriors were not the most social people. Andreas thought that he was a fanatic. Vivian looked to the side with a gloomy look and said her name. Andreas thought that she was a crazy woman. Christopher put his hands on his hips, and standing next to a guy with brown hair, he frowned at him, asking who he was to say that. The main character thought that he was also a mob warrior in his group. Andreas looked at them with a frown while Christopher asked if he thought he should ignore the mage trying to imitate the warriors. Khazar replied that it was okay to get some exercise. Andreas thought they should stop arguing. A man with blonde hair was chewing something, and Andreas thought that they were not the only problem in their group. The main character looked to the side, pursing his lips and clutching the strap of the bag in his hand. Looking at the girl in a brown bra, there were belts around her hips and a blue cape on her body. She turned her head and spat on the ground, and the guy thought why their observer was a Yankee. A girl with short blonde hair was chewing something with a dissatisfied face, and the main character thought that this was the worst composition possible. The man with black hair frowned, looking ahead, and said that when all the group members were assembled, they could go on a mission and let them try to return alive. Christopher frowned, putting his hands behind his back. Next to Vivian stood in profile, looking to the side. Khazar crossed his arms over his chest, opening his eyes slightly, looking to the side. Ivy also looked to the side with a serious face. Andreas frowned and pursed his lips. According to him, drops of sweat were running down his face, and he thought, they will return alive with such and such a group. The black train was driving along the road among the green grass. Someone said that he was introducing himself. A girl with short blonde hair sat on the train with one leg crossed, biting off something. She said that she was Ivy, the observer of the ninth group. The girl raised a piece of paper in front of Khazar and Andreas, and the guy with green hair looked at him in surprise, raising his eyebrows. Ivy said that this is their task. Let them look carefully. On a piece of paper there was a request to explore a village in the territory of Baron Baloric. There is a rumor that the landlord of the village of Trim was killed. They sent a group of people 2 weeks ago, but they went missing. In this regard, they asked the Mercenary Guild to look into this. Ivy held the food between her teeth and pulled on it, looking to the side with a frown and asking if there were any questions. Andreas put his hand to his chin and frowned, thinking that in reality she was much more aggressive than in the game. Khazar behind him scratched the back of his head and smiled nervously. The main character thought about Ivy Claire, and that apart from the fact that she would become the youngest Aura Master, nothing was known about her. A girl with short blonde hair, her face was hidden in shadow, only glowing red eyes were visible. A fire was burning behind her, a blue cloak was torn, and the girl had her hand on a sword, around which fire was burning at the blade. The main character with dark hair sat at the monitor, where there was an image of Ivy, who put her hand in front of her, and thought that she was very capable, but her identity was questionable. Ivy pointed at the guy with green hair with a smile. Next to her, Christopher was looking at her nervously. The girl said that she heard that this guy was trying to imitate the knights. She again clamped a piece of meat between her teeth and raised her eyebrows, saying that a wizard like him could do push-ups. Andreas closed his eyes and frowned, lowering his head, saying that he didn't want to hear this from someone who needed to chew jerky to look cool. Ivy dropped the piece from her hands and replied that you can't smoke here, and he wants her to gnaw on it. Khazar looked at the M with a nervous smile, turning his head and putting his palm in front of him. The main character thought when they would arrive. A village with dark houses. On a hill overlooking it stood a castle, to which a long road led. The group walked towards the castle along the road. The sky turned orange sunset color. Ivy looked at the castle, scratching her ear and holding a piece of meat in her mouth. She said that for an ordinary baron he has a large castle. The rest of the group stood behind her. Andreas frowned and narrowed his eyes and also looked at the castle. A man with brown hair and a beard sat on a blue chair, pulling the skin under his eye with his finger. He said that they had come a long way, and he greeted them. Underneath it was written, Baron Baloric. The man was sitting at a long table with 2 golden plates of cakes on it. Ivy was sitting at the other end of the table holding a piece of paper in her hand. Vivian, Khazar, and Andreas were standing behind her. The Baron said that what happened would be a stain on his reputation, and he will bring them up to date. A large, light castle with a blue roof. The man said that the landlord of the village of Trim was his nephew. He was a baronet without a surname. A white mug of coffee that sat on a white plate with a purple design. Baloric raised his hand, looked down and said that's all he knows. Ivy held a piece of paper in her hand, looking down at it, thanking him for the information. The main character stood next to him with his arms crossed on his chest. The butler with black hair leaned towards Baloric, calling him. He looked to the side, saying something about the young master in the man's ear, who frowned, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. Andreas looked at the 2 men in front of him, crossing his arms over his chest. He frowned, narrowing his eyes, looking at them silently. Baloric raised his hand to his face and closed one of his eyes, frowning. He stood up from his chair, saying that he had some business ahead of him, so with their permission, he wished them luck. The black-haired butler bowed and closed his eyes, asking forgiveness for his rudeness and saying that the young master was not well. Ivy waved her hand and, closing her eyes, replied that everything was fine. They had received all the necessary information and they would leave soon. The butler raised his gaze and pursed his lips, looking at her. The group walked towards the large white doors, and Andreas silently looked back. Orange sunset sky. The group walked through the stone arch. Ivy waved her hand at Christopher, saying that he was great for looking after the equipment. The guy turned around at her and answered so accurately. The girl pulled out a sword from its sheath. Ivy's yellow eyes were visible in its reflection, and she said that he was calm for someone who had a missing nephew, and it stinks. She sat on a wooden box, abruptly putting the sword back into its sheath, asking why Andreas insisted on leaving today. The guy stood next to her, answering that yes, this whole situation looked suspicious. The girl put her sword on her belt, looking at the guy who told her that especially the part with the missing people who went to investigate this case. The whole story looks fabricated. He remembered Balorik, who raised his hand to his face with a frown, and the butler with black hair, who looked to the side with the same frown and said that it was also strange that they sent only one group, although a whole month had already passed. But the strangest thing was the attitude butler. Ivy looked at the black-haired butler, who told her that if they left now, they would only reach the village at night. The butler frowned, looking at her with a serious look, and said that it would be better for them to spend the night here and leave tomorrow. A girl with short blonde hair looked over her shoulder at him. Andreas and Vivian stood next to her. She said that she appreciated their concern, but it was not worth it. She said that work comes first, and the butler lowered his head and sked, frowning. Andreas looked over his shoulder, looking at the butler. He said that after they refused to stay, he looked at them as if his plan had failed. He thought that they also looked hacked. Balorik looked away to the side, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. The butler covered his face with his hand. The main character thought about tremors, shortness of breath, and strange behavior. A trembling hand placed the coffee mug on the table. Andreas frowned, looking ahead, and thought that everything about them indicated that they were hiding something. He looked at how Khazar held the door of the carriage while Vivian climbed into it. Ivy also walked forward, shouting that they were leaving for the village of Trim now. The main character thought that this request was not as simple as it seemed. A carriage harnessed to 2 horses was driving along the road, the driver holding the reins in his hands. She was driving along a road in the forest. There were serious trees around. The whole group was sitting in the carriage. Christopher sat next to Andreas, who crossed his arms over his chest. The guy with blue hair asked if they should find a place to stay for the night upon arrival. Ivy, opposite him, answered that no. Their priority was the investigation. She said that they would start by inspecting the landlord's castle. Andreas looked out the window with a frown and thought that this whole thing looked suspicious, but the only thing they could do was investigate everything themselves. He placed a hand on his chest, humming questioningly. The guy lowered his gaze, squeezing his hand on his chest and thinking about what was happening. His mana suddenly began to tremble. Opposite him sat Vivian, who was looking out the window, Ivy with her arms crossed on her chest and Khazar looking at them. Andreas thought that the tremors were getting stronger as they approached the village and what was happening. All members of the group trembled. Christopher clenched his teeth with a frown. Andreas opened his eyes wide in surprise and opened his mouth. Khazar frowned. Opening his mouth, Vivian's eyes widened and she raised her eyebrows in surprise. Ivy's eyes also widened and she frowned, tilting her head. Khazar looked back, raising his hand and called to the coachman. Christopher shouted to him to move away. The guy with blue hair pulled back the bolt, sweat running down his face, and he asked what he was doing. The guy's eyes suddenly widened and he frowned, screaming. The coachman raised his whip high, which wriggled in the air. Saliva flowed from his mouth. The eyes of one of the horses turned completely white. The pupils in the eyes of the second horse dilated. It opened its mouth wide and stuck out its tongue. Saliva sprayed from its mouth. The cart rushed along the road, bouncing on the stones, kicking up dust behind the wheels. Christopher frowned, looking out the window with wide-open eyes, loudly asking what was wrong with the coachman. Khazar turned around, opening his eyes slightly and looking to the side, loudly asked what was there. Ivy frowned, silently turning to the side, looking back. She swung her foot sharply at the door, hitting it. The boards fell from the cart, breaking on the ground, and the sticks flew to the sides. Ivy peeked out the door, looking forward, her hair blowing in the wind as she shouted that it was too late. The girl turned to the rest of the group, holding onto the edge of the door, and shouted to everyone to prepare for impact. Christopher's eyes widened. Andreas next to him frowned, gritting his teeth as the girl screamed that they were going to crash into the main gate. Ivy climbed out of the carriage, climbing onto the roof. Vivian stood next to the exit, turning to the side as her hair fluttered in the wind. There was a strong blow next to the cart, from which stones flew to the sides. The yellow wheels of the cart were visible nearby. The horses that were attached to it fell to the ground. The cart rolled towards the crowd of people, falling to the ground, raising a cloud of dust beneath it. A yellow blow came from it. The coachman lay on the ground with his mouth open and his eyes white. Next to him were the girl's feet, dirty from the ground, dark gray, dust flying in the air. Two girls in a pink and blue dress danced near the city. One of them spread her arms to the sides, the other raised her hands. It was clear that the eyes of the girl in a pink dress turned white. Many people were dancing in the city square. Some of them were barefoot. Their eyes were glowing red. The city fountain was visible nearby. The coachman was lying on the ground between the dancing people. Ivy looked over her shoulder at the people. Standing on the cart, Christopher crouched down, helping Khazar get out of the cart. They stood on a broken cart, looking forward at the people. The horse under the cart squealed loudly, its eyes glowing red. Andreas and Khazar frowned, looking forward at the people, their mouths slightly open. The people in the square continued to dance, jumping up and down with their arms raised. Their eyes rolled back in their heads, and drool running down the lip of one of the people with black hair. Women, men, and even one child danced with their arms raised to the sky. Some raised their heads. A girl in a brown dress raised her leg and opened her mouth wide, closing her eyes. Andreas clenched his teeth and put one hand to his chest and the other to his head. He put the second hand on his head, closing one eye. Christopher behind him frowned, looking at the guy, and loudly asked what was going on here. What was wrong with these residents? He's a wizard. He must know something. Andreas frowned, lowering his head slightly, a drop of sweat running down his cheek as he realized what was happening and thought that it was not just a trembling of mana. The main character put his hand to his chest. Blue energy emanated from it, and the guy thought that his mana was reacting. A village with dark houses. There was a broken cart next to the fountain. Many villagers were standing in the square. The houses of the village, the fence surrounding them, green fog flying around. Andreas realized that this was black magic. The boy with pale skin and red eyes smiled widely. Drool flowed from his mouth, and there were tears in his eyes, and he growled loudly. Someone pinned him to the ground, and the boy with brown hair clenched his teeth, his eyes rolling back in his head. He continued to growl as Vivian pinned him to the ground. Khazar crouched next to the boy. The rest of the group stood around him. Vivian frowned, looking at the boy who was twitching. There was a wide smile on his face, but tears were flowing from his eyes. The girl thought that he was too strong for an ordinary child. Khazar took the child's foot, looking down at it with a frown. It was covered in blood, and the guy said that because he had been dancing all this time. His feet were covered with bloody calluses. Someone from the group said that just like him, I thought it was a curse. Khazar turned to Christopher, who was standing behind him, and asked what their task was connected with this curse. The guy with blue hair put his hands on his hips, answering that the landlord disappeared a month ago. If the residents were still dancing, they would have died from exhaustion long ago. Andreas next to him put his hand to his chin, saying that it looked like someone cared about them so they don't die. The guy with blue hair frowned silently and turned his gaze to the side at the guy. Ivy put her hand to her head, placing her other hand on her hip, and said that it looked like they had gotten themselves into something terrible. Andreas frowned and looked away, thinking that Andreas did not die in this part of the game. He remembered the black-haired butler who bowed. The guy thought about how he was sitting in a chair with a wide smile and a glass of wine. Christopher was sitting next to him, also holding a glass and smiling. His cheeks turned slightly red. A maid in a purple dress was carrying a tray of cakes. The guy thought that if they accepted the butler's offer and stayed in the castle, the Baron would have had time to hide everything. He thought about the Baron and the butler. Beloric raised his index finger, saying something to the butler, and Andreas thought that because they immediately went to the village, events changed. They got themselves into a dangerous situation. Sharon smiled, clenching his teeth, and frowned, looking forward with an angry gaze, and the guy thought that the mana he felt was about Karen's level. A city with many houses, residents gathered in the city square. The guy thought that the fact that he was able to cast such a large-scale spell seemed strange. The main character's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that this couldn't happen. But did he really own the artifact? Ivy and Christopher turned to the main character. The guy with blue hair asked him if something was wrong. He turned to Christopher, frowning, answering that they had too little information. They must first inspect the landlord's house. He thought that the first step was collecting information. A huge dark mansion surrounded by a fence. A large black patterned gate led to it. The trees nearby were bare. On both sides of the gate there were people burning in fire. A group stood in front of the mansion. Ivy swung her leg sharply, hitting the goal. The whole group entered the castle. Khazar came forward holding a sword. Vivian and Christopher behind also held weapons in their hands. Ivy clutched a piece of jerky between her teeth, looking to the side with Andreas and Vivian standing behind her. They walked forward along the dark corridor of the castle. A bright light shone from the doorway and windows. Corpses of people lay in the corridor. Corpses of people on the floor, their eyes turned white. The mouth of one of the men opened wide. Ivy and Andreas walked towards the stairs along the corridor, while the guy with blue hair behind him looked down. He looked at the corpse of a man on the floor in a dark hood, who had his arms outstretched to the sides, and the guy asked if these were not Imperial investigators. The whole group approached the corpse. Christopher sat down next to him, putting his hand on his chest, and said that it seemed like a lot of time had passed since their death. Andreas looked at the girl with blonde hair and said that perhaps they could not solve this issue on their own. The girl turned to him and hummed questioningly. The guy with green hair frowned, looked down, and said that based on what he saw, he thought it was the work of a black magician. Ivy clenched her teeth on the piece of jerky and frowned, looking at him and asking why he would do that. A man in a red torn hood that hid his face, he raised his hands. His red eyes glowed, and the main character said that it seemed like someone had amplified the emotions of the local people and converted them into magical power. Ivy narrowed her eyes and frowned, looking to the side, saying that the power of black magicians comes from human emotions. She turned to the main character, placing her hands on her hips, and said that therefore the landlord had probably already been killed. Andreas replied that he probably interfered with their plans. Christopher lowered his head slightly and looked away. A vein popped out on his forehead as he remembered the burning people, saying that those burning bodies near the entrance were some kind of black magic ritual. Andreas frowned, looking to the side, and answered perhaps. Ivy lowered her gaze while holding a piece of jerky in her mouth, saying that they would find out the truth when they caught the criminals. She shouted to thoroughly explore this estate. The group walked along a corridor along which a red carpet stretched. Ivy and Andreas walked in front. The corpse of a man sat against the wall with his head down. Christopher walked next to him with a sword in his hand. Khazar walked into one of the rooms. The main character was holding a candelabra with 3 candles in his hand, holding a piece of paper in his hand and looking at it. Vivian frowned, looking down and looking at something. Ivy and Andreas stood behind her. The guy raised a candelabra, illuminating one of the paintings. The group stood near the windows in the room where the furniture was broken. Khazar turned around, saying that they didn't find anything at all. There wasn't even the landlord's corpse here. Vivian looked over her shoulder at him, standing near the window, and asked him to look outside. The guy turned to the girl. Andreas went to the window and looked down. His mouth parted in surprise. Under the window, at the entrance to the mansion, there was a crowd of people heading forward. Andreas frowned, beads of sweat running down his face, and he thought that the black magician had made his move. Someone asked what they should do. People looked up. They had a crazy expression on their faces. Their eyes turned white. Some opened their mouths wide. Someone from the group said that they seemed to have noticed them. Andreas was visible in the window, who was looking down at the people walking into the estate, thinking that it was as if they were waiting for them to enter the estate. Khazar looked over his shoulder at the girl with blonde hair, asking her what they should do. Ivy frowned, narrowing her eyes and looking to the side, saying that they would stop searching and leave the buildings. She asked Khazar to find them an escape route. The guy with brown hair ran forward, shouting yes and frowning as Ivy, Andreas, and Vivian looked after him. The guy was running along a red carpet with gold patterns. He frowned, a bead of sweat running down his face. Many people with crazy faces and wide smiles ran forward. They opened their mouths wide, from which saliva flowed. Some stuck out their tongues. Khazar shouted that they were already on the 2nd floor. A crowd of people climbed the stairs while Khazar looked at them. One of the girls grabbed his hand. The second person pulled his hand towards the guy's face, and he staggered to the side, sweat flowing down his face, and he swore loudly. Many people reached out their hands to the guy, and Christopher ran forward, screaming his name. He turned his back and pushed people away with his shoulder, looking away at them with a frown. Christopher swung his sword, spreading his arms to the sides, shouting to protect their wizard. Khazar looked at him from behind the guy. The guy with blue hair frowned, looking over his shoulder, beads of sweat running down his face. There were people nearby with swollen faces who opened their mouths, and the guy shouted that he would be in the vanguard. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the face of a guy with blue hair, and he turned in his direction. A strong explosion thundered. Pieces of people's flesh flew to the sides. Christopher covered his face with his hands. Red drops of blood fell on the protagonist's face, and his eyes widened. There was a fire burning next to Christopher, who had fallen to the floor. Pieces of other people's flesh were lying next to him. Andreas was looking at him. The green-haired boy's eyes widened as he looked down, his face smeared with blood. He looked at Christopher, who lay with his eyes closed, blood running down his face. The main character remembered a man in military uniform, who was also lying with his eyes closed, blood running down his face. Someone loudly called Christopher. The hands of the main character, who was breathing heavily with his hands on the floor. In front of him was visible the face of Ivy, who frowned, shouting that they were advancing and what he was doing. Behind her, Khazar was dragging a wounded guy with blue hair. Ivy picked up the main character, throwing him on her back, and screamed that they were leaving, telling Vivian about the window. The girl with green hair swung her leg, breaking the window with her foot. Ivy, with Andreas on his back and Khazar, who was dragging Christopher on his back, approached her. A girl with blonde hair jumped out of the window. Nearby, the distraught villagers were visible, looking at the castle. Ivy and Khazar landed on the ground, with the villagers' feet visible next to them. Ivy looked over her shoulder at the other members of the group and shouted for them to run. Vivian behind her landed on the ground, raising her sword above her head. Khazar, holding the guy, ran after, gritting his teeth. Andreas, on her back, turned over his shoulder, looking at the distraught residents running after them, thinking that he was remembering his last operation and how bad it was at the right time. He extended his hand, which was gathering blue energy, and mentally shouted, sliding. The guy raised his hand. Blue and green energy flowed through the air. The villagers fell to the ground, losing their balance. The main character mentally cast an earthen shield. Yellow energy began to emanate from his hand. Stones appeared from the ground behind them. Ivy looked towards him with a smile and asked what was wrong with him. Was he really the only one thinking? The girl, looking to the side at the guy and running forward, told him not to use mana so recklessly. He could track the black magician. Ivy and Khazar ran towards one of the houses, and Andreas said that he thought he could do it right now. He frowned, looking to the side, and thought that the black magician had released so much mana that he would easily find him. The guy closed his eyes, mentally saying detect mana. Dark energy passed through him. Dark energy was visible on the fleeing villagers, their faces contorted in madness. Green lines with black fog flying around them. The black energy moved further into the city, with many houses. She circled around the houses, flying through the streets, next to the houses. The red and green energy stopped near one of the houses, with an awning at the entrance. The main character's eyes widened. He frowned. Drops of blood were visible on his face, and he thought that he had found it. The guy shouted that he was in the house at 9 o'clock, 100 meters away from them. Ivy sharply pushed away from one of the distraught residents, turning around and shouted good job. Khazar and Vivian ran behind her. The girl with blonde hair ran quickly. Andrea's cloak on her back fluttered in the wind, and she pushed the villagers on her way. Khazar, running behind her, asked her to wait for them. Ivy, with a guy on her back, was visible from one window in the building. The man with the gray mask on his face looked to the side, grunting. A hood was visible on his head. A strong kick that broke the door to the building. Ivy stood in the passage, holding her me in her hand, and looked to the side, saying that it looks like they are on the right path. This is probably where the black magician is hiding. A purple wall appeared in front of the guy with green hair, in the passage into the house, and he looked at it in surprise. Ivy turned to the wall that separated them. Andreas looked at her with his mouth wide open and his eyebrows raised in surprise, thinking that this was a trap. Ivy extended her hand to the wall, saying that they were deceived. Behind her, a girl with brown hair, with blood flowing from her mouth and nose, stood up, calling the girl like a sister. Ivy turned around in surprise when she heard this and frowned. A girl with dark hair wrapped her arms around her shoulders. Her eyes were white. There were bandages wrapped around one of them, and she said that she was in pain. The blonde-haired girl looked at the girl in front of her in shock, her eyes wide and her mouth parted. Andreas frowned, looking at the wall in front of him. He held his hand by the wrist. Yellow energy emanated from it to the wall, and he said that he was powerless here. Someone said, "What a pity." The guy's eyes widened and he frowned, mentally asking what. The guy held his wrist, looking down with a shocked look. When the voice said "what a pity" many times, like a moth to a flame, Andreas looked up at the sky, where a huge purple portal opened. Inside the portal, only darkness was visible. The sky turned purple. Energy swirled in the air. Andreas looked at him in shock, his face illuminated with purple light and his mouth opened in surprise. The voice said, "Don't rush. Everything is God's will. Bow down in the name of laziness." Andreas frowned, looking ahead, thinking about laziness. He stood on the road with his arms outstretched and wondered why that name had come up now. He thought that the name of the game was a great sin. A large golden box, from which golden energy emanated. On its wall was visible a golden symbol of the sun in a golden ring. A huge tree, around which the grass glowed with a golden light. The sky nearby was red. The guy thought that starting from laziness, the 7 deadly sins separated from the main body, the code of the apocalypse, and by collecting them all, the final boss could be summoned. The guy stood, Thinking that these were the most important items for the plot, maddened residents appeared behind him and stretched their hands to the guy. Andreas jumped when two people tried to grab him, leaving a yellow mark from the jump. He flew over the distraught people, wondering why the name appeared in this village, which was not even mentioned in the main storyline. Andreas frowned and looked up when a hand tried to grab him and clenched his hand into a fist. Thinking that he couldn't handle it on his own, he needed to unite with the others. Bending sharply, the guy slid forward along the ground, next to the man's legs. He ran ahead of them. One of the people who ran after the guy had visible blood on his legs. The body of one of the village residents was cut into two parts. A stream of blood gushed out. Others ran forward behind her. Vivian swung her sword, cutting through the villagers, her eyes glowing with a bright red light. She smiled. Blood got on her hair and face. Khazar was leaning on the wall next to her. Christopher was sitting against the wall. The girl screamed at the residents to die. The main character ran to them, calling Khazar, and asking what happened to the girl. He turned to him. Khazar shouted that the main character was okay. He turned to the girl who was fighting and muttered that it was the first time he saw her like this. Andreas frowned, narrowing his eyes and looking away at the guy, thinking that he knew he couldn't trust the fanatic. He looked at Christopher, whose clothes were torn and who was sitting by the barrel, thinking that he didn't really want to leave his comrade in trouble. However, he would play along with him. Andreas frowned at the guy with brown hair and said that things were bad. Ivy was trapped inside the barrier. Khazar frowned and loudly asked what they should do. An unknown voice began to repeat the phrase, "What a pity." The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard this. The voice said whether he realized that he was killing defenseless residents. Khazar turned around in fear. To the side, drops of sweat were running down his face, and there was a purple sky above his head. He said about the voice. The guy with green hair next to him said that this was probably the work of a black magician. He turned to the guy with brown hair and said that he was most likely near the Ivy Observer. Khazar turned his back to the guy, frowned and shouted that she was in danger and he would go to her. Let him take care of the rest. Andreas frowned, looking after him, and thought that his intentions were too obvious. But this was better than a knife in the back. The guy turned to look at the girl with green hair, who swung her sword widely, cutting through several more villagers, raising a large cloud of dust. Andreas pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes, looking at her, thinking that apparently the black magician had driven her crazy, and if he made a mistake, it would hurt. Several people behind Vivian ran towards her. One of them extended his hands to the girl. The main character widened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth, thinking that she could dodge. Vivian waved her hand sharply, her red eyes glowing brightly. She pierced two villagers with her sword, impaling them on the sword, and the guy muttered that this was impossible. Laughing, Vivian waved her hand with a smile. Streams of blood splashed in front of her. Andreas behind her looked at her in surprise, tilting his head, and thought that she not only dodged, but was also able to counterattack. Someone said, "What a shame. A waste of valuable materials." Andreas frowned upon hearing this, looking ahead. He turned to the roof of the house, where a man in a dark cloak was sitting, asking what to do. The only survivor ran away. The guy replied that it didn't matter to him. In any case, he didn't count on him. The masked man put his hand on his knee, saying that the main character was surprisingly calm. Andreas smiled, frowned at him, looked over his shoulder, and said that he thought now was the time for the boss to appear. A man in a black cloak stood on the roof, looking down at the guy, and said that he doesn't know where his confidence comes from. The masked man extended his hand, his eyes glowing red, and he said that in recognition of his bravery, he would give him a chance to take the test. Andreas opened his eyes in surprise, looking down as he began to fall down, his hair and cloak flying. The guy frowned, narrowed his eyes, and mentally cursed. He found himself in red outer space. A red light emanated from his body, and the guy wondered if he had been careless. Andrea's eyes widened, his green hair flowing with energy. He extended his hand, which dissolved into thin air and was surrounded by purple energy. The guy's whole body began to dissolve, and he asked what was happening. Raising his hands and looking down at himself, Andreas's face also dissolved. Blue pixels were visible behind it, and the guy muttered that it was a dream. The main character looked at his hands in camouflage gloves and muttered a curse. A guy with short brown hair, blood running down his face. He looked at his hands, asking what and if it was a dream. He was hiding behind a small hill. A strong explosion thundered next to him. Various fragments flew into the air. The guy was holding a machine gun. Looking out, sitting on one knee, a helmet flew off next to him, and he wondered where everyone was. The main character held his head. Blood from his head fell into his eyes, pouring onto the guy's face. He stopped abruptly on the ground, kicking up dust under his feet. The boy's eyes widened as he looked forward. One of his eyes filled with blood, causing the white of his eye to turn red. A man stood on the hill in front of him. One of his arms was missing, and a fire was burning behind him. The man's eyes glowed white, drops of blood sprayed from his cheek and severed arm, and he muttered to Makoto to run. Makoto frowned at the man in front of him, asking Shuhei in a trembling voice. The main character screamed and ran towards the man, falling to the ground across the gray, scorched earth. He placed his hand on Shuhei's shoulder, shouting his name. The man's eyes rolled back and his mouth dropped open. Makoto put his hand under the man's head, looking at him, and loudly shouted a curse. He called Shuhei's name. Suddenly, one part of the man's face changed into the face of another person, a man with long green hair and closed eyes. Makoto froze, holding his hand under Shuhei's head and kneeling. Yellow lightning was flying around, and the guy thought who it was. The man held out a gold ring that had a black crest on it. He asked Andreas to take it. As long as he owned this ring, he would be recognized as the true lord of the Cromwell family. The man with green hair opened his eyes slightly, holding the ring and looking to the side. Golden lightning separated his image into fragments that contained Shuhei. The man with green hair said, he will no longer have to take on the burden of caring for his father. Andreas looked down at his father with tears in his eyes, his mouth parted. Parts of Makoto's face were visible in fragments. His father told the guy to be happy with Ami. The main character extended his hand forward. Golden lightning sparkled next to it. The man in the gray mask looked down, surrounded by purple energy. He asked loudly that a lot of lightning sparkled from the blue sphere on the ground. Andreas extended his hand from the portal, from which many black fragments also flew out. The blue sphere began to grow on the ground. She was surrounded by many black fragments, energy flying in the air, causing the dark cloak of the masked man to flutter. A strong explosion of blue energy, black fragments flying nearby. Andreas stood on the ground while blue energy and black fragments flying around him, reflecting the blue light. The man behind the mask looked at the guy in shock, asking how he was able to free himself from Lenny's curse. Andreas stood on the ground. His dark cloak fluttered from the energy that was in the air. White fog also hovered around and the guy was silent. A system window appeared before his eyes, and he thought that he was already tired of it. The system window showed Makoto Kaneshiro. Andreas Cromwell 100% degree of synchronization has been achieved. Makoto Kaneshiro's talent for fighting is exceptional received. The main character said that his sloth curse is just a dummy, which reveals a person's injuries. He stood in front of the system window, asking if it was the weak abilities of the one who applied the curse. The masked man extended his hand, over which a dark weapon appeared and black fog flew, asking what he just said. The black spear, surrounded by dark mist, flew forward. It crashed into the ground next to the protagonist, who dodged, destroying the rocks beneath it and leaving a cloud of fog in the air. Andreas looked up at the man with a smile, frowned and asked what he would do now. This would not work on someone like him, who had undergone special training and special powers. The man looked down at the guy. Several more projectiles of black energy appeared above him, with fog flying around them. He waved his hand and they flew forward, the man shouting at the guy to shut up. Andreas jumped to the side as black projectiles fell to the ground, destroying rocks from their impacts. The guy jumped to the side from 2 more blows, towards the large black ball. Christopher was visible, who was sitting against the wall. Andreas looked over his shoulder, narrowing his eyes and frowning, thinking that he himself was not that strong, but he could not cope with him without necromancy. The guy suddenly stopped with his foot on the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. He looked at the huge black sphere, thinking that everything should be fine. Under the feet of the main character lay the corpses of people. A girl with blonde hair was missing an arm. There was a bloody sword nearby, and the guy thought that no one would see. He looked at the masked man who jumped off the roof next to Christopher. The masked man looked gloomily at the main character from under his brows, asking who he was. Andreas turned to him, raising his hand, on which there was a small ball of blue energy, and replied that now he would see everything. Next to him there was a system window on which it was written, Initial Necromancy, Summon a Skeleton. The man looked forward in surprise with his brown eyes. The system window showed that 23 corpses were found. The skill level is too low. 9 corpses will be used. Under Andrea's feet, the corpses were surrounded by a blue fog. The skin began to peel off the corpses, leaving only a skeleton. The system window showed incipient necromancy. Summoning a skeleton was successfully applied. The guy's hair fluttered from the energy that was flying around him. Several skeletons stood behind the guy's back, and a masked man shouted if he was a necromancer. The man looked at the guy in shock. opening his eyes wide under the mask, and asked if the meeting knew everything. The guy with green hair frowned at him and thought that so the meeting of black magicians really exists. He misunderstood it, but he can use it. The system window showed that 7 regular skeletons and 2 regular skeleton soldiers were summoned. Andreas smiled, looking at the man with narrowed eyes. There were skeletons behind him, and a large black sphere was visible. He said that he was entrusted with restoring the page of laziness in the name of the council. The masked man raised his hand, putting it in front of him. A black fog began to gather above him, and he asked only with ordinary skeletons. The skeletons opened their mouths, running forward. The one behind raised his hands. The masked man spread his legs wide apart and waved his arms. A purple light shone on the ground next to him, and he loudly asked if the main character really thinks he can match the power of laziness. Many shells fell on the skeletons, breaking their bones, which broke into small pieces. Andreas watched as many spears fell to the ground where the skeletons were. Many yellow explosions went off, raising dust into the air. The bodies of the skeletons broke. The guy waved his hand and bent down, shouting an earthen shield. A black stone appeared from the ground in front of him, into which spears were stuck. The masked man raised his hand behind his back again. Another black spear appeared next to him. His eyes glowed with a faint purple light, and he told the guy to stop pretending. Andreas looked to the side, waving his hand. A blue portal appeared behind him, and he summoned Nickel. The masked man waved his hand, the black spear flying forward as black mist surrounded him, and he shouted that they were just pathetic bugs. Behind the protagonist, Nickel, wearing a brown glove, clutched a sword in his hand. He leapt forward, swinging his hand and cutting the black spear that the man threw. The masked man's eyes widened as he looked at it in surprise. He looked at the skeleton, whose eyes glowed red and black fragments were flying next to him. The main character stood behind him, his cloak fluttering in the wind, and the man thought that he could not believe it. His eyes were wide open, and he looked at them in surprise, thinking that an ordinary skeleton had cut his spear of darkness. The man extended his hand, above which a golden cube was flying, from which a bright light emanated. Andrea's eyes widened, and he frowned at the cube in the man's hands. Nickel held his hands out in front of him as a large gray hand with symbols on it came down on him. The cube above the man's hand opened up, turning into many golden plates with golden energy swirling around them. The main character looked at this in shock. A shadow fell on his eyes when he realized that this was a page of laziness. The masked man raised his hand, over which golden plates were flying. Golden lightning struck in the sky, and hands with sharp red claws grew out of the ground. Nickel fought with one of them. The masked man screamed that to think that someone like him could force it is to use the precious power of laziness. The man raised his head and extended his hand upward, shouting that he would pay with his life for interfering with his plans. Many hands came out of the ground, clenched into a fist. They hit the ground, causing dust to rise and stones to fly. Nickel jumped into the air, holding a sword in his hand. Andreas also jumped while the stones were breaking under his feet and clenched his hand into a fist, looking to the side. He frowned, looking down, and thought he could dodge his attacks. A skeleton in dark clothes and a red scarf swung his sword, fighting off many hands that reached for him, and the guy thought that he was very durable to block attacks. A man in a dark hood looked at the skeleton who was holding a sword, many dark hands flying towards him. The man's eyes were crazy, with small pupils, and he screamed at him to finally die. Andreas ran forward while strong blows passed near him, destroying the stones, and he thought that the attacks had become faster. The guy looked over his shoulder, narrowing his eyes and frowning as a blow flashed near him, and thought that he had trouble controlling the power, which meant that he had not yet fully mastered the power of laziness. The guy jumped to the side, dodging the black hands that flew behind his back and under him. Nearby Nickel was seen waving his sword, and the guy thought that he needed to go into his dead zone and strike. The guy landed next to the skeleton, who raised his hands and mentally called him. A strong blow hit the place where they were standing, and stones scattered to the side. Gray hands with symbols rose from the ground. A masked man stood next to the stones. Fog flew in the air. His eyes widened as he looked ahead, seeing something. Standing between the two rising arms was Andreas, holding his shoulder with his legs spread apart. The main character frowned, breathing heavily and looking at the man from under his brows, saying that he just created this skeleton. The masked man looked at him in surprise, tilting his head. He looked at the guy, next to which lay huge black hands. The man laughed, saying that he was sorry, but don't let him worry. The masked man extended his hand forward, guiding the black hands that sprouted next to him, and said that he would now send him to accompany the skeleton. 5 hands with red long claws rose above the guy while the guy stood still. He frowned, looking at them from under his brows, and a bead of sweat ran down his face. A blue portal appeared behind the masked man, from which Nickel with blue, glowing eyes emerged. The masked man's eyes opened in surprise, and a red glowing line ran across him. The man split into 2 parts, drops of blood stretched from one part to the other. The main character was visible between them. The purple energy in the sky began to dissipate, revealing the night sky and 3 moons on it. Andreas said that he was wondering who was hiding behind this mask. The guy stood in front of the corpse of a man, under which there was a pool of blood. Nickel stood next to a bloody sword in his hands. The mask fell off the man's face, revealing the face of a butler with black hair. His mouth was slightly open, his eyes were red, and there was blood on his face, and the main character thought that this man was the Baron's butler. He looked down, remembering how the butler bowed to him, thinking that the Baron himself had something to do with this. Next to the man's hand lay a golden cube from which golden energy emanated. Andreas took it in his hand, picking up the golden cube from the ground. He looked at the cube in his hand. The system window showed Apocalypse Code, Chapter 7, Diligent Sloth, Mana Recovery Rate 321%. The guy thought about what he should do with it. Not that he could just carry it around with him. The guy turned to Nickel, who was standing behind him, and thought he had Nickel. The skeleton was holding a golden cube in his hand. A portal opened behind him when the main character said to take care of it. Nickel entered the portal, looking at the cube and looking at it. Andreas thought that he would leave it in the summoned storage for better times. The guy walked up to a huge black sphere, looking at it, and said that the caster died. So why did the barrier not disappear? He remembered Vivian, whose eyes glowed red and who waved her sword. Andreas put his hand to his chin, looking at the black barrier, and thought that he didn't really care if they survived or not. But then he would have to explain why he was the only one who returned, and he couldn't reveal that he used black magic. The guy touched the black sphere. His fingers passed through the barrier, and he muttered that this barrier was different from the one he was in. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, and he opened his mouth, looking down. The guy was pulled into a black sphere. Only his legs were visible, and he thought that he was being sucked inside. There was a small amount of blue and purple light left on the black sphere. A little girl with curly green hair opened her mouth in shock and opened her eyes, trembling as she sat on the floor, looking at the red chair in front of her, wearing a beige dress with a red belt. The chair in front of her shook, and Vivian screamed, looking at him. A green translucent figure of the main character was sitting on the chair. He leaned over slightly, asking if this girl was Vivian. The girl fearfully put her hands on her head, shouting that the chair was talking. Was it really a ghost or a demon? Looking at her, the guy replied that he was neither a ghost nor a demon. Vivian fearfully clenched her hands into fists, looking at him with wide open eyes. Andreas put his hands on his knees, sitting opposite the girl, and said that he was a fairy who had come to save her. Vivian tilted her head in surprise. A red mark from the blow was visible on her cheek, and she raised her hand to herself. Andreas awkwardly pursed his lips, looking forward, and thought what he was talking about now. He thought that he needed to be calmer, and he was a fairy. Andreas stood at the window, watching as a girl with brown hair and a pink dress hit little Vivian on the cheek, and thought that the first thing he saw when he arrived here was some noble lady hitting little Vivian. He remembered standing at the entrance to the garden, next to 2 girls who were whispering to each other, and thought that because no one could see him, he could easily find out everything. A girl in a pink dress and brown hair, who covered her face with a blue fan, and the guy thought that he was able to find out that woman was the second wife of Count Belcan. A man in a blue cloak was sitting on a horse, looking back at a girl in a pink dress who was standing under an umbrella held by a maid. Andreas thought that this place was the estate of the Belcan family. A man with black hair and a mustache sat on a horse, holding the reins. The Belcan family is famous for its fencing, so the lord wanted a son to become his heir. Little Vivian stood near the bed on which a woman with green hair was sitting. The tray on the woman's lap was overturned. 2 spilled bowls of soup and bread were on the blanket. Andreas thought that because Vivian's mother was unable to give birth to a boy, the tragedy. The green-haired woman's face was hidden in shadow, revealing only her narrowed blue eyes as she asked why Vivian was even born. Little Vivian's eyes widened. She looked ahead with her lips pursed. The girl ran from the bedroom with tears in her eyes closed. Even her mother turned away from her. There was no one to protect her. Adult Vivian stood on the heads of dead people who glowed red, her cloak fluttering behind her. Loneliness and mistreatment condemned her to constant suffering, which sowed the seeds of madness in her. Little Vivian floated in the red water, tied by her arms, legs, and neck with chains. She closed her eyes, her hair and dress fluttering due to the water. Andrea's thought that time passed, and she fell more and more into madness. A cut ran through the body of a guy with black hair, from which blood flowed. The guy's eyes turned white, his mouth opened wide. Vivian stood with a smile on the mountain of corpses, clutching a severed head in one hand and a bloody sword in the other hand. Her body and face were covered in blood. She smiled, and her eyes glowed with a bright blue light. Andrea's thought that she was so mad that in her 5th year of study, she killed all the teachers and assistants that caught her eye. Little Vivian opened her eyes wide, putting her hand in front of her, and asked the fairy in fear. Andrea's thought that he could not help her forget her past. The main character frowned at the girl in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and thought that he could help her overcome him. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and snot flowed from her nose. She dropped her hands, sadly asking if he really came to help her. The chair in front of Vivian was empty while she was crying, and the guy loudly asked why she was crying. The girl covered her face with her hand, saying that no one had ever tried to help her. Andreas looked to the side in confusion, frowning and nervously thinking that he was a complete ignoramus in communicating with children. Vivian looked up, removing her hands from her face when Andreas said that she had a special talent. It was just that no one had noticed it yet. A large 3-story castle made of light brick, on which the sun was shining. Vivian asked what was special, and the guy replied that yes, she has a special and exceptional talent for fencing. Vivian closed her eyes, sitting on the floor, and lowered her head, saying that she had never picked up a sword before. The main character was not visible, but from the chair where he was sitting, his voice said that the fairy knew everything and let her trust him. Vivian lowered her gaze to the floor, folded her hands, and sadly said that everyone was scolding her, but the guy replied that everything was fine and he was on her side. The girl looked at the empty chair in front of her when Andrea's voice said that in return, she would promise him that she would not tell anyone about him. A large castle with a blue roof. Trees were visible around. The girl said that she promised. A woman with brown hair and a pink blouse put her hands on her hips, frowning and shouting at Vivian, who was standing in front of her. Andreas was sitting next to the girl, saying something to the girl. Andreas stood behind the girl with green hair, pointing forward at something and saying something to the girl. Vivian was holding a sword and shield in her hand, hitting a mannequin with it. A man with a long white beard stood behind her, his arms crossed over his chest. Vivian turned over her shoulder, looking at the man. Andreas was standing next to him. A girl with green hair was lying in bed, her eyes closed. A wooden sword lay next to her. The main character was sitting next to her, looking at her. A branch of a tree on which green foliage grew. The leaves on the tree turned yellow, and the sky darkened slightly. A month later, a girl in blue boots and a purple suit walked along the ground. Vivian put her hand to her face, looking to the side, and called the fairy, saying that she had come where he asked. The girl looked around, holding a wooden sword in her hand, and asked if he would teach her fencing again. Andreas stood behind a tree, crossing his arms over his chest and looking in the direction of the girl. He came out from behind the tree and asked why she was screaming so much. She wanted everyone to know. Vivian covered her mouth with her hand, raising her eyebrows in surprise. Andreas sighed and put his hands on his hips, saying that he said that no one should find out about him. Vivian smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of her head, saying that he was already here. The guy asked if they would start training, and the girl put her sword in front of her, getting into a fighting stance. The guy thought that this is how he spent the whole month training Vivian. The girl raised the sword above her, sharply bending down and lowering it. She brought the sword behind her back, putting her hand in front of her. Jumping sharply, Vivian looked to the side, pointing the sword to the side. Andreas thought that with his talent for exceptional combat, he tried his best as possible. It's better to train her. Vivian swung her sword, extending it in her hands, in front of her. The blow she struck left a cross-shaped mark in the air. She frowned, swinging her sword in the other direction, again leaving a golden mark from the blow, and pointed the sword forward. Andreas thought that she catches everything on the fly. Opening her eyes wide, the girl with green hair extended her hand, striking with her sword, and the guy thought that she really was a real prodigy. Vivian stopped, stretching her hand with the sword forward. White dust was flying around her. The grass was trampled, and the main character, looking at her, thought that these were not the movements of a child who a month ago did not even hold a sword in his hand. Vivian pretended to sheath her sword, looking forward, and the guy told her that it was not for nothing that the fencing teacher would grab her so much. The girl lowered her head and looked sadly and silently at the ground. She blushed slightly and looked away, trying to say something while the guy looked at her. Andreas looked down at the girl, wondering what was wrong with her. He thought that she had become quite confident in herself. Yellow leaves from a tree nearby were flying above them. The guy asked her if something was wrong and her movements were perfect. The girl replied that it doesn't matter how much praise she receives from the teacher. Vivian said that Mr. Fairy would never show himself to her. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard this, yellow leaves flying nearby. He frowned, looking down at the girl. Andreas raised his hand to his face, awkwardly looking away and said, "He's a fairy." Vivian lowered her head. Her eyes were hidden by a shadow, and she asked if it was because she was a bad child and that's why he wouldn't show up to her. The girl clenched her hand on the wooden sword she was holding, saying that she thought it would show itself if she tried her best and received recognition. She turned away from the guy, lowered her head. An orange leaf from a tree was flying above her, and the girl said that even so, even though she tried so hard, he still doesn't want to show himself. The main character stood silently behind her, looking at her, and Vivian asked if he wouldn't show up no matter what she did. A man with black hair approached the girl from behind, clasping his hands behind his back and saying that she surprised him. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She and Andreas turned back to the man, and the guy thought that it was Count Belcan. A man with black hair looking at the girl said that to think that such talent was hidden in her. He looked down at her, asking her to demonstrate fencing one more time. Vivian looked at him in surprise, eyes wide open, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she answered yes. Blue sky with clouds floating across it. A large castle around which trees with yellow leaves grew. Vivian pursed her lips as she slammed her sword forward in front of her, her strike sending rays of golden energy visible in the air, causing dust to rise under the girl's feet. The girl frowned, silently looking ahead. Count Belcan said as expected from Belcan blood, and Vivian looked to the side in surprise. Her cheeks flushed, a bead of sweat running down her cheek. She looked at the man's back as he walked away with his hands behind his back and said it was amazing. Vivian looked at her departing father in surprise, eyes wide open and blushing. Andreas stood behind her. Without turning to the guy, Vivian called him. She looked ahead, saying that this was the first time her father praised her. With a smile, the girl raised her head. Tears were visible in her eyes. Golden sparks were visible next to her, and she said that who would have thought? It was like a dream. Andreas looked at the girl in surprise, frowning. The sky above the main character began to crack as he looked in surprise at the girl with green hair, who said that she would like to stay with him a little longer. Already an adult Vivian with tears in her eyes and a smile turned to the guy. Behind her the background shattered into fragments, and she said that it was time to wake up from sleep. Andreas narrowed his eyes slightly, looking ahead sadly, and thought that she had already woken up. Vivian raised her hand and looked at her, lowering her head, saying that thanks to him, she was able to find the strength to move forward. She said that she thought it would help her not to dwell on the past anymore. Andreas looked at her silently as the reality around them shattered. He walked forward along the ground, on which golden cracks were visible, and called the girl by name. Andreas grabbed her wrist with one hand, and wrapped his little finger around her little finger with his other hand, talking about their promise. Vivian's eyes widened in surprise and she blushed, looking down at her hands. Andreas opened his mouth, asking the girl to hold him back. They stood opposite each other while the reality around them crumbled into fragments. A bright golden light emanated from them, and the girl said that of course she swears. Vivian looked at the guy with tears in his eyes, squeezing his little finger with hers, and thanked him for everything. A bright white light and a lot of fragments. The girl said that the fairy showed her a good dream. Many fragments flew down in the darkness. Andreas said that if it's Vivian, then she can do it. He was sitting next to a girl lying on the ground. There was a circle of purple energy around them. Blood splashes could be seen on the ground. Vivian turned her head, lying on the ground with her eyes closed. The guy held her hand by the wrist, taking her little finger with his, and sitting on one knee next to the girl. He thought, especially if this is Vivian from the dream. Baron Baloric is one of those who are behind the incident in the village of Trim. Ivy, Vivian, and Andreas stood next to the butler's corpse, which was cut into two parts. The guy pointed at him with his hand. The main character told Ivy about this after she independently got out of the barrier and joined them. Ivy put her hands on her hips, her face was hidden by a shadow, and she told the guy to cut off the butler's head so as not to damage his face. Andreas looked at her in surprise. Veins bulged on the girl's cheeks and neck, and her face was distorted with rage when she said that they were leaving for the Baron's castle right away. Andreas looked at Ivy over his shoulder in fear, glanced to the side, and thought that they had immediately moved out. He frowned and lowered his gaze, thinking that Christopher had died. Khazar had disappeared, nothing surprising. The armored man fell to the ground. The iron helmet flew off the man's head and he closed his eyes. A sword stuck into the ground next to his head, and the man looked at him with wide eyes, screaming. Ivy stood over the man, Other knights around pulled out their weapons, and the man loudly asked who they were and let them lay down their weapons. Ivy frowned, looking at the man with a serious look, saying that she was Ivy Clare, an assistant professor at the Academy of Rodland Faculty of Knights. From now on, anyone who tries to protect Baron Baloric will be accused of treason and killed on the spot. The main character looked at her in shock. There was Christopher on his back, and the guy thought, she's not going to kill them all. Ivy raised her head with black hair, showing it to the soldiers, and they looked at her in shock, their mouths open. The girl raised her head, from which blood was dripping and on which cuts were visible, asking if they recognized him. She sat on one of the knights while 3 more looked at her, saying that he was one of those who was responsible for what happened in the village of Thrym. Let them take them to the Baron immediately. The knights silently looked at the girl in shock, opening their eyes wide. A light castle with a blue roof, above which there was a blue sky with clouds floating across it. Ivy walked forward through the broken doors, followed by Vivian and Andreas. The girl with blonde hair said that they had arrived. Ivy froze, her eyes widened in surprise, and her mouth dropped open. Vivian and Andreas also froze, looking forward with shocked expressions. Baron Baloric sadly lowered his gaze, saying so Evan died. The Baron was sitting next to a huge monster who was tied to the sofa. The monster's body had swollen, becoming huge. Blonde hair was visible on its head, snot was flowing from its nose, and tears were flowing from its eyes. Its mouth with crooked teeth had opened. The bones of the spine were visible on its back, from which flesh dripped, and the Baron said that this was his son Edel. He put his hand on the monster, looking up at it, and said that it should have died of illness a couple of months ago. Andreas pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes, looking at him, thinking that now it's clear why he got involved in black magic. Baloric stood up. Purple veins were visible on the monster's body, and looking at the group. The man said that while he was looking for a cure, a man dressed in a robe came. He said that he knew a way to help his son. The man looked at Edel, holding out his hand to him, while the group and the knights stood behind him, saying that he asked to save his son, no matter the cost. Baloric stood facing the group, pointing to his son, tears flowing from his eyes and saliva from his mouth. He cried out that even if it meant bringing him to such a pitiful state. Ivy clenched her teeth, looking at him with anger. Andreas looked at her next to her. Baloric turned to the monster, who was looking at him, and called. He fell to his knees, keeping his hand on his son's body, and lowered his head, asking him to forgive his stupid father. Ivy approached him, holding a sword in her hand. The girl grabbed the man by the back of his clothes, clenching his hand into a fist. She threw him to the ground, and turning around, screamed, "Let him tell this to the people who were killed by him and his butler." The 2 knights looked in shock as Baloric lay on the ground, who coughed in pain, calling out to the man. Ivy pointed forward with her sword, asking why they stood up, and now let them call the investigation team and get rid of this monster. The 2 soldiers looked at the girl in surprise, agreeing. Andreas extended his hand to the floor. A sharp stone flew above his hand. He mentally said "stone spear" and extended his hand forward, throwing the stone. Vivian, who was standing nearby, looked at the guy in surprise. Baloric raised his fearful gaze, looking ahead. Ivy turned around in surprise at Edel. The stone hit his eye. Blood sprayed from the wound. He screamed loudly in pain, and Baloric's eyes widened in horror as he looked at him, trying to say something. Edel screamed loudly, and the 3 soldiers opened their eyes wide, looking at it in horror. He fell silent, dying, blood dripping from his eye. Ivy and Vivian silently looked at him. Andreas stood behind them. The girl with blonde hair turned to the guy, asking why he did this without his permission. The main character opened his mouth, saying that the creature created by the black magician must be dealt with immediately before it can do anything. Andreas frowned, sadly lowered his gaze, and said that besides, all important information should be in the hands of the Baron, and isn't he right? After the Imperial investigation team immediately arrested and took the Baron away, Baloric walked into an armored cart while several dark-hooded men looked on. Edel's dead body was tied to a cart, with several soldiers standing next to it. When they returned to the academy, Vivian and Andreas were called to testify. A girl with light green hair and the main character were sitting at a wooden table. Opposite them was a man with dark hair and a beard. Another man with black hair stood next to him with his arms crossed. A huge dark castle with a black roof. Someone said that it was obvious that he was in cahoots with a dark magician. Vivian and Andreas frowned and looked ahead. A chandelier with candles was shining brightly above them, and the man opposite said to bring the Baron. They need to interrogate him again. The man with black hair sitting at the table raised his hand, saying that he thanked them for their cooperation and they could go. a dark castle with green trees growing around it. Vivian and Andreas walked up the stairs, looking down, and the guy frowned, thinking that the consequences of a connection with black magic would be very serious. He looked over his shoulder, thinking he should thank him. Edel was tied, his mouth wide open in pain. People in black hoods stood next to him. Their eyes glowed red. Andreas thought that if he had not killed his son, a group of mad wizards would have subjected him to cruel experiments. Vivian asked if Mr. Fairy did this on purpose, and the main character's eyes widened and he frowned. He looked at the girl, who looked at him over her shoulder, clarifying that she was talking about the Baron's son. Andreas remembered little Vivian, who blushed slightly and raised her eyebrows, asking that he killed him so that he would not suffer. The guy turned away from the girl, lowered his gaze and asked about the fairy, and what she was talking about. He thought that he almost answered like a fairy. Vivian raised her eyebrows at the guy and replied that he sounded like a fairy. They walked along the road, and Lucia ran towards them, calling the main character. The girl with pink hair smiled, breathing heavily and blushing, asked if they were done with their business. Andreas looked at her, answering that the hearing was over. Lucia showed them the tablet with a smile, which the guy looked at in surprise. The girl with a smile told him to look here. The tablet screen showed a photograph of Ivy, Vivian, and Andreas standing in front of a man with black hair. Below were two portraits, Christopher and Khazar. News feeds were visible below. On some it was written, Rodlen Academy students defeated a black magician. Special praise from Imperial Investigation Team. Andreas stood in front of a girl with pink hair, who said that a little time had passed since the potion was unveiled. The guy replied that he so wanted peace and quiet. Lucia closed her eyes and raised her hand up with a wide smile, blushing and shouting that she heard that they received an award and let them treat her with delicious food. Andreas looked at her displeasedly, saying that the money from the reward should be divided among everyone, and she wants to bankrupt him. The girl with pink hair looked at him sadly, clenching her hand into a fist. She pointed to Vivian, who was standing nearby, and said, "She appeared in the news with him." Andreas asked what. She just noticed her, and this is Vivian, a third year of their night faculty. Andreas pointed at the girl with pink hair and closed his eyes, saying that she was a little stupid. Lucia bowed and awkwardly scratched the back of her head, saying her name and saying that it was nice to meet you. Vivian also bowed back, saying her name. Lucia turned to the guy and raised her index finger, smilingly saying that they would return to the topic. Anyway, he got the money, didn't he? So they can have a celebratory dinner, and at the same time celebrate the release of their potion. A huge tower surrounded by green trees. Andreas said that the judges have not yet made a decision, so they will arrange dinner some other time. Lucia replied, "Oh well." She walked forward along the road and looked over her shoulder at Vivian and the main character, saying that they would see each other tomorrow in the magic tower. The guy replied that yes, he would not forgive her if she was late. Rodlin, the magic tower. Andreas dragged Lucia on his back, walking along the road to the magic tower, shouting that he knew that this would all end. The guy was breathing heavily as he walked along the road and said that he was a fool for trusting her. Lucia asked him to go slow while Andreas pulled her up the road to the magic tower. The girl closed her eyes while sweat flowed down the protagonist's face, and he frowned with displeasure. They approached the tower, to which the blue road led. Next to its gate a man asked Andreas and Lucia, "Right?" A guy with blonde hair and glasses was holding a notebook in his hands. Looking at it, Andreas answered yes, holding a girl in his arms, who threw her head back, and the guy with glasses told them to follow him. They walked along the stairs. Gears were visible below, around which energy of different colors glowed. A guy with blonde hair said that the space in the Tower of Magic is constantly changing, so they must follow him step by step. Andreas told the girl to get up and go on her own. On that she replied that she had woken up. They walked side by side, and without looking back at the guy, Lucia asked about Vivian that she met yesterday. Andreas turned his gaze to the girl, who asked what kind of relationship the main character had with her. The guy replied that it didn't seem to be any. Lucia looked at the guy with displeasure, humming questioningly, and he, without turning to the girl and looking forward, mentally thought what happened. They followed a guy with glasses. Gears were flying around them and blue and purple energy was glowing, and the girl said okay, but they would definitely go to dinner. Andrea said she's rich. Why is she asking to treat her? The voice said that they were not nervous at all and how cocky. Lucia's eyes widened when she heard this. The main character's eyes so widened, and he bit his lip upon hearing this. He thought about that voice. A man with black hair and a white stripe on his hair hugged the two of them by the shoulders. An eagle was visible above him. His eyes were bandaged with a beige rag. The guy with glasses turned at them in surprise. Andreas looked to the side, frowning, a bead of sweat running down his face glowing with gold and green energy. Lucia also turned to the side, her mouth slightly open, while gold and green energy also shone next to her face. A man with black hair and a mustache smiled. There was an eagle's head next to his face, and gold and green energy flew around, and the main character realized that this was the owner of the magic tower, Bart Alvin. A scroll with a black and white image of a magic tower. It was written on it, a magic tower, a place for research by wizard engineers who made huge contributions to the development of civilization. It all started with a levitating mana train. Many other things were invented, such as mana lamps and fertilizers. The more famous the magic tower becomes, the more money it receives from the government and nobility. The guy with the glasses looked over his shoulder, asking for the master of the tower. The man stood between Lucia and Andreas, who also looked back at him. He was wearing a white suit with gold accents, and on the man's shoulder sat a huge eagle with sharp claws. The eagle flew off the shoulder of Bart, who turned to the main character, placing his hands on his hips. The man smiled, looking at the main character, and said, "So he is his son. The same stupid face as his. Bart Alvin, a bright golden light." Diane put her hand on her head. Her hair was blowing in the wind. A guy with brown hair stood with his back. His hair was pulled back into a ponytail. A large silver sword with a black hilt. Bart with his arms crossed on his chest. His black the cloak fluttered behind his back, the coat of arms in the form of a silver eagle. A large mansion with golden light shining around it. Bart is the head of the Alvin family and the current master of the magic tower Rodlan. Andreas lowered his head and bit his lip, thinking that the tower master really wanted to complicate his life with his personal appearance. Even though it was an ordinary insult, he was directly overwhelmed with anger. Bart turned to Lucia, asking what he believed to be Viscount Hollington's daughter. The girl bowed to the man and answered yes, giving her name. Bart raised his head and crossed his arms over his chest and said that if they want people to remember their names, then they need to look less ordinary. Lucia shuddered, and the main character looked displeased at the man, thinking that they heard everything. Bart walked forward and said that he would help them with this. He waved his hand, towards which the eagle was flying, and said to get out of the way. The guy with glasses agreed. An orange light began to shine around the man. Andreas turned to the side in surprise, his hair fluttering with energy, and he clenched his teeth, thinking about what it was. He bent down slightly, his cloak fluttering behind him. Lucia put her hand on her skirt, holding it, and raised her hand to her face, looking at the guy and whispering to him that the tower master was truly a monster, capable of using such complex spells of spatial magic, but such a feeling that he is playing pranks. Bart smiled, clenched his teeth, and frowned, saying that he could even hear them whispering. Blue, yellow, pink, and orange energy glowed brightly, mixing together. All four who were standing on the stairs disappeared from their place, leaving only a bright white beam of light. The group appeared in a room where there was a long wooden table, at which 3 people were sitting, with a bottle of potion on a stand in front of them. The 3 people at the table opened their mouths in shock, looking with wide eyes at the people who appeared. One of them shouted that it was the tower master. Bart looked at the people who stood up from the table, asking if the evaluation of the potion had finished yet. One of the men said that yes, they had just finished testing the effectiveness. Bart took the red potion in his hand, looking at it as one of the dark hooded men said that the only thing left was to ask a few questions about the production method. Bart drank the red potion from the bottle, throwing his head back. He looked down at it, holding it in his hand, while Lucia and Andreas stood behind him. The man said that there was the essence of the Totaro tree, mohin leaves, jahaz fruit, and peony mushroom. The man looked over his shoulder and shook the potion flask lightly, asking Lucia if there was anything else in it. The girl closed her eyes and bowed slightly, saying that there was Hong food extract and Matarata root. Bart approached the girl, who opened her eyes in surprise, and said interestingly. The people at the table and the guy with glasses looked in shock as the man leaned towards the girl with a smile, saying that he had heard rumors, but to think of creating such a potion at such a young age. Bart turned to the other people in dark cloaks who stood up and told them that since the assessment was completed, let them approve it. A bright golden light flashed in front of the main character, and dust rose into the air. The man flew into the air, stroking the eagle that flew next to him, and asked why the son of the Cromwell family was here. Andreas and Lucia raised their heads to him. The protagonist's eyes widened and he frowned, silently looking to the side. Bart rubbed his chin with his hand and raised an eyebrow, saying that on paper they were working together, but in reality he didn't do anything, did he? Andreas was silent, his eyes covered with green hair. He was silent, and Lucia turned to him, looking at the guy. She looked up at the man and replied that without him, she would not have been able to create this potion. Looking down at them, Bart asked if she could, and the girl looked at the main character, answering that yes, he did most of the work. but she only helped a little. The man with black hair frowned. A bright golden light shone around him and he replied, "Okay. Now he will check it." The man reached out and snapped his fingers together. Andreas and Lucia were illuminated by a bright golden light, their hair fluttering with energy, and the girl put her hand to her chin, looking down and saying that apparently he could not use magic outside the magic tower. The guy closed one eye and looked at her in surprise, thinking that she is even now analyzing his actions. Bart, Lucia, and Andreas appeared in the laboratory, where other people were sitting at round tables. On the tables were items for making potions, as well as various ingredients. The man told the main character to make a potion right here. All the ingredients were in the storage room. The guy agreed. Andreas was sitting at one of the tables, holding a bottle in his hands. Bart stood next to him with his arms crossed over his chest. Other people looked at the guy in surprise. The table was filled with various tools for brewing potions. Various vials, burners, and test tubes on the table. Andreas thought that if he used something he had not used before, it would be a problem, so he chose these. 5 minutes later, Bart held a bottle of red potion in his hand, wiping his lips with his finger. He stood in front of the main character, extended his hand, and said that he recognized that he had made the potion correctly. The other people in the lab, a man with glasses and white hair and a guy with black hair, looked at Bart, who crossed his arms and said that they would now move on to asking why he added hung pishy extract. Andreas extended his hand, looking at the man, and replied that he added it too. He extended his hands, standing next to the round table, looking at the man who crossed his arms over his chest and explained something. The other people in the laboratory opened their eyes in surprise, turning to look at the guy who was talking about getting rid of such effects and increasing its effects. Lucia also looked at the guy in surprise, opening her mouth and wondering what it means he can explain so well. Bart pointed his finger at the guy, saying that everything was clear and he didn't have to continue. Andreas frowned at the man and replied that he hadn't finished the explanation yet. The man with black hair began to remove his blindfold. He said that he, of course, had not seen him for a long time. Lucia and the main character looked at the man, standing next to each other. Bart approached the guy's face, crouching down and putting his hands on his leg. The guy recoiled from him. And the man said that the guy he knew would never in his life be able to come up with such a potion. He frowned, his blue eyes shining brightly, and he asked who Andreas was. Lucia looked at the man in surprise, her eyes wide open. Several people in black hoods also turned to look at him. Bart looked at the main character with displeasure, placing his hands on his hips, looking at him. Andreas frowned, lowering his gaze. He suddenly chuckled, lowering his head. The guy closed his eyes and asked with a smile if he was joking. "He is Andreas Cromwell." The main character opened his eyes and looked at Bart, smilingly saying that he was the one he constantly joked about and treated like a bug. The man silently looked at the guy, slightly tilting his head and bending down. He straightened up, standing in front of him, and said that he had become an interesting young man. Bart smiled and frowned, looking at him, and offered him an argument. The main character looked at the man in surprise, raising his eyebrows. Bart said that if he made another potion this year and it passed the test, he would pay off all the Cromwell family's debts. Andreas's eyes widened in surprise, and he opened his mouth slightly, beads of sweat running down his face. The man blindfolded his eyes with a gold ribbon, pulled his hands back, and said that he would also fulfill one of his wishes. He said, however, if he fails, the guy will immediately leave the academy. Andreas frowned at the man, and Lucia also turned a surprised look at him. Bart put his hands on his waist while standing in front of the main character, asking what he thought. Andreas frowned, looking at the man with his gray eyes. He thought that the conditions were so-so, but the guy closed his eyes and smiled. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly, saying that he agreed, and as the heir of the Cromwell family, he could not refuse such an offer. Bart looked at the guy with a smile, his eyes hidden under the blindfold, and he told him that he hoped that he would actually succeed with his confidence. The eyes of the man under the mask widened in surprise, and he opened his mouth slightly. The main character smiled, looking resolutely at the man, and Bart remembered how his father smiled in the same way, looking at him with the same look. He remembered standing next to a man who had long green hair and who put his hand on his shoulder. Bart remembered the big bright house and how a man with long green hair put his hand on the hair of little Andreas, who was smiling widely, and little Ami was hugging her father. Bart smiled, tilted his head, and said that he was looking forward to it. Many inscriptions in the dark, on which were, time remaining, 10 minutes, remaining time, 60 seconds, remaining time, 42 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3, 2, 1. Angela leaned her hand on the floor, lying on the floor, next to red energy shone with her hand, and the girl sighed loudly. She rose to her feet, body bowed and head down, her long hair touching the floor, a mist of pink energy all around. She looked at her hand and frowned. There was a bright yellow explosion. Fragments flew to the sides. Angela waved her hand, destroying the wall. The stones lay on the floor, raising a cloud of dust. She looked forward into the dark dungeon and at the broken stones. She opened her mouth slightly, dust flying in the air next to her. The girl remembered the main character, who smiled, saying that she must swear by the name of her family. She smiled, sharp white teeth visible in her mouth. Angela remembered how the guy looked at her with a frown, telling her to swear that she would not kill him. The girl smiled, clenching her teeth, her vampire fangs poking out, and her red eyes glowing as she thought of Andreas. A scroll with an image of an eagle that spread its wings. It was written on it, "The Bearer of the Storm." A spiritual monster with a high level of intelligence can control lightning and wind. It is very difficult to tame one of these. A large city in which many lights shone, a park and a fountain in it were visible, as well as many houses. Andreas kept his hand on the cardboard box with handles, thinking that he was compensated for part of the cost of materials so that the need for money decreased a little. He looked ahead, sitting on the bench, and thought that as long as he made potions, he could concentrate solely on training. The guy lowered his gaze, narrowed his eyes, and thought that the only mystery now was the page of laziness. In the train window, one could see Andreas, who was sitting in his seat, thinking that no matter how he thought about it, he didn't know how to use it correctly. It was probably worth exchanging it for the necessary things. The guy frowned, looked down, and thought that nothing could be done. Andreas remembered Karen's gloomy face looking down at him and thought that he would have to use Sharon. The setting sun was visible behind the clouds, turning the sky orange. The train stopped. White fog emanated from it. Andreas walked in a crowd of people, holding a small cardboard box in his hands, with a train visible behind him. He walked in long brown boots, his cloak swaying next to his feet. Chest of the main character, wearing a white shirt, with a cape secured with a gold button. Andreas looked ahead, a drop of sweat running down his cheek, trees visible behind him. He frowned and turned to the side. The guy stopped in front of a large mansion that was surrounded by a fence. The guy stood in front of a large black patterned gate. Andreas frowned and looked to the side, stopping. He walked on, saying that it probably seemed to him that a man in a black cloak was sitting on a tree above him, with his head down looking at the guy. Angela smiled, clenching her sharp teeth, strands of hair falling into her face. Andreas was sitting in the office on a black sofa. Sitting in front of him was Sharon, who said that the hot topic of discussion of the academy had finally decided to visit him. Sharon took a bottle of red potion in his hand, looking at it, and asked about this same potion. Andreas answered yes. He came to report to him immediately after the end of the exam. The man put the potion on the table, leaned over, and said that he had been researching it in secret and was now trying to pretend to be a good student. Andreas replied that he had not planned to. Sharon clicked on a book on one of the bookcases, telling him to shut up and just follow him. A purple portal opened next to the man, inside of which blue energy shone, and he turned over his shoulder, saying that he would hammer into his head what it means to be a good student. Andreas looked at him, thinking that he was offended by something so banal. How petty. He and Sharon walked down a long round staircase. A bright blue light shone above the man's hand, and the guy thought that it looked like he couldn't bring up that topic today. Andreas frowned at the man in front of him, thinking that he would not talk to him when he was in a bad mood. He should be content with checking the vampire's condition. The two of them went down into the dungeon, where orange dust flew in the air, broken earth and stones lying on it. Karen's eyes widened in shock, and he frowned at this. The man stood in front of a destroyed dungeon. Tables were broken. Several corpses lay on the ground, and a severed hand was visible. The eyes of the main character standing behind also widened, and he thought that it seemed like the evolution had been successful. The two of them walked to a cage with broken bars. Sharon went inside. Andreas looked back while the man was sitting on the ground. The guy thought that it was a pity that he could no longer see the vampire. She was a good example. Sharon held the broken chain in his hand, cursing loudly. He squeezed it in his hand and clenched his teeth, a vein popping out on the man's forehead. Sitting on the ground, he called the main character, and he looked at him, asking what. Sharon turned to the side. His eyes turned red with anger, and he asked if the guy had done something with Angela's restraints. Andreas looked at the man's back, standing at the entrance to the cage, and answered no. He still wants to live. The guy frowned and looked away, thinking about how stupid the man was. He looked at Sharon, who rose to his feet, shouting that even though she was just a hybrid. The man was holding broken chains in his hands, and Andreas covered his face with his hand, looking at it with a smile, thinking that this was what he needed. Screaming loudly, Sharon raised his hands above his head. His face contorted in rage, his mouth and eyes opened wide. The round staircase that went down to the dungeon. Some noise was heard. Andreas walked along the road from the Sharon mansion. The sky was dark. 3 moons were visible. The guy looked away, thinking that he would bring the page of laziness another time. He looked forward, pursing his lips, red hair visible above the guy's head. Someone called him. The girl's hair sank even lower and Andreas opened his eyes in fear. Angela cupped his face with her hand, the guy in the air and holding onto a tree branch with her other hand. Her eyes glowed red and the guy realized that she was waiting for him in ambush. Angela found herself behind the main character, holding her hand on his face and looking at him, saying that she wanted to ask something since she woke up, and he would answer her. The girl smiled, knitted her eyebrows and asked the guy to look at her. Andreas looked at the girl next to him, a bead of sweat running down his face. Angela held the edge of her cloak with her hands, looking down at the guy and with a smile called him a good boy, telling him to now tell her everything about the power she received. Andreas frowned, looking at the vampire and asked why she was doing this. Didn't he keep his word? Angela closed her eyes and bowed her head when the guy said that she should know the price for breaking the family oath. Angela hovered next to the guy. She was surrounded by pink energy and hugging him by the shoulder. The girl put her other hand to her cheek, saying that of course she knows, but she can't help but ask him. They stood in the middle of the road. There were bushes and trees around. 2 moons were shining in the sky. The girl said that with her strength she would not be able to free herself from the restrictions, no matter what she did, so she went a different way. Angela approached the guy's face with a smile, asking if he knew what amazing method she used. The girl's eyes widened and she looked at Andreas in surprise, wondering why he smelled like that, just like a great sin. She smiled again. Her eyes glowed red and the girl said that she finally understood. Andreas turned his gaze to the girl, looking at her questioningly. She put her hand on the guy's cheek, stroking it and said that it was interesting. Andreas asked what she was talking about. His eyes widened as Angela grabbed him by the throat. The main character hit a tree, letting out a groan of pain. The leaves from the tree flew down to the ground. Andreas closed his eyes, placing one hand on Angela's wrist, which kept him pinned to the tree, bringing his other hand with sharp red claws back. She lowered her head low, leaned over, and pointed her index finger forward, wagging it, saying that she still wanted to ask him a lot, but the place was not the right one, so they would end there. Angela raised her head, brushing her hair out of her face and smiled, saying that they would see each other soon. Her red eyes glowed brightly and she frowned as she held the guy, saying that she would use her new power for good, and since he helped her, she wanted to thank him. Andreas clenched his teeth, looking down at the girl in fear and thought what kind of power this was. She told him not to worry, and she wouldn't hurt him. Angela licked her lips. Saliva ran down her tongue, and she said that perhaps fate itself had brought them together. A scroll with an image of a skull, a horn, and a heart. It was written on it, "Drop materials." When the great sin was a simple game, only useful things dropped out, however. Since the game turned into reality, Andreas has to process the materials himself, which makes it very difficult to obtain them. An elite dormitory, a large white building with a blue roof, above which there was a blue sky, and a fountain was visible nearby. On the balcony on the 2nd floor, at a round white table, sat Diane and a girl with blonde hair. A girl with black hair with a wide smile was holding a book that had a picture of a knight in it, pointing at it. The blonde in front of her leaned her elbow on the table, resting her head on her cheek. Next to Diane there was an image of a man who clenched his hand into a fist, an image of a knight in a helmet, and an image of a knight with black hair and a sword. She said then Lord Philip with a sword. The blonde closed her eyes and wiped her tears with a green handkerchief, interrupting the girl and asking her to stop her sermon. A white and purple teapot. Next to it stood a white mug of tea on a purple plate. Diane showed a thumbs up, blushed slightly and said with a smile, calling the girl Julia, that if she studied everything carefully, she too could find a knight to root for. The girls were illuminated by the sun, and Julia raised her hand, saying that apparently Lucia's potion passed the evaluation of the magic tower. Diane let out a surprised exclamation, asking at her age. She smiled, bringing the cup to her lips and remembered the girl with pink hair who was sleeping on the textbook, thinking that she had heard that Lucia was very lazy, but it seems that it was all a lie. Diane lowered her cup, opening her eyes and mouth wide and displeasedly thinking this is so cool. Why didn't she do that when she first arrived? Julia was holding a white tablet in her hands and smiled broadly, looking down at it and saying that there was something else surprising in this news. She showed a page on which there was a photo of Lucia and Andreas, as well as 2 other people. Julia asked her friend to look and asked if she could believe it. Diane opened her eyes in surprise, looking at the photo and asked about Andreas Cromwell. The photo showed the main character holding the potion, Lucia holding the certificate, a man with dark hair wearing a cloak, and a man with a brown beard and hood, as well as a golden staff. Andreas, who was holding a bottle of red potion with a frown. Julia said that to think that such a mediocrity like him took part in creating the potion, when she first heard about it, she thought that this news was fake. Diane remembered little Andreas, who, smiling widely, held her hand and ran forward, pointing to a large tree. She looked at the tablet, thinking that after the fall of his family, he could only rely on his surroundings and talent. The book, which depicts a knight with red glowing eyes and a knight sitting on a horse, raising a sword in his hand, Diane thought that Andreas was saying what he could achieve on his own. She remembered the guy on the train who put the book in his bag, wondering if he could really change. She stood up from the table while Julia looked at the tablet with a smile, saying that the Trash King was able to achieve this on his own. Diane looked forward from under her brows. An eagle was sitting on the girl's shoulder, and she thought that she needed to see this for herself. A study hall where many students sat at desks. In the center, there was a whiteboard and a stand with a microphone. Lucia looked at the main character, who was sitting in a black hood, covering his face with a scarf, and asked why he was wearing so many clothes. The guy replied that he was not feeling well. A girl with pink hair put her hands on the desk, asking why he came to class then. Despite the girl, Andreas said that he needed attendance for graduation. The professor entered the hall, opening the red door. The professor held sheets of papers in his hands as he walked to the whiteboard, and Andreas looked at him, thinking about last night. The neck was visible, hidden under the guy's cloak. A bite was visible on it. He thought that such huge scars on the neck should not be shown. He remembered how Angela pressed him to a tree, biting the guy in the neck. The guy frowned, hiding his face behind a scarf, and thought that she said that fate itself had brought them together, and there was some kind of smell coming from him. And what was she even talking about? Andreas sighed, looking down, sitting next to Lucia, and thought that she bit him on the neck and immediately disappeared. The professor at the pulpit asked if everyone had arrived, and several students at their desks answered yes. The dark-haired professor raised his eyebrow and said that then they will begin. He saw a guy sitting in a hood and scarf, breathing heavily. The professor frowned and pursed his lips, looking at him and remembering the photo of the guy and the article with the potion. He turned to him, putting his hands on his hips, and asked the main character why he put on so many clothes. Was he really sick? Andreas straightened his scarf and lowered his head, saying that yes, he had a cold. Looking at the guy, the professor said that it seemed like researching the potion had tired him, and he had already marked it, so the guy could go. Andreas stood up from his seat and thanked the professor. He took the strap of his slave in his hand, looking at the professor, who said that, however, he was somehow sad. The man put his hand to his chin, saying that he had asked even him, the professor of herbalism, for advice on whether it was difficult to include his name. Andreas frowned, looking at the man, and thought what he was talking about. He didn't do anything and wants to get fame. The guy raised his index finger while standing on the stairs and said that he was very grateful for the advice given to him. Lowering his hand, Andreas said that especially for the one that touched Hong food extract and Moderat root. Lucia and the other students turned to the guy in surprise. The girl with pink hair opened her eyes wide and smiled nervously, thinking that he was really provoking the teacher. Andreas recalled that the professor said that if he added them, he would get soup instead of a potion, and as he saw, the soup turned out very good. The man with glasses frowned and bit his lip, looking at the guy irritably. The girl with blonde hair and the guy looked at the main character with wide eyes. The other students also turned around to look at him in surprise. Andreas walked past the professor, who, despite looking at the guy, said that he was going too far. Andreas walked further, lowering his head and holding the strap of his bag, saying that he did not feel well. The professor turned to the guy and shouted his name loudly. A vein bulged on his temple. Sweat flowed down his face. Andreas put his hand on the handle of the red door, stopping. The guy did not turn around at the professor, thinking that when he was trampling in the mud, he made fun of him, and now he wants to make friends. The guy frowned, standing with his back to the professor and students, thinking that they would shut up and be jealous. He could attend other classes if he needed glasses. The professor looked at the guy irritably, loudly asking how long he would continue to ignore him. Suddenly someone called the man. He turned to the side, asking Lucia. The girl stood looking at the man and, blushing slightly, said with a smile that she could explain on behalf of Andreas. As one of the creators of the potion, Andreas frowned, thinking what she was up to. The bespectacled man put his fist to his face and cleared his throat, giving permission. Andreas looked over his shoulder as the girl said that they had been learning the basics of potion making in his classes. Lucia spread her arms to the sides, The other students turned to look at her. The professor's face was sweating heavily, and he smiled nervously when the girl said that they then put them into practice. Many students in the upper rows looked down at the girl, their eyes wide open in surprise. Lucia narrowed her eyes and smiled darkly, saying that they had come to the conclusion that it was very important to carry out research without anyone's help. She asked if it was their duty as wizards, and the man with glasses lowered his head, smiling and stuttering that she was right. Andreas looked at him with a frown, thinking that she was able to convince him. Lucia closed her eyes, smilingly saying that next time they would ask for his advice if he wasn't too busy with his own research. The professor looked up at her and said with a wide smile that they could always turn to him for help. He turned to the main character, waving his hand at him, telling him to take care of himself and get well. Andreas straightened the scarf on his face, thinking about Lucia and how she knows how to get out. Lucia winked at the guy and smiled, putting her hand to her head. Andreas smiled, looking at the girl. He closed his eyes and opened the door, leaving the office, thinking that he didn't know why, but thank you. A big city, carriages drove along the road, trains were visible. Someone said that he was reporting on potential candidates. A large white building with golden windows and a blue roof. The man continued that he would start with the students who had just been enrolled in Rodlin Academy. A large white room, with a golden chandelier on the ceiling. A man with red hair was sitting at the table. Opposite his table there was a round table and a pair of blue chairs. A man with red hair and a beard was sitting in a blue robe with a yellow pattern. He was holding a tablet in his hands, looking at it with a frown. Officer Wu Ongwa, Duke and Aura Master of Sinclair Cloche. Wu rested his cheek on his palm, tilted his head with a smile, and asked, "The daughter of the Everlast Company created a new potion and released it into production." A girl with dark hair and glasses looked down at the man, answering that it was true. They called the potion Everlast and released it for sale. The man turned, looking at the girl, and asked if there was a sample. She answered positively. Wu held a small bottle of potion in his hand, looking at it, and said that if she made it as a first year, he thinks many will be interested in her when she graduates. The man drank the potion from the bottle while the girl nearby said that this is why they need to contact her right now. The man agreed, asking her to also check if anyone else had their eye on her. Wu looked at his hand, clenching it into a fist. The woman leaned over, adjusting her glasses on her face, and asked about the effect. The man smiled, looking at the fist and clenched his teeth, smiling, saying that the effect was amazing. A large white building, with a blue roof, a green lawn was visible at the exit, several fountains watered evenly planted bushes. Wu said that it was several times more effective than its counterparts available on the market, and also without side effects. If they could do it well spread, it would revolutionize the entire market. The girl told him that, however, there was something else worth mentioning. The girl leaned over, pointing her finger at the tablet the man was holding, and said that the news said that the potion had several creators. An article with a photograph of the main character. Wu put his fist on his cheek, looked down at the tablet and frowned, asking about Cain Cromwell's son, and did he really have a talent for creating potions from the very beginning? The girl raised her index finger, answering that it doesn't seem like it, but there is also a rumor that he used the name Everlast. Whitehall, there was a rack with various weapons hanging on the wall. Wu asked if they would then add his name as the creator. The girl answered no. Families do not maintain relationships with each other. The man stretched, raised his hands and yawned, closing his eyes, answering that then he would have to check everything. If it turns out that he awakened talent, then let him add him to the list of candidates. The girl picked up the tablet, looking at it, and said that it was accepted. It was raining outside, and there was a bright light shining from the window of the building. A man in a black suit stood next to a chair, where there was also a stand on which candles were burning. The man in the chair was holding a glass of wine in his hand, asking how the preparations for the awards ceremony at the end of the year were going. A man in a black suit answered behind the chair and replied that, as planned, the Cromwell family would disappear. The man in the chair, with a thick beard, laughed, his face hidden in shadow. He raised the hand in which he held the glass, the wine in it swayed, and spoke about Andreas Cromwell. The man with the beard smiled, clenching his teeth. He opened his eyes wide, his gaze wild, and a blue glow fell on his face. Blue lightning struck next to the window opposite which the man was sitting. The image of the main character was visible in it, and the man thought that they would see if he was different from his father. A window through which a man could be seen clutching a stick in both hands. Andreas was breathing heavily, naked to the waist. He mentally counted down 9999. The guy raised his hands high above his head. He sharply lowered the stick down, mentally counting 10,000. Exhaling loudly, Andreas fell to the floor, raising his head. He reached towards the table, on which stood a bottle of red potion. The guy drank the potion from the bottle, narrowed his eyes, and thought that he could not have lasted so long without the potion. The figure of the main character. On one side there was red energy reaching to the hips, and on the other side purple energy reaching to the shoulders. The guy thought that the regeneration potion accelerates muscle recovery, while the healing potion relieves fatigue. Adding to them the body strengthening potion, he essentially created a way to train endlessly. The guy held 2 bottles in his hands, with a red and a purple potion, saying that it was risky, but developing it was the right choice. He thought that he was worried about it at first, but still decided to evolve this talent, because the chance is quite high. The system window with the inscription, Andreas Cromwell, the evolution of the talent is creating strengthening type potions. The success rate is 89%. Does he want to start evolution and answer options yes and no? Andreas remembered how he stood in front of the system window, on which it was written that he had successfully developed the talent for creating enhancement potions. The talent for creating ordinary enhancement potions evolved into creating unusual enhancement potions. A vial with a purple potion inside it. Andreas thought the results were so amazing that he blamed his shyness for not doing it sooner. The guy was sitting in a chair, holding 2 bottles of potion, and looking at the system window, on which it was written that he had created an invigorating potion, low class. He thought that now he could create many more potions. The success rate and creation speed had also increased. The guy stood with a stick in his hands, thinking about the many bottles of red and purple potions, thinking that as long as everything went on like this, he could successfully become stronger. Andreas sat on the floor of the room, looking to the side, saying that if he could get a good corpse and some materials, he wouldn't have to worry about fighting style, and since Sharon was always gone, he wouldn't be able to sell him a page of laziness right away. The main character stood at the wooden door, on which there was a sign that Sharon went on an urgent business trip. The guy thought that he was in such a bad mood that he left to travel and did not even tell his student. He is so petty. Andreas got up from the floor, wiping his head with a towel, and said that he could not contact him in any way, and he still had to go to herbalism class tomorrow, so he needed to put aside his worries and go to bed. The main character stood in the classroom in front of a whiteboard. On a piece of paper that was attached to the board, it was written, "Due to the reason stated above, today's lesson will be held outside," which he informed the students through tablets. Professor Wabin. Andreas frowned and clenched his teeth, mentally cursing and thinking that Wabin was a bad person. He put his hand to his face and lowered his head, closing his eyes, thinking about the professor with an evil smile, wondering if he really found out that he didn't have a tablet and used it against him. Andreas ran to the exit of the office, mentally saying what he was thinking about doing this to a student. The garden of the Rodlin Academy. Tables were placed on the lawn, on which there were tools for alchemy. Andreas stood by the bushes, looking at the students. The guy with brown hair was holding a red liquid in a test tube and a stick in his other hand. Another guy grabbed his head, nervously shouting why it didn't work out again. A girl walked past him. Andreas frowned, looking at them, and wondered why everyone was in such a hurry, and had the professor really decided to conduct an exam. He lowered his gaze and pursed his lips. Next to him, Wabin said that he was late. The man adjusted his glasses, standing behind the guy, saying that he seemed to be so busy with his own research that he did not notice the message. Andreas bit his lip and frowned, closing his eyes, thinking what kind of childishness. Someone grabbed the guy by the side of the plaza. Lucia pulled the main character aside, saying that she would explain everything. The professor looked at them and laughed, covering his face with his fist. Lucia and Andreas stood next to the table on which there was a cauldron, and the girl showed the guy a tablet with a picture of a purple potion on it. She said that he should just buy the tablet. He now has money. Seriously, how long does it take for her to show hers? An article was open on the tablet. The photo showed Wabin, who crossed his arms over his chest with a smile. Next to it was an image of a purple bottle with a potion. Andreas thought that this was how he discovered the awakening potion and came up with the idea of conducting an exam to analyze it. Frowning, the guy picked up the gray box, thinking that he must want to show off. Next to the table where the guy stood, there was also a professor standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Wabin put his hand to his face and looked to the side, raising an eyebrow and asking with a smile, for someone with his level, it should be a piece of cake to figure out the composition and proportions of the potion. Andreas frowned, looking down, and thought that he really was that stubborn. The man with glasses smiled, closing his eyes, and thought that there was no need to be shy. A bright future awaits him. He said that today he would show everyone how worthless the main character is. The guy asked if he really confused what he wanted to say and his true intentions. Wabin's face contorted in irritation. He clenched his teeth and frowned, opening his eyes wide, thinking that after all, the main character is the one who took advantage of the kindness of Miss Everlast, the rising star of the world of potions. He is an ordinary scum. Andreas silently held the mortar and pestle in his hand, while Lucia looked at the tablet next to him. Blue sky with clouds floating across it. 4 hours later, Professor Wabin held the tablet in his hands in shock, looking at it with snot dripping from his nose. The tablet said the composition of the awakening potion. Test results. 1. Lucia, Everlast 1 hour, 22 minutes, 16 seconds 100%. 2. Andrea's Cromwell 2 hours, 4 minutes, 33 seconds, 100%. 3. Talon Bagman 3 hours, 23 minutes, 1 second, 96%. Other students looked at the professor who was looking at the tablet. The woman in the blue vest closed her eyes and said that no rule violations were found during the exam. A girl with brown hair looked to the side in surprise, asking if the main character really had the talent for creating potions. The other guy leaned on the table, lowering his head. Lucia looked at Andrea's with a smile, saying that this was a good job. The dark-headed one frowned with displeasure and replied that his name was Andreas. One of the students rushed past the two of them, calling out to the professor. The fat guy ran through the students with tears in his eyes, frowning and shouting why the professor did this to him. Wabin looked at the guy in shock, frowning and opening his eyes wide, asking about him. Andrea's and Lucia's eyes widened when they heard the guy shouting why he took credit for the potion he made himself. The fat guy stood in front of the professor, putting his hand to his chest and screamed as much as he could. He knows firsthand how much effort he put into creating this potion. The other students turned to look at them in surprise. A girl with blonde hair asked if Harold was wrong. A guy with dark hair said he didn't think a professor would do something like that. Andreas turned to the side, frowning, and asked the girl what she thought. Lucia looked at him and replied that if it was Professor Wabin, she thought it was probably true. The guy walked forward and replied that he thought so too. The girl looked at the guy in shock, asking where he was going. She frowned, looking at him with displeasure, and thought that she had saved him yesterday, and okay, she won't help him anymore. Andreas approached the two of them, saying that he had a question about the ingredient of the potion. Wabin pointed his finger at him, shouting that he couldn't see that now was not the best time. The fat guy turned to the main character. The guy with green hair frowned, looked down and said that it was due to the situation, and if he himself came up with the potion, then he could prove it with the answer. No. The professor knitted his eyebrows and clenched his teeth, looking down at the guy with displeasure, mentally cursing. The fat guy smiled, looking at Andreas, and asked how the score in the magic tower was. He turned to the professor, frowning as Andreas said that if he really created this potion, he could easily explain the use of each material, or he wasn't so sure. Wabin adjusted his glasses on his face with a nervous smile and said that this is impudence, and he is a professor at the prestigious Rodlin Academy. All the students looked at Wabin, and Andreas, standing in front of him, said that then let him answer the question why he replaced Apri resin with cinnamon petals. The professor's eyes widened. Sweat was running down his face, and he thought that he had been so concentrated on the day of the show that he had completely forgotten to check this part. The fat guy frowned, looking at him with displeasure, and asked why he was silent. A tree on a branch of which sat a gray bird with a yellow beak. A guy with blonde hair replied that because by using petals they can reduce the cost. If he were the creator, he would know. Andreas said clearly, they will continue. The trees were green, the blue sky was visible. The professor shouted what kind of circus they had staged. Only the magic tower can make an assessment. Trees with green leaves on them. Andreas said the last question, why he used the more expensive jelly beetle instead of dad's powder. The fat guy and the main character, as well as the students behind them, looked at the professor. The students opened their eyes in surprise. Some turned to each other, saying something. Someone asked why the professor did not answer. Wabin pursed his lips, looked down and frowned. The floating figure of the professor in inversion, while other students said that he really had stolen the potion, and just think about appropriating his own student's potion. Wabin clenched his hand into a fist, which shook, trying to say something. He opened his mouth wide, shouting that because dad's powder had a hallucinogenic effect. He looked at the students in front of him, shouting that this is why he replaced it with beetles, even if they are more expensive. Harold frowned at the man and replied that that was not why he replaced the powder. Andreas frowned, narrowing his eyes as the guy continued that the reason was that during the creation of the potion, the powder became very hot, which could cause stomach pain. Wabin waved his hand, standing next to the board, and clenched his other hand into a fist, shouting that he was wrong. It was all because of the hallucinogenic effect. Harold lowered his head, remembering how he was sitting at the table, and the professor was next to him. He said that, by the way, he remembered that Wabin said that the powder had a side effect. He continued that Wabin said that this effect was not hallucinations, and could he explain how he came to such an answer? The professor pursed his lips, looking at the guy in shock, sweat running down his forehead. One of the students pointed a finger at the professor, asking if he even had a degree. Another clenched his hand into a fist, shouting that he had gone so far that he decided to steal the merits of his own student and let him give up now. Andreas silently turned to them. Wobbin clenched his teeth, frowning and sweating profusely as the students called him a thief and a fraud. He opened his mouth wide. Snot flowed from his nose, and he shouted that they were all lying. Wobbin pointed at Harold and Andreas, shouting at them to admit that they had lied, and he would report them to the disciplinary committee. Andreas lowered his head and closed his eyes, scratching the back of his head, thinking that he had really hit rock bottom. When a child throws a tantrum, adults should intervene. The students behind him were shouting to boycott the teacher, and he is the one who will be punished. The main character said that if he was so unhappy, then he could ask Sir Alvin to personally sort things out. Wobbin opened his mouth wide in shock and frowned. Andreas reached into the inner pocket of his coat, saying that he had such an opportunity. He closed his eyes, took out a black card with an orange design, and said that he personally sponsors him. Harold turned to the guy in surprise. Lucia opened her mouth in surprise and blushed, thinking that he was threatening him with the card. Maybe he would fall for it. Wobbin's trembling hand dropped. Andreas in front of him asked something wrong. Didn't he want to get justice? The man with glasses looked at the guy with a nervous smile, trembling. He stood on his feet on the green grass. The legs of the board were visible nearby. The man remembered Bart, with a gloomy face and bright white eyes, standing in front of Harold and Andreas. Wobbin fell to his knees in front of the disciples while a white bird, sitting on a tree branch, watched everything. The figure of Bart, who was looking at the bird with yellow eyes, he thought that since he caused such a mess, he would have to answer for it. The man with the black mustache smiled, narrowing one eye, and thought that Andreas really wasn't stupid. It was daring to use his name. The yellow eyes of the white bird looked forward. Bart thought that he knew the theory and composition of the awakening potion. The bird flew in the air, and the man thought that maybe he could actually create a new potion before the end of the year. Wobbin looked at the ground with a helpless face and tears in his eyes. The bird flew high in the sky above the garden where the desks were set up. Bart thought he would look forward to it. A bird that flew towards the sun shining in the sky. A couple of feathers fell from it. The Academy's cafeteria, a 3-story building surrounded by trees. Andreas was sitting at the table. Lucia and Vivian were sitting opposite him. There was various food on the table. The girl with pink hair looked at the guy with a smile, thinking that he decided to treat her with food. But of all the places, he chose the Academy cafeteria. Andreas chewed a piece of meat, asking her if she was going to eat, and it was so tasty. Lucia put her hand on the food, frowning and blushing, shouting what would happen. Next to her, Vivian calmly ate, closing her eyes. Lucia suddenly raised her hand, screaming with tears in her eyes as she passionately made the other students turn to look at her. Andreas closed his eyes, took a piece of ribs by the bone, and told her to eat like a lady. He dipped a piece of meat into the yellow sauce, telling the girl to take the meat by the bone, then dip it in the sauce. Andreas picked up a piece of meat and sauce next. Tea to the girl, showing it to her, and she frowned, asking so what if she was rich. Lucia blushed, raising her eyebrows as she looked at the piece of meat. She took it from the guy's hands, thinking who would have thought that she would enjoy her meal in the cafeteria. Vivian turned around at them, chewing her food. The girl with green hair looked up and said that she did too. Lucia looked at her. Andreas looked at Vivian and asked what. The girl with green hair pointed to the piece of meat in Lucia's hands, saying what it was. Andreas looked at her in surprise, raising his eyebrows. He smiled, saying that let Vivian take it. A large cafeteria building, the sky above it was blue. Vivian, Lucia, and Andreas were walking down the corridor. A girl with pink hair asked the guy when he was going to buy a tablet, and when he got it, he would be able to receive information about what was happening, for example, like today's lesson in the garden, without missing anything, right? It's not useful. Andreas looked away and said that he was saving money now. Lucia blushed, looking at him, and said that he was not expensive at all. Vivian lowered her gaze and blushed, thinking that Mr. Fairy treated her to meat. Andreas looked at the girl with pink hair, saying that she could afford everything. Lucia frowned with displeasure, looking at him and calling him names. Vivian smiled slightly, turning her gaze to them, and asked if he wanted her to give him something too, calling the guy Mr. Fairy. Andreas looked away, sweat dripping down his face, and he said that he refused, and why did she even call him Mr. Fairy? Lucia looked at him questioningly, thinking about Mr. Fairy. They came to a turn and Andreas pointed at him, saying that he was going. Lucia said, "They just ate." The guy waved to the girls and smiled, saying goodbye to Vivian. The girl with green hair also waved to him. The guy walked down the corridor. Behind him, the girls moved on. Andreas walked forward. The sun was shining brightly from the windows, illuminating the corridor with yellow light. He closed his eyes and lowered his head. Andreas looked ahead, where the figure of a man was visible in the corridor. Sharon stood opposite the guy, looking at him and frowning, and the main character thought about him. Andreas frowned at the man and thought that he had finally returned. Sharon looked at the guy with wide eyes. Rodlen Academy, Ru Alvin, a forge with a skillful hammer, buildings on which hung a sign with a picture of a shield and a hammer. Andreas held the sword by the black hilt, pulling it out of its sheath and running his finger along the blade, thinking that he was one of those people who considers it his property and would probably try to take away the page of laziness by force, so it was worth preparing. The guy stood at the counter, behind which stood a bald man in iron armor. Andreas put the sword on the counter. Telling him this, the man asked if he needed a whetstone. Someone called the main character. The guy turned over his shoulder. A girl with black hair stood behind him and he asked Diane. Diane was holding a long box in her hands, which was tied with a red bow. She looked at the guy in surprise, asking what he was doing in the forge. The main character bowed slightly to the girl, answering that he needed a sword. Diane stood in front of him, asking if he was a magician. Andreas looked at the box in her hands, calmly answering that one would not hurt for self-defense. The box that the girl was holding in her hands, she said that it was a gift for her brother. Andreas frowned, looking down at the gift, and thought that it was probably about Carlos Alvin. He remembered how a guy with long dark hair hugged the child Andreas by the shoulder. Closing one eye, little Andreas smiled widely. Closing his eyes, behind Carlos was little Diane, who punched him in the shoulder, holding a book to her chest and blushing. The main character thought that Carlos Alvin is the eldest son of the Alvin family. He is training in the path of a warrior. Then they got along very well. Andreas frowned, looking forward with a serious face, and thought that Carlos was already dead at the start of the game. So there wasn't much information about him in the glossary. The main character remembered the burning castle and the face of Khazar, thinking that if his memory served him correctly, he died at the end of the year at an event at the academy. After Khazar escaped from the territory of Duke Baloric, he joined a religious cult. Andreas looked at the girl in front of him, asking Carlos if he was also participating in the year-end event. The girl stammered and answered yes. The guy closed his eyes, remembering how he, Carlos and Diane stood next to the tree, looking at the city, and said with a smile that it would be great if the three of them met. Diane looked at him in surprise, smiled and stammered and asked like this. The girl thought that after she asked others about him and saw him, she was sure that he had changed somehow. She remembered how she approached a girl with gray hair, who raised an eyebrow and raised her index finger and said that maybe Andreas did not study well. Diane stood next to the guy who was holding a dumbbell in his hand, saying that Andreas had been training in the gym since the morning. Diane looked away and pursed her lips, sweat running down her face, and she thought about how she could ask him. Andreas looked questioningly at the girl, holding a sword in his hand, and she thought that she would just ask him. The main character asked the girl if she wanted to ask something, and she smiled nervously, opening her mouth wide and looking at the guy. Andreas bowed to her a little and said that they would see each other then. Diane clutched the box with the gift to herself in confusion. The guy walked past the girl, who was looking forward in surprise. She looked over her shoulder, saying she wanted to know. Diane looked at the door and at the two guys in shirts, without finishing. She looked sadly over her shoulder as the bald man behind the counter looked at her questioningly. Andreas walked away from the building with a calm expression on his face and thought that, remembering Carlos, there was still time before the cult attack. Academy, teaching department, dark sky, night, large brick building, library, at the table, opposite each other. Andreas and Sharon were sitting on the sofas. A man with gray hair said that he searched the entire continent, looking for material of the same quality as Angela, but could not find anything. Andreas leaned his hands on his knees, folded them, and looked at the man from under his brows. Next to him stood a sword in a black sheath. The man told him that he decided to continue the search. Sharon held the red book in his hands, flipping through the pages, and said that he didn't expect much, but at the meeting this weekend he would have a chance. Andreas lowered his gaze, frowning, and thought that there the game would begin. If he was blinded by greed and asked him for it, he would win. The man slammed the red book shut, saying that they had a lot to do, so let him be ready. The guy said he wanted to tell the man something. He opened his mouth, asking what happened. Andreas folded his arms, hunched on the couch, sitting opposite Sharon, saying that he was able to obtain the code of the apocalypse. Sharon knitted his eyebrows, looking at the guy, and pursed his lips. The main character looked at him silently, pursing his lips, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Sharon covered his mouth with his hand, cleared his throat, and closed his eyes. He put the book on the table, leaned over, and told him not to say anything stupid. This is not something a weakling like him can get. Andreas opened a portal next to him, reaching out to it with his hand. He stuck his hand into it, saying that this was not something he should own. The white-haired man's eyes widened as he looked at the boy. Andreas pulled his hand out of the portal. In his hand was a golden cube with a carved design on one of its sides. With his mouth slightly open, the man with white hair looked at the golden cube in shock. Andreas handed the cube to Sharon with a smile, holding it in both hands and leaning over, saying that he wanted to give it to him. The man lowered his head slightly and pursed his lips. He gulped when the guy offered him a page of laziness. Sharon closed his eyes and turned away, waving his hand and telling him to keep the page for himself. The man stood up from his seat as Andreas looked at him. Sharon said that this item is like a hot potato. Having it will only get them into trouble. Let him save it for the meeting. They can trade it there. Andreas smiled, looking at the man, and thought that he would refuse, putting his own life above others. Sharon looked to the side with his hands in his pants pockets and said that since they were going to a meeting this weekend, let him clear his schedule and prepare carefully. Andreas replied as he said, "Night." 3 moons were visible in the sky. The road was surrounded by trees. A small red glow was visible. A cart with 2 horses. Instead of a coachman, there was a skeleton. A red lantern was burning on the roof of the cart. The eastern outskirts of the city. A restricted area. A forest of confinement. Andreas was sitting on a red chair. There was a dark hood on his head, and the guy thought that he was able to get into the meeting with the help of Sharon. But the problems are just beginning. There will be a lot of dangerous personalities there. You can't come to an agreement with them with words, so you need to be as careful as possible. The guy looked forward at another man in a black hood in front of him. Sharon, sitting in a dark red hood, smiled, saying that he could exchange the page of laziness for things that could make him stronger, and he needed to sell it at a higher price. Andreas lowered his head, smiling slightly and thinking that he was completely sure that the page belonged to him. But when push came to shove, Sharon would use it as a shield. Suddenly a noise was heard. Andreas's eyes widened, and he raised his eyebrows, looking to the side. Karen's eyes also widened, and he opened his mouth slightly. A man in a black cloak stood in front of the cart, holding one of the horses by the reins, telling it to be quiet. A skeleton with small red dots in the sockets of its eyes looked at the man. Karen's eyes glowed red, and he frowned. The man kept his hand on his horse, placing his other hand on his hood as he walked towards the cart. A man with white hair leaned his elbow on the window of the cart, calling out to the people inside. He smiled. A light beard and mustache were visible on his face, and the man said they were going to a meeting, and would they mind if he went with them. Andreas turned to the man in surprise, looking at him with his mouth slightly open, thinking that he knew him. A man with blonde hair sat on a red chair opposite Sharon and Andreas. Next to him was a staff wrapped in cloth, and he exhaled, saying thank God. The man looked around, putting his hand to his head, saying that although this carriage was... The man with blonde hair frowned, clenching his teeth, and the main character thought that this is Salem Edidia, one of the great 10 of the continent. He is ready to do anything for the sake of his research, which is why he was called the devil pursuing the truth. Andreas lowered his head, looking at the floor, and thought that if information about the laziness page leaked out, it would be bad. Sharon averted his gaze to the side, contorting his face with displeasure, drops of sweat flowing down his face. His eyes widened in shock when Salem asked what was wrong with his face. Salem looked at the man with white hair with a dark look, frowned. His eyes turned red, and he asked if he didn't like that he was also going to the meeting. The hooded man fearfully said no, and the blonde looked at him in surprise. Salem laughed loudly, closing his eyes and raising his hand, telling him not to worry, and he had already been there several times. Andreas frowned, looking at the man in front of him, thinking that he knew that Salem was crazy, but not that crazy. Salem approached the protagonist's face, smiling, and asked his name. Sharon turned his gaze to the guy and asked him to introduce himself, saying that he was his elder. The main character answered Andreas Cromwell, and the man with blonde hair put his hands on his cheeks in surprise, opening his mouth wide and exclaiming, "Oh my God." So he had his eye on the other Cromwell. Sharon sat silently with his lips pursed, and Andreas looked at him, wondering what he was talking about and whether Sharon was hiding some secret about the Cromwell family. Salem put his hand to his lips and raised an eyebrow, saying that this child seems to know nothing. He put his hand on the shoulder of the protagonist, who looked back at her in surprise, and said that in that case he would give him one piece of advice. Salem smiled as he leaned towards the guy and looked at him, telling him to fight with all his might. Sharon crossed his arms over his chest, lowered his head, and Andreas looked at him. He turned away from the man, looking forward, and thought that his face was telling him to be silent. The cart was driving along the road. A dense white fog was flying in the sky. A dark puddle was visible on the road and Andreas wondered what Sharon was hiding from him. The skeleton that held the reins of the cart had a dark hood on its head. In the black hollows, instead of the skeleton's eyes, red dots lit up, and Karen's eyes also glowed red. The horse's hooves began to break sharply on the road, raising dust in the air. Sharon put his hand to his face, lowered his head, and asked what he wanted. The cart stood in front of a black puddle from which a red eye shone, and the man continued that if there is something he wants to say, let him come in person, Dragon. A silhouette of a head with bright red eyes and a black hat began to form from the puddle. The silhouette of a tall man began to form on the road, surrounded by fog. A tall, broad-shouldered man in a black suit, hat and monocle straightened his hat. He had white gloves on his hands. He smiled, saying that a lot of water had flown under the bridge. Dragon smiled, looking forward with his eyes. His face contorted with displeasure. Sweat flowed profusely down his face, and his eyes widened. Dragon scratched his head as he stood next to Salem and Sharon, saying that to think that he was with Sir Salem. The blonde smiled as he walked ahead, and Sharon asked the man to shut up. His breath stank. Andreas looked after the three men, thinking about the deep-sea dragon, and that he had definitely come to steal Lenny's page, but did not expect to see Salem here. Sharon pointed forward, and the other two men looked that way. The man with white hair told them to look that way. He pointed to a huge tree, the branches of which grew upward. There were windows from which the light was shining, and a man with white hair said that Sir Morshi noticed them and was showing them the way to the meeting. Salem frowned, asking why they chose such a high place. The blonde narrowed one eye. Looking up, he smiled and lowered his head, speaking as expected. Salem stood in front, his black cloak fluttering behind him. Dragon and Sharon looked at him with wide eyes, clenching their teeth. Andreas stood behind them. Salem walked forward, taking out the staff from his back. In the distance there was a forest, a huge tower made of wood, and 3 moons were shining in the night sky. The man said that it looked like a bunch of fools had appeared. Dragon clenched his teeth, looking forward in shock, and Sharon opened his mouth in surprise. They thought that they were completely stupid. In the trees above the group sat men in black robes, their hands glowing with red and purple seals, and Andreas thought they were trying to steal the codex in Salem's presence. Black shoots appeared next to the main character, which grabbed his hands. The same shoots appeared under Salem's feet, entangling them. The man raised his staff high above his head, saying that now they will see how many fools have gathered here. A bright blue beam of light passed across the ground. Blue pulses of energy hit the air. Salem stood surrounded by blue energy, placing his staff on the ground, his cloak fluttering with energy, black tendrils dissolving into thin air. There was blue and purple energy flying in the sky, high above the trees and the group. Sharon, who clenched his teeth, had a blue light in his chest, and Dragon, who covered his face with his hand, also had a blue light in his chest. A girl in a dark hood with brown hair. She spread her arms to the sides in fear, looking down at the blue core in her chest. People who sat on tree branches had blue kernels visible in their chests. Andreas stood behind Salem, covering his face with his hands. The black shoots at his legs and arms released the guy, and a blue core was visible in his chest and a pink one in his stomach. The man holding the staff raised it, squeezing it in his hand, and said, "Okay, that means there are only 7 of them." Salem licked his lips, his eyes widened, and he smiled, saying that they would end up playing hide and seek. A bright beam of blue light flashed between the main character and Dragon. The 2 people in the trees turned back towards the stream of air passing between the trees. They opened their mouths wide in shock, and the girl with pigtails shouted that they had been discovered. She turned to the side with a frightened look, shouting for everyone to retreat. Her eyes widened, and she screamed loudly. Salem smiled, clenching his teeth, a green light glowing brightly next to him, which was reflected in his eyes. He stood on one of the tree branches, raising his hand, from which a bright green light emanated, which other people standing on the branches looked at. There was a powerful green explosion in the forest that reached the sky. A tower made of wood was visible in the distance. The man with gray skin and purple hair closed his eyes as he drank from a small white cup. A huge red monster in a torn cloak with purple eyes, who also held a white cup between his fingers. A man with white hair was leaning on his shoulder and was sleeping. A creature hidden in shadow, with a high black collar and hat, its blue eyes glowing. They were all sitting at a large round table, with an open door visible nearby. Salem opened the door with a wide smile, shouting that he had not seen Morshi for a long time. Sharon, Dragon, and Andreas stood behind him. A man with white hair put his hand to his chest and said that he was glad to see Morshi and Juster. The creature in a black hat looked at them, saying that even Salem had come. The blonde closed his eyes and with a smile pointed his hand towards the main character, who was holding a bag in his hands. The man said why he was so cold. It was thanks to him that the page arrived safe and sound. The man told Andreas to open the bag. Many severed heads fell out of the bag. A creature in a dark cloak and a huge red monster looked at it in surprise. The man with gray skin and purple hair frowned as he looked down. The girl with long blonde hair also opened her eyes slightly, looking down questioningly. A creature in a black cloak and hat stood in front of the severed heads, saying that this was an urgent meeting, so few came. But he still decided to commit unnecessary killings. Behind him, a monster with red skin looked at the heads with a smile, saliva flowing down his face. Andrea's eye thought that all these black magicians were of intermediate level and higher. It would be problematic to deal with them in the game. The protagonist frowned as he looked ahead and thought that Salem was able to kill them simply by releasing his magical power. He stood behind Salem, looking at him, and thought that he was definitely someone to be reckoned with. Salem frowned, squinting one eye, saying that without him they wouldn't even be able to see the codex. The creature in the black hat looked at him with its blue glowing eyes, asking him to stop arguing over small fry. Let him hurry up and show him the page of laziness. Sharon nodded, closing his eyes, and Andreas looked away at him. He stepped forward, holding out his hand, next to which blue energy was glowing. Salem crossed his arms over his chest, standing behind him and thinking that this Andreas Cromwell was interesting. Salem dragged two dead magicians by the hair to the main character, and he frowned at them. The man thought that he did not flinch in the face of so many magicians. Andreas bent down, holding a knife in one hand, and the magician by the hair in the other. Salem stood behind him, thinking that he didn't even raise an eyebrow when he told him to cut off the heads. The man remembered the guy behind him, who had blue energy glowing in his chest and pink energy in his stomach, and the man thought that in addition, he had a double core, like Salem. He remembered how he silently turned to Andreas, his face illuminated by blue energy. The man walked up behind the guy as he opened a portal in front of his face. Salem narrowed his eyes and blew air into the back of Andrea's head. The main character flinched and grabbed his neck, turning to the man and asking what he was doing. Salem smiled, saying that he liked him, and the guy wondered if Salem was gay in the game. The man with gray skin and purple hair frowned, asking what Salem could do. A creature with bright blue eyes looked at them, asking them to stop joking and that they should get down to business. A man with blonde hair put out his index finger and winked at the main character, who turned at him in surprise. The man said with a smile that he had talked a little with the Cromwell family, so he promises to do him a favor, but only one. Andreas was surprised to realize that the man had promised. Salem, whose hair was flying behind his back, his red eyes were glowing and he was smiling, looking at the scroll that was flying in front of him. Andreas thought that the man never breaks his promises. There were several cases where he kept his promises no matter the cost. The guy pursed his lips, thinking that since he had help, changes could be made to the plans. A skeleton emerged from the portal, wearing blue pants and a dark jacket. Nickel extended his hand, over which flew a golden cube, which also had golden energy around it. The man with gray skin looked at this in surprise, and the creature in the black hat said that there is no doubt. This is real diligent laziness. Nickel stood between the main character and Salem, who leaned over, asking if he entrusted the code to the skeleton. The guy answered yes. Sharon looked at the guy, wondering when he managed to summon him. Salem put his hand to his chin, looking at the page of laziness, and said that the skeleton must be strong. Andreas looked at Nickel, who was standing next to him. He closed his eyes and exhaled, lowering his head and thinking that he needed to be calmer. The eyes of the girl with blonde hair glowed with a green light. The eyes of the red monster glowed with a purple light. The person with purple hair glowed with a red light, and the eyes of the creature in the hat glowed with a blue light. Their faces were hidden in shadow. Andreas thought that they had no chance against these monsters. The main character frowned. There was a purple gleam in his eyes, and he thought that he should not hesitate. The man with purple hair stood up from his seat. Nickel stood holding the page above his hand. Salem, Sharon, Andreas, and Dragan stood next to him. The roof disappeared. The moon was visible in the sky. Andreas frowned, crouched down, and told the skeleton to step back. He grabbed the sheath of the sword, drawing the sword with his other hand. A man with purple hair, a creature with blue eyes, and a red monster turned to look at the guy. Nickel walked back into the purple portal, and the protagonist next to him waved his hand forward. Salem's eyes widened and he frowned, looking down. The creature with the black hat also looked at him in surprise. The gray-skinned man bit his lip, looking to the side in surprise. Karen's eyes widened and he opened his mouth wide in shock. Dragan clenched his teeth, widening his eyes in surprise. The girl with blonde hair and green eyes smiled, placing her hand on her cheek. Andreas stood in front of Sharon and Dragan, who looked at him in shock. Stabbing his sword into his chest, he frowned, breathing heavily. The creature in a black cloak asked what he was doing. A man in gray skin stood next to him, frowning. The main character's chest, the tip of a sword entered one of his organs, and the guy said that he was the one who found the page of laziness. Andreas smiled, blood dripping from his lip, dark bags visible under his eyes, and he said that he wanted them to appreciate his efforts. The purple-haired man's eyes glowed brightly with red light, and purple energy flew around him. The brown roots in the tree began to move. They approached Andrea's feet, shining with purple energy. The creature in a black cloak told the guy that he was mad with greed. Andreas called Morshi, and the man with gray skin and purple hair turned to the guy, beads of sweat running down his face. Andreas lowered his head, looking up as blood dripped from his lips, and said that the page of laziness was in his vault, along with the skeleton, so if he died, they would not see the codex. Andreas called Salem, and the man nearby turned to look at the guy. The main character said that didn't he say that he would help him once? The time has come. The man with blonde hair frowned, looking to the side at the guy. Andreas smiled, looking at him, narrowing his eyes slightly, and told him to hurry up, and he didn't have much time. Andrea's body sank even lower, and the man, looking at him, said that he really acted so recklessly only because of his words, that if he deceived him, then what? The blonde-haired girl and the red monster looked at the guy in surprise as he said that he would do his best even if it meant he would die. A huge tower made of wood, in which the light was burning. 3 moons were visible in the sky. The tree was surrounded by fir trees. Andreas thought that in order to survive in this crazy world, he himself needed to become crazy. Andreas held a sword in his chest, and Salem, standing next to him, said that he was a funny guy. The man looked down at the guy with a smile, saying that he told him to fight, but did not expect him to go this far. A bright green light appeared around Salem's staff, and Morshi looked at it in surprise, while the girl with blonde hair happily raised her hands, smiling widely. Green snakes with yellow eyes appeared around Andreas, from which green light emanated, and the guy thought that it was an ominous spear and a formidable snake. Salem clutched a staff in his hand, around which there was blue energy, and from which many green snakes grew. The man with blonde hair smiled widely, clenching his teeth. His gaze became wild, and he said that since he insisted, he had no choice but to kill them all. The man raised his staff, from which snakes came out, holding it in 2 hands. Green energy glowed around him, and the main character and the man closed one eye, saying that anyone who dares to touch Cromwell will be killed. The girl with blonde hair closed her eyes and blushed, saying with a wide smile that they would not touch him. The red monster nearby pursed its lips, looking forward. Salem looked to the side, frowning with a wide smile, and said that anyone who dared to look for trouble with him after that, he would find everyone and kill them. The creature in the black hat looked at the man with blue glowing eyes, asking if he seriously wanted to fight with all of them because of this child. Salem closed his eyes, answering with a smile that he knew what he was like. He wouldn't lie. Morshi put her hand to her face, closing her eyes and frowning, sighing and asking if Salem was kidding her. The man with blonde hair frowned, looking at them darkly, his eyes glowing with a faint red light, and he said, did they really want him to repeat it? Morshi and the creature in the black hat looked at him silently. Sharon and Dragan's eyes widened and their mouths dropped open in surprise, beads of sweat running down the white-haired man's face. The white-haired girl smiled widely, clenching her fists and exclaiming happily. The red-skinned monster silently looked forward. The creature with bright blue eyes said that nothing can be done. And what does the main character want? Morshi looked at him in surprise, raising an eyebrow. Salem and Andreas stood in front of them. The man was holding a staff with snakes in his hands, and Sharon and Dragan stood behind them backs. The empty flask fell at the feet of the protagonist, and he exhaled loudly. The guy held his chest, one eye closed. A bright orange light glowed near his chest, and he said that he thanked them for waiting. A creature in a black cloak stood in front of the guy, asking him to say what he wanted. Andreas put his hand to his face, frowning at him, and asked if they could tell him what they were willing to offer for the page. The eyes of a creature in a black hat who looked at the guy, saying that this is ridiculous, and he doesn't even know what he wants. It raised its hand, with a bright light shining next to it, saying that it could choose 5 items from the list, and let it choose carefully.
Allo.
A scroll appeared next to the creature, from which a bright golden light emanated, and the creature said that there were even powerful corpses here. Andreas frowned at the scroll in front of him, thinking about the corpses, and this is a meeting of black magicians, It's not surprising that they are here. The guy looked at one of the items in the scroll, where it was written, the former fairy queen Milena and the tiger king Timur. A huge white tiger with blue eyes and thick fangs in his mouth, and a fairy with dark skin and a black dress, with purple glowing eyes. Andrea's eyes widened, and a bead of sweat ran down his cheek as he thought that these were first-class materials. He had to have them. The red monster frowned at the guy, telling Juster that these corpses were sold to Morn. If he gives them to him, Morn will be furious. The girl with white hair hugged the monster with a smile. The main character's eyes widened, and he thought about Morn. The guy remembered an old man with a thick white beard and red glowing eyes. He was wearing a yellow cloak with a hood, and under him there were monsters with red eyes, and one of them stood in heavy armor. Andreas thought that these corpses were bought by one of the strongest necromancers. If he insults him, there will be no problems. He will have to give up the corpses. Someone said he didn't mind, and he could take them just like that. Andrea's eyes widened when he heard this. Juster turned over his shoulder with a surprised look, shouting Morn. Salem opened his eyes wide and clenched his teeth, thinking, wow, how generous. Morshi also looked over her shoulder in surprise, opening her eyes in surprise. A green fly was sitting on the table, and looking at it, Sharon shouted to the master. The man's eyes widened, sweat ran down his face, and with his mouth wide open, he shouted that Andreas did not yet have the skills to use such strong corpses. A blonde girl sat next to the table on which the fly stood, looking at her with bright green eyes. Morn replied that he said that he didn't mind, and the corpses were in his subspace bag. He could take them. The main character's eyes widened as he looked at the fly in surprise. Salem turned to him, smiling and saying that he deserved it. The guy with green hair frowned, looked down and thought that he had no idea why Morn was so generous, but he couldn't miss this opportunity. The guy closed his eyes and put his hand to his chest, bowing and thanking Morn for his generosity, saying that he would now select the remaining items, including these corpses. Sharon clenched his teeth, his face sweating and his eyes widening in anger as he thought he should have brought the laziness page himself. A huge tree with windows, stars shining in the sky, and someone told the guy to choose. A brown bag fell to the floor. Next to it were various items with inscriptions on them. A yellow potion in a square flask, the inscription Moon Blessing, a pink potion in a round flask tied with a rope, the inscription Fairy Tears, 2 blue flowers, with the inscription Blue Canangula flowers, 2 brown roots from which pink light emanated, the inscription Yobin root, a purple ball, on a golden stand, the inscription Kidunan ball, the corpse of a purple fairy, in a black dress and with black hair, the inscription the corpse of the fairy queen Milena, the corpse of a white tiger with clenched teeth, inscription corpse of the tiger king Timur. Andreas sat on the floor, taking a bag in his hand. Salem stood next to him, putting his hands on his waist and saying that there are better things here. Is he sure that he wants these? The guy replied that these items are more important for him. Next to them Juster and Morshi stood. Andreas lowered his gaze, remembering the girl with pink hair with a sad look and the flasks with green, pink, red and yellow potions, thinking that from these items he could make 4 potions that cost more than several hundred million. He also found the necessary ingredients to cure Lucia disease. Juster looked at the guy with his bright blue eyes, telling him to now give them the page of laziness. Andreas stood on the floor, holding a brown bag on his shoulder, and opened a portal next to him, answering of course. He extended his hand, from which green energy came. A page of laziness flew into the hand that Juster raised. Behind the guy, Salem leaned down next to him, telling him to get ready to run. Tree branches flew apart as Salem flew through them, leaving a circular hole and dragging the guy down with him. Juster, Sharon, and Morshi watched as they flew away. Someone shouted behind them. Salem laughed loudly, flying against the backdrop of 2 moons, holding the guy by the back of his clothes. He opened his eyes in surprise, frowning. They flew from the treehouse, and Andreas asked if they really wanted to get rid of him. When he gave them the page, the man answered him that everything was true. Salem smiled, turning to the guy, and told him that a promise is a promise. He will take him to a safe place. Andreas also turned his gaze to the man, saying that he would like to return to the academy, asking him to be taken to the nearest station. They flew over the trees, against the backdrop of 3 moons, and Salem asked about Rodlin Academy. The guy answered yes, and the man asked if Bart knew that he was a black magician. Andreas looked over his shoulder at the man, frowning, and asked if he knew if he was still alive. Salem looked forward, smiled slightly, and replied, "Fate is still a villain, isn't it?" The man put his hand behind his back, holding the guy who raised his head at him. Salem said that he would understand when the time comes, and the guy asked what he was talking about. The man with blonde hair smiled, narrowing one eye and holding the guy in one hand and a staff in the other, saying that as he said, Just let him fight as hard as he can. Until then he can survive. 3 moons in the night sky, clouds floating nearby. Salem said that he would still find answers to his questions. A dark academy building, 3 moons in the sky. Someone was breathing heavily. On the table lay the corpse of the fairy queen and 2 bags. Andreas leaned on his knees, standing in front of Timur's corpse. On the other side of the corpse stood Nickel. At the tiger's feet lay a brown bag with a red book peeking out, the guy said. And how did such a huge thing fit into this bag? A subspace bag is a really useful thing. The main character raised his hands, looking down. A bright purple light shone underneath them, and he thought that Nickel he could only summon as a skeleton. But for these 2 corpses, it would be better to raise his necromancy skill and use a higher level spell. The huge white tiger disappeared into the purple portal that was below him. Milena also disappeared into a portal that opened under her, and the guy said that he would hold them for now. Andreas looked at the skeleton in front of him. Next to him lay a bag with a book inside. The guy took the red book in his hand, thinking about it. He picked up a red book that was trimmed with gold around the edges. The red system window revealed Morn's Book of Black Magic, a high-level skill book written by Morn himself. The main character opened the book with a surprised look, looking into it, and thought that it was a gift from Morn. The book contained drawings of various seals and ingredients, as well as descriptions for them. The guy thought that it contained knowledge that could not be obtained in the Sharon Library. If he mastered the contents of the book, he would be able to turn the corpses received today into high-level creatures. With his eyes wide open, Andreas turned to the side and frowned, wondering what was there. He looked at Nickel, who was standing next to him. Above him there was a system window on which it was written, "The probability of evolution of the skeleton soldier is legendary, 100%. There are 66 possible deviations of evolution. Does he want to evolve?" And the answer options are yes and no. Guy thought he was wondering when he could evolve it. Looks like the time has come. Andreas remembered the bright golden cube from which golden energy emanated, and thought that the fact that the status window appeared after he gave the page to laziness. Apparently the codex had some effect on evolution. The guy's finger hovered over the answer option yes on the system window, and he thought that worrying would not bring him an answer. There were more important things to do. A red light appeared in Nickel's black eye sockets, and Andreas thought that it was said that the probability was 100%, so he would agree first. The skeleton looked to the sides, looking at his hands. Next to him there was a system window that showed the evolution of 0.1%. Looking at him, Andreas thought that it didn't look like he was in pain like a vampire. Maybe it's because that he is undead. There was a sudden knock on the door, and the guy looked at her in surprise. He ran to the door, asking who, while Nickel behind him entered the portal, peeking out. Lucia stood in the corridor with a wide smile, slightly blushing, looking at the guy and asking if he had a minute. Salem and Morn were sitting on dark chairs in front of each other. There was a black table in the middle of the living room. A man with blonde hair was holding a staff in one hand and a green book in the other. He put his hand behind his head, asking if he could ask something, and Morn took a sip from the white cup, giving him permission. Morn closed his eyes, sipping tea from the cup, a cloud of steam emanating from it, and Salem asked him the reason he told him about the laziness page was because he needed someone to protect Andreas, right? He silently looked at Morn, who removed the cup from his face. A fireplace was burning next to them. Candelabra with candles were visible on the walls, illuminating the room with dim light. Smiling and laughing widely, Salem with tears in his eyes asked if it was his yes. Well, he took such good care of Cain, and even his son. Salem asked if the Empire had imposed it on him, and it was difficult to teach him due to his lack of talent. Morn closed his eyes and called the man by name. He looked at him, asking if he knew the origin of the Necromancers. Salem asked why this question. A girl with green hair who smiled while looking to the side. Her cheeks slightly flushed, the yellow sunset sky visible in the background. The man with brown hair smiled as he looked at her, his hair just below his shoulders fluttering in the wind. Morn said that necromancy pursues immortality. The couple sat on the green grass, looking at the sun setting over the horizon. They took each other's hands. A girl lay on a red pentagram. The man touched her pale hand with his. A man in a cloak sat on his knees next to a dead girl who had green hair, holding her hand. He hugged her, his face distorted with sadness, and the man sobbed, holding the girl to him. Morn said that, more precisely, necromancy pursues immortality for those you love. Salem silently lowered his gaze, frowning as Morn continued that it was created by the obsession of being together with his beloved forever. The window in which trees were visible, there were black curtains on either side of it. Salem asked. He decided to tell him a fairy tale, and the old man answered, "Who knows?" The man with blonde hair threw the book on the table, asking if he was not a sage. He understood what he was asking, and Morn smiled. holding a white cup and answering that he would leave it to his imagination. Salem frowned, narrowing one eye, saying that it seemed like there was more to them than just Cain. A man with blonde hair put his hands behind his head, leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes, saying that even if he used force, he would not answer him. Morn, looking at him, asked what about the boy. He was interested in what the man thought of him. Salem looked at him with an angry look and shouted that he knew that Morn saw everything. Use that zombie fly to peep. The old man with the white beard laughed. There was a pile of feces above him, with a fly flying over him. Salem said that whatever he would tell him. He remembered the main character who stabbed himself with a sword and said that this guy will become the craziest man in the world. Salem smiled widely, clenched his teeth and narrowed his eyes, saying that he was even crazier than him, and he was looking forward to it. A man with dark hair and a mustache smiled, closing his eyes and extending his hand, saying that he was William Everlast Hollington. He shook hands with the main character, who also introduced himself. The man said that he was glad to meet you, and let him sit down. Lucia stood nearby, looking at them. William and Lucia were sitting on the sofa next to each other. Andrea's was sitting on the other sofa in front of them. There was a black table between them. William said that he was sorry for making them go all this way just to calculate the initial profit from the potions. He really wanted to meet him in person. The man with dark hair looked at the guy, saying that they were planning to cooperate fruitfully, and besides, he was a close friend of Lucia. The girl with pink hair looked at him. Andreas closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he was also glad to meet him, and he was grateful for all his daughter's help in facilitating such a lucrative deal. William pulled out the documents from the folder, closing his eyes and smiling, saying that he had made a huge contribution. Of course he deserves it. Lucia crossed her arms over her chest and smiled, closing her eyes, saying that he should be grateful, because thanks to her, the conditions are so favorable. William handed the green-haired guy the documents, asking him to take a look. Andreas held a stack of papers with a red stamp in his hand, thinking that he was getting 60% of the profit, with the cost of the potion being 3 million vil. The guy's eyes turned white and his mouth opened in shock, sweat running down his face, and he realized that the final figure would be more than 1.8 million, and over 1,000 potions had been sold in the last month. William looked at the guy who looked at the documents in shock and said that the potions were selling like hotcakes, so next month the amount would be even higher. He smiled and closed his eyes, saying that's enough about business and they can go out to dinner. This is the first time Lucia has brought a friend home, so he would like to hear more about him. The man said that it was also a boy. Andreas blushed, turning his gaze to the man. A month later, a black train with gold accents was traveling in the middle of the forest. Andreas thought that thanks to rumors, the potion had become incredibly popular. It gained popularity not only among warriors, but also among noble circles. In order to increase productivity, the company increased its raw material base and production capacity. Andreas was sitting on the train, holding a tablet in his hand and looking at it. A sword stood next to him. The guy thought that he did not expect that more than 2,000 potions would be sold in a month. He took the tablet in both hands, looking at it, and thought that if he had known this earlier, he would have immediately bought the tablet. Andreas pursed his lips, remembering the documents and how they were stamped with a red seal, as well as the 2 potions, red and purple. The guy thought that he didn't think he could earn so much from one potion. He was sitting at the table in his room. There were many letters below, with various seals, and the guy thought that due to the popularity of the potion, he had received the support of many nobles. Andreas looked out the window in which his reflection was and thought that now he had more than 6 billion pitchforks. The guy remembered a large, bright house surrounded by a fence with a brown roof and thought that the Cromwell family estate was worth 3.5 billion, including taxes. He looked at the brown bag with a smile, placing his hand on it, and thought that even if he redeemed it now, he would have a lot of money left. They announced over the loudspeaker, the next stop is the National Cemetery. Right now they are arriving at Hartville Station. The doors open on the right sides. The main character squeezed the hands, standing up, thinking that before that, he needed to return the family ring. Andreas frowned as he exited the train, looking forward with a dark hood on his head. The sky was orange from the setting sun. Clouds were floating across the sky. Large black patterned gate. Andreas walked along the stone path towards the small building, holding his bag on his shoulder. At the house, next to the door stood Paimon and a man in a black cloak and mask. Andreas frowned at the two of them, wondering who it was with Paimon. The guy approached the house and a man with blonde hair pointed to the door, saying welcome and asking if they could go inside and have some tea. Andreas turned his gaze to the man in the cloak and asked who it was. Paimon also turned to him and answered with a smile that he was talking about him. A man in a black cloak, under which dark green hair was visible. His face was hidden by a gray mask with carved crosses where the eyes should be. Paimon said that he invited him to act as a guarantor. He thinks he will be needed to avoid possible problems. The main character and the masked man entered the house and Paimon followed them, saying that they could come in first. There was a wooden shield hanging on the wall, to which was attached the head of a deer. Andreas and Paimon were sitting at the table opposite each other. The dim room was illuminated only by the fireplace, above which hung the head of a deer. A man with blonde hair was pouring tea from a teapot into a mug. Between them, next to the table, stood a man in a mask, crossing his arms over his chest and holding a sword to your chest. Andreas put his hand on the table and looked up at the masked man, frowning. He thought that the guarantor was carrying a sword and hiding his face. What a blatant lie. The guy remembered how Paimon stood in the hood. His eyes glowed white, and he raised his hands over the skeleton. The guy thought that he knew that the man was practicing necromancy. In the game he was no better than Sharon, a small fry. Andreas crossed his arms over his chest. Next to him was a system window on which it was written, Andreas Cromwell, Human, Mana. 2430, Traits. Double Core, Evolution, Talents. Black Magic, Unusual Necromancy, Elemental Magic, Weak Water Magic, Creation Potions of the Enhancing type are unusual. Movement is exceptional. Combat is exceptional. On the second system window it was written, Skills. Black Magic, more details, Elemental Magic, more details, Black Magic. Average Necromancy 3 out of 100, Summon Skeleton level 6, Elemental Magic. Initial Earth Magic 9 out of 100, Sliding, level 10, Stone Spear level 5, Earthen Shield level 7. The guy thought that Paimon was not his opponent. He remembered Nickel, who had bright red eyes, flesh visible on his cheeks, and the guy thought that the evolved Nickel could use aura, so non-aura users would not be able to defeat him. The man in the gray mask crossed his arms over his chest. Andreas thought that the only problem lies with this guy in the mask. Maybe he should release the energy in his Danteon. He thought it would be better to hold back, but now. Paimon pushed a white mug of tea towards the main character, saying that he ordered this tea from a friend from the meeting. It is very tasty. Andreas closed his eyes. His face was illuminated by the light from the fireplace, and he said that he would like to talk about the family ring and not drink tea. Paimon frowned, lowering his head slightly, and said how impatient he was. Andreas looked at the man, putting his hand on the table, and said that that corpse was completely unprofitable, but looking at his kindness, he was ready to give 5 million pitchforks for it. The eyes of a man with blonde hair, beads of sweat running down his face. He smiled, clenching his teeth, and said that not much time had passed since their last meeting, and he had already become a great man, and also generous. He, although fallen, was a count. Andreas closed his eyes and sighed, bowing his head slightly. Paimon narrowed one eye and folded his hands in front of him. He raised an eyebrow and asked if it would be too little. The price for silence should be more. The main character frowned, looking at him with a smile, and asked what he meant, that he should pay more. Paimon pointed his finger at the guy with a wide smile, telling him not to worry, he doesn't want money, just things he got at the meeting. The man looked at the brown bag that was lying on the floor, and Andreas also looked at it. The man told him that he heard that the guy took a lot of good things from there. Just let him give him some of them. Paimon smiled widely, his eyes turning wild as he looked at the guy, asking if this wasn't a bad deal. The guy with green hair closed his eyes and took a sip from a white mug of tea. He removed it from his mouth, smiling, his eyes hidden by his hair, and said he appreciated the offer. The masked man turned to the guy. Paimon's eyes widened, and he pursed his lips. Andreas put the mug on the table while the man leaned over, looking at him displeased. The guy said that he would speak directly, 5 million pitchforks and no more. Paimon opened his eyes wide and frowned. His eyes turned red with anger, and he said that it seems the guy didn't hear. They sat opposite each other, while a masked man stood next to the table. The main character said that he heard him well. Andreas chuckled, saying that he knew from the very beginning that he did not want to make a deal with him. Paimon was silent. A shadow fell on his face, and he grabbed the edge of the table with his hands. The masked man began to unsheath his sword, saying that he thought it was time to end the protagonist's life. Andreas raised his hand. A purple portal appeared behind him, from which a skeleton with glowing red eyes emerged. He was holding a sword in his hand, and the guy said that he agreed. He was already tired of this whole farce. The masked man turned to the portal from which the skeleton was emerging. Paimon's eyes widened, and his mouth opened slightly in shock. The guy said that he wanted to ask something before that. Nickel opened his mouth, from which steam came out. The skull was cracked in some places. Pieces of flesh were visible there. The system window showed. Phantom of Laziness. Nickel, Undead. Class 5. Traits. Self-awareness. Mastery. Sword. Ghostly form of laziness. Unknown. Andreas asked if they really thought they could defeat him. Paimon looked at the skeleton with a shocked look. He frowned. A shadow fell on his face. The man stood up from the table, leaned over, and told the man in the mask that he would pay extra beyond what he had promised. Paimon clenched his teeth, one of which he was missing, and told him to deal with the main character. His eyes were visible under the mask of the hooded man, and he looked to the side. Paimon, with a crazy, angry face, also said to take his things. Nickel was behind him, who brought his hand back to strike. He swung sharply, but a masked man jumped onto the table, blocking his blow, sparks emanating from their crossed swords. Andreas sat calmly at the table. A black cloak fluttered next to him and sparks flew. The guy frowned and pursed his lips, looking to the side. Nickel walked behind the man with blonde hair. His eyes widened, and he pursed his lips. The skeleton threw a sharp blow, which was blocked by a masked man who jumped onto the table. The masked man tilted his head. Nickel also bowed his head, his red eyes glowing, and he clenched his teeth. Paimon turned back, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. A black cloak was flying next to the main character, as well as sparks from the blows of a skeleton and a masked man. He looked up at the plaza and frowned. White balls were attached to the cloak, and the guy pulled his sword out of its sheath, thinking that these were sticky bombs, and he often used them in the game. There were cuts on the white bombs, and the guy thought that he was not only able to block Nickel's attack, but also managed to detain him. He is an unusual mercenary. The guy watched as the mercenary blocked the blow. Nickel waved his hand, raising it. The masked man reached back and pointed the tip of his sword forward. Nickel bowed his head, clenching his teeth, his red eyes glowing brightly. The mercenary sharply swung his hand in his direction, delivering a blow, but it missed the head of the skeleton. Nickel looked to the side. A cut was visible on his cheek. He grabbed the mercenary's leg with his hand. The man lowered his gaze, looking at this. The skeleton abruptly threw him off the table, waving his hand and placing it behind his back. He extended his hand towards the sword, which became covered in a bright blue light as the mercenary flew over the head of the skeleton. There was a sharp blow, from which bright yellow sparks flew off. Andrea's eyes widened, and he pursed his lips as he looked at this, thinking that Nickel had covered his sword with an aura. The guy thought about a skeleton in black clothes with bright red eyes. The sword he was holding was covered in bright blue energy, and the guy thought that after evolving he had a Dante on, so it was no surprise that he could use aura. Andreas stood up from the table, looking at the man in the gray mask, who was clutching a sword in his hand, and wondered if the enemy had forced him to use an aura. The guy frowned, looking at the mercenary, and thought who he was. The man next to Andreas disappeared from his place. He jumped towards the skeleton. They struck at each other with their swords, yellow sparks flying off to the sides from their blows. A cut ran across the chest of a man in a gray mask, from which blood flowed. There was also a cut on his leg, from which drops of blood flew. The mercenary crashed into the table while holding his sword. Nickel jumped up next to him, swinging his sword. The mercenary sharply thrust his sword into the head of the skeleton, and it went right through. The masked man's eyes widened as he looked at him. His sword was stuck into Nickel's head, who was looking at him. The skeleton sank down in front of the mercenary, who staggered away from him, the sword cutting his head. Nickel hit him hard on the chin with his knee, and the man flew back. The table flew to the side, breaking, and the masked man flew out the window, which broke. Nickel stood at the window looking at the man. Andreas stood next to him. Purple hands from the portal lifted the masked mercenary, who coughed, and Paimon next to him asked him what he was doing, calling the man Dan. A man with blonde hair held a red ball over his hand, with purple energy glowing around it. With a displeased face, he said that he would stop holding back if he wanted to get the money. The protagonist's eyes widened as he looked at the man, and he thought that Paimon had summoned the undead while he was distracted. The man raised one eyebrow and narrowed one eye, looking forward. Portals were opened behind him, and Paimon spoke of a phantom while looking at Nickel. He smiled as he pulled his hand back. An undead leg came out of the portal. The man said that it looked like he was able to get a good corpse at the meeting. Behind Paimon, many skeletons with red, glowing eyes and armor were coming out of the portals. The man said if he could defeat his best creations. Near the graves, a hand came out of the ground, and Paimon told him not to forget that they were on a mountain full of corpses. Many undead creatures rose from the ground, standing on the ground. Andrea's eyes widened as he looked at this, thinking that they were completely surrounded. Mentally, the guy told Nickel that they needed to split up. Nickel jumped forward when the guy mentally told him to go behind Paimon. The main character jumped out the window, holding a sword in his hand. Many corpses were looking at him. The guy waved his sword, passing through the corpses that surrounded him. He frowned, tilting his body and looking to the side as he ran forward. Behind the back of the main character there were many skeletons that ran towards him. One of them raised his axe above his head, opening his mouth wide. Andreas waved his hand, and a lot of stones grew out of the ground next to him. The guy mentally pronounced an earthen shield. A new horde of zombies was running behind the guy. One of them was crawling on his hands. Andreas looked at them to the side, holding out his hand, over which fragments of stones were flying. He frowned and thought that there was no end to them. He mentally cast stone spears. The main character waved his hand and the fragments flew towards the undead, breaking their bones. The head of the skeleton in front of the guy flew off his body, flying over the guy's head. The skeletons held bows in their hands, lowered the string, and released arrows. Andreas narrowed his eyes, looking to the side with a frown. He swung his sword, raising it above him, cutting off the limbs and heads of skeletons around him. Andreas bent down to the ground, lowering one hand and raising the other hand with a sword above him. A white cloud of dust rose from the ground around him. One of the zombies was flying above the ground. Paimon stood behind the crowd of zombies, looking at the main character and raising his hands, saying how useless they are. He is only one. The man with a frightened face turned. Ed back, looking to the side with wide-open eyes. Next to him, a masked mercenary blocked a blow from Nickel, who jumped above him. The mercenary held his sword in front of his face, blocking the skeleton's blow as he cursed at him. Nickel looked at the mercenary in front of him, noticing something. Behind the skeleton's clothes, near his chest, was a white round bomb with a burning fuse. A huge, bright explosion thundered. A man jumped away from it. A cut ran across the face of one of the zombies. The skeleton behind him looked at it with his mouth open, red glowing eyes. Andreas thought that he didn't even have time to drink the potion. The guy swung his sword, breaking the sword of one of the skeletons and cutting off his head from the neck, sparks coming from his sword. Andreas jumped, raising his sword above his head, looking down with a frown, thinking that at this rate he would run out of strength. A powerful blow landed on the ground, breaking the armor of one of the skeletons, causing it to lower its head. Andreas was breathing heavily, his mouth open, beads of sweat running down his face. He stuck his sword into the chest of one of the zombies, and it went right through the monster's chest. Other skeletons stood around the guy with weapons in their hands. One of the skeletons put his hand on Andreas' chest, but the guy hit him in the face with his elbow. Other skeletons also surrounded them. One of the zombies opened his mouth wide, from which liquid flew out. Other skeletons stood next to him. Andreas thought that every muscle gave off incredible pain. The slurry landed on the guy's cloak, which he used to cover himself with, and the zombie behind him ran towards the main character. Andreas looked back. The liquid evaporated, dissolving his cloak, leaving holes in it. Frowning, the guy wondered if he could hold out. The main character abruptly cut off the monster's head with his sword, thinking that he needed to wait for Nickel to arrive. Andreas's eyes widened, and he lowered his gaze. Above the guy stood a skeleton, who raised his hand with an axe above his head, looking down at the guy. The skeleton struck at the guy, but he blocked his blow with his sword, sparks flying from their blades. Andreas blocked the blow of a skeleton with an axe while other skeletons ran towards him, dust under their feet. The guy with green hair kicked the skeleton and it lifted its head, and the guy flew down to the ground. He fell backwards onto the ground, groaning in pain. The head of the skeleton in front of him tilted up. The skeleton looked down at the guy, lowering his head. Andreas narrowed his eyes, frowning at him and getting into a fighting stance. The skeleton hit him sharply with its skull on the guy's head, and he clenched his teeth, closing his eyes. The skeleton loomed over the main character, who was lying on the ground, beating him with its fists. Behind them an axe was stuck in the ground. The guy clenched his teeth as the blows landed on his face, and he closed his eyes, wondering if he was destined to die here. The skeleton clenched his hand into a fist, looking at the guy and raising him to strike. Andreas thought that he would die at the hands of a simple skeleton knight. The guy remembered Ami, who was smiling, thinking about what would happen to her if he fell. The guy remembered Lucia, who was smiling, and Vivian. In the form of a child, who stood frowning, the guy thought what would happen to Lucia's illness and to Vivian. A bright white light with purple and blue reflections. The guy thought that he finally had a reason to live. He couldn't die here. Andreas clenched his teeth. Blood flowed from his nose and lip, falling onto his teeth. A bright red light came on. The system window showed that through hard training, talent, and many battles, the aura had been awakened. Andreas's body, in which bones and nerves were visible, colored yellow, had a blue core in his chest and a red core in his stomach. The system window showed that the Danteon was activated, and it became possible to use the aura. A second system window appeared, on which it was written that thanks to the double core trait, you can use mana and aura at the same time. The protagonist's hand clenched on the hilt of the sword, and he thought that he had finally found the place. The guy swung his sword, striking the skeleton that was above him. Andreas closed one of his eyes, blood flowed down his lips, and he breathed heavily, thinking that he had found the place where he belonged. A notification sound was heard, an inscription on which was, "The achievement of the second awakening was received." Dead undead and skeletons lay on the green grass. A man walked between them. Andreas was holding on to his shoulder, his cloak was torn at the shoulder, and he closed one eye, looking forward. A request for help was heard nearby. In front of the main character stood Paimon, towards whom Nickel pointed his sword. Bones and skulls of dead skeletons lay around. The guy with green hair looked at Paimon, asking him where the ring was, and the man looked back at him. He looked at the guy in fear. Sweat was running down his face, and the man said that they could first lower the weapon and then talk. Paimon raised his hand. The skeleton still pointed the sword at his throat. Dan lay under his feet, wearing a gray mask, and the man with blonde hair said that he was already dead, so they could definitely come to an agreement. Under the feet of the main character, a masked mercenary lay with a severed head. Blood was flowing from the wound, and a sword lay nearby. He looked down at him, frowning, and wondered what he should do next. The guy took the sword that was lying next to Dan by the black hilt, and thought that he would take the sword first. Paimon looked fearfully at the main character, who was approaching him with two swords in his hands, asking where the ring was. The man raised his hand, his face turning red, and he frowned, shouting easier. The man's eyes widened and turned white, and a bright white light passed next to them. He grabbed his forearm. Andreas swung one of the swords, cutting off the man's hand. It fell to the ground, and blood flowed from the wound. The guy stood in front of Paimon, who fell to his knees and told him that he had no intentions of discussing anything with him. The man shouted that it was in the closet, on the bottom shelf in the closet. Andreas looked at him with pursed lips as the man groaned in pain. He frowned. One of his eyes was closed from the wound there. He looked at the man, who coughed, lowering his head. Paimon grabbed his throat with his hand. Veins popped out on it and his forehead. His eyes turned red, and drops of blood flew out of his mouth. The man fell face down on the ground. His eyes turned white. Andreas stood next to him, looking at the man. Paimon was lying on the ground with one of his arms raised. The other was cut off. He was lying face down on the ground. Andreas looked at Dan's sword in his hand and pursed his lips, thinking that he wanted to get rid of it himself. The guy looked at the sword in his hand. Purple spots were visible on its blade, and he realized that it was poison. The main character looked at the severed head of a mercenary in a mask, under which blood was flowing, and thought that a skilled swordsman with poison on his sword, who is he? He remembered how a man with blonde hair and a mustache raised his hands, while a masked man was held by his hands from the portal. The man asked what he was doing, calling the mercenary Dan. One of the protagonist's eyes widened, and the damaged one opened slightly when he realized that it was the bloody Dan. He sat down next to the mercenary, reaching out his hand to his mask, and thought that perhaps it really was him. The guy took the mask from the mercenary's face. He had black hair, his eyes turned white, and saliva was dripping from his lips. Andreas realized that his face had changed. He placed the mask on his face, pressing it to his face with both hands. Blue energy began to fly around the guy, and he looked at his hands. His hair turned black. Instead of his clothes, there was a dark cloak and dark pants. Andreas took off the mask from his face, from which a blue light emanated, and looked at it, thinking that it was really an artifact for changing appearance. He thought about a man in a gray mask, in the slits of which red glowing eyes were visible. He was holding a sword in his hand, and Bloody Dan was written above him. The main character thought that now everything was clear. Bloody Dan in the game was the instigator of the war. He thought about how the man in the gray mask was holding onto a rope while descending from the city wall. He was holding large bags on his shoulder, and the main character thought that a little later in the story he was hired to kidnap the child of the head of the northern barbarians, which caused a terrible war between the North and the Empire. Andreas stood in the middle of a field where the corpses of skeletons and undead were scattered. Nickel stood nearby, and the guy said that according to the plot, the war would have spread to the entire continent, and he would have been involved in it, and it seems that he involuntarily changed history. Andreas looked at Dan with one eye, closing the other, and said that in any case, he is not the one who would live to old age. A small house, there was a round window at the top, the sky darkened, the stars were shining on it. The guy said that he would put the mask to good use and asked Nickel to find the ring. A large building, clouds floating across the blue sky, trees growing nearby. Andreas thought that he would get rid of the corpses for now. The tablet, on which there was an article with photographs of Paimon and Dan. The guy raised his fingers to the tablet. Alvin Street, Clinic. Andreas was sitting on a white bed. His chest was bandaged. A bandage was visible on his eye. The guy was holding a tablet in his hands, looking at him. The article said, "Horror in the National Cemetery. The necromancer Paimon and the swordsman he hired got into a fight because of the money. The guy thought he hoped he wouldn't get involved with it." He tapped his finger on the tablet while sitting on the hospital bed. The sun was shining through the window, and the guy said that then he would move on to more important things. A website was opened on the tablet with a photograph of the Cromwell family estate. Below was the price of $250,000,000, and there were no options and yes. The guy pressed the red button and the system window showed 2.5 billion forks, including fees and taxes, had been spent. He thought, that's all. Someone covered the main character's eyes with his palms. While he was wondering how Ami would react, the person asked him to guess who. The guy with green hair silently held the tablet in his hands, while behind him Lucia smiled, blushing slightly. The girl continued to smile while the guy sat silently on his bed. She approached him, looking at the guy with a dissatisfied look, and said that he was boring. Andreas agreed with her. The girl put a large basket with apples, oranges, and bananas on the bed, asking what the reaction was, and she came to visit him. Andreas smiled and closed his eyes, thanking the girl. Lucia blushed and smiled nervously, looking away and spreading her arms to the sides, repeating thank you. The guy narrowed his eyes, wondering if he should say anything else. Lucia crossed her arms over her chest, looked at him, and with a sad look asked how he was. Andreas looked away and smiled nervously, remembering the masked mercenary and the man with blonde hair, halos flying above them, and there was an inscription, "Training buddies." The guy said that he was fine, he just overdid it in training. Lucia put her hands on her hips, looking to the side, saying that if he continues like this, he will die. The door to the room was sharply opened by Vivian, entering the room. She looked ahead as she quickly walked into the room. Andreas looked at the girl in surprise, saying her name, and she turned to the guy. She stood still, looking at him silently, clenching her fists, while Andreas and Lucia looked at her. The green-haired girl's face looked scared and she muttered, "Mr. Fairy." The girl abruptly ran forward from her place. Lucia's eyes opened in surprise as Vivian ran in front of her, her hair fluttering with air. Vivian pressed herself against the guy's chest, leaning over and burying her face in it. The main character's eyes widened. Without raising her head and placing her hands on Andrea's chest, Vivian muttered that she was worried while he looked at her in surprise, looking down. The guy smiled, narrowing his eyes slightly. He said he was fine. Vivian put her hand on the guy's wrist while Lucia looked at them with her hand clenched into a fist. The pink-haired girl looked down at them, looking at them silently. A week later, a white carriage was driving through a field of green grass. Clouds were floating across the blue sky. The sun was shining on the earth. Andreas and Ami were sitting in the cart. The guy opened some book in front of him, and the girl folded her hands on a pink bag, thinking that he told her that he wanted to show something. Ami blushed, looking away, and confusedly thought that she went with him because he returned the ring, but he locked her in this carriage and did not want to show where he was taking her. The girl looked at Andreas, who was reading a book with a black cover, sitting opposite her, and thought, where did he even get the money for such a luxurious carriage? The coachman said that they had arrived, and Andreas sharply slammed his book shut. Ami looked to the side in confusion, looking back, and asked where they were and what he wanted to show her. The guy smiled, his eyes hiding his hair, and replied that now she would understand everything. Someone said he was right and she would understand when she saw it. Ami's eyes widened when she heard the voice. The girl turned to the side, looking at an old woman in a black dress and an apron over it. Her hair was tied up in a bun and she had round glasses on her face. She smiled, saying, "Welcome home, Lady Ami," the girl exclaimed in surprise to Lupin. Ami turned to the woman at the entrance to the carriage, asking what was going on and what Lupin was doing here. Andreas pointed his hand at the woman and replied that he had asked her to work as the head maid again. The girl with green hair turned to the guy with a frightened expression on her face and said loudly that he knows they can't afford this. Ami grabbed Lupin's hand, closed her eyes, and said guiltily that she was very sorry. Her brother was still very naive and he did not know how the world worked. Her eyes suddenly widened and she looked behind the woman, her mouth slightly open and her eyebrows raised in surprise. Ami stood on the step of the carriage, exiting it. Lupin offered her a hand as the surprised girl walked out and also turned back, placing her other hand on her hip and grinning. Ami stood in front of a large mansion, which was illuminated by the sun. A stone path led to it. Bushes grew on the sides. Ami blushed, looking up at the mansion, and muttered that it was an apple estate. She remembered how she sat on her father's lap, outside at the table, while little Andreas was holding a net with a smile, chasing a dragonfly. Ami said that this was their home. She turned back sadly, asking why he brought her here, and Andreas handed her a letter, which was tied with a red ribbon, asking her to read it. Lupin smiled as she watched this. Standing in front of the cart, Ami held the letter in her hands, asking if it was true. She knitted her eyebrows, lowered her gaze to the paper, and asked in confusion, "He bought their house, but how?" The girl looked worriedly at her brother in front of her, who was holding a tablet in his hands, and screamed at him not to say that he was doing something bad. Andreas turned the tablet screen towards the girl, and she looked at him in surprise while the guy said that he had invented a potion. An article was open on the tablet, where there was a photograph of Andreas, who was holding a red potion in his hands, and Lucia, who was holding a letter. Next to them there were two more people. The guy said that this allowed him to buy back the estate. Ami silently looked at the screen, raising her hand, and Andreas continued, holding the tablet in front of her, that she would no longer have to work. From now on he would send her money every month. Ami lowered her head. Her eyes couldn't be seen, and she muttered that she didn't know the whole situation. Even though he worked so hard, she was still just because of the ring. The girl remembered how she ran away from the tavern room, closing her eyes and shouting that Andreas might not come here anymore and might not return the money, while the guy scaredly shouted at her to wait. Tears were running down the face of the girl with green hair, and snot was coming out of her nose. She closed her eyes and, crying, said that she had treated him so cruelly. She told him not to come back. She didn't want to. Andreas smiled and blushed slightly, patting the girl on the head. He told her that of course he understood everything, and now he would take full responsibility on himself. He was her brother. A large estate, with an orange roof, clouds floating across the blue sky. Ami said that she always believed in him, but then she got very angry and the guy replied that he knew that. Lupin smiled as she looked at them, wiping her eyes under her glasses. Black window on a white wall. In the center of the room was a red pentagram, and on top of it lay a large white tiger. Andreas sat next to him, opening a book with a red and gold cover, looking down at it. He remembered how he was lying on the ground while there was a skeleton above him, and about the system window on which it was written, "The achievement of the second awakening was obtained." Andreas turned the page of the book, thinking that thanks to the talent he received as a reward for his achievement, he could learn necromancy much faster. The inscription, "Talent. Enlightenment," under it there was a system window on which it was written, "Enlightenment. Epic." The more deeply he studies and reflects on the material, the greater the chance of understanding its basics. A book, the text in which glowed with blue light. Under it there was a drawing with blue cross swords, and next to it there were the words, "Deadly Rage. Summon Ghoul. Summon Skeleton. Summon Corpse. Blood Curse. Summon Revenant." Andreas thought that this was a talent that accelerates speed of learning skills and assimilation of knowledge. He stood up from his chair, pushed it aside, and looked at the tiger's corpse, thinking that now he could even summon a ghost. Perhaps it was time to use Timur. Andreas raised his hand, lowered his gaze, and frowned, thinking that everything would be fine. He studied all the possible consequences of failure many times. The guy pursed his lips, looking down, and thought that he was starting. The system window showed basic necromancy. Summoning a revenant, the guy was holding his hand over the tiger. In his other hand he had a book. A bright blue light was glowing around the guy. The system window showed that one corpse was found. Andreas remembered standing with his head down while the blue and pink core glowed in his chest, and thought that now he could fully use the dual core. The system window showed that a corpse suitable for necromancy had been discovered. Andreas extended his hand, frowning and looking down, his face illuminated by a bright blue light. The main character stood with his hand on the hilt of his sword. In front of him stood Nick, L with red glowing eyes, and Timur, who clenched his teeth. His eyes were also red. The guy thought that Nickel had evolved. If we add Timur, he alone would be equal the whole squad. Andreas opened his mouth, uttering an uprising about the monarch of the tiger tribe, which made the entire continent tremble. The huge hand of a white tiger, its fur flying in the air. The system window showed that the necromancy target's abilities increase the summoner's abilities. Stability is reduced. The head of Timur, who was lying on the pentagram, the system window showed that additional effects had been applied. The tiger's eyes suddenly opened wide, glowing with a faint red light. The system window showed basic necromancy, summoning a revenant, successfully applied, summoning a legendary revenant. Timur leaned on his hands, sitting up as the pentagram beneath him glowed with purple light. The system window showed that the level of the corpse was very high. Additional effects were added. Timur stood on one knee, resting his hand on the ground, and opened his mouth. His red eyes glowed, and the pentagram shone even brighter. The system window showed that the level of the corpse was incredibly high. Its class was increased. It became a revenant fighter. Andreas looked up in surprise at the tiger in front of him. The system window showed that the level of the corpse was prohibitive. It could take over part of the spirit of the original body. The tiger opened its mouth wide with sharp fangs. Rays of purple energy flew around, and the system window showed Revenant Fighter Legendary, Timur, Undead, Class 5, Mana. 891, Traits. Self-awareness, Mastery, Fist, Berserker. Andreas smiled nervously. His eyes turned white and blood began to flow from his ears. He thought that his roar alone was intimidating, and it was good that he used soundproofing magic. The guy stood in front of the tiger, who knelt down on one knee and lowered his head. Andreas told him that from today on he is his master. Blue sky with clouds floating across it. The sky turned orange from the setting sun. The leaves on the trees turned yellow. There were no leaves on the tree branches. There was snow on them. Snowy mountains of Wilbur, territory of the Marquis of Magna. A large group of people stood on a snowy mountain. Snow was falling from the sky. The man with black hair tied in a ponytail smiled and said that he would now explain the essence of the exam. The students in fur coats looked at the man as the snow fell above them. The man said that the theme of this exam is survival and collecting points. They will all spend 72 hours in the mountains. Andreas frowned at the man, putting a hood on his head, while he said that they would need to collect glasses hidden throughout the mountain. Julia nudged Diane with her elbow, slightly narrowing her eye and saying that she was sure that the girl would surpass everyone again. The girl with black hair smiled, looking at her. The man with black hair looked at the students with a smile, saying that the bracelets they were given count their points. They can also collect points by taking them from other students, but he warns them that if they are saved, they will not be able to continue the test. Or their bracelet has been damaged, they will be immediately excluded. The other students looked at the man in surprise, their eyes wide open. They walked along the snow-covered mountain, moving forward, and the man continued that he seemed to have said everything. And now let them put on blindfolds. Observers will escort them to the starting points. The top of the mountain was visible. Snow was falling from the sky. Tall stones that were covered in snow. More rocks with snow falling on them. The man grabbed the edge of the stone, squeezing his hand on them. Mount Wilbur, a rock. A man was climbing the mountain, clinging to rocks, about 46 hours before the end of the test. Andreas caught the edge, tearing the snow under his hand. He stood on the ground, dropped to one knee and rested his hand on the ground, saying that the flat area on top of the cliff was a convenient place to attack and defend, and to set up camp. Looking ahead, the guy frowned. His mouth parted. The main character realized that this was Diane, who was hovering above the ground, breathing heavily. There was an orange shield around him, and the guy thought that she was using search magic over a huge area and a barrier at the same time. An orange shield, next to which there was a green seal. Andreas thought that she was able to protect herself from the storm and not go astray, but such a cost of mana. Lowering her head and stretching her hand forward, Diane breathed heavily. The main character noticed how she fell to the ground, the orange shield still shining around her. He opened his mouth in surprise and frowned, thinking that she had used all her mana. The guy walked through the white snow, thinking that if he took the bracelet, he could get rid of a strong opponent. Diane turned to the man who was approaching her, while Andreas thought that if he had her help, he could easily take the top of the list. Diane extended her hand, around which blue energy shone, and frowned, loudly asking who was there and let him not move. She sat on her knees while there was blue energy in front of her, and Andreas, looking at her, said that she had spent too much magic. Diane said the guy's name in surprise. Andreas squinted at her, his hair flying in the wind, and he said that magic is useful, but if you use it so recklessly, then it will not lead to good. Diane put her other hand on her wrist, the other still holding the blue energy, shouting that he wants to take her bracelet, hiding behind good advice. Blue lightning shone around her hand, and she screamed that she might be exhausted, but against an opponent like him, she would hold her own. The blue energy disappeared from the girl's hand, and she looked at her hand in shock, eyes and mouth wide open, sweat running down her face. She recoiled from the main character, who was approaching her, shouting not to approach. The guy said that he had an offer. Diane put her hand in front of her, looking at Andreas in fear, breathing heavily, and shouted to him to speak from there. Andreas narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips, wondering if she really hated him so much. The girl shouted what he wanted. The guy asked her if she wanted to team up with him, and Diane looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide open, her face red from the cold. The girl looked at the guy, sitting on the ground, and asked why. Andreas also sat on the ground, removing his hood from his head. He extended his hand, smiling and standing on one knee. The guy's hair was blown by the wind, and he said that if he was left alone, he would be vulnerable to unforeseen circumstances, but it was much better to have a comrade if something happened, so she thinks. Diane pursed her trembling lips, frowning at the main character, and thought that maybe this was true. The girl thought about this with Andrea's with a creepy look and a sly smile, who rubbed his hands together, looking to the side. She thought that she could not trust a person like him. Diane grabbed her head, mouth and eyes wide open, and thought, is it out of pride, reputation, gain, or self-interest? Andrea's in front of her reached for the bag on his back. He was holding a package with someone in his hand, looking at it and asking what it was in his hand. Andrea's was holding a beige package of chocolate in his hand. Diane looked at this with wide eyes, sweat running down her face, and she opened her mouth, from which saliva flowed. Andreas smiled when he saw this. Snow-capped mountains on which spruce trees grew, covered with snow. Diane agreed to go together, asking not to misunderstand her. Andreas asked if she wanted chocolate. A huge hand held the head of a guy with blonde hair, whose eyes turned white and blood was running down his face. The creature asked if it was not him either. A goblin with green skin, wearing a gray hat and clothes, held a photo in his hand, standing next to the guy, and shouted that he didn't look like him at all. The huge ogre threw the guy aside. In his other hand there was an axe. Several more corpses of people were visible nearby, and the ogre said that he had poor eyesight. The goblin shouted at him. How many times does he still need to repeat? He has green hair. The goblin turned to the side, gritting his teeth. In his hand was a short dagger, and he said that the weather was terrible. Also this work. The ogre next to him said that they were paid and they had no choice. The goblin spat on one of the dead people, saying that he was a fool who gave them such a terrible job. A round purple cloud appeared in the sky, from which tentacles were extending. A voice from it said that instead of chatting, they could already gather and find him. The huge orc raised his head at him, and the goblin turned over his shoulder, shouting that he scared him. A large eye with a red iris, behind which was a man with bright blue eyes and a brown cloak with a hood. The man said that that's why he didn't want to use people like them. The ogre looked at him, thinking it was Kidwell. The eye flew over the ogre, which told him that he had explored their target a bit. The ogre smiled and clenched his teeth, looking up with his white eyes, asking why he sent them to deal with an ordinary student, and he heard that he would come too. The eye lowered its gaze, looking at him, and the voice said that it was none of his business, and let him do what Master Juster told him. Purple energy glowed around the eye, and he told them to go and kill him. The ogre and goblin raised their heads looking at the eye. The goblin clenched his teeth, looking up, and cursed loudly. The orc looked at him. The goblin sheathed one of the daggers, holding the second one, and said that he ruined the whole mood and they better go and rest. The orc told him that they better look for him a little more. Ivy stood with her back, arms crossed at her chest, next to the stone pillar. The goblin said that the human smell comes only from the students and observers. 3 students walked along a snowy mountain with hoods on their heads. Andreas walked next to Diane, who closed one eye while the wind blew in their faces. The goblin said that if they kill everyone they come across, they will sooner or later meet their target. The orc and the goblin walked from the dead guy with white eyes, and the orc said that moreover, these students would still become their enemies. And here they had a chance to get rid of the threat. The goblin laughed and said that this was true. A man in a red cloak and hood. He had a black beard and bright blue eyes. A small red eye was flying next to him. He thought that he was a fool, and what else did he expect from them? He stood in front of several people who surrounded the red sphere, holding out his hands towards it, and thought that they would be their bait. People stood around a huge red pentagram, from which yellow energy emanated, and the man thought that at the same time they would create an explosive formation on the top of the mountain. A fire was burning on the mountain, near which 2 people were sitting. The man thought that they would soon bury the goal of Master Juster. The main character raised his palm, on which lay a black bracelet with a yellow insert with something written on it. He said that this was already the 6th. 2 students were hanging on a tree branch, suspended by their legs with a rope. They shouted to free them, and as the blood rushed to their head, Andreas turned to a girl with black hair, clutching a bracelet in her hand, and said that, apparently, they were the first group in the rank. The guy walked forward between the trees, and Diane walked behind him, thinking where he learned to track and catch people. Andreas climbed the mountain, clinging to the stones, while the girl hovered nearby, surrounded by orange energy. She thought that, moreover, he walked so easily over rough terrain, and he did not look like a wizard at all. The girl frowned, looking away at the guy, and thought that it was as if a completely different person was in front of her. Andreas walked forward. His eyes were not visible, and the girl walked behind him, looking at his back. She called the main character, and he turned to the girl, holding a card in front of him. Diane asked what was wrong with him, and to be honest, before that he was a complete fool. Andreas lowered his gaze and smiled slightly, thinking that, as usual, she was not at a loss for words. The guy looked at the girl, saying that if he had not changed, he would have lost everything. The girl looked at him in surprise. Andreas remembered how he hugged some man's leg, closed his eyes and said that, as she said, he was such a waste. He remembered Ami, who was sitting with her back, lowering her head and leaning on her hands. Andreas said that he never cared about his sister, although she was his only relative. The guy put his hand to his chest, looking at Diane, saying that he realized this and decided to become better, working on himself. He realized that he was also not deprived of talent. Andreas bowed to the girl and closed his eyes, saying that he wanted to apologize for all the terrible things he had done. She replied that everything was fine. The guy told her that then they can go, and they will take first place. Diane knitted her eyebrows and smiled at him, answering in agreement. They stood on a snow-covered mountain. The girl asked if he knew that there could only be one first, and it would be her, away from them. Ivy stood behind a tree, leaning on the tree and crossing her arms over her chest. The blonde-haired girl was chewing on a piece of jerky, thinking that he didn't even bat an eyebrow when he killed during the incident with the Baloric family. Ivy looked over her shoulder and narrowed her yellow eyes, thinking that he was trash and had recently changed for the better. She said, how can someone who has been trash his whole life change so dramatically, and he's an interesting guy. Andreas ran through the snow, throwing it back, followed by Diane, who surrounded herself with a shield. The guy was holding a small map in his hands, looking at it, and the girl asked how long it would take them to get to the object. The guy said about 3 minutes. The hand of a man, on which there was a black bracelet, a map with the area, as well as a black figurine of a gargoyle with its mouth wide open. Andreas thought that you could get points by taking them from other students, or by capturing objects marked on the map. The guy with green hair turned to the girl behind him and told her to prepare for an enemy attack. Andreas spun around, losing his balance, as a large ogre axe struck next to him. Diane stopped in fear in front of the ogre, looking at him in surprise. Andreas tilted his body, holding himself on the ground and tearing the snow under his feet, looking at the axe. The goblin smiled widely, clenched his teeth, and said that more had arrived. The orc smiled, holding his axe in 2 hands, and asked. He missed. The goblin raised his dagger and laughed, saying that he was definitely blind. The main character frowned as he looked at them. Diane ran towards him, running next to the orc and goblin, asking if the guy was okay. She stood behind him with a worried expression on her face, while the guy replied that he was fine without turning to look at the girl. Andreas noticed the dead students lying in the snow behind the orc. The girl in red clothes had blood on her face, and Andreas said that the situation looked bad. Diane frowned, looking at the students, and loudly asked what happened here. The goblin pointed his dagger at the guy with green hair and shouted. Diane and Andreas turned to him. The goblin pulled out a piece of paper, looking at it with a wide smile, and said that he has green hair. That's him. Andreas frowned, looking at him, and the girl with black hair turned to look at the guy in surprise. The goblin laughed, clutching his dagger in his hand, and said that the wait was worth it. The guy asked him if they knew him. The orc smiled, clenched his fists, and replied that, of course, because they came to kill him. The goblin licked his dagger and shouted that they would kill him quickly and leave here. Andreas frowned at them and said that if they needed him, let the others go and they would talk elsewhere. Diane looked at the guy in shock and asked if he was crazy. They would fight with them together. The guy turned to the girl, looking at him, and said that some of them were still alive. Let her take care of them until help comes. He walked forward, and the girl looked at the guy in fear, trying to say something, but Andreas interrupted her, turning towards the girl, saying that everything is fine, and he is sure that he can win. The goblin smiled widely, sticking out his tongue, and raised his dagger, asking to win against them. He laughed, saying that he was really a fool. Andreas stood next to the orc and goblin, and the latter jumped joyfully, raising his hands and shouting that they agreed. Let's go. They walked away into the distance, and Diane looked after them, thinking about the guy with green hair. The gorge, the orc, the goblin, and the main character were walking through the snow, and the guy asked if it was a good place for a grave. The orc put his hand on his hip and looked around, agreeing and saying that no one would detect them, even if they made noise. Andreas had his back to them, and the goblin turned on the orc, saying that they just needed to cut off his head so that they would have proof of his death. The orc clasped his 2 hands on his axe, saying that let them finish this already and cut off his head. The goblin laughed and agreed. The orc swung his axe at the guy, who lowered his head, his eyes glowing red, and he said that they would see how good he was. The axe landed next to Andreas, who leaned to the side. The goblin smiled widely, spreading his arms out to the sides and sticking out his tongue, screaming at him not to forget about it. He, giggling, threw many punches next to Andreas, jumping over him. The guy dodged them. Andreas frowned, looking ahead. The orc jumped forward and swung his axe, about to strike. There was a bright blow, blue rays of light were visible. The orc's eyes widened and his mouth fell open, sweat running down his face as he asked what was going on. The goblin crossed his arms, holding the daggers in front of his face, and closed one eye, letting out a groan of pain. Andreas stood clutching a sword in his hand. Behind his back, the axe blade flew back into the snow. The orc clutched the axe handle, asking in surprise if he was not a wizard. The guy with green hair smiled and sheathed his sword, asking Mantos and Glau, right? Saying that they had better put aside the prejudice that wizards don't use swords. The orc clenched his teeth, looking at the guy, and the goblin screamed as he recognized their names. The guy raised his hand, which glowed with blue energy that illuminated his face and hair, and said that he would tell them if they told who from the congregation sent them. Glau looked up at the orc next to him and said that it smelled bad. He looked at the guy with a surprised look, cursing. Behind the main character, a huge white tiger and a skeleton with purple hair appeared, which came out of a purple portal. The guy said with a smile that even if they don't want to, he will make them say. Mantos pressed his open-fingered, spiked fists against each other and said that it looked like they had been tricked. The goblin clenched his teeth and cursed. Andreas looked at the gloves on the orc's hands, thinking about them. He waved his hand back, Tonin, G to the skeleton who was behind him, and asking him to wait. The guy looked over his shoulder at the tiger and asked him to kill anyone who tried to escape. The guy walked forward and the orc clenched his fists, raising his hands, and the goblin began to loudly swear at him. The orc ran forward, raising his fist to strike and shouted that they were not finished yet. Andreas blocked his blow with his palm, tilted his head and thought that he would try to combine the techniques from his past life with the local fighting skills. The guy moved his hand to the side, and the orc's blow missed the guy. Andreas turned at him over his shoulder. He jumped up and kicked the orc in the head, his eyes glowing red. The orc stepped back and the goblin waved his dagger at the guy, shouting at him to die. Andreas hit the goblin's hand with his wrist, and the dagger flew out of his hands. The guy grabbed the dagger, holding it in his hand, and told the goblin to let him show him how to use the dagger. The goblin's eyes widened, and he frowned at the guy. Andreas sharply swung his dagger towards the goblin, but he ducked down screaming. The guy made 2 more cuts on the goblin, who narrowed one of his eyes, sweat running down his face as 2 cuts passed in front of him. Andreas frowned as he made multiple cuts with the dagger in front of him. The orc leaned on his hands, head down, while the goblin and the guy fought. A cut ran across the goblin's shoulder, and he opened his mouth, screaming. A violet light flashed in Andreas' eyes, and he raised his hand for another blow. The guy made numerous cuts on the goblin, his eyes glowing with a bright purple light, and the goblin in front of him flinched. Andreas sharply kicked him in the chest, and the goblin flew back from the guy. He fell into the snow, and the guy stood up, looking at him. Behind him, the orc screamed the goblin's name. Andreas turned over his shoulder at the orc, glancing at him. The orc held his head, groaning in pain, blood running down his face from his nose. Andreas looked down at him, sighed, and said that didn't he say he wasn't done yet? The guy thought the fighting skill was working. Timur looked at the guy in surprise. Nickel next to him crossed his arms on his chest, and the guy thought that although it was not possible to test Timur's strength, 2 students were lying on the ground, their faces covered with cloaks. 2 more girls were sitting next to a brown bag. Diane was standing in front of them, saying that she would then leave them on them. The girl with blonde hair bandaged the head of the girl with gray hair, frowned and said that they knew about her abilities, but it would be better for them to stick together. Diane looked at her in surprise. She remembered how the main character turned on her, saying that some of them were still alive, asking her to take care of them until help arrived. Diane looked down and frowned, saying that she could not stand by while innocents were killed. The girl with blonde hair looked over her shoulder at her, saying that they would follow her as soon as they could. The main thing is not to catch their eyes. Next to her, the girl with gray hair closed her eyes. Diane smiled, looking at the girls, and answered in agreement. The orc was lying on the ground, drops of blood flying out of his mouth, and he was breathing heavily. Andreas said that he thought he was ready to talk. The guy stood next to him, asking who sent them. The orc replied that the guy should just kill him. The guy looked down at him silently, his hair blowing in the wind. He turned over his shoulder, looking at the skeleton, and raised his hand, asking him for a sword. The skeleton threw the sword to the guy, and he caught it, turning to the orc and saying as he wished. Andreas pulled the sword out of its sheath, looking down at him, narrowing his eyes slightly, and said that he had other ways to find out. so he saw no point in wasting his breath on them. The goblin leaned his hand on the snow, sitting on his knees, and shouted that it was Juster. Juster sent them. The orc looked back at him and displeasedly called the goblin by name. The goblin smiled widely. One of his eyes was squinted, and he screamed, "Why remain loyal to someone who treats them like dogs?" The goblin stood on the ground, holding his shoulder, and said that there was something else. He sent not only them. Andreas silently looked down, not looking at him. He remembered a creature with red skin and purple eyes, a girl with gray skin and purple hair, a blonde girl, and a creature in a black hat and cloak with blue glowing eyes. The guy frowned, thinking that he assumed that someone was behind all of this, then from the meeting, but I didn't think that this person would be Juster. The guy remembered Salem, who smiled and looked to the side, saying that anyone who dares to look for trouble with the main character afterward, he will find everyone and kill them. Andreas stood among the snow-covered stones, his hair blowing in the wind, and he thought that if Juster decided to do this, even despite Salem's threats, it means that he is confident in his ability to cover his tracks, and he thinks that this is what they were sent for, these two losers. The guy looked over his shoulder at the goblin, asking where the others were. He clenched his teeth, smiling. Blood flowed down the edge of his lips, and he replied, "Who knows? Even they don't want to make Rodlin their enemy. Maybe they are preparing an avalanche." The mountain on which there was snow. Snowflakes were falling in the air. Andreas thought that it looked like Juster wanted to set up his death as an accident, in which case he would have an alibi and would not be pursued by Rodlin and Salem. The goblin approached the orc, looking at him, and said that they were leaving here and that they had had enough of this. The goblin put his hands on the shoulder of the orc, who stood up, and Andreas, standing in front of them, asked if they thought they could just pick up and leave. The guy looked down at them with a dark look, asking after they killed so many students, and who said that he would leave them alive. Snow-covered rocks that were blurry from the flying snow. Diane walked forward across a snowy field. A high mountain was visible behind her, and the girl was surrounded by an orange shield. She looked to the side, raising her hand, her hair blowing in the wind and frowning. She thought that she had almost reached the top, but where was Andreas? The girl suddenly clenched her teeth and lowered her gaze with a shocked expression. She stood in the center of the pentagram, which glowed with a bright yellow light. Suddenly, red and blue energy flew towards the girl from all directions, attacking her. Many people in robes and hoods extended their hands, casting a spell, and dust rose in the air next to the girl. Diane frowned, leaning over. There was still a shield around her, and she thought that these were not the same two. She shouted who they were. A man with black hair, a mustache, and a beard smiled. Looking down with his red eyes, he said that he thought what kind of mouse came running to the place of their ritual, some small insect. Diane extended her hand to the side. Blue energy shone around her, and she looked at the man who was hovering in the air, saying that he was attacking from under the gun and did not answer her questions, and should not blame her if she killed him. The snow began to swirl in the air. In the center of it, where the girl stood, blue energy was shining. People in black hoods in the air covered their faces with their hands, asking something. Diane clenched her teeth, raising her hands, sharp ice projectiles flying next to her. The man with black hair looked down at the girl in surprise, thinking that she had combined the snowstorm with ice magic. The black-haired girl's eyes glowed red, and she waved her hand, next to which was another ice crystal, shouting for them to disappear. The shell hit the head of one of the hooded men, and he flew back, his head thrown back, blood flowing from his wound. Another man standing behind him. A man with black hair opened a circle of purple energy in front of him, shouting for others to dodge, with a red eye and a couple of other people flying next to him. Diane was breathing heavily, frowning and looking up at the man. There was an orange shield around her as she spread her arms out to the sides, standing in front of the man, who said how terrifying it was to have control at such a young age. The man dropped from the air, standing on the snow. Another man sank down next to him, covering his face with his hands. The man squeezed the red eye in his hand, from which the tentacles extended, and thought that she was just a small insect. Smiling widely, the man put his eye to his forehead, and it began to grow into him. His eyes glowed red, and he said that it was funny. He would play with her a little. Tentacles emanated from the man's head, and Diane stood in front of him, looking at him. Her eyes widened, and she frowned, thinking it was black magic. Opening his mouth wide, the man screamed loudly. His entire face was enveloped in tentacles, and a bright red light was visible in the slit on his face. Ivy was sitting next to a dead student who was missing the lower half of his body, with several other students lying nearby. She suddenly looked over her shoulder and frowned as she noticed something. The girl looked towards a high mountain. Trees grew in front of her, and snow was falling from the sky. The girl thought what kind of aura this was. Diane stood protected by an orange shield that was around her. Several appendages hit it. The girl clenched her teeth, put her hands in front of her, holding her shield and frowned, thinking that at this rate she would run out of mana. Several more tentacles hit the girl's shield. 2 more hooded people stood nearby. One of them had red GY glowing next to his hands, and the second had blue energy. Diane extended her hand forward as 2 projectiles, red and blue, flew towards her shield. They crashed into the shield and a bright fiery explosion passed next to the girl. The energy caused the girl's cloak and hair to flutter. She jumped to the side, falling on the snow next to the shield, which was open to the side. A huge monster with long shoots stood in front of the shield, and there were several more magicians in black cloaks nearby. Diane was breathing heavily. Raising her head, she closed one of her eyes, looking forward. A man with black hair, a monster with many tentacles grew around his head. He also had 3 red eyes and the man laughed, telling the girl to see it. He smiled widely, opened his eyes wide and said that this is what they call the age difference. Diane frowned, raising her hand, around which blue lightning sparkled, and asked about the difference in experience, saying that he just attached some kind of crap to his head. The man with the creature on his head looked at her displeasedly, asking why. On both sides of him stood magicians in dark hoods. The man with the black beard clenched his teeth. Saliva dripped from his lip and said that he would tear her into pieces. Diane smiled, looking at him. Blue energy appeared on her hand, which illuminated the girl's face, and she said that these are such cheap threats. It makes him look even stupider. The girl looked down in surprise, raising her eyebrows and parting her mouth. The man with the monster on his head extended his hand, shouting with a smile that the game was over. The girl was kneeling on the ground, leaning on her hands, with many tentacles reaching towards her. There were a lot of bright white cuts. In front of the girl stood a man in dark clothes who waved his sword in front of the monster. Diane looked up at him in surprise, her eyes wide open, blood flowing from her nose. The man with the monster face clenched his teeth in anger. Diane sat on her knees, asking who he was. The man in the gray mask turned over his shoulder, looking at her. Looking at the girl, he replied that he was a mercenary hired by Rod Lin, and he would sort it out here, let her run away. Diane covered her face with her hand, frowning, and asked about the mercenary. She said that he suddenly appeared here and thinks that he can cope alone, and he is out of his mind. The guy looked forward without turning to the girl and said that his goal was not to kill him and the girl. The main character thought that Nickel or Timur should not be called. Andreas took a fighting stance in front of the man, who surrounded himself with a monster with tentacles and said that he wants to cause an avalanche. So let the girl run. She asked in surprise what. The man opened his mouth wide, from which drops of saliva flew out, and angrily asked who he was and how he knew this. The main character in a gray mask and black hair looked at him with golden eyes from under the slits in the mask, asking why he should say this to a dead man. The monster extended its tentacles towards the guy, clenched his hand into a fist, and shouted that he was an arrogant fool. Andreas ran forward, tilting his body. He struck many times at the tentacles that were hitting the ground. The monster with tentacles groaned in pain. Next to him, 2 other people stretched out their hands forward, the eyes of one of them glowing with a purple light and the second with blue. Purple energy glowed around one of the people's hands, and he shot it forward, and there was blue energy around the second person's hand. A monster with tentacles stood behind them. Andreas held the sword in front of his face, lowering his head as red energy slammed into him. The guy disappeared from his place, and a crowd of people, as well as a monster with tentacles, stood in surprise in front of the place where he was. The guy landed in the crowd, stabbing with his sword. He put his hand on the ground. The hooded people flew into the air. The guy cut off their limbs with the sword. Diane looked at this in surprise, opening her eyes wide and parting her mouth, thinking that he was fast. The eye in the middle of the tentacle monster's face glowed a bright red light, and the man clenched his teeth. Diane frowned at this and shouted loudly to be careful. Andreas looked at this from under the cutouts on his gray mask. There was a strong, bright explosion next to the girl with black hair, and she turned away, covering her face with her hands and closing her eyes. On the ground, between Diane and the monster with tentacles, which was surrounded by people in black cloaks, a large explosion trail appeared. White fog was flying in the air. Some hooded people put their hands to their faces, coughing. The others looked ahead with wide eyes, calling out to Kidwell. Diane crossed her arms in front of her face, opening her mouth in shock and squinting one eye, mouth open. The guy in the gray mask pierced Kidwell in the neck with a sword. Blood flowed from the wound, and the man's mouth opened in pain. The red eye lowered, watching as a stream of blood flowed from Kidwell's mouth. The eye made a sound and turned its gaze forward to the main character. He looked up, also looking at him. The creature sharply hit the guy with one of its tentacles, and he covered his face with his hands, blocking the blow. Andreas staggered to the side, raising his sword hand and rolling his feet on the ground, kicking up dust into the air. Diane standing behind him. She looked at the guy's back, loudly asking if he was okay. Andreas, without turning to the girl, told her to stand behind her. Andreas looked at the monster through the holes in the mask, tilting his head slightly and thought that the wearer should already be dead, but he was still moving. Kidwell opened his mouth wide, from which blood flowed, and said something unintelligibly. Andreas wondered if the monster had taken control of the body. Kidwell's mouth opened even wider. The skin of his cheeks began to tear, and several tentacles entered the man's mouth. The monster let out a roar. The tentacles swallowed the man's face completely, and the tentacles began to grow. The red eye opened wide. The monster towered over the girl with black hair and the main character, lowering his gaze to them. The dead body of a man hung near his eyes. Andreas looked up, sword in hand, as a blow began to land on him, glowing white. A huge tentacle hit the ground and Andreas jumped to the side, grabbing Diane and pulling her back. The monster waved its tentacle, making a nasty squeal. A couple more blows struck the ground, next to the people in black hoods, throwing snow into the air. Diane and Andreas hid behind one of the stones while clouds of snow flew forward over their heads. The guy shouted to the girl to leave while he distracted him. The guy ran forward, his hair flying behind his back, and Diane looked at him in surprise, trying to say something. Andreas swung his sword, cutting through several of the monster's tentacles. Diane looked at the guy in surprise, opening her mouth and looking out from behind the stone, thinking that she didn't know who he was, but he saved her life. The girl frowned, looking down and raising her hand, next to which 4 small fragments were glowing, and thought that she couldn't just take it and throw it. A crystal appeared next to the girl's hand, which glowed with a bright blue light, and she thought that she needed to do something. She turned towards the guy who was fighting with the monster, raising dust in the air, and thought that she needed to be calmer and take her time. Diane held her hands next to the powerful blue energy that shone in front of her, illuminating her face. Blue lightning sparkled around her, and the girl thought that she needed to condense the energy. A large sharp ice shard appeared in front of the girl, from which a blue light emanated and a purple one at the tip. She thought that she needed to make it thinner and sharper. She raised her hand, above which a bright sharp ice shard was glowing, and looked up at it with a surprised face, thinking that she had succeeded. Andreas raised his sword, holding it above his head, and thought that if he could summon Nickel or Timur he would easily win. A white glow from the blow flashed next to him, and the guy looked to the side. The tentacle struck next to Andreas while he looked at the girl, who raised her hand, holding a sharp shard of ice above her. He jumped away from the monster's blow while the girl watched him and thought that she was so stubborn. Why didn't she run away? Diane frowned, pursing her lips, looking at the monster with anger, and thought now. Clenching her teeth, the girl sharply waved her hand and the fragment flew towards the monster, illuminating the girl's face with blue light. The fragment flew towards the man, whose body was hanging on the monster's flesh. The monster looked at the fragment. A blue projectile pierced the monster's body, and it opened its mouth in shock and looked back at it. The projectile illuminated it with a bright blue light. Andreas looked at this, raising his hand. The girl with black hair behind him lowered her hand. Part of the monster was torn. It looked at the wound, its mouth wide open, from which tentacles emerged. A bright purple ball glowed in the red flesh of the monster, and Andreas thought it was a mana core. He ran forward sharply, looking up at it and thinking that he should break it. A blow came near the guy, and he blocked it with his sword, holding it out in front of him. Andreas stepped back and lowered his head. The monster looked at him, and the guy thought that it was close, and he was too hasty. The monster extended several of its tentacles forward. Andreas, standing in a gray mask, watched his actions in surprise. One of the appendages pierced the neck of the black-hooded cultist, St, who grabbed the appendage, his eyes turning white and his mouth opening in shock. 2 more tendrils pierced the 2 cultists, lifting them into the air. The man with white hair looked forward in shock, asking what. Another appendage pierced the white-haired man's eye, and he opened his mouth in shock, opening his other eye wide. The cultist screamed in pain, suspended by the monster's tendrils in the air. Diane frowned, looking at this with her mouth open in shock, and thought that he was attacking his own. But why? Andreas also looked at it from under the holes in his mask, thinking that he was absorbing their mana. One of the cultists screamed loudly. His eyes turned white. The second was pierced in the chest, lowering his body low, blood flowing down the appendage. The cultist's skin turned gray. There were black hollows instead of his eyes, and the same thing happened to the cultist behind him. White spikes began to appear on the appendage that was holding the two of them. The monster smiled, opening its mouth with sharp teeth, from which tentacles came out, and looked forward with its red eye, making a joyful sound. He towered over the main character, who stood next to him, holding a sword. Andreas looked at the monster through the slits in the purple mask and said that it was bad. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, around which bright blue energy appeared, and asked what. Andreas raised his hand, looking at her. A blue light emanated from his sword and body, and the guy thought that it was a coating of ice magic. His sword became covered in purple energy that flew around him, and he thought that it was also increasing its sharpness. The guy's legs fell under the snow, glowing with a blue light, and he thought that it was also accelerating. Andreas turned back. Diane fell to her knees next to the stone, raising her hand. The girl lowered her head, breathing heavily and blushing. Drops of sweat were running down her face, and the guy thought that she had used all her remaining mana for this. Andreas stood in front of the monster, which was waving its tentacles, and told the girl not to force herself and just run. Snow rose on the ground when the guy jumped. He flew forward, raising his sword behind his back. A blue light emanated from him, and the guy thought that his body was so light. The monster looked to the side with its red eye, white spikes sprouting all over its body. The main character's eyes widened under his mask when he saw this. A bright blue explosion, various fragments flew to the sides. Andreas covered his face with his hands, holding them out in front of him as he was hit several times. A huge tentacle appeared above his head, which was covered with spikes, and the guy thought that there was no end to them. He jumped to the side, dodging the blow and holding the sword behind his back and stretching his other hand forward. He thought that he needed to find its core. Andreas struck the side of the monster, which turned at him in surprise and opened its mouth, looking at the guy. The monster's flesh, through which the guy's cut had been cut, began to quickly heal. Andreas landed on the ground on one knee and rested his hand on the ground, thinking that he was too strong. Suddenly, with one blow, someone split the monster into two halves. A bright red light was visible in its center. The top of the monster fell to the ground. A bright light came from the cut, and Andreas covered his face with his hand. Red debris from the monster flew next to him, and a red light illuminated his face. Someone sheathed his sword, calling out to the main character. Ivy frowned at the guy, holding a dried piece of meat between her teeth, and asked who he was. Andreas looked at the girl while the masked face was illuminated by the red light and wondered why it was Ivy. He silently looked at the girl with blonde hair who stood in front of her, his jacket and hair flying in the wind. Ivy looked at him with a frown, chewing a piece of meat in her mouth, and said that if he didn't answer, she would take off this mask from him. A sound was heard on the mountain next to them, and Ivy and Andreas raised their heads, looking up. The guy looked at the girl again, saying that those black magicians had installed a huge magic circle with explosive magic here, and if it was not destroyed now, many students would suffer. Ivy clenched her teeth, frowning at the guy from under her brows, saying, "Stop bluffing." The sound was heard again on the mountain, and the girl looked in its direction while Andreas said that it would soon explode. The guy told her that he relied on her, running away, leaving a yellow trail behind him. Ivy raised her hand in his direction in surprise. She looked at the ground from where the guy had disappeared. Her cloak fluttered behind her from the wind, and the girl swore loudly. She clenched her teeth, frowning, turning over her shoulder while a bright red light shone above her on the mountain, and said that she would get it out of the ground. In 2 leaps, Ivy jumped up the mountain towards the fiery glow and cursed loudly again. Andreas was holding a white mask in his hands, from which white clots were emanating, and thought that it was close. He hid behind a tree, breathing heavily, looking at the bright red light on the mountain, and thought that if this is Ivy, then she will cope. A high snow-capped mountain, snow was falling in the air. A huge black castle with 2 towers, rain was falling from the sky. The Telekinesis, a certain castle nearby. In the center of the pentagram lay the body of a mermaid with a blue tail. Her chest was covered with a white cloth, for candles were burning next to her, and a dead bird lay nearby. Juster stood over the mermaid's body, raising his hands high, from which red magic emanated, his cloak illuminated by light. He looked down at the girl's corpse with his blue glowing eyes. Juster sighed and lowered his head. He stood without turning on the floor. The light from the window and the shadow of a person was visible. Juster said that this was his private property. Salem was sitting on the windowsill, next to the open window, and Juster told him that it was possible to warn in advance about the visit. The man with blonde hair smiled, clenched his teeth, and replied that he had an unusual business with him. The man stood with his foot on the floor, asking Juster if he was underestimating him. The man walked forward. The staff was on his back, and he said that if this were not so, then he would not have done such a stupid thing. Juster looked at the man. There was a bright light from the candles next to him, and he replied that he did not understand what Salem was talking about. A man with blonde hair looked at him gloomily, his eyes turned white, and a bright, powerful green energy glowed around his hand. He asked if he was acting like a fool. The man raised his hand, looking at Juster, who raised his hand from behind his cloak, telling him, if he was tired of living, give him a funeral. Juster looked at the man with blue, glowing eyes. A blue light was visible behind him, and he asked what he wanted. Salem scrunched his face and clenched his teeth. He took the red bottle from the table and removed the cap with his thumb, looking at it and saying that he knew what he wanted. The man poured a golden drink into one of the glasses on the table, saying that if he insisted that this was all a natural disaster and he had nothing to do with it, he would be in real trouble. Juster looked at him in surprise while Salem held a glass of drink, asking him to borrow his diligent laziness for a week. The man smiled, raising the glass to his face. A golden reflection was visible in his eyes, and he said that then he would close his eyes to what he had done. A large stone academy building with several towers. Andreas walked along the stone floor in his brown boots. He walked forward, looking at the screen of the tablet he held in his hand, and a couple of other people walked nearby. The guy opened an article on the tablet, with a photo of a man with red eyes and black hair, Ivy and Diane. The article said, the black magician Kidwell was defeated by Professor Ivy's assistant. An exclusive interview with the Imperial Bureau of Investigation, Terrorism Against Academy Students. The daughter of the House Alvin claims that she was saved by an unknown swordsman. Andreas put the tablet in a brown bag on his shoulder and thought that Tolman had been suspended and Bucht himself had taken over the investigation. Problem? It looks like everyone will be on edge now. It's worth staying low for now. Ivy was watching the guy around the corner, her hand on her belt. She said, apparently he really likes the Knight's training ground. And the guy with green hair turned his gaze to the side at her voice. Ivy walked forward and put her hand on her head, closing her eyes and saying that I wonder why she came here for some wizard. She pointed her thumb behind her and told him to follow her. They walked to the training area, where there were racks of weapons and archery targets. Andreas frowned, looking at the girl, and pursed his lips, wondering if she had found out. Ivy stopped, turned to the guy, and put one of her hands on her hip, asking if he knew why they were here. The guy looked at the girl silently, narrowing his eyes slightly. He stood in front of her, answering that partly yes. Ivy smiled, knitting her eyebrows and looking at him, said that this simplifies everything, thinking, oh, this is extreme straightforwardness. Andreas slightly lowered his head, saying that with all due respect, he was not yet ready to start a relationship with the opposite sex, and the girl shouted in displeasure that she would kill him now. Ivy held a piece of dried meat in her mouth, looking at the guy with anger, and told him that Diane told her about two monsters that killed a bunch of students. She asked, "D, what happened to them?" Andreas looked at the girl and, frowning, replied that he did not know. As he had already said, he was able to escape from the investigation bureau while they were distracted. The guy remembered how he looked at Diane telling something, thinking that she did not tell them that they had come for him. Ivy smiled at him and asked if he really thought she would believe it. Andreas lowered his head and closed his eyes, answering that it is true, and now, he asks to forgive him. Ivy suddenly turned around with her feet on the ground. She raised her sword behind her back, striking at the protagonist, who ducked to avoid it. The girl took the sword in two hands, raising it above her head, and Andreas reached his hand to his side. The blonde struck at the guy, who repelled him with his sword in a black sheath, yellow sparks flying from their blow. Andreas and Ivy jumped away from each other. The girl bent down, and dust rose on the ground. Ivy smiled, clenching her teeth and looking at him, said that the skinny magician was able to block her attack, an assistant professor of the night faculty. Andreas looked at his sword with a surprised face. His hand trembled, and cracks appeared on the black sheath, and the guy thought that he had only blocked her sword. Ivy frowned at the guy, clenched her teeth, and said that this was somehow suspicious. Andreas answered her. Does she really suspect that he is one of the black magicians? Vivian was hiding behind the wall next to them. The girl with green hair lowered her gaze to the floor and pressed her hands to her chest, wondering if Andreas was a black magician. Ivy pointed her sword at the guy, placing her other hand on his waist, and said that this is the only logical answer. No matter where black magicians were involved, he always behaved suspiciously, and in the case of the Balloric family, he was able to defeat the magician who caught her in trap. She remembered the man with black hair and a gray mask, frowning and thinking that his voice was different, but his physique was similar. And how did he do it? The main character stood in front of the girl, clutching a sword in his hand, and said that he understands that she does not believe what he told the Bureau. She answered him that it was true, and something else. Ivy looked down at the guy, saying that Vivian had changed a lot after the exam, and what he did to her. Vivian's eyes, who had been eavesdropping on them, widened in surprise and her mouth parted. Andreas silently looked at Ivy with a frown. Vivian's eyes widened. The girl looked forward in surprise when the guy said that he only saved her. Ivy frowned at him, asking if he saved her. And the main character replied that yes, he went inside the barrier and saved her, that's all. Vivian looked down and put her hand to her chest, thinking that she knew that Andreas was Mr. Fairy. Ivy shouted stop lying to her, and the girl with green hair turned in their direction in surprise. Ivy pointed her sword at the green-haired guy, shouting that how could a loser like him freely enter and exit the Black Magician's barrier. Vivian shouted it was true, and the main character and Ivy turned towards the girl's voice. A girl with green hair walked forward, saying that Andreas saved her life. Andreas looked at the girl in surprise. Ivy also frowned at her. She held her sword to Andreas' throat. Vivian next to him frowned. Ivy abruptly sheathed her sword, closing her eyes and turning away. She walked between them, pushing the guy with her shoulder and holding a piece of meat in her mouth, saying that she would keep an eye on him. Andreas and Vivian were left alone on the training field. The guy bowed slightly to the girl in front of him, thanking her for her help. The girl told him not to worry about it. She blushed and looked at Andreas, thinking that this confirmed everything. The large Cromwell family estate was illuminated by the sun, with bushes growing in an even row nearby. Ami was sitting at the table, looking at the book next to her and writing something on a piece of paper in her other hand. Next to it was a large pile of various papers. Someone said that they had finished cleaning the estate, and the girl looked up. Lupin stood in front of her with a tray in her hands, and the girl with green hair thanked her, saying that it must have been hard to clean, since the estate had been abandoned for a long time. The maid replied that it was not at all. She placed a tray of cake, on top of which were strawberries, coffee, and a small container of something. Saying that they considered it disrespectful to enter the previous lord's study, she said that Lady Ami should enter there first. The girl with green hair stood up from the table and replied that she would do it right now. She walked down the corridor, holding a brown folder in her hands. Ami stood on the white floor, her feet wearing brown shoes. The girl stood in front of a wooden door with a picture carved on it, thinking that this was her father's office. She lowered her gaze and frowned, thinking that she remembered how she was often scolded for hiding there all the time with her brother. Ami put her hand on the black door handle, saying that a lot of time has passed since then. She opened the door, looking into the dark room. The office was destroyed. The floor was littered with numerous books. The table and cabinets lay on the floor, covered with dust. The bookcase at the end of the room was broken, and the girl said that it was such a mess. She walked forward through the dark room, which was littered with many books, and said that after all, this place had not been looked after at all. Ami looked down, noticing something. A broken frame lay on the floor, and the girl extended her hand to it. She looked at the frame, lifting it. A bright orange light flashed behind the girl, which went behind the bookcase. The train was traveling into a field, Welton territory. Andreas closed his eyes and frowned, asking Salem if he was being too cocky. A man with blonde hair was sitting on the train. He had a black hood on his head. Tattoos were visible on his arms, and the man crossed them on his chest. He clenched his teeth and frowned, asking what. Andreas replied that the greatest black magician of the continent openly appears in such a crowded place. A vein bulged on Salem's cheek, and he looked at the guy with displeasure, saying that the greatest black magician of the continent gives him instructions, but he complains, and everyone is hunting for him, and all because of his weakness. Salem smiled and closed one eye, saying that they could get down to business. Andreas looked at him, thinking that he had not heard him at all. Salem pointed at the guy with his hand. They were sitting on chairs opposite each other. The man said that he knows that the aura in his dantian and the mana in his heart are essentially the same thing. Andreas answered yes. The figure of a man, in whose chest there was a violet glow, and in whose stomach there was a blue one. From blue to violet there was a blue arrow, and from violet to blue there was a red arrow. Salem extended his hand, saying that therefore he, in theory, could convert aura into mana and vice versa. Of course, this is not possible without a dual core, although this is not a problem for them. Salem crossed his legs, looking at the guy, and continued that he, the great Salem, would teach him a method that he personally developed and in practice can convert aura and mana. He called it transfer. 10 minutes later, Andreas closed his eyes, imagining himself with a blue and purple glow in his body, around which red and blue energy circulated, and thought that the technique and its activation were very simple. He looked at the man in front of him, who put his hand to his chin and thought that he did not know that it was possible to convert mana into aura so quickly. Salem frowned, looking at the main character, and he thought what kind of incredible technique he had invented. The man began to get up from his seat, placing his hands on his knees, and said that it seemed like he had learned everything and let him continue to practice. Andreas looked at the man in surprise, extended his hand to him, and said that he wanted to ask something else. Salem, who was opening the train window, looked over his shoulder at the guy. Andreas frowned, looking at him with wide eyes, and asked what he knew about his father and the Cromwell family. Salem looked at the guy over his shoulder, standing at the open window, and replied that Kane was Morn's grandfather's student. The main character's eyes widened, and he looked at the man in shock, asking what. Salem frowned at the guy and replied that he had already told him that he had to find out on his own, and he didn't want to explain everything to him. The man jumped out the window and Andreas looked in his direction in shock, loudly asking what he was talking about. The guy looked down and frowned, wondering if Kane Cromwell was a black magician, and he never suspected that he was one, and he doesn't remember the game talking about it. The train was traveling on red rails, the sun was shining on it and the ground, and the guy thought it was good that he was going home now. Having searched the house, maybe he could find something. A large, bright estate with an orange roof. Andreas entered a clean office. There was a wooden desk and a chair with red upholstery, paintings hung on the white walls, and Ami next to him asked how he liked it. Lupin cleaned up here very well. Andreas looked inside the room in shock, his mouth parted. The guy asked if this wasn't his father's office and Ami extended her hand, looking at him, saying that it was such a mess, so she replaced all the furniture here. Andreas looked around, thanking his sister and saying that he could work here. The girl put her hand on the photo frame on the table, saying that she made sure that she saved everything important. The girl with green hair winked and with a smile showed Andreas a photo of them as children, father and mother, saying that this was their family photo when they were still children. The photo showed little Andreas and Ami, as well as their father Kane with long green hair, who had his hands on his daughter's shoulders, smiling, and a girl with brown hair who stood next to Andreas. Ami asked if this brings back memories. Andreas looked down at the photo with a smile and thought that he had a strange feeling. He extended his hand to her, touching her with his finger, and thought that he felt nostalgia and at the same time something else. Suddenly, the main character's face was illuminated by a bright light, and he looked down in surprise, his mouth parted. Ami also looked down in surprise, her face also illuminated by the light. A bright yellow light emanated from the photo, and the girl who was holding it asked what in shock. Some noise was heard and Andreas looked back. One of the bookcases creaked and moved to the side. Andreas looked at it. Brother and sister looked in surprise at the open passage, and the girl asked what it was. Andreas opened his eyes wide, illuminated by the light from the passage, thinking that when he touched the frame, a magic circle worked. He looked at the passage from which the light came and thought that he had opened a secret room. The main character remembered a man with long green hair and a dark cloak, who had his back turned, thinking that if it only triggered when two of them touched it, then there must be Kane's legacy, or more precisely, his will, inside. Andreas frowned, looking decisively towards the passage and thought that he should go inside first. If it is so well hidden, there must be something incredible there. The guy put his hand on the bookcase, looked over his shoulder at his sister, and told her that he would go and check, and let her wait outside. The girl replied that she could not let him go alone. Andreas looked at the passage, frowning, and replied that this place is connected with magic and it would be dangerous for her to go there. Ami tried to say something behind his back. The guy shouted at her to leave and Ami closed her eyes, blushing and agreeing. She walked out the door of the office, holding it by the handle, and asked him to be careful, turning over her shoulder. Andreas agreed without looking back at the girl. He walked through a dark dungeon, which was lit by torches, going down the stairs. The main character's eyes widened and he shuddered, suddenly feeling something. The guy looked forward in surprise. His face was illuminated by the torch, and a drop of sweat was running down his cheek when he thought, "Is this really black magic?" And he had the same feeling from the page of laziness. Andreas walked further along the dark steps. He walked into a dark corridor. Torches were burning on the stone walls. At the end there was a tree surrounded by something, and the guy thought about it. Bright red energy emanated from the tree. Green grass with flowers grew around it, and the guy walked on. Green grass with blue, white, and purple flowers growing on it. Andreas thought that there were many rare fairy flowers here. He looked at the tree from which red energy emanated. The system window showed the code of the apocalypse, Chapter 0. The purest original sin, in the process of fruiting. A huge tree with leaves growing on top. The grass next to it glowed with golden light, and the guy thought that this was the main part of the codex. His eyes widened in shock. His mouth opened slightly and he frowned, wondering why there was something here that he had not even seen in the game. A piece of paper was tied to one of the tree branches and Andreas realized that it was a note. He put his hand on the paper that was hanging on the tree. The guy turned it around, looked down and said that the note was tied to the tree of original sin, and was it really from Cain? A bright red energy glowed around the guy, surrounding him. Andreas raised his gaze in surprise, opening his mouth. In his hands, the note disintegrated and disappeared. He lowered his hands, raising his head in surprise. A man in brown clothes approached him from behind, clenching his hands into fists. He put his hand on the guy's head, stroking it, and his eyes widened in shock. Andreas frowned. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek and he looked forward in surprise. Wide-open gray eyes of the main character. The man extended his hand, on which lay the bone. Cain put his hand to his chest and, closing his eyes, bowed to Morn, who stood nearby, looking at the man. A bone that lay on the ground in a gray pot. Several leaves sprouted from the seed, and a faint red glow began to emanate from it. Cain pointed to a small tree sprout that grew in a hill, casting a bright red light. A man with gray hair and another man with black hair looked at it. The white-haired man smiled madly, gritting his teeth while Bart stood behind him with a shocked expression. Cain knelt down on one knee, holding a girl with brown hair. There was a bloody stain on her side, blood dripping from her lips, and a bloody dagger lay next to her. The man put his hand on the girl's wound. His face was hidden in shadow. The blood stain that was on the man's hand. A man with gray hair, with a crazy look, raised his hands over little Ami and Andreas, who stood with frightened faces. Cain gritted his teeth as he placed his hand on the photo frame of the Cromwell family, a bright blue energy emanating from his hand. Andreas stood silently with his back, dressed in a black cloak. He lowered his gaze, frowning, and thought that this is what happened. He thought about a man with gray hair and red glowing eyes, who was dressed in a yellow cloak. Behind him stood Morn, Juster, and other people in black hoods. The guy thought that the Empire and the black magicians were in cahoots with each other. The tree from which red energy emanated. The grass next to it glowed with golden light, and in front of it stood a man in brown clothes. Andreas thought that as Salem said, the Emperor passed on Cain Morn. Cain studied black magic and raised the original sin. A man with long green hair was lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, and the main character thought that as soon as he did this, they decided to get rid of him, since he had lost his value. Cain was on his knees, leaning on his hands, blood dripping from his lips, and the guy thought that the death of his wife and his mysterious illness, in addition to the fall of his family, Cain soon realized that this was the work of the Emperor. The tree of original sin in a dark dungeon. Andreas looked at it with a frown, thinking that this is why he decided to take revenge on the Emperor by hiding the tree of original sin, where only he and his sister can get. Standing behind Andreas was Cain, who asked if he had seen enough of the memories of his father, Andreas Cromwell. The guy with green hair looked over his shoulder at the man, his face illuminated by a red light. The man in front of him smiled. His eyes turned red and he frowned, asking if he should call the main character Makoto Kaneshiro. Andreas clenched his hand on the scabbard, drawing his sword. He pointed it towards the man and frowned, asking who he was. The man in Cain's body looked at the tip of the sword with a smile, saying that he thought that the guy already understood who he was a gambling addict and all that. The main character remembered how in his old body he held the phone to his ear while the person said, "Thank you for playing our games," and maybe now he understands. Andrea's eyes widened in shock, thinking that this cannot be. He stood next to the tree, pointing his sword at the man, and asked if he was the developer who threw him into this game. The man smiled. Sharp teeth were visible in his mouth, and he asked how the guy was in the world of deadly sins. Andreas looked at him angrily, clenching his teeth, while the man told him, "This is an amazing world." The main character looked at the man. His eyes glowed slightly with a purple light, and the tree behind him cast a bright red light, and he asked why he brought him here. The man with red eyes squeezed the tip of the sword between his fingers, saying that there was nothing special. He wanted the guy to beat this game. A bright red light emanated from the tree, casting white reflections. Andrea stood next to him looking at the man, asking him to complete the game, and he replied that everything was simple. He lowered his gaze, thinking about Diane, a guy with brown hair and a girl with blonde hair, smilingly saying that he has seen many endings of this world, Louis, Diane, Lucia, and others. The red sky from which lightning shot out and hit the tree of original sin. The man said that in the end they all ended up the same way. The world was destroyed by an explosion of original sin that consumed all the mortal sins and their owners. Andreas looked over his shoulder and frowned. White lights were flying next to him, and he asked what the man was talking about. When you collect all the mortal and original sins and defeat the last boss, the end of the world will be prevented. A man with green hair smiled insidiously. Behind him there was a red sky and a falling white tower. He said that this is only what he knows. But as long as the consciousness of original sin exists, the world will sooner or later collapse, and to prevent this, he needs control it completely. The tip of the sword, next to which a bright red light shone. Andreas asked about the control of original sin, and the man replied that yes, and only the flesh and blood of Cain is capable of this. A system window appeared in front of the main character, on which it was written, "Immature original sin requests the blood of a contract." Or, you need to offer your blood and conclude a contract. Andreas looked over his shoulder, frowning at the system window next to the tree, and the developer said that it seemed like original sin had sensed him. The man remembered how Andreas, with tears in his eyes, hugged someone's leg, how he held a gold ring in his hands, and a man with blonde hair and a mustache, sweat flowing down his face. He frowned and said with a smile that Andreas could be mediocre garbage. He pointed his finger at the tree behind the guy and said that only a few can enter here before original sin grows, and he is one of those few. Andreas frowned, silently looking at the man. The city, over which a green field appeared and turquoise energy glowed. The developer said that 6 months later, when the tree grows, it will leave this room and go in search of the owner. Andreas stood on the grass. There were flowers around, and the guy was holding a sword in his hands, thinking that he was wondering why he was reborn into such a trash character. Now he understands, considering that Cain hid the original sin. Only he and Ami could get it. The guy looked at the man with red eyes in front of him and asked what he wanted him to do. The developer extended his hand towards the guy, saying that everything is simple. He wants Andreas to enter into a contract with original sin and become his master, and then feed him mortal sins and tame him. A large tree of original sin, from which red energy emanated. Andreas said that it sounds easy, but if he fails, it will eat him. The developer replied that there is nothing to be done. This is the only way out. He closed his eyes and lowered his head. His figure began to dissolve into pixels, and the man said that if he succeeds, both he and the world can survive, and he apologizes for dragging him into all this, but he relies on him. Andreas lowered his gaze, his face illuminated by a red light. Suddenly the man called him son, and the guy raised his head. Cain smiled looking at the guy. There was yellow energy around him, and the man said that he believed in him. The man narrowed his eyes and said with a smile that he was sure he could, and please look after Ami. The man disappeared, leaving behind a bright golden light. Andreas stood next to the tree, looking at the golden glow. He clutched a sword in his hands, turning to a tree from which a bright red glow emanated. The guy's glove fell onto the grass. He raised one of his hands, bringing it to the blade of the sword. The guy swung his sword sharply at his hand, saying that this is not one of those stories about being reborn in another world. He clenched his hand into a fist, from which blood was flowing, and said that although he did not like to do something according to orders, but, as he said, he had no choice, and if there was no choice, there was only one thing left. Andreas put his bloody hand to the tree from which red energy emanated, thinking as he always did. Red energy also appeared around the guy, surrounding him. The protagonist's eyes widened as a system window appeared, on which was written, Code of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0. Pure original sin merged with the user's body. Code of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0. Pure original sin recognized the user as its master. A bright red light illuminated the dungeon. A guy stood in front of him. The system window showed, mana recovery increased by 144%. Mana density will increase over time. The system window showed that the element of mana would lean towards darkness over time. Abilities would increase depending on the number of mortal sins collected. With an increase in the number of mortal sins collected, new abilities would be unlocked. The tree of original sin that was floating in the air. A man with long green hair who stood in front of a bright golden light. Andreas thought of Cain Cromwell, the owner of the other half of his soul. The guy thought about Ami, who had a bright golden design behind her, illuminating the girl from one side, and the guy thought that Cain could leave Ami and the Cromwell family to him. The tree in front of the main character disappeared, leaving behind a faint red energy. The guy stood in front of this light. Andreas looked down and frowned. His mouth parted in thinking that may Cain's soul rest in peace. He would also take revenge for all the injustices that he had experienced. He thought he would swear to it. A large window with transparent curtains, in front of which stood a man in a yellow robe. In front of him, a man in a black cloak was kneeling. Next to him was another on his feet. The emperor was cleaning the sword with a white rag. A purple glow emanated from the sword. The man asked if they had found the original sin. A man with light blonde hair who looked up at the Emperor, beads of sweat running down his face. Viscount Lamar Welton, head of the Intelligence Bureau. Viscount bowed his head to the Emperor, replying that they had searched all of Kane's possessions before his death. The man with gray hair turned around, clutching a sword in his hand, and shouted displeasedly that he called himself the head of intelligence. The man turned back to the window, looking behind him, and said that he probably entrusted it to one of his relatives. Sooner or later they would want revenge. Viscount replied that then he would carefully study the Cromwell family. The Emperor looked down at him with a mad look, eyes wide open, and said that right now one of Cromwell. The Emperor did not finish speaking and, lowering his hand with the sword, told Viscount not to rush and he would give him a little more time. He bowed and loudly thanked the man. He looked up at the Emperor with a shocked expression as he began to say that they should continue their search now. It would be a good idea to start with the deadly sins. The Emperor stood in front of the two men who were looking at him and asked what about the cult of Zepar. He is sure that they have one of the deadly sins to summon a god. Viscount replied that they have discovered suspicious activities and they think that they will soon collect a huge number of people for the Zephyr summoning ceremony. The Emperor said that was great and let them follow them. A man who was wearing underwear, a purple cape with feathers, a purple hat and high boots, he stood in the sewer in the water, crossing his arms over his chest, his eyes glowing red. Next to him walked many people with boxes on their shoulders. They were wearing dark cloaks and hoods. A huge round coliseum, with a stone staircase leading up to it. Someone asked about this year's festival and whether they realized the importance of it. A dark dungeon. A red light was shining in the passage and someone answered, "Yes, Master Piet," and they prepared everything they needed. A man in underwear and a purple hat sat on the boxes with one leg crossed. A man in a hood and cloak stood in front of him. He extended his hand and said that from the number of guards to the entry and exit points, they also carefully examined the underground chambers under arena. He said that they will need many victims to summon Lord Zephyr. The man in the purple hat put his palms on his cheeks. He smiled widely and blushed, closing his eyes. He had purple lipstick on his lips, gold rings in his ears and nose, and on his hand as well there was a gold bracelet. He said that it was a great job, and if everything went as it should, he would definitely introduce him to good girls. The guy with brown hair smiled and lowered his head slightly. Piet put his hand to his chest and raised the other, asking or maybe even with him. The guy flinched and asked him not to do this. Students of the academy, their faces were hidden in shadow, only white eyes were visible. The guy said that he just asked for help from his brothers and sisters from the academy. Piet smiled, putting his hand to his chin and said that they are good guys, they do their job well. The man raised his index finger in front of the guy, saying didn't he mention a good candidate. The man asked if he recruited him. Khazar remembered a girl with light green hair, whose eyes glowed red and she waved her sword. Piet thought for sure he was talking about her. The guy remembered how Vivian looked at him with a dissatisfied expression on her face. Khazar said that he spoke to her personally, but she did not show any interest. She said that she had already found her spiritual support. Piet put his hand on his cheek and asked like this, saying what a pity. The man with red eyes smiled, looked up and said that no matter what, he hoped that he could take care of everything himself, for he had very important things to do, so he would be busy. A large stone dormitory building with a black roof. Andrea stood in front of the system window with a frown, looking down at it. On the system window it was written, traits, double core unique, evolution unique, enlightenment epic, original sin unknown, talents, black magic necromancy unusual, elemental magic water magic weak, creation of enhancing potions unusual, combat exceptional, movement exceptional. The guy thought that a week has passed since visiting the Cromwell estate. He stood in the dorm room, walking around, and thought that he was worried that original sin might cause some problems, but fortunately nothing had happened yet. Andreas opened the window, placing his hands on it, and thought that now that he knows Kane's secret, he is even more worried about Ami. The guy leaned his hands on the windowsill, looking out the window and frowned, thinking that if not for the events brewing at the academy, he would prefer to stay with her. Andreas looked at the street, on which there were many small buildings. Clouds were floating across the sky. A large, bright, round coliseum. Andreas thought that on the last day of the festival, Kul Zepar would carry out a terrorist attack in this arena. He thought of a huge demon who opened his mouth wide in a smile. His eyes were glowing with a red light, and in front of him were Diane, Vivian, Lucia, and a guy with dark hair that was tied into a ponytail. The main character thought that who knows how many they will kill people in their reckless attempt to summon an evil god, and we need to get rid of them before anyone gets hurt. Andreas put his hands on the windowsill, looking out the window, and thought that he needed to protect the playable characters if he wanted to complete the game. The guy frowned. There was a blue sky above him, and he thought that he didn't expect much. Andreas thought about the throne on which a bald man was sitting. On the stairs that led to the throne there were many naked people. 3 naked women were next to the man. Other people were sitting below. One was playing a lute. In the crowd there were also a couple of people with black heads of goats. Andreas thought that it was possible that the Zepar cult owned the head of the codex. He would need to check this. The guy looked towards the portal from which Nickel was coming out, pointing his hand at it, and said that things had noticeably increased since the moment he received the original sin. The guy looked at the skeleton in front of him and said that they would continue their training. Suddenly, a bright purple energy appeared around the guy and he raised his hands, looking down. Andrea's eyes opened wide and his mouth fell open as he looked down. The system window showed the code of the apocalypse. Chapter 0. The purest original sin revealed zealous laziness. Andreas looked in surprise at the skeleton next to him, thinking what? The system window showed Apocalypse Code. Chapter 0. The purest original sin was associated with zealous laziness, creating additional effects, creating additional abilities, enhancing basic skills. Nickel, who looked at the guy with his red eyes, above him was a golden cube with drawings carved on it, from which golden energy emanated. Andreas thought about laziness. The system window showed the code of the apocalypse. Chapter 0. The purest original sin begins to grow. The guy raised his hand. Looking at it in surprise, it trembled and he shouted what this feeling was. Nickel stood calmly, looking forward, while purple energy hovered next to him. The main character wondered if it was really the original sin that recognized laziness in Nickel. He remembered how Nickel in a dark hood and a red scarf came out of the portal, holding a golden cube in his hands, wondering if it was because he had been carrying it with him for a long time. Andreas looked at the skeleton next to him with wide-open eyes, his mouth slightly open. He looked down at the system window, on which it was written, Apocalypse Code. Chapter 0. The purest original sin has finished growing. In the Apocalypse Code Chapter 0, the purest original sin and zealous laziness are no longer connected. A bright purple and red mist glowed around Nickel. His eyes glowed brightly red, and the system window showed, Phantom of Sloth Legendary. Shares the effects of Diligent Sloth, Nickel, Undead, Grade 5, Mana. 2113, Traits. Self-Awareness, Mastery. Sword and Code of the Apocalypse Chapter 0, Pure Original Sin. Mana recovery increased by 188%. Laziness. Sensitivity to mana increased by 66%. Laziness. Once every 6 days you can use a special skill. Current stored skills. Laziness. The main character looked in surprise at the many system windows that opened in front of him and said that his appearance had not changed, but his characteristics had increased greatly. He turned to the skeleton and raised his index finger, saying that in order to celebrate his strengthening, how about canceling their training today? Nickel shook his head at the guy. A large round coliseum. There were kiosks nearby, next to which there were people. The main character walked in a black cloak and hood, and also with a mask on his face. People stood at the baked goods stand. There were various cookies on the table. The man seller smiled, raising his hand. The customers looked at the pastries on the table. The guy with brown hair smiled, clenching his teeth, arm wrestling with a man who had black hair and frowned. Andreas said that he remembers that there were cultists here who were recruiting new members. He walked among a crowd of people, past a stall selling fruits and vegetables, and thought that maybe he had mixed up something. Andreas turned his gaze to the side, wondering why he didn't see familiar faces. A guy with brown hair and closed eyes walked through the crowd of people with a dark hood on his head. Khazar looked ahead, frowning, and the protagonist recognized him, thinking that he had appeared right before the terrorist attack. A large round coliseum, with many arches in it. Andreas thought that he would follow it. A dark alley in which you could see a sewer hatch that someone was holding. The hatch on the ground slammed shut. Andreas went down the stairs into the sewer. He frowned and looked down. Andreas looked with red, glowing eyes at an orc girl with red hair who was looking in the other direction, her face illuminated by the light of a torch. The girl looked up towards the stairs. Andreas jumped at her, raising his dagger behind his back to strike. His face was not visible, only his red, glowing eyes. The guy jumped onto the floor of the sewer, with water flowing nearby. He sat next to the girl, putting his hand under her head. The girl's eyes turned white. Andreas extended his hand, opening a blue portal with purple energy glowing around it, and looked to the side, thinking that the cult was preparing to attack. Nickel and Timur came out of 2 portals, and looking at the dead girl, the guy told the skeleton to follow him, and the tiger to stay here and watch everything. Andreas ran through the sewer, holding a sword in his hand, telling the skeleton to go. Nickel ran after the guy, also holding a sword in his hand. Timur stood still, clenching his teeth and looking deep into the sewer. A large room in the sewer. Torches were burning on the walls. There were many boxes on which people were sitting, and other naked people were also visible tied to the walls. The people in the dungeon were dressed only in underwear. They stood by the boxes. Some were wearing shirts or cloaks. One of the men had a bag on his head with holes for his eyes in it. Khazar watched them with his arms crossed over his chest. He lowered his head slightly and smiled faintly, thinking that bringing the explosives here was such a hassle, but installing them would take no more than a day, and it looked like there would be no problems with tomorrow's ceremony. He watched as the head of one of the men with a bag on his head flew away from the body, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Khazar thought that he hoped that he would be promoted to rank for his services. Someone shouted that they were under attack. Andreas jumped to the ground, cutting the chest of one of the cultists with his sword. The guy with brown hair and the other cultists looked at him. Khazar opened his eyes wide and frowned. He shouted that this was a spy and let them kill him. Cultists in underwear and bags on their heads, as well as a girl with a crazy smile and a dagger in her hands, ran forward. Andreas looked away at them, frowning. He dealt many blows to the cultists. The body of one of them was cut into two parts. The girl's head flew away from the body. She opened her eyes wide in shock. The body of the third cultist was also cut into two parts. Dust rose from the floor. Khazar clenched his teeth and reached for his sword, shouting that they were useless. The brown hair guy's eyes opened, and he shouted that he was just one. But suddenly the guy thought what? His head flew away from his body. Nickel stood behind Khazar, swinging his sword, cutting off the guy's head. Nickel clenched his teeth, his red eyes glowing brightly. Andreas looked at the guy's severed head, which was rolling on the ground, and thought that his fencing was impressive, as always. He stood in the sewer. Two dead bodies of cultists were visible, and said that he thought they had figured it out and they needed to take all the explosives. The main character looked to the side with a frown, thinking that he needed to call Timur. A white tiger appeared above the guy with green hair and looked at him with a surprised look. Andreas jumped back. A white cloud of dust was visible in the air. Andreas turned to the tiger, who was standing on one knee, leaning on his hand, and shouted to Timur. A man in a purple cloak picked up Khazar's head from the ground, saying that he quickly finished his business and decided to come early. The man held the guy's head in his hands while the main character looked at him. The man said, "My boy, Khazar." Andreas frowned, looking at the man, wondering when he came. Pyatt turned to the guy, clenching his teeth and frowning in anger, blood flowing down his hand from Khazar's head, and the man asked if he had killed this child. Andreas's eyes widened when the man turned to him, and he thought that this couldn't be true. Pyatt threw his head to the side, approaching the guy and told him that he hopes that the main character realizes what he will do to him now. Andreas realized that this is Pyatt Koban. The man took off his purple hat, put his hand on his vest and smiled widely, looking threateningly at Andreas, saying that he was playing too much. The man threw his cloak aside. His face was hidden by a shadow and Andreas thought that this was one of the highest members of the cult, who appears only in the middle of the game and has power comparable to the Master of Aura. Pyatt told him that he would pinch a little on his body. Purple spots were visible and Andreas thought it was bad. Andreas stood between Timur and Nickel, and the guy looked at the skeleton, thinking that Pyatt was much stronger than Ivy, and given the low classes of Timur and Nickel, would they be able to win? Pyatt raised his hands. His body was hidden by a shadow. His eyes glowed with a bright red light, and the veins on his head bulged. Andreas thought that, moreover, Pyatt is the worst opponent for them. He has skills that enhance muscular and physical strength. Andreas frowned at the man, thinking that this made cuts and blunt blows ineffective. Pyatt's body turned completely dark purple. He had red whites of his eyes with black pupils, and the man smiled widely, clenching his teeth and saying that he doesn't know who he is, but he seems strong, so he won't hold back. Andreas frowned, looking at the man and thought that he was advancing. A large cloud of dust rose in front of the guy, the tiger, and the skeleton as Pyatt jumped from his seat. Timur clenched his teeth, jumped to the side, and stood in front of the main character, shielding him. The tiger took the two hands of Pyatt, who was standing in front of him, into his paws. They stepped on each other, trying to push them away. Nickel grabbed the hilt of his sword and unsheathed it as he watched. The skeleton struck many blows, emitting a yellow light, on the back of the man who was fighting the tiger. Nickel silently looked down at his sword, which was covered in cracks. Pyatt looked over his shoulder at him and frowned, humming and saying that he was ticklish. Suddenly, a strong blow struck the man's neck, leaving behind a yellow light. Andreas opened his eyes wide and looked down, frowning. He jumped next to Pyatt, striking him on the back of the head, and he turned on the guy. Pyatt raised his head, still holding the tiger's paws in his hands. He smiled as he struck the back of the tiger's head with his head. Pyatt kicked the tiger in the stomach, lifting it up, and he flew back. The man shouted, "Why don't he lie down for a while?" Pyatt turned towards the main character and pushed off from the ground, leaving a cloud of dust there and heading towards the guy. Andreas placed one hand on the sheath and the other on the hilt of the sword. Bright purple and blue energy appeared around the sword. The dark-skinned man clenched his hand into a fist and raised it to strike while Andreas took a fighting stance, bringing his hand to his sword. Pyatt slammed his fist into the ground as Nickel swung his sword, hitting him on the wrist. The dark-skinned man's blow struck the blade of the skeleton's sword, breaking stones at the site of the impact and sending dust into the air. Andreas frowned. His eyes turned white and he thought now. A bright yellow light from the blow appeared in front of him. The guy ran forward, striking the man in the neck. There was a golden mark from the blow. Where Andreas ran, dust rose from the floor. The guy with green hair leaned his hand on the ground and rolled along it, turning around. Pyatt ran towards him, his eyes glowing brightly with red light. Andreas raised his hand, mentally casting Earth Shield, and a brown wall of earth appeared in front of him. Pyatt smiled widely, clenching his teeth and knitting his eyebrows as he looked at this. He kicked with his foot, breaking the ground in front of the guy and striking him. Andreas was thrown to the side. He raised one of his hands in front of his face. Stones were flying nearby. A man with dark skin grabbed the guy by the hair, and his eyes widened. Pyatt held him by the hair, punching the main character many times with his fist. Andreas was breathing heavily, his mouth wide open and his eyes closed. His black mask slid off his face. Blood flowed down his lip, from his nose and from his forehead. Opening his eyes wide and blushing, Pyatt smiled widely and cried out to God. He put his hand to his face, looking at the guy, giggling and saying that he was his ideal type. Nickel and Timur jumped on Pyatt from behind. The skeleton waved his sword at him, and the tiger pointed his fist at him. Pyatt pushed the white tiger away with his sword and turned to face the skeleton. The dark-skinned man clenched his hand into a fist and raised it to strike. He clenched his teeth and his face contorted with anger. Pyatt struck the skeleton with his fist, opening his eyes wide and frowning. The man pulled Andreas' hair, and he clenched his teeth and frowned. Pyatt pulled the guy to his chest, squeezing him with his arms and smiling widely. He stuck out his tongue and squeezed the guy's body in his arms. Laughing loudly, Andreas screamed in pain, and the man screamed that he was making such pleasant sounds. Andreas's face turned slightly red. Sweat was running down his face and, clenching his teeth, he wondered if he was going to die here, and there must be some way. The system window showed that the purest original sin was answering the call of the master. Another system window showed whether he wanted to use the special skill laziness. Andreas opened his eyes slightly, thinking about laziness and the fact that he doesn't know what the price is, but he has no choice. The guy closed his eyes while blood ran down his face. He thought that he was using laziness. A sound was heard and Pyatt frowned, raising his head questioningly. Near Nickel and Timur, dark dust fell from the ceiling, and they both raised their heads, looking at the ceiling. From the dead body without a head and from the head of Khazar, blood crawled onto the ground. Pyatt turned to the side, squinting one eye and frowning, asked what that sound was. There were streams of blood under his feet that were moving towards him. The blood at the man's feet began to rise up. Pyatt's eyes widened and he opened his mouth, raising his eyebrows and thinking about what this feeling was. Pyatt let go of the main character, jumping away from him to the side. Andrea's body rose in the air, blood flying under his feet. Light emanated from the guy's body. His eyes glowed with a faint purple light. A stream of blood hovered under his feet. The system window showed increased magical power 666%, sensitivity to mana 666%, spell casting speed 666%, mana recovery speed 666%, genius magic talent temporarily acquired, temporary immunity to mental magic, entering a transcendental state, emotions laziness, duration 66 seconds. Andreas bent his body, blood flowed down his face. His hair fluttered and he thought that he was too lazy to think. It hurt to move. The guy snapped his fingers, casting an earthen shield, and thought that he was too lazy to open his eyes, and it was hard to breathe. Pyatt's eyes widened as he looked at the guy and frowned. His mouth parted. A blow struck his hand and the man waved it, but the blow had already cut off his hand. Andreas extended his hand. A bright golden light emanated from him, and fragments of stones flew around the guy. A man with dark skin shouted what he was. Andreas lowered his head, opening his eyes slightly and looking at the man while stones flew around, and thought that even maintaining a heartbeat was tiring. Timur looked at this in surprise with his red glowing eyes. Nickel put his hand on his knee, also looking at the guy with his red eyes. There was a bright yellow explosion, from which stones flew to the sides. Pyatt covered his face with his hands, and blood was bleeding from the stump on one of his arms. There was a bright, strong explosion next to him. Stones hit the man's body. Pyatt smiled, looking up, white dust rising next to him. The Connie fell to the floor, hitting the ground at the man's feet. He put his hand to his head, standing in front of the guy with blood flying around him, and asked that's all. Andreas looked at him, lowered his gaze, and muttered how annoying he was. Pyatt looked at the guy with a smile, asking what he just said. Andreas frowned, looking at the man with half-closed eyes while blood flew behind him, and said that he needed to quickly kill him and rest. Dust fell from the roof and Pyatt's eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open in shock. Bart's eyes widened and he frowned. The man stood in the crowd. Some people raised their hands up. The man turned over his shoulder. The man with brown hair and armor raised his hands, frowning and squeezing his eyes shut. He fell to the ground. A knight in iron armor and a helmet stood above him, pointing his sword at the man. They stood in the arena. People looked at this with smiles. Some raised their hands. Bart stood in the crowd with his arms crossed and his head raised, looking at something. The man with black hair frowned, looking to the side, wondering what it was, and he definitely felt the aura of black magic. But it seemed that the barrier he put up against black magic worked against him. Diane stood next to him, looking at his father. The girl with black hair turned to him and asked if something was wrong. Bart looked at her and replied that she should stay here and something would happen. In a dark sewer room, Andreas was floating in the air. Red blood and fragments of stones were flying next to him. Pyatt stood in front of the guy, looking at him. A bright blue light shone in the main character's chest, and a red one in his stomach, and he said, "Stone Spear." The dark-skinned man's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth slightly, raising one eyebrow and thinking about how this was basic magic. Many sharp stone projectiles appeared in the air, with dust flying around them. Pyatt smiled broadly, looking at this, and asked, "What is this?" He thought that the main character would do it, but this is basic magic, and these stones will not even scratch his body. Nichols suddenly jumped towards him, slashing at the man with his sword. Pyatt clenched his teeth in anger, sweat flowing down his cheek. He swung his fist next to the skeleton, his red eyes glowing, and he swore loudly at it. Pyatt hit the skeleton with his fist. Nichols' body became translucent as he jumped to the side. One of his arms was detached from his body, and a strong blow passed along the ground, throwing stones to the sides. The skeleton stood aside from Pyatt, who raised his fist from the ground and raised his head, asking what now. Many stone spears appeared around Andreas. He extended his hands forward. The man with dark purple skin frowned and turned to look at the guy. He raised his hand, turning his back to the spears, and shouted. Did he really think that he could kill him with a pair of spears? Timur approached Pyatt from behind, who grabbed the man's hands, holding him. The tiger's eyes glowed with a bright red light, and Pyatt looked at him in surprise. The man frowned, looking at the tiger over his shoulder. Andreas extended his hand, his eyes glowing red, and he wished the man to die. Pyatt's eyes widened in shock, and he frowned. Many spears flew forward, flying close to the tiger that was holding the man. Many sharp stone spears were visible in Pyatt's body. Timur was still holding it. Dust rose from the floor. The system window showed that the duration of the special laziness skill has ended, receiving a return. The protagonist's eyes turned white and he shuddered, opening his eyes wide. The system window showed, unable to move, unable to use aura and mana. Severe damage to the body would be caused due to the enormous load. Andreas abruptly fell to his knees on the floor, lowering his head. Pyatt in front of him was still captured by the tiger. There were many stone spears in his chest. Andreas was lying on the broken stones. Blood was running down his face. His hair covered his eyes, and he thought that his body was falling into pieces, and he had to get up. He needed to finish it off. The system window showed that undead summon creatures would be recalled due to mana depletion. 2 blue portals opened around Nickel and Timur, in which they disappeared. Pyatt fell to his knees in front of the tiger. A man with dark purple skin leaned on his fists, kneeling and lowering his head. The main character lay nearby on broken stones. The system window showed that Andreas had fulfilled the condition, and a specimen capable of evolution had been discovered. Andreas was lying on the ground, closing his eyes. A bright spot of blood was visible next to his head, and he thought, what? The system window showed Andreas. The probability of evolution is 33%. With evolution, 1 deviation is possible, whether he wants to use evolution. Andreas was lying on the floor. There was a blood stain around him, and he thought about what he wanted from the dying man. Next to the guy there was fog in the air. Stones lay on the ground around him, and he thought that he really wanted to give him a parting gift to the grave. In a weak voice, Andreas replied that he agreed. A man in white pants and a cloak stood in front of the dead body of a cultist who was wearing only underwear. His hand was cut off. The man thought about the vulgar appearance and that it was a Zepar cult. Bart frowned, looking down at him, and thought that they had forgotten Rodlin in the sewer. They must have something to do with what he felt. The man was surrounded by an orange shield, flying forward over the ground with his hands clasped behind his back, and thought that there was no point in thinking about it, and first he would check the area. He flew forward, his cloak fluttering behind him, and the man thought that, albeit faintly, he could feel traces of black magic from there. Bart frowned, looking ahead with his brown eyes, torches shining on the wall nearby. He went into a room in the sewer, where the main character was lying in the room and Pyatt was sitting on his knees, in whose chest there were spikes. He looked at the body of Pyatt, who lowered his head. Lots of wooden boxes with dead cultists next to them. Bart thought it smelled like gunpowder. Next to the barrels lay the body of a cultist, with a severed head, under which there was a pool of blood, and he thought that if such a quantity of gunpowder was detonated under the arena, many people would die, including his children. The man remembered Diane and Carlos. His eyes widened and the man frowned. Bart looked up, standing next to Pyatt. He saw a guy with green hair lying on the ground, surrounded by blood. The man realized that it was Andreas. The guy lay with his eyes closed. The man asked what he was doing here. Bart approached the guy who was lying among the destroyed stones, going beyond the circle of blood. He stood in front of him. Andreas raised his hands. The stones nearby were stained with blood, and the man said that the trace of black magic ends here. Bart's eyes widened and he looked down, frowning and thinking that this couldn't be happening. Bart remembered the tree of original sin and the man with long green hair who looked over his shoulder and wondered if Andreas had inherited original sin from Cain. The system window showed the remaining time is 0. The system window showed Andreas Cromwell has evolved. The transformation is complete. The system window showed that the epic double core trait had disappeared. The unique vessel trait had been formed. The main character opened his eyes, dimly seeing the bookshelves in front of him, thinking about evolution. There was a bandage on his nose. The guy opened his eyes slightly, thinking that he agreed. Andreas was lying on the bed next to the window, covered with a white blanket. Someone said that his wounds were so severe that he should have died. Andreas looked away at the man speaking. Bart, wearing a yellow mask over his eyes, sat in front of him, saying that he was able to almost fully recover in just 2 weeks. Andreas sat up on the bed on his elbows, looking at the man, and Sir Bart exclaimed in shock. The man in front of him silently crossed his arms over his chest. He frowned, looking at the guy through the mask, and asked what he was doing there. Andreas also frowned, looking at the man, asking what. Bart sat in front of the guy, telling him that he was asking him about the incident in the sewer. Andreas sat silently on the bed while Bart sat next to her on a chair, crossing his legs. Andreas frowned, narrowing his eyes, and thought that he needed to keep this a secret. He, looking at the man with his arms crossed on his chest, replied that when he was walking, he saw a battle between suspicious people. He tried to run away, but in the end he was caught. Bart grinned, lowered his head slightly, and asked if he had been caught. He stood up from his chair, asking where everyone else was then, and when he arrived, the guy was alone. Andreas frowned, raising a dissatisfied glance at the man, and thought that he could ask as much as he wanted. He would simply answer that he didn't know. Bart silently looked at the guy through the mask. He stood in front of him, looking at the silent guy, and asked what he was hiding from him. Andreas closed his eyes and replied that he had already said that he knew nothing. Bart raised his eyebrows at him, remembering the smiling Cain who asked him to take care of his children. Andreas turned his head away, and Bart told him that okay. Instead of asking questions, it would be easier to catch the pawns of the Zepar cult that were walking around the city. He looked at the guy through the mask, telling him that besides, he doubted that someone who barely made it out alive had any useful information. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth slightly in surprise, thinking that he retreated so easily. Bart turned his back to the guy. A golden light appeared around him, and turning over his shoulder, he said that enough interrogation and he would probably go. The man smiled as more golden light appeared around him, and he said that their argument, he had not forgotten about it, and Andreas had a week left. He was looking forward to it. The man disappeared, leaving behind only a golden light, and Andreas looked at it, sitting on the bed. He frowned, looking ahead, and thought that even though Bart knew who he was, he decided to let him go and why. Andreas remembered flying through the sky with Salem, while 3 moons were shining next to them, and thought that Salem also didn't look like he cared whether Bart knew about it or not. He remembered his father's memories, where the Emperor smiled with a mad look, clenching his teeth, and Bart stood next to him, eyes wide open in shock, thinking that he had seen Bart in his vision at the Cromwell estate. The blue door with a gold pattern opened while Andreas thought he was sure that Bart knew everything about him and his father. Andreas's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth slightly, looking to the side in surprise. Carlos and Diane stood at the door. The girl blushed and smiled, asking the main character how he was doing, and she heard that he was seriously wounded, and the guy smiled, closed his eyes and raised his hand, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Andreas looked at them while sitting on the bed and asked why they were here. Diane embarrassedly scratched her cheek and closed one eye, saying that their father told them everything, that's why they came to visit him. Carlos next to him said that he makes sure that the guy is okay. Andreas thanked them for coming. Carlos said with a smile how good it is to see the three of them together. Reminds of the old days. Diane looked at her brother embarrassedly, saying enough is enough, and this is embarrassing. The guy asked what about the main character, and he looked at the guy in surprise, opening his eyes wide and parting his mouth. Andreas smiled, thinking that in his past life all attempts to save someone failed, but in this life, he remembered how in childhood Andreas, Diane and Carlos stood in a clearing next to a tree, answering that he was also glad that the three of them had gathered here. The main character thought that now he has the power to protect all those who are dear to him. Andreas stood on the road. Trees and bushes grew nearby in an even row. A guy with pink hair, who was holding a gold cup in his hands, smiling widely and closing his eyes. Next to the article it was written, Carmen Regaff won the tournament. Despite the huge number of visitors, thanks to the careful preparation of the authorities, Andreas looked at the tablet, reading the article, and thought it looks like Bach did a good job on the media. There is not a single news about the cult's terrorist attack. Andreas put the tablet in his brown bag, opening it and thinking that it's not surprising, because such an organization was able to penetrate the heart of the academy. Original Sin has been quiet all this time, and you don't have to worry about it for now. A guy with blonde hair and glasses looked at the main character, saying that he was early, and he answered yes. The guy with glasses smiled looking at him and said that Sir Bart was waiting for him and let him follow him. They walked up the stairs. There was purple energy and large and small gears around them. A guy with glasses stopped in front of the door. Behind him was Andreas. The guy said that Andreas was here and they were told to enter. The two of them walked into the office. Bart was sitting at the table. On the table there were various papers, scales, watches, books, and a golden lamp. There was a blue carpet on the floor, and the man said that they were just in time. He smiled, clenching his teeth and knitting his eyebrows, asking Andreas to show the potion. Andreas frowned, looking at the man, and thought that he was pretending that the events in the sewer did not happen. And whose side was he on, the Emperor or his father? Red potion in a flask. Bart took the lid off it. The man placed one hand on his waist and opened his mouth, drinking the red potion. He smiled as he looked at him and raised his eyebrow, saying this is the emit potion, and Andreas removed the side effects, just like last time. Andreas bowed to him and said that as expected, he recognized it immediately. Bart handed the potion to the guy with glasses and replied how daring he was to test it. Andreas held a flask with a blue potion in both hands, saying that here is another one. He also removed the side effects of the Dyran potion. Bart's eyes widened and he opened his mouth slightly, looking at the potion. The guy with glasses also looked at him in surprise. Bart took the blue potion in his hand, frowning at it, and asked two. He made two in such a short time. Andreas smiled, closing his eyes and holding a black card with a yellow stripe in his hands, saying that it was all thanks to his materials and moral support. Bart raised an eyebrow and smiled at him, saying that he could have done one thing and shown it right away, but he decided to make him wait. How rude, but he won the argument. The man snapped his fingers while standing in front of the main character and said that they were going to the warehouse. He would reward him as promised. Andrea's eyes widened as golden energy with symbols inside of it appeared around him and thought the spell was visible. In a room with a black and white floor, a pair of armored mannequins and red coats of arms on the walls, a bright golden light appeared, and two human figures appeared in the center. On the shelves there were various objects, watches, boxes, ingredients, and flasks. Other shelves held golden objects, colorful crystals, and books. Bart smiled and closed his eyes, saying that he can take whatever he wants. Andreas looked around in surprise, thanking the man. He stood between the shelves, looking at them, and thought that there was so much here. The warehouse was much larger than he thought. Andreas looked at the black box with a white stripe and a golden pattern on it. The system window showed. The damn knacked box. Music from this box is filled with magical power. The longer you listen to it, the weaker you will become. Next to the golden watch on the shelf below, A system window also appeared, a window on which it was written, Mithras are capable of storing mana 0 out of 500. Andreas walked past the shelves. Red system windows appeared next to the items and the guy thought that, moreover, any item here costs more than 10 million vils. He turned his head, looking at the black sword on the stand, next to which a system window also appeared. The boy's eyes widened as he looked down at the sword. A system window appeared in front of the sword, on which it was written, Sealed Sword Galaxer, Mana Conductivity 73%, sealed. Andreas thought about Galasker. He looked in surprise at the sword with a black hilt and a gold insert around it, thinking that this was a named item that he had only heard about in the game, and he would never have thought that it would be kept by Bart. Andreas took the sword in his hand, running his thumb over it. He held it in front of him while Bart looked questioningly at the guy who said he wanted this sword. The man with black hair crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was so strange. He chose this thing. Bart closed one eye, remembering the desert and a pile of black stones, saying that he found this sword in one of the dungeons. He evaluated it several times, but it does not seem that it is of particular value, asking the guy for sure. Andreas raised the sword, turning to the man and narrowing his eyes, saying that everything is in order, and he will take it as a reward. Bart crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, lowering his head, saying how stubborn he is, in a bad way, just like his father. But there are many things here that are much better. Andreas looked at him, saying that he was pleased with the choice. He was sure. Bart reached into his inner pocket and replied that if he came in tears begging him to change the item, he wouldn't care. The man handed the guy a white envelope with a red seal and asked him to take this as well. Andreas took the envelope, looked at it, and asked if he could find out the contents of the envelope. Bart remembered how the main character was lying on a white bed, saying that this was a letter from His Imperial Majesty regarding the rank of the Cromwell family. He kept it while the guy was in a coma. Andrea's eyes widened, and he looked at the man in shock, who continued that this letter was a recommendation. He said that he had seen his interest in fencing, so there was a place that would be useful for him to visit. A gray dorm building with a blue sky above it. Andreas was sitting in his room at the table. While Nickel was waving a stick behind him, the guy was holding a piece of paper in his hands. The letter said, Andreas Cromwell, heir presumptive of the Cromwell family, was to be demoted in rank due to unbecoming behavior, but thanks to the recommendation of Bart, Duke of Clausel and others, as well as recent deeds, the demotion would be postponed until next year, the letter wrote. There was also a signature and seal. Andreas frowned at the letter, thinking that this was a letter of merit, but it was just a threat from the Emperor, and he would need to tell Ami to contact him if something happened. The guy tore the letter into 2 parts and thought, how infuriating. Andreas picked up another envelope, looking at it and said that although Bart seemed very friendly, he even gave a letter of recommendation, but he said that it was a recommendation. Inside the envelope was a map with a picture of a mountain and a road, and it was also written, give this letter to the old man who lives at the marked place. If he finds out that the letter is from Bart, then he is sure that he will teach Andreas a thing or two. The guy with green hair put his hand to his cheek, looking at the letter, saying that it was a map, and it looked familiar. His eyes widened and he frowned, wondering if it was Dishrun. He thought of a man with a beard and gray hair tied into a ponytail. His eyes were glowing red and there was a large sword on his back. Andreas thought that this is where Dishrun, one of the 10 great masters of the continent, lives. Without a letter of recommendation, he wouldn't be able to study with him, but thanks to Bart, he might have a chance to study with a sword master. Andreas put his hand to his chin, thinking about the map where there was an icon of Dishrun's face near the mountain, and below there was an icon of a man with bright blue eyes, and thought that if he remembered correctly, then there was something interesting nearby. Andreas leaned his hands on the table and stood up, saying that he would need to check. He needed to go now, while he was on vacation. High mountains in the desert. A beetle with a dark red abdomen was crawling along one of the mountains. He walked up to the skeleton, his eyes glowing blue. Andreas raised his hand, above which was a stone spear. He stood next to the beetle, aiming a stone at it above his hand. He flew forward. He pierced the belly of the beetle, and it flew into the air. Andreas walked forward along the road. The beetle was lying with its paws raised, and the guy thought that the rewards from the battle with Piot were simply enormous. Andreas took off the gray mask from his face, closed one eye and thought that by combining aura and mana, even basic skills become much stronger. The system window showed that the trait of the vessel is unique. It removed the boundary between the Danteon and the heart. Aura and mana can freely transform into each other. The figure of the main character, there were blue and red arrows all over his body. Andreas thought that the vessel is the perfect version of the Salem transfer skill. The total amount of aura and mana is so large that there is little point in switching between them. Andreas stuck the dagger into the beetle's flesh, thinking that this meant that its powers would almost never run out. He sat on his knees in front of a huge beetle, saying that he needed to take everything he could from the monster. Andreas wiped his forehead with his hand. His dagger was covered in green blood. Andreas turned his head, looking at the high mountain, and thought that Mount Claton, the highest point of the monster-inhabited Krath's Ridge, was where he could find Dishrun. Andreas looked the other way, frowning, and thought that there was something else before that. A creature with red skin who smiled. His red eyes glowed, and he stuck a sword into the ground, placing his hands on it. On his head there was a helmet on which one horn was broken, and Andreas thought that in this place there was a secret location, a giant's lair. There he can get the corpse of a giant warrior. Hands in brown gloves take the jar and close it. The guy puts the container in a large bag and zips it up. Andreas stands opposite Nickel, who came out of the portal, and hands him a bag, informing him that he has collected everything he needs, so they can go. The guy looks around, noticing something. He wonders what that sound is. A guy with brown hair and a white mask on his face looks down. He notices a leopard-like creature. The guy takes a closer look at the creature's face, suggesting that it is a leopard man. Andreas sits down next to the leopard, lifts its head, and pours a purple potion into its mouth. The guy looks at the lying creature and wonders whether the leopard man can speak and whether he remembers what happened. He clenches his teeth and makes a sound. Many similar leopards sit or stand on orange stones. Andreas thinks that even though they are forced to live in remote places due to the Emperor's discrimination against other races, the guy understands that each of the leopard people is a skilled warrior who skillfully masters close combat skills. He looks at the wounded man with alarm and wonders who could have beaten him like that. Andreas turns around sharply, noticing a large beetle with red eyes. He puts his hand to the sword. The guy jumps up and cuts the beetle with one blow. The insect falls to the ground. Andreas looks at it and notes that it is a huge beetle that can fly quickly. The guy remembers a man with a bald head and a beard. He suggests that only Raynox, a bug manipulator, can control this insect. The man clenches his fingers and looks angrily in front of him, and behind him there are many scary large insects. Andreas realizes that his army of beetles is capable of destroying an entire village in just half a day. The young man understands that now Raynox must look for treasure on Jester's orders. However, he is here. Leopard Man kneels down and starts talking about bugs. His expression turns furious as he states that these bugs have attacked their village. Andreas listens to this and deduces that the leopard came here for the Lunapult crystal, the only treasure the leopard people have. Nickel and Timur appear behind the guy. The main character asks the wounded man if he can take them to the village, because perhaps he can help. Thinking about the proposal, the leopard man looks down and clenches his teeth. He stands up and looks at Andreas, who notes that the leopard is doubtful, but asks him to consider that if he were an enemy, he would not offer his help. Having made a difficult decision for himself, the leopard agrees and asks the guy to save his village. Everyone starts running forward past the stones. A leopard man lies on Timur's back, and Andreas runs nearby, wondering if this direction coincides with his goal. Nickel runs next to the main character, and the guy decides that soon everything will become clear. The guys walk forward, approaching the cliff. The rest are standing behind the young man, and they see a burning city below, where beetles are at work. Everyone looks at this in surprise, and Andreas understands that this is the same place. Insects walk on the ground and fly, attacking leopard people. All this happens in front of the cave, and the main character realizes that it contains the corpse of a giant. Leopard girl swings her weapon at the beetle to strike. Another girl holds her child in her arms, trying to shield her from what is happening. The guy realizes that the leopard village is located right in front of the cave. The leopard man standing nearby clenches his teeth and makes a dissatisfied sound. Andreas thinks that this was not in the game because of the Raynox attack. The wounded leopard man looks with confusion at the guy. A green glowing circle appears above whose hand. The main character reports that, as promised, he will get rid of these beetles. The village is filled with green smoke and the beetles fall to the ground. Information appears that basic necromancy, summoning a ghoul, was used, 63 corpses were discovered, the skill level was insufficient, 24 corpses responded to the call, and basic necromancy, summoning a corpse, was successful, 24 ghouls were summoned. Insects flying in the sky are enveloped in green smoke. The beetles quickly rush forward. Bloodthirsty insects are running, and black insects are flying in the opposite direction. Andreas, watching this carefully, uses the corpse explosion. There is a bright green explosion, and parts of the beetles fly to the sides. The leopard looks at this, his mouth open in surprise. The villagers stand nearby, ready to continue fighting. The remaining insects fly forward. The leopard girl closes her eyes in fear and sits, holding the child tightly in her arms. She leans in and furrows her brow. Mom turns her head, noticing Timur behind him, killing a beetle that was flying towards the girl. He holds it in his teeth, and the green liquid flows down the insect's body. Black insects with red eyes fly forward. However, Timur strikes, destroying them. With a few strokes, the beetles' bodies are cut. This is Nickel wielding a sword. The village is infested with insects. However, the villagers and Andreas and his assistants cope well with them. Someone is standing there with his back against the stone. This is Raynox, watching the battle. The man wonders who this guy is. He clenches his teeth in displeasure and raises one eyebrow. The man realizes that he was only looking for mortal sins on the orders of Master Jester. He decides that he needs to leave here. Raynox looks at the village and his bugs there. Suddenly, a sword rests on the surprised man. This is Andreas, standing opposite, who put his weapon forward. The guy notes that he knew Raynox would be somewhere nearby. He furiously furrows his eyebrows and asks who this scoundrel is and how he knows him. The main character does not remove the sword from the disgruntled man, who shouts that the guy has no reason to attack him if he is the same black magician. Andreas orders silence and explains that he is asking the questions here. The guy's eye carefully looks at Raynox from under the mask. He asks if the man is seeking mortal sins on Jester's orders. Raynox's expression becomes surprised and he wonders how he knows. The main character exhales and tells the man to answer the questions or he will cut off his hand. Andreas suggests that they need to put pressure on Raynox because everything is somehow suspicious. Drops of sweat run down the frightened man's face. The guy concludes that it all comes down to the fact that he went for the Lunapal crystal. He asks if Raynox thought that this crystal was a mortal sin. Pointing his sword at the man, the main character advises him to think carefully before answering. He explains that Raynox can die right now or tell everything he knows. Surprised by these words, the man makes a face. His expression becomes even more frightened as Andreas presses harder with his sword and cracks appear in the stone behind Raynox. The guy asks if he should take his refusal to answer as pressure to die. The man nervously asks to wait because he will talk. He hands the main character a sheet with inscriptions and an image of a crown. Raynox reports that this is a possible list of the deadly sins, but it is not entirely accurate. He replies that he will gratefully accept the list. He quickly removes the sword from the black magician's shoulder. Looking in surprise at the sheet with the image of a golden thing, Andreas wonders what kind of object it is because he is seeing it for the first time. The item contains red and blue stones, and at the bottom are written words that these are mysterious treasures from the depths of the sea that will be sold at Muriel's auction. Having folded the piece of paper, the main character puts it to himself, realizing that this is most like a mortal sin. The ships stand against the background of a stone building. The guy decides that the port city of Muriel will be his next target. Raynox puts his hand to his shoulder and looks at Andreas in fear, asking if he will have mercy. However, a sword swing occurs. Raynox falls to the ground, and the main character puts away the sword and thanks for the information, deciding to keep the man's body for experiments. Looking at the body lying on the ground, the guy realizes that there is little time left before the auction. He decides to move to Muriel as soon as he is free. Smoke can be seen in the clear sky. Villagers stand on the ground where insect corpses lie. A leopard girl with blue hair holds a large green crystal in her hands and lowers her head down, closing her eyes. She thanks Andreas for saving the village. The girl explains that they cannot repay properly, so she asks the guy to at least accept the Lunapal crystal. The main character standing opposite replies that it is not necessary because he does not need it. The leopard girl asks again in surprise. Andreas points his finger at the cave, saying that he would like to go there. The guy asks if he can go in there. Everyone looks at him in surprise. The leopards look at each other, frowning. The villagers assume that he, too, is after their mind, and as expected, the people cannot be trusted. The girl with blue hair closes her eyes and lowers her head. Having made up her mind, she looks at Andreas and says that he can come in. One of the leopards displeasedly tells the chief that no matter how much they owe him, this cannot be done. She looks back at him and explains that if it weren't for this man's help, their village would have been destroyed, and then it wouldn't have mattered whether they were there or not. The residents' facial expressions become surprised when the main character asks to relax, because he is not interested in the mine. The foreman asks in amazement why he should go into the cave. He looks at the entrance and promises that he will explain everything inside, because the cave contains what he needs. There's a green light coming from there. Andreas, his assistants, the foreman, and the leopard people are standing in the cave. The guy touches the surface with his hand, realizing that it is somewhere here. The villagers look in surprise at the actions of the protagonist, noting that there is just a stone wall here. Standing next to Andreas is his assistant Timur, who responds with a roar to the request to break through the wall. He strikes hard and breaks it. The surprised chief observes this and assumes that it is a tiger warrior, and his strength is terrifying. Two leopard men standing behind the girl exclaim that it is dangerous here, and they need to leave. They open their mouths in surprise. A large number of green crystals appear in front of the guys, which are located at the top, bottom, and sides. The leopards exclaim that these are crystals, and there are a lot of them. Andreas turns to the foreman, who concludes that this is what the guys needed. The guy remains calm and explains that he knows their value, but, as mentioned earlier, he is not interested in crystals. Everyone turns around, looking at the statue. The foreman asks what Andreas is interested in this case. He replies that he needs it. The leopard people look dumbfounded at the object. It is a statue of a warrior in a helmet, who leans on his sword. The main character explains that he was looking for this. The foreman assumes that it is a statue. She looks carefully at the stone warrior. The guy and Timur approach the find, and the leopards stand further and ask what such a huge statue is doing here. The masked man turns to the leopards and tells them that he will leave all of Lunapalt to them, but in exchange they must leave him here alone for a while. The elder looks at him in surprise and says that she needs to know the reason, because she is the head of the tribe. He calmly notes that there is no need to worry, because if he had the intention of harming them, he would have done it long ago. The leopard, with a furious look, looks at him, and the dissatisfied blue-haired girl puts her hand in front of him, resting on the crystal. He exclaims that even if the guy is their savior, this is unacceptable. The leopard people look in shock at the elder, who puts her hand on her chest and, closing her eyes, says that she will trust Andreas for not demanding by force. The protagonist's gaze becomes attentive when she explains that the guy is the first person they made a promise to and asks him to appreciate it. Everyone leaves, and the young man rejoices that he is finally alone. Looking at the stone man, Andreas decides that it would be better to turn him into a ghoul, since he died a long time ago. The guy puts his hand forward, and a glowing magic circle appears above it. Information appears that basic necromancy is being used, summoning a ghoul. The main character sighs doomedly, since it is written that one corpse was discovered, the skill level was insufficient and basic necromancy, summoning a ghoul, failed. He sheds his costume, mask, and weapon, noting that it won't be as simple as he thought. Andreas flexes his arms and exclaims that no matter how long it takes, he will make this man his. A blue light appears near the statue. The table says that the skill level is insufficient. The guy continues his attempts, but basic necromancy, summoning a ghoul, failed again. The space around is illuminated with blue light. Information appears again that the skill level is insufficient and basic necromancy, summoning a ghoul, has failed. The tired protagonist selects his forehead with his hand and again sees information that basic necromancy, summoning a ghoul, has failed. The guy rests his hands on his knees and says that he tried for more than a week, but all attempts failed. Andreas wonders if he should give up. He looks forward seriously, realizing that this place is no longer a secret to others, and there is no guarantee that the giant will still be here the next time he comes here. A glowing circle appears above the guy's hand, and he, with a concentrated expression on his face, decides to try to increase the amount of invested mana. The ball emits a green light, and information appears on the table that basic necromancy is being used, summoning a ghoul, and one corpse has been found. The green-haired man looks forward firmly, realizing that he still has time. There is a statue in front of the guy. Andreas thinks that he will continue to try. Suddenly, the young man's expression becomes surprised, as the table says that basic necromancy, summoning a ghoul, was successful. The stone layer on the person begins to crack and fall, exposing his fingers. Information appears that the ghoul titan is mythical, and one ghoul was summoned. It is also written that the ghoul level is very high, and additional effects have been added. The stone layer completely disappears from the person, and he clenches his teeth. The table says that the level of the corpse is prohibitive, and the class has been upgraded. Standing in front of Andreas is a huge man with long brown hair, a powerful body, and glowing red eyes. The creature's skin is gray-purple, and its appearance is terrifying. The table says that he can take part of the spirit of the original body. Information also appears that these are undead of a mythical level. Some traits are inherited during life. The Titan Ghoul champion is a mythical one. His name is Rudradal Canyadondo. He is a 6th class undead, and his mana is 3,733 units. Rudradal's traits are self-awareness, monstrous strength, fighting spirit and indomitability. The ghoul rests his axe on the ground. The creature kneels on one knee in front of Andreas, who is surprised to realize that it is very intimidating. A small smile appears on his face when he thinks that now he is the only one who can order a member of the giant tribe, and now he is not afraid of hordes of enemies. The main character is happy that all his efforts were not in vain. A beautiful night sky with a moon can be seen against the backdrop of a Gothic-style building. Jester sits at the table, leafing through a book. In a jar that stands nearby, a fly climbs onto the side of the container. Suddenly, it splits into pieces. Jester looks at this questioningly. The fly disappears, and only small pieces remain. The guy assumes that Raynox is dead. He remembers the bald man and thinks that it doesn't matter, because he still has many pawns. The crow sits on the table and calls Master Jester, saying that His Imperial Highness wants to see him. He calmly looks ahead and says to tell him that he will be there soon. He looks at the paper with a golden crown, which is probably a cardinal sin. Jester notes that he has something to tell this man. There is a small house in the mountains. Deshrun sits on the street, looking into the distance. He holds food in his hand and chews it, asking if the Empire sent him. Andreas stands behind him, a few meters away. The man turns his head back a little. The main character holds a letter in his hand and explains that he is here on the recommendation of Duke Alvin. Deshrun's expression is quite serious. He assumes that Bart sent him. The green-haired man holds a sword in front of him and stands opposite a man who is also holding a weapon in his hands. The guy looks ahead sternly and thinks that Deshrun's aura is even more overwhelming than Salem's. Andreas cannot believe that this is all just a test. The man's eyes light up red, and he displeasedly asks the main character if he said that he gives the young man the right to attack first. His look is excited and tense. The guy decides that Deshrun doesn't take him seriously at all, since he decided to fight with a stick. Andreas takes off, realizing that he must defeat him. The main character approaches the man and strikes several times. However, he dodges each one. The green-haired one flies past Deshrun, who reports that he has gotten a rough idea of his abilities. The man grabs the young man by the wrist, explaining that fencing is not what he needs. Deshrun says that the guy has a bad fighting style because he relies only on tricks. Holding the main character by the hand, the man lifts him above him. Deshrun adds that the moves are too obvious and only last at Andreas' speed. Smiling, the man looks up at the frightened young man. He reports that he is unable to see his opponent's intentions. Deshrun throws the guy to the ground and concludes that it's all the fault of a lack of experience. With his hands folded behind his back, the man stands next to the lying Andreas and asks him not to worry. He explains that once he gets to him, he can easily get away from this problem. During training on Mount Claton, on the first day, Deshrun, using a stick, and the main character, using a sword, fight. During training on the 7th day, they eat potatoes. On the 15th day, Andreas wields a sword, and logs tied with ropes fly around him. The guy's sword falls to the ground. On the 22nd day, Deshrun takes the frightened student by the THR oat and lifts him up. On the 27th day, with his torso exposed, the main character trains with a sword, and stones fall down. On the 13th and 3rd day, he persistently fights with the teacher, who is now holding in his hands not a stick, but a sword. Deshrun repels the attacks and looks at Andreas in surprise, realizing that her movements have become a little better. The main character flies from behind, towards the man. He puts pressure on the tense Deshrun. There is an impact that raises dust. A shout is heard declaring that being distracted during a fight is very reckless. The man throws a kick that sends the green-haired man flying back. Deshrun, with a slight smile, looks at the student and says that he recognizes his desire to become better because he has never complained. Suddenly, due to a strong airflow, the man's hair rises up and he tilts his head to the side. Andreas is in a fighting stance, swinging his sword. A smile is visible on his face, and the young man says that even a sword master can let his guard down. The main character notes that next time he will not be so easy to defeat. However, the guy falls silent. He suddenly falls to the ground. Deshrun realizes that this was very inept, but it seems that the young man has just collected the aura and released it. The man did not think that Andreas would be so skilled in the art of the sword. His expression becomes tense as Deshrun realizes that his talent has exceeded his expectations. Behind the main character is a guy with brown hair. The man understands that, speaking of talents, Lewis told him that he would soon enter Rodlin. He decides it would be interesting to watch them fight. Clouds float beautifully in the clear sky. Andreas's expression becomes surprised. He rises from the ground and turns to Deshrun, who assumes that the young man has finally woken up. The man looks seriously at his student and asks him to repeat the sword art that he unleashed before fainting. He puts his hand to his face and looks to the side, realizing that he is talking about the thing that he did before he was beaten half to death. The guy rests his hand on his leg and explains that he was simply desperate. Dishrun replies that that's great, and he'll take this opportunity to teach him some sword arts, along with basic aura control. He happily thanks the man. The sky is visible against the backdrop of beautiful trees. The guys approach a huge tree, and Dishrun explains that when you use sword art, you need to imagine how the aura envelopes the blade and the sheath. The man begins to take his sword out of its sheath. He strikes the barrel, telling him to send the scabbard flying. Andreas watches this in amazement, hearing that although it is a basic form of a normal punch, it can be used in many ways, such as an explosion or a wave, and everything depends on it. The tree, cut into pieces, falls to the ground. The man rests his sword on the ground, and the young man stands nearby, admiring the fact that Dishrun cut such a huge tree so easily. Dishrun stands in front of the student, explaining that you can infuse aura into your body instead of a sword. Immediately, he finds himself behind the young man's back, informing him that in this case he will be able to move as fast as him. He turns around in confusion and asks when the man managed to move. Dishrun replies that the mystical aura technique is the pinnacle of aura application, which is based on the same theory as the technique he showed now. Smiling, the man looks at the main character and says that he covers his entire body or sword with an aura, which accordingly strengthens it. He notes that this is something Andreas is still very far from achieving. He jumps, looking seriously at the teacher, who tells him to try using sword art. The young man is training, and Dishrun praises him and tells him not to stop, and as soon as he gets used to it, he needs to put in more strength. A table appears in front of the surprised main character. The guy reads the information that he fulfilled the condition, and a target capable of evolution was discovered. Talent combat, the probability of evolution is 30%. The question appears on the table about whether it is necessary to evolve. Andreas reflects on the fact that he trained so hard that his genius-level talent was able to reach the conditions for evolution. The young man continues to train, swinging his sword. He hits the tree. Then he throws a couple more punches. Dishrun watches this in shock. The guy's eyes glow red as he continues to train. The man realizes that the student is an even bigger monster than he thought. He cannot believe that such talent can even exist. Dishrun remembers a dark animal with yellow hair, a brunette, and a man in a purple hood with glowing purple eyes. He understands that Volg, Lewis, and even he have never been so talented. The man looks at his tired student with folded hands. He realizes that if Andreas is mentored correctly, he will shine brighter than anyone else. The main character swings his sword, but suddenly turns around, hearing Dishrun's words that that's enough for today, and he needs to go eat. The man tells the student to go home, dig up the potatoes, and cook them. He looks forward displeasedly and, dropping his shoulders, thinks that he is eating one potato, and already feels how it has sprouted inside him. Suddenly, his expression becomes astonished. He looks at Dishrun and asks if he called him his student. The man assumes that the young man doesn't like something. He answers the departing Dishrun that, of course, this is not so. They sit at the table and eat potatoes. Chewing his food, Andreas thinks about the fact that Dishrun decided to make him his student and wonders why this happened. The guy realizes that he has been with him for more than a month. Suddenly, an old book appears in front of his face, which the man holds out. Dishrun smiles and asks to take it, explaining that he wrote this book while he was on this mountain. Andreas takes it and looks at it in surprise. He wonders why the man is giving the book to him. The guy reads information about the Soulless Sword, a skill book written by Dishrun that contains extensive knowledge about his swordsmanship. The main character opens his mouth in surprise because he realizes that this is a book of the Dishrun skill, which is comparable to Morna's notes on black magic. The furious man runs forward, swinging his sword. Andreas assumes that this means that he will be able to use the soulless sword Dishrun. He looks questioningly at the student. Laughing, he asks if the young man hated his personal instructions that much. He frowns and exclaims that this is not so. Dishrun's expression turns serious when he says that he enjoys personally teaching students, but sometimes being too concerned can ruin talent. He points to the guy, explaining that this is especially true for someone like Andreas, whose body is full of aura. The man says that for this reason he decided to give him this book so that he could personally find his path. He clutches the book in his hands, realizing that the sword master has personally accepted him as a student. Leaning on his knee, Dishrun stands up, saying that now that he's finished training the guy, maybe it's time for him to come down the mountain. He adds that if he stays here any longer, his skills will weaken. The man stands with his hands on his hips. The student asks him where he will go. A conversation takes place near the house, during which Deshrun announces that he will go to the Alliance of the Southern Kingdoms. Andreas replies that he is heading in the opposite direction and bids farewell to the master. Some guy walks along the road, past the stones, and thinks about what he wants to eat. The sight of a young man with gray hair and a sword behind his back, contentedly tired. He wonders how long he's been walking already. The guy carefully looks ahead, thinking that his grandfather and everyone in the village died, and only he remained. The young man falls to the ground and does not understand what he should do. The sky is overcast and lightning is shining there. Rain begins to fall, including on the lying guy. Someone's hand touches his head. This is a surprised Andreas, sitting down next to him. The guy looks at the person lying down and assumes that it is Benjamin. His mouth opens in surprise. Benjamin swings his red and gray sword. Andreas realizes that this is a sword master with the Lord of Swords trait. The young man sees a sword behind the lying guy's back and concludes that it is the demonic sword Reuben. There is a sword against the backdrop of a burning settlement. The main character thinks that this is a sword that has been sealed in the village of Benjamin for many years. People in yellow masks stand in a burning village with sickles in their hands. The guy realizes that this means that the village was destroyed. Andreas looks at Benjamin and thinks that in the game he was somehow able to escape with the help of a demonic sword, and this meeting cannot be ignored. A slight smile appears on the protagonist's face. He decides that he still needs the game characters to be in his debt. The young man sits by the fire and makes food, and Benjamin, covered with a cape, sits leaning on a large stone. He wakes up and opens his eyes, looking questioningly ahead. Andreas turns over the coals in the fire and assumes that the young man has woken up. He jumps up in fear and asks who he is. The main character hands Benjamin the gift of meat and tells him to eat. He steps back and looks questioningly at the green-haired man. The guy does not take the meat and is warily interested in what Andreas is up to. The young man calmly looks at Benjamin and asks him to calm down, because if he wanted to harm him, he would no longer be breathing. Benjamin turns around in fear and looks at the sword. The main character says to eat and regain strength first. He suggests that perhaps that sword is important to Benjamin, so he needs to be strong to carry it. A bald man with a beard touches a sword hanging on the wall, and little Benjamin stands nearby. His expression becomes surprised. The grandfather points his finger at the sword, and the boy holds in his hand a yellow piece of paper with red patterns. Benjamin's face turns red, and he begins to cry. Andreas, grinning, watches this and realizes that he reminds him of Shoei, because he is as sensitive as in the game. Finally, Benjamin approaches the guy, who asks how long he can keep the meat on the branch, and notes that his hand will soon wither. He happily agrees. He bites the meat, and the smiling main character holds a potion in his hand. Andreas notes that Benjamin is eating well, and tells him to also drink a potion to help him regain his strength faster. Eating food greedily, the crying young man thanks him. The green-haired man smiles, looking at Benjamin. Suddenly, his expression becomes surprised. He rests one hand on his knee, and the black-haired man looks scared. Andreas notes that the guys do not look like beggars, and it is very rude of them to stand aside and watch people eat. Some individuals in robes stand on a hill, and some of them fly. They say the guy has a sharp tongue. An angry Benjamin stands up and insults them. All the people have yellow masks with holes on their faces. Benjamin remembers the moment when such a man plunged the sword into the old man, and realizes that these are the ones who killed his grandfather. Benjamin's appearance becomes frantic. Veins are visible on his face, and his eyes turn black and red. Andreas looks at the guy warily, wondering about his reaction. The guy's gaze becomes firm. He realizes that, as he thought, it was these people who attacked the gray-haired village. In front of Jester are people in black capes with various weapons in their hands. These are the Acolytes, that is, a group of orphans raised by Jester as her personal squad of assassins. Two people are fighting each other. Another guy is wielding clubs. People with red eyes look sternly forward and hold a yellow mask in their hands. The main character looks down and understands something. Benjamin, holding his sword at the ready, asks the guy not to interfere. His appearance becomes insane, and the young man calmly reports that the one they need is him. Masked people jump out of their seats and run forward, shouting that there is no need to show off, and that you should just give up and give them the sword. He boldly rushes towards them, and the green-haired one stands behind. Benjamin swings his sword, delivering a powerful blow that raises dust. The Acolytes are very surprised by this outcome of events. The silhouette of a man is visible under the yellow protective sphere, and impacts occur around him. The gray-haired one swings at people again. A man with a circle and a cross on his mask strikes. However, Benjamin defends himself from this by holding his sword forward. The acolyte looks ahead questioningly. With one deft blow, he cuts a man in half. The guy turns around, seeing two more acolytes flying towards him. Andreas watches the battle with indifference. He watches how deftly Benjamin dodges attacks. The main character thinks about what he would like to say about what was expected of the youngest game character. A masked man approaches Benjamin and grabs the sword with his hand. The green-haired man does not understand how the acolytes were able to seriously injure him in the original story. The gray-haired man takes the sword and clenches his teeth, looking at his opponent. Andreas understands that this means something bad is about to happen. Benjamin looks questioningly as the acolytes scatter in pieces. He turns around in surprise to understand what is happening. Standing behind him, holding out his sword, is the main character, who decides that he needs to quickly end everything. He looks at his opponents seriously. The acolytes ask in shock what is happening. Andreas, ready to fight, stands with a sword in his hand. A scream is heard, which orders him to be dealt with first. The green-haired man's wary gaze rushes to the side. He strikes and resolves the acolyte. Benjamin watches what is happening with his mouth open. He opens his eyes wide, realizing that this is incredible. The main character lands, and the resident of the destroyed village cannot believe that the young man so easily dealt with these scoundrels who destroyed his village. Shock is visible in his black and red eyes. Suddenly, the young man's eyes turn white and red. The acolyte falls back and makes a short sound. Andreas stands on the fallen guy. The guy is silent and stands still, and Benjamin wonders who he is. The green-haired man looks around, at the corpses, and assumes that this is all. He turns around and exhales, and the gray-haired man thinks about whether he could protect the village if he were so strong. The main character looks at the frightened guy and asks if he is okay. He quickly replies that this is so. A blush appears on the young man's face, but it is quite serious. A slight smile appears on Andreas's face. He assumes that he changed his attitude after seeing his fencing. The guys stand opposite each other a few meters away. The green-haired man notes that he did not introduce himself. He reveals that he is Count Andreas Cromwell. He, still in a surprised state, stutters and says that he is Benjamin Anakius. He awkwardly scratches the back of his head when the main character asks again and assumes that the young man was being pursued. The guy is wondering if he has somewhere to go. In the background of Andreas, a brunette, a blue-haired guy, a girl with purple hair, there is an academy. The main character realizes that Lewis and other characters will soon enter the academy. He decides that now is the time to check on them, and he might as well keep an eye on Benjamin. The gray-haired man looks in front of him in surprise and asks again when he hears the proposal that the guy teach him fencing, since he has nowhere to go. He smiles and explains that it would be a crime to ignore such a talent as him. The green-haired man invites Benjamin to enter the academy, and he will give him a letter of recommendation. The young man looks at him in confusion, about to object. Benjamin hangs his head and admits that he has no money. Andreas explains that when he said that he would give a letter of recommendation, he also meant his sponsorship. The guy says that he just needs to decide whether he will go or not. Pleasant surprise can be read in the eyes of the gray-haired man. The main character folds his arms over his chest and, smiling, notes that he is not deprived of funds. A blush appears on Benjamin's face and tears form in her eyes. He kneels down and bows, exclaiming that one day he will repay all the kindness. Sitting in a chair, Andreas looks at the tablet. There he sees a message from Benjamin, in which he thanks the guy so much for the letter of recommendation and support, and also states that he dreams of becoming as strong as him. The main character assumes that the young man entered the Monas Academy. He imagines a gray-haired man with a determined smile on his face next to the academy. The guy understands that with his skills, he will not have problems with learning. Green-haired wants Benjamin to work successfully, and he will provide him with an unlimited supply of funds. Andreas taps something on his tablet, deciding that he now needs to prepare for Muriel's auction. He writes to Carlos that he still wants to take part in the auction. He asks if the guy wants to get something specific there. He adds that his father will be able to get the entrance ticket. The joyful protagonist thanks his friend and says that in this case, they will meet tomorrow at the auction. The green-haired man thinks that it is very good to have influential acquaintances. The guy puts his hand on the table and says it's time to go. He remembers a port city where ships are docked. Andreas reports that he is going for a mortal sin in the most lawless entertainment district. In Jester's domain, he asks what happened to the demonic sword Reuben. The answer is that the boy ran away with a sword and they sent people after him. The masked man adds that they haven't returned yet. A body lies on the table in front of Jester, and an acolyte stands nearby, bent on one knee. Jester assumes they missed him. Looking down, he thinks that this demonic sword enhances the magical and physical abilities of the owner. Jester realizes that he wants to study it and make a mass-produced weapon based on it. A sword with a red element is enveloped in colored rays. Jester thinks that he was vital to his plans to strengthen the army. Holding in his hand a pink head with horns, fangs, and a beard, the master realizes that he thought that the sword was already in his hands and could not even think that it had slipped away from him so easily. Jester squeezes his head so that drops of blood fly to the sides. He gives the order to send Hosen to Muriel. The surprised acolyte hears that he should join Aleb at the auction. Jester remembers the crown with red and blue stones, deciding that he must have it at any cost. He remembers the guy in the purple hood and realizes that if he is there, he will be able to bring her back anyway. A ship is leaving in the port city of Muriel. At the entertainment district's largest auction, Night of Flowing Gold, a man is standing in the arena with an item and people are sitting on chairs. On the sofa above are Carlos and Andreas with glasses of wine in their hands. They are wearing masks, and the green-haired one, bringing the glass closer to his mouth, understands that his main goal is mortal sin, but if possible, he must take other lots. The guy sees a picture of a sword and information about it on his tablet. He realizes that it is the White Nightmare, a famous sword with high mana conductivity. The green-haired man presses the green button, deciding to send the item to Benjamin if he wins the bet. Carlos approaches his friend and asks if the rumors that the guy is interested in fencing are true. Worried, Andrea smiles a little and explains that he just wanted to give this sword to someone. The brunette scratches his chin and notes that he looks good, but 20 million may not be enough. He suggests raising it to 50. He doesn't understand why take it more expensive if you can buy it cheaper. With his eyes wide open, the green-haired man turns to Carlos and says that the betting has just begun, so the price will rise gradually. A man in the arena with a hat and mustache stands at the microphone and exclaims that the item is worth 23 million. He asks if anyone will give more. The man thanks for the purchase and reports that the White Nightmare was sold for 23 million. Andreas curls his lips, and a smiling Carlos exclaims that this is not bad. The irritated protagonist realizes that his bid was not so far from the final price. A map image appears on the tablet. The presenter says that now the next lot. The green-haired man looks up in surprise when it is explained that this is a map that many scientists have tried to decipher, but no one has been able to do so. Andreas can't believe she's here too. The red dragon bares its sharp teeth against the background of the map. The guy realizes that this is a secret map that leads to the tomb of the red dragon. He thought it was just an Easter egg, but it turns out it actually exists. Masked people look thoughtfully at their tablets. Andreas decides that he must get the map because the corpses are very important to him. He presses the green button when he hears the starting price of 2 million. The presenter reports that the price is already 5 million and asks if anyone will give more. Smiling nervously, the main character realizes that if he can get the dragon, he will be stronger than the whole country. The man reports that the encrypted card was sold for 5 million. Andreas clenches his fists victoriously, deciding that this is great. A fat man with a mustache turns to the guys and wonders who they are. His gaze turns to the green-haired man and his friend, the brunette. The man assumes that they have a lot of money. While in the next box, he mentally tells them to rejoice while they can. The man smiles, looking to the side. The host points to the table, announcing that the next item is a rechargeable teleportation scroll, which allows you to go anywhere, anytime. He explains that this item can be used up to twice a day. Andreas presses the green button. Then, an ancient alchemical device similar to a clock appears on the tablet. The presenter says that it is practical and stylish. The main character presses the green button again. Carlos looks in surprise at his friend, who is immersed in the tablet, and wonders if the guy even thinks when he buys. Everyone's faces become excited when the presenter announces that the long-awaited final lot will now take your breath away. The man says that this is a relic collected from the very depths of the sea. He exclaims that this is the Lord of the Seas. The same crown with red and blue stones appears on the table. Surprised, Andreas looks at the object, realizing that this is it. The table says that it was pure original sin that revealed the power of generous greed. Carlos looks seriously at his shocked friend, who heard that the starting price is 1 billion, and the minimum bid is 10 million. He looks at the item in frustration, not understanding why the price is so absurd. The guy regrets that he does not have income from potions for the next month. The brunette's eyes become interested. The green-haired man turns his head at his friend, who asks if the guy wants her. Andreas looks ahead nervously and, biting his lips, explains that he will make several bets, but if he can't, he will give up. With a shocked expression on his face, He turns around when he hears that Carlos will buy it for him. The main character asks again and wonders why he does this. The brunette's expression becomes more serious, and he explains that his father told him that Andreas was injured in the sewers when he tried to save them. He looks up in confusion, noting that all this happened very quickly. With a crazy smile, Carlos clicks on the tablet screen and exclaims that it will now show the wealth of the Alvin family. The fat man, Aleb, looks at the screen in confusion. He frowns and wonders if these guys still had any money. The man presses the screen, realizing that he will easily show the superiority of the master's wealth. Aleb sets a price of $1.5 billion. The finger presses the button and the price becomes $2 billion. People look ahead when the price becomes $3 billion. There is excitement in Andreas's gaze when the price is $7 billion. A man in a turquoise suit rubs his chin thoughtfully, and a blonde drinks wine. The price is $8 and $7 billion. The presenter exclaims into the microphone that they have reached the amount of $10 billion. The main character looks in surprise at his smiling friend, behind whom a flame is burning. Carlos notes that it's getting more interesting. The green-haired grins, realizing that the brunette, as always, loves to compete. When the presenter puts his hand out to the side with Andreas, he thinks that since it has come to this, then Carlos better win, and then he will not be left in debt. The leader stands on bent legs and raises one hand up and the other to the side. He exclaims that this is incredible and the bet has reached $50 billion. The man asks if there is someone who will give more. A grinning Carlos sets a price of $70 billion as his worried friend looks on. A shout comes from the blue and white building, announcing that the price is $90 billion. Aleb's appearance goes crazy, and he laughs evilly when he hears that they have reached $100 billion. He wonders if he should continue. The man scratches the back of his head and bites his lip, looking nervously at the screen. Aleb remembers Jester pointing at him and telling him to make sure he wins the bet, no matter what the price. The man thinks that the master, of course, is rich, but the amount is too large. He realizes he should have asked how much he could spend. Aleb decides that he doesn't have time for this right now. The man's appearance becomes insane when he hears that the ruler of the seas was sold for $100 billion. Suddenly, he turns in fear at the man standing next to him. He chuckles and points out that Aleb screwed up. He exclaims that it is Sir Hosen. With his arms crossed, the guy in the purple hood suggests that the master predicted Aleb would screw up, so he sent him. Hosen looks at the man angrily and explains that even if he won the bet, given the price, the master would have buried him alive. The man tells Aleb to go back and wait. He looks at the guys sitting in the next box and notes that he doesn't know who they are. Hoseng smirks and his evil eyes sparkle purple. He decides that he will let the guys enjoy the taste of victory before dying. Carlos points back and assumes he'll get a scolding when he gets home. The brunette offers to go somewhere to eat because he is hungry. Andreas looks at his friend and realizes that he really did a great job of showing him the wealth of the Alvin family. There is a light burning in the window of a beautiful white and blue building with golden patterns. Andreas, with a blush on his cheeks and a dissatisfied look, sits with a crown on his head and listens to laughter. Carlos sits across from him and laughs so hard that tears even appear in his eyes. The brunette exclaims that Andreas suits His Highness very well. He is unhappy that his friend is treating the codex like a toy, but decides that this may be his privilege, like the one who bought it. The guys sit at the table and raise their glasses. Carlos offers a drink for the purchase. They clink glasses, and the main character thanks his friend. The green-haired man closes his eyes and begins to drink wine, realizing that thanks to his friend, he was able to get greed. The guy assumes that the congregation isn't going to do anything yet since nothing has happened to them yet. The guys frown and turn their gaze to the doors. Carlos exclaims that they can't come here and asks who they are. The doors receive a strong blow. Hosen and the acolytes enter the room, knocking down the doors. The hooded man assumes he interrupted his meal. Carlos gets up and wonders who these people are. Andreas continues to sit calmly in place and realizes that he remembered them, and they appeared. Hoseng's feet step forward. Bowing his head, he smiles and says to give up the crown, and then he will kill the guys painlessly. In the gaze of the main character, one can read fatigue and lack of emotion. Looking at Hosen, he thinks that of all people, it turned out to be the dog jester, the devil's sword, Hosen. The guy realizes that although he cannot use mystical techniques, he is still powerful as an aura master. The evil Dishrun shouts and points his finger forward. Fascinated by his talent, Hosen constantly quarreled with his mentor. Dishrun folds his arms across his chest as his student walks away with a sack on his shoulder. Eventually, Hosen abandoned him and went into hiding. He stands back to back with Jester. Hosen was then hired by Jester, who recognized his abilities. Andreas takes the handle of his bag and notes that he thought he could leave here without the last one. He and Carlos look at each other, and the green-haired man says that things are bad and he needs to run. Ha-Seng frowns and breaks into a crazy smile. He declares that he will not allow them to escape and orders the acolytes to capture them. Masked people take off and run forward, drawing weapons. The guys jump out of the windows, surprising the acolytes. Ha-Seng goes to the window and looks at the guys running away. He grins and asks them to try so he doesn't get bored. The man exclaims that it is time to hunt. In the forest, near the river and the boat, heavy breathing can be heard. It's Andreas and Carlos hiding in the bushes, who notes that they won't be caught if they cross the river. The brunette gets into the boat and takes the oar. Turning to his friend, he explains that Muriel is a lawless zone where the Emperor's power does not extend, but they will leave this place. Green Hair tells Carlos to go first and get help. He looks at him with displeasure and is interested in what the guy is talking about. The main character explains that they cannot simply escape from them, and moving together is too dangerous. Carlos furrows his brow and smiles when his friend adds that it will be easier for him to escape if he is alone. The brunette notes that he is crazy, as usual. The sky is already dark, and Carlos agrees and promises that he will bring help as quickly as he can. He thanks him and says goodbye. Holding the bag, Andreas looks after the boat and realizes that Carlos is now safe. He smiles, and the acolytes appear behind him, shouting that they have found him. The main character decides that he can no longer hold back. He stands on the bridge, and his opponents are on the shore. They ask where the other one is. Someone exclaims that the crown is probably on him. Andreas throws the bag next to him and agrees, noting that they can come and pick it up. The guy smiles and takes out his sword, adding that they will do it if they can. They put their weapons in front of them and ask how he dares to mock them. The acolytes approach the protagonist and shout that they will tear him to pieces. He waves his sword. From behind, other people with weapons are approaching him, wishing the green-haired man to die. Andreas's eyes begin to glow, and he mentally says to rebel. Ha-Seng watches this tensely and thinks about how it seems to be a spell to summon the undead. The giant's footsteps on the ground, raising dust. The acolytes look on in shock. A large hand appears from the portal. The masked people look up and can't believe the size of their hand. The smiling protagonist ends up behind one of the acolytes and stabs him right through. The guy advises them not to get distracted. He continues to swing his sword while fighting his opponents. Hosen stands nearby and watches. A smile appears on his face when he realizes that Andreas is skilled in black magic and also knows a lot about the way of the sword. Seriously looking forward, the main character strikes again. Suddenly, he looks around, noticing something. An explosion occurs, and Ha-Seng jumps on the green-haired man. A crazy smile appears on the face of Jester's subordinate. He wonders who this guy is. He waves his sword and offers to guess. Hosen throws punches, however. Andreas jumps away. He angrily insults the guy. The main character deftly lands and glides along the ground. With crazy eyes, the man looks at the green-haired man and thoughtfully notes that he saw this sword in some book and will not allow Andreas to keep it. He clenches his teeth and frowns, suggesting that Hosen is stronger than Pyatt. The protagonist realizes that he can most likely win if he uses laziness, but the consequences could be bad. The man smiles and states that he will add the guy's sword to his collection. His appearance becomes angry and confused when the green-haired one asks again and calls him an ostentatious thief. Ha-Seng furrows his brows and lowers his head. Andreas raises his hand, and a green light appears above it. And next to the guy are his assistants, Nickel and Timur. He exclaims that Ha-Seng can try if he can. He thinks that the young man relies on the power of objects. His eyes are confused and surprised. The man points at the acolytes and decides that he will overwhelm the enemy with numbers. Ha-Seng starts smiling and giggling, showing his teeth. The acolytes stand in front of Andreas, and Hosen says that the young man is indeed very interesting. He admires the fact that the main character is a successful necromancer. Ha-Seng holds onto his sword. The item emits golden light, and its owner states that it is the demon-slaying sword, Ganos. The green-haired man looks at this, eyes wide open in surprise. Hosen holds an ordinary sword in one hand and a demon-slaying sword in the other. He says that if he also summons these corpses, then Master Jester will definitely be pleased. Andreas wonders how many swords are hidden in his subspace. The guy extends his hand and gives a command to the acolytes. He decides to start a war of attrition. People fly to Hosen to strike. He looks forward angrily and assumes that the main character thinks he can defeat him with this garbage. He swings his swords and strikes. The man is cut into pieces and flies backwards. Surprise and fear are visible in Andreas's eyes. Together with his assistants, he rushes forward. Growling, Timur jumps at the enemy. He, smiling, looks at the tiger and says that the undead are an easy opponent because they are stupid. Nickel appears behind Hosen and swings at him. Immediately, Timur delivers a strong blow with his paw. However, Hoseng jumps and looks down, noting that they are moving well. A green circle glows above Andreas's hand. He mentally asks about how it is for a man. A giant appears from the portal, at the sight of which Hoseng looks surprised. The giant swings his huge weapon. An excited smile appears on Hosen's face. He touches his sword and shouts that he is using Farong. A pink light begins to emanate from the weapon. Andreas looks at this in surprise and, frowning, realizes that the magical sword Farong is a sword that increases the strength of the owner, absorbing them from the enemy. An impact occurs, from which the area around is illuminated with white light. Hosen puts two swords in front of him. He swings them and chuckles evilly. There is mercilessness in his eyes. The green-haired man watches this and is displeased when he realizes that Hosen wants to absorb the considerable power of Rudradal. The main character angrily watches what is happening and clenches his fist, indignant that this opponent is very inconvenient for him. The silhouette of a man is seen with a weapon in each hand, and the space around him is filled with blue light. Hosen grins and assumes that just now it was a corpse from a tribe of giants. Laughing, the man thanks for the strength. People are rushing towards him, raising their hands to strike. With one swing of his sword, he cuts off their heads. Hoseng nudges the head of one of the acolytes with his foot and thanks him for killing this garbage. He explains that he took them with him because they are subordinates of his clients, but all they can do is complain, which is why he wanted to kill them so badly. Andreas looks forward angrily, gritting his teeth, and understands that if Timur or Nickel catch a blow from Ganos, it will be bad. The smiling opponent suggests moving on to the fun part, now that they've gotten rid of all the chaff. Nickel runs past Hosen, whose eyes are glowing. However, he is already behind him and is about to attack. Hoseng agrees and says that they will start with the most interesting part, the skeleton. He takes out his sword, which emits a red light. Hosen stands ready, opposite Nickel, and asks the skeleton to cheer him up because he hasn't used the sword destroyer for a long time. Andreas watches this in confusion and realizes that the enemy is changing his swords too often. The guy shouts to Nickel that he should not let his sword touch his. The green-haired one takes off and jumps to the battlefield. A bright explosion occurs, from which pieces of earth fly off to the sides. All three are next to each other, fighting. Suddenly, Timur appears nearby and swings at the enemy. He turns his wary gaze to the tiger. There is a very strong impact, from which dust rises around. Timur looks forward furiously and bares his teeth. Andreas grins, his gaze determined. Nickel holds the sword in front of him. A smile appears on Hosarn's face, and he begins to laugh. The guys stand in front of him when the man says that he is very sorry. And between them, you can see the trace of the impact. The protagonist's facial expression becomes more serious. Suddenly, the green-haired one notices something. He is well aware that if Timur or Nickel were not here, he would have already been cut in half. Opening his mouth in surprise, the guy looks at the skeleton, which has no arm up to the elbow. He sees that everything is bad with his left hand, and the sword is broken. Smiling, Hosen announces that it's time to call it a day. He notes that dealing with the undead that can use aura was fun. Andreas looks ahead resolutely, realizing that he seems to have no choice but to use his laziness. The guy mentally orders Nickel to retreat. He is silent and stands still, and the main character looks back at him questioningly. He looks at his subordinate with displeasure and shouts that he told him to retreat. Hosen, opposite whom Timur is standing, laughs and notes that the skeleton is more courageous than his master. The man suggests that Nickel does not show weakness in front of the enemy. Information appears on the table that the legendary Phantom of Laziness wishes to use laziness. Nickel, with a fire blazing behind him, looks on. The table says that the legendary Phantom of Laziness and Laziness will share a common cooldown. The question is whether he agrees to this. Opening his mouth, Andreas looks at the skeleton and realizes that he had compel. Eatly forgotten that Nickel can also use laziness. The skeleton is enveloped in a violet bright light. The guy remembers lying on the ground in pain. He suggests that it would be better if Nickel, who does not feel pain, uses it, because last time the main character felt very strong pain from using laziness. Smirking and looking away, Hosen is in a fighting stance and suggests that Andreas has run out of moves and needs to get it over with. Suddenly, the man's expression becomes serious. Nickel approaches Hoseng, brandishing his sword. He, with excitement on his face, also runs forward. Hosen asks what the guy came up with this time. The green-haired man appears nearby and, brandishing his weapon, shouts that he should not dare to disturb Nickel. Andreas hits between the guys, causing dust to rise. Ha-Sang then strikes, shouting that this is impressive swordsmanship for a magician. The main character confronts the enemy's sword and hears a cry that it is very weak. Hosen raises his red weapon and bids Andreas farewell. Timur delivers a furious blow to the place where the enemy is standing. However, he jumps back. Hosen clenches his teeth and displeasedly calls Timur an annoying cat and adds that he will kill him first. Suddenly, he turns his head, looking to the side. This is Nickel, surrounded by a bright blue light. The skeleton's eyes glow purple. Hosen, in bewilderment, looks at this and does not understand what is happening, because this aura is terrifying for the undead. Nickel swings his sword. Ha-Sang looks at this in surprise, realizing that he only made one swing. The man wonders if the skeleton has spent all of its aura. Andreas smiles victoriously, looking at his opponent. The expression on his face becomes not at all cheerful, because he understands something. A strong blow occurs, flying towards Ha-Sang, who realizes that it is a mystical aura technique. The main character covers his face with his hand. Suddenly, noticing something, his surprised gaze rushes to the side. Nickel takes on the appearance of a man with white hair, a beard, and a mustache. The green-haired man's gaze becomes serious. His subordinate's human appearance begins to fade. Nickel completely regains its previous appearance, and the master thanks him. Ha-Sang stands on bent legs and coughs, while stones lie around him and dust gradually clears. Andreas looks at his enemy with displeasure and cannot believe that the man survived the Nickel technique. Hosen looks at the red weapon. He realizes that the sword destroyer is broken and even the Farong. Timur approaches him, shaking his fist. He delivers a strong blow to the ground, as the enemy manages to jump away. Hosen looks at the enraged animal and takes out the Gano's sword, which is black and yellow in color. The man clenches his teeth and insults the corpse with displeasure. Suddenly, the main character appears between Ha-Sang and the tiger. The tiger strikes the enemy. Ha-Sang's expression becomes crazed and blood flows from his mouth. The man flies backwards due to the attack. Andreas keeps his sword ready and decides to finish off Ha-Sang using the soulless sword. The man stands up and looks at the guy in surprise. He is silent, and the green-haired one is about to attack. A smile appears on Hosen's bloody mouth and, giggling, he suggests that the main character has decided to enter the battle only now. Clearing his throat, the man agrees. He looks at his opponent from under his brows. Andreas runs forward, directing his gaze clearly ahead. The guy decides to finish off the enemy before he recovers. Hassan's eyes glow purple as he runs to attack. The guys jump up and approach each other. Pieces of earth are flying in the sky. 3 moons and beautiful stars can be seen there. A voice is heard that notes that he is partly right. Young Hosen chews a potato and, looking ahead in surprise, asks again. The guy sits at the table opposite Dishrun, and a large beast sits next to him, greedily eating food. Mater says that the sword is just a tool, and the tool should be the last thing on your mind when fencing. He raises one eyebrow and says that he does not understand why the sword is not important in fencing. Hosen suggests that it is obvious that among warriors of equal skill, the one with the best equipment will win. The beast takes another potato from the plate, and the master explains to the student that this is only true during the battle of ordinary people, and for this reason the guy is only partly right. Dishrun adds that the winner among those who have achieved the state of Aura Master is determined by progress on the path of the sword. The man's expression becomes serious when he says that if one advances less in the path of the sword than the opponent, then using an ordinary wooden stick will be enough to threaten his life. Dishrun reveals that the two of them have the talent to become Aura Masters. The guy holds a bitten potato in his hand, and the master notes that if you depend too much on objects, you can ruin your own talent. Now, Hosen is smiling and blood is oozing from his mouth. He remembers Nickel attacking him. The man realizes that this undead creature can use mystical aura techniques with the broken sword and decides that it looks like he should have listened to the old man. Andreas puts the sword back into its sheath. Ha-Sang looks down and, coughing, asks his opponent if he is the old man's student. He looks at him displeasedly and confirms what was said. Ha-Sang is on his knees and says that it is not surprising and he can smell the potatoes from his sword. The sky is still dark. Men in brown robes approach the boat and Carlos, leading them, tells them to be faster. He stands on the boat and others start jumping on it. Carlos tells everyone to get in there. Looking to the side, the guy says that he needs to hurry up before it's too late. A coughing Andreas appears from the water. He holds onto the boat as his friend looks at him in shock. Water drips off the frightened protagonist, and he admits that he thought he was going to die. The guy asks people to get him out quickly. The green-haired man puts his bag in the boat and climbs inside. Carlos wonders how he got here. Andreas replies that those men piled on him en masse, so he knocked them off the trail and swam to one place as if stung. Carlos looks into the distance and, touching the sword, insults those people. His friend asks him to calm down. The main character touches the bag and reports that the things are safe. Smiling a little, he suggests that this is the norm for Muriel. Carlos looks at him carefully. Andreas appears calm as his friend reports that he finally understands. He asks again. The guys are still in the boat, and Carlos says that he finally understands why the young man is called the teen-headed one. Trees grow on the mountain, and light can be seen from the entrance there. An orange light comes from the cave entrance. The guy sews on his subordinate's hand. Nickel squeezes his new hand, and Timur looks at it in surprise. Andreas exclaims that they are finished and asks him to try to move, because Hasang's hand should come up. A fire is burning near the guys, and a table appears in front of the main character. The guy notes that they trusted Nickel's hand. His expression becomes surprised. Information appears that the legendary sloth phantom has a 32% chance of evolution, and there is one possible deviation in evolution. The question there is whether he wants to evolve. The same is written about the legendary surviving fighter, who has an 88% chance. The green-haired man presses his finger on the table and thinks that their chances of evolution have increased significantly after the battle with Hasang. The guy decides that it would be nice to evolve Timur. The space is illuminated with a blue-violet light, and Timur looks at it questioningly. The table says that the legendary survivor is in the process of evolving, and there are 342 hours, 28 minutes, and 3 seconds left. The assistants look at each other in surprise, and Andreas sits calmly next to him and understands that he will need to work on magic when he returns. The main character thinks that there is something else he wants to explore. In Jester's domain, a question is heard to the student Morna about why he is here. A man with blonde hair trembles and anxiously reports that he heard that he was kicked out of the meeting. Jester looks at him and confirms this, adding that he was the one who suggested it. Sharon stands in front of Jester's table, who explains that the reason is that the congregation does not tolerate unworthy people. He adds that this is especially true for those who cannot control their own student. Sharon frowns and is about to justify himself. There are also acolytes in the office while this conversation is taking place. Jester wonders what Sharon did for the meeting despite this. He notes that the man has not provided a single useful piece of research or artifact. He stands still, listening to the words that, in terms of merit, he is already far behind his problem student. Jester assumes that Sharon knows how important the codex is to them. He looks at the man and calls him loudly. His gaze becomes serious when Jester asks if he wants to stay in the congregation. Sharon leans forward a little and places his hand on his chest, exclaiming that he will do anything and Jester can command. He folds his arms over his chest and explains that they recently discovered the habitat of the ancient magical beast Kushane, and it is very close to Rodlin. Karen's face becomes concentrated. The man realizes that this is a creature from the era of myths. It is a dark purple creature with 4 arms and white hair. Purple smoke comes out of it, causing people to run away. Sharon realizes that it seems he was discovered in our time. The man had only heard mention of this beast in ancient texts. Jester raises his hand, over which a red light appears, and says that Sharon will tell him where the beast is, how to unseal it and control its power. He explains that after subduing the magical beast, Sharon must bring his daring student to it. Andreas plunges the blade into himself, while Sharon and Dragan watch this. Sharon assumes that Jester is very unhappy with his behavior at the meeting, but decides that this is to his advantage. A smile appears on Karen's face when he realizes that he can get rid of Andreas, who constantly interferes with him. The man thinks that if he is lucky, he will also be able to get a magical beast. Sharon and Jester can be seen through the window, asking the man to forget everything he just said. That assumes that this is all because of the deal with Salem. Bowing his head slightly, Sharon smiles and asks you to rely on him. The man says that it is his duty as a teacher to punish his disobedient students. The next day at Rodlin Academy, water flows from a beautiful white and gold fountain. The main character's face turns a little blue, and today he understood only one thing. The tired guy walks forward, and the girl looks back at him. Andreas decides that research needs to be done in a more suitable place. He thinks that although progress is good, it will have to wait until results are obtained. The green-haired man frowns and looks ahead sternly as the other students look back at him in surprise. The young man understands that right now he needs to return to the hostel and rest. The main character looks irritated when his name is called. This is a screaming Lucia with a calm Vivian standing next to her. The pink-haired girl angrily asks why Andrea's ignored her calls and why he needs a tablet. The guy turns around with displeasure and forces a smile. He admits that he is guilty because he was out with a friend. The main character sees that the girls got along well. Lucia puts the tablet forward, with the screen facing the green-haired man. The girl asks displeasedly if he saw it. She exclaims that there is a spirit in the dormitory. Andreas, surprised, snatches the tablet and reads the information. Lucia says that we can finally forget about this bad hostel. And Vivian thinks about how she wants to live in the same dorm as Mr. Fairy. The tablet displays a warning that an unknown spirit has been discovered in the Tunrico hostel. It says that for the safety of students, they are temporarily closing the hostel and asking residents of the hostel to consult the lists and find out their temporary place of residence. A clear sky is visible against the backdrop of green mountains. The main character thinks that the incident with spirits attacking students in the Tunrico dormitory means that an event with an ancient magical beast will soon happen. Andreas's expression becomes alarmed as he wonders why now, since back then in the game it was supposed to happen only 6 months after the start of the game. Lucia looks at the young man indifferently and wonders why he has such a gloomy face. The girl asks him to stop being silent and tell him which dormitory he was assigned to. He looks in surprise at the joyful girl. The main character says that he was sent to the Delgian dorm. She leans her head on her hand, and a blush appears on the girl's cheeks. Lucia notes that he is lucky to live in the same place with such a beauty like her. Andreas asks again with displeasure. He closes his eyes and frowns a little, saying that in any case, he will now go to the dorm, because he needs to pack his things and check the situation there. The joyful Pinkette folds her palms and Vivian holds her hand on her chest. Lucia agrees and tells him to go, and the second girl tells him that she will go with him. Andreas notes that that would be great. Vivian looks down and smiles sheepishly, while her friend's expression is displeased. The guys come to the white brick dorm building. The main character and the green-haired girl are walking along the corridor. The guy asks her if he saw them. She replies that she only heard rumors, so she doesn't know all the details. It's all connected with the magic department. The girl explains that all she knows is that Professor Sharon took over the investigation. The dissatisfied guy remembers this man and replies that he understands. Suddenly, the boys' expressions become surprised. They see Diana, who is holding her hand on the wall. She looks crazy and is drooling from her mouth. The girl mutters something about how it's all a mistake. Andreas runs up to Diana and, taking her by the shoulder, calls her. She says not to touch her or talk to her. The young man looks at this thoughtfully. Sharon stands back to another person. There are 2 mid-level bosses in Rodland, including Sharon. The scary purple creature's eye glows red. In the game, only one of them was able to encroach on Kushane, and since the other boss has not yet made his move, this means that Sharon is probably to blame. The main character seriously looks at the surprised girl and tells her that she definitely won't cope with this and should quickly leave here. She looks at him with a slight smile and is interested in what he is talking about. Andreas suggests that the name of the master of this spirit should be given. Diana's expression turns fearful when the guy says the name Kushane. She takes off and runs to the side. Vivian grabs her and hugs her. The main character is seriously watching this. Diana stands on the floor and touches her head. Andreas wonders if she has come to her senses. The girl frowns and asks where she is. She looks displeased at the young man, who asks a question about whether she knows who he is. Diana replies that he is Andreas, and there is no need to ask such stupid questions. The guys look at the brunette seriously. The protagonist explains that she was in danger and was possessed by a spirit. Vivian adds that Andreas came to Diana's aid. Gradually closing her eyes, the girl replies that she remembers vaguely. The guy says we need to leave the building. A conversation is heard from the dorm building in which Diana apologizes for causing trouble, and the young man replies that he doesn't mind. They are standing in the courtyard, near the building, and the main character assumes that Diana volunteered to investigate this case. She replies that this is so, and she was curious, because it's not every day that you meet a spirit. The girl explains that the professor just asked him to help. Andreas looks sternly in front of him, realizing that this explains everything. Sharon stands behind Diana, who reaches out her hand to the magic circle. The young man realizes that the man's offer was a bait, and he did all this so that the spirit would take possession of Diana. Sharon puts his hand on the floor, and from it, a red creature approaches the girl. The main character thinks that Diana was very focused on magic, which is why she lowered her guard, which allowed Sharon to summon the spirit. Diana has a thoughtful expression on her face. Andreas, realizing that this coward has become bolder, asks the girl if she knows where Professor Sharon went. She calmly looks at her friend and replies that, it seems, he said that he would go look for the main body. The young man's expression hardens as he realizes that this is the location of the seal. There is a bright flash in the sky, behind the mountains. Andreas decides that he needs to hurry. For naked people lie around a large statue that emits a bright purple light, with Sharon standing nearby. Smiling, he exclaims that he did it. The statue begins to transform into a terrible creature, Kushane. A red light dances over the madman's hand as he decides that all that's left is to get rid of Andreas. Vivian and her friend run forward. The main character turns to the girl and thanks her for going with him. She replies that she needs to help in any way she can. The young man's expression becomes wary and serious as he thinks about the fact that he took her with him because he had no good reason to leave her. The guy is trying to convince himself that everything will be okay. He thinks that at this rate, not only will he not be able to use the summoning, but he might also screw it up. Behind him stands Sharon against a purple background. Andreas is afraid that Vivian will discover the connection between him and Sharon. The guy looks forward with concentration, suggesting that he has loosened his grip after a night without rest. He thinks that perhaps it would be better to somehow send his friend back. The guys stop, looking forward in surprise. There are people standing in front of them, and the main character notes that these are students. The guys look scary, and their faces take on a purple hue. There is a question about whether Professor Sharon did it. The young man replies that this is so, and all these students went to his classes. Andreas looks contentedly at Vivian, who asks why the professor would do this. Yellow trees stand against a beautiful pink sky as a guy calls his girlfriend. The guys look at the students, and the main character is interested in whether the girl can neutralize the guys without harming them. The guy explains that time is running out, and he will go and stop the professor. He looks worriedly at Vivian, who takes out her sword. The girl agrees and says that she will soon catch up with him. Andreas thinks that it will be better if this does not happen. Vivian holds her sword ready, and the fleeing protagonist exclaims that he is leaving the guys to her. The student's hand reaches forward, creating a luminous ball. Vivian looks at this in fear. She puts a sword in front of her. Everything around is charged with light. The main character turns to his friend. He grins contentedly, realizing that he was finally able to separate from H. The young man wonders if she will cut them inadvertently. His expression turns serious as he decides he has no choice but to trust her. The sun sets beautifully behind the mountains. Kushane opens his mouth and roars loudly, standing in front of Sharon. He smiles and says that this is great, and he has perfect control of the monster. Suddenly, surprise appears on his face. The man puts his hand forward. Bones appear in front of him as he uses the bone wall. Sharon turns around displeased, gritting his teeth. The professor sees Andreas in front of him, who assumes that he could. The young man calmly walks forward, and Sharon angrily asks what the guy forgot here. The main character sees the terrible Kushane with 3 eyes. He remembers the abnormally fast unsealing time and the strange magic around his body. Andreas also looks at the red crystal above Karen's hand and realizes that it is the Pelderin crystal that Jester possessed in the game, and he assumes that he is behind it all. The calm professor frowns a little and asks how dare the guy attack him. Sharon adds that it doesn't matter, because he was just going to find Andreas. The main character closes his eyes and smiles a little, saying that he is a little surprised, because he did not even expect this from such a mediocre necromancer as the master. As he speaks, he stands in front of the man. The expression on his face becomes sad. Suddenly, the man starts laughing. A scary smile appears on his face as he notes the brazen manner of communication and explains that he knew that taking his students was the right decision because a long time ago he overheard a conversation between Father Andreas and Master Morn. Young Sharon stands against the wall and hears the boy's father say that if they raise him, he can change the basis of black magic or even the whole world. Mornay agrees that this is a very terrifying thing. A voice is heard that says that all the changes in him are due to the fact that he acquired the objects of their dialogue or learned to use them. Surprised, Salem puts his hands to his cheeks and asks whether Sharon really took Cromwell as his student. The main character thinks about this and realizes that even a mob like him knew about it. Sharon, with the monster standing behind him, tells the young man to show if he knows how to use the Cromwell family heritage and calls him a fool. He grins and, exhaling, explains that he was interested in what he planned to say, but he just wanted to insult the child. Karen's eye begins to twitch. A green light appears above the young man's hand, and Timur and Nickel stand nearby. The main character notes that there is enough talking. Sharon looks at his assistants in shock, realizing that this is the Tiger Lord, Timur, whose corpse he received at the meeting. Assistants stand next to the green-haired man, and the professor cannot believe that the guy can already control high-level undead. The man frowns and asks not to forget who his master is. He smiles and explains that he did not learn anything from Sharon, but in response he can say that the student surpassed the teacher. The professor raises his hand, over which a red magic circle appears. He laughs and exclaims that Andreas is indeed cocky. Skeletons and other creatures appear near Sharon, and Kushane stands behind him. The dead look forward in surprise. Skeletons dressed in armor stand ready. Among them there is a creature without a head. The white monster with a mutilated face looks terrifying. The main character looks at them carefully and concludes that Kushane strengthens all his creatures. The guy takes out his sword. There is sternness on his face. The space around Andreas is filled with blue light when he says that he has already suffered enough with Sharon, and here he breaks off all their relations and they are no longer connected in any way. He smiles and declares that they will see if the young man can, because he is going to kill him and take away Kane's inheritance. The main character looks sternly at the professor, who reports that he will later resurrect him and make him his slave. Vivian swings her sword at the student. The guy flies to the stone. The girl looks at this seriously and, exhaling, understands that she needs to quickly catch up with Andreas. The students approach Vivian, who is thinking about how they are all advancing. The guy moves forward with clenched teeth. The girl's face, with lifeless eyes, is bleeding. The green-haired girl thinks that there is no end to them. She looks at her sword. Her gaze becomes indifferent as she wonders whether she should kill them. Vivian remembers how her friend, with a serious face, asked to neutralize them without harming them. The girl is surrounded by students when she realizes that it is not necessary, because Mr. Fairy would not want this. One of the guys launches a blue glowing ball at her. Vivian quickly jumps away, swinging her sword. A student guy with glowing red eyes rushes towards her when the green-haired girl's expression turns surprised. The girl remembers Andreas saying something. After that, the main character and Diana ran in different directions. Vivian realizes that he was saying some kind of spell. Her expression becomes joyful and sweet as she remembers. With a blush on her cheeks, she exclaims the word Kushian and hits the student. Vivian stands with her hand raised and looks down. There's a guy lying there that he hit so hard that the ground underneath him broke. The girl assumes that she did something wrong. She turns to the girl, in whose hand the ball is glowing, and tries to remember what it was like there. Vivian quickly kicks the girl and says the word Kushuan. She hits the brunette and exclaims Pushine. The girl comes to the conclusion that this is also wrong. Having hit another guy, she shouts the word Kukane and then Kuzian. Everything around is already becoming dark. She keeps trying and shouts Kujian. The sky, in which the moons glow beautifully, is dark blue. Vivian jumps back, kicking up dust. She looks at the students in alarm, thinking that this is not good, because if this continues, they will die. The girl assumes that the word is Kushane. The eyes of all students become more conscious and human. They all look ahead in surprise. The green-haired girl stands in front of the guys and assumes that it worked. Vivian smiles and, clenching her fist, decides that all that remains is to beat the guys properly. Black creatures dance behind the students. The girl takes off, deciding that she needs to end things with them. Vivian raises her fist and thinks about how they need to act before they do anything. Spirits with open mouths rush forward. The green-haired one strikes hard. She looks ahead in surprise. Burgundy drops and rays appear around Vivian. A blue iridescent space is visible in front of her, and a burgundy creature asks what she is hiding. There is fear and amazement in her eyes when she hears the words that she will be abandoned in any case. The creature's eyes glow turquoise as it states that the girl is destined to be abandoned. Vivian gets tears in her eyes, and a voice notes that she is trying to cling to life, and this is very disgusting. Handcuffs appear on the girl's hands, and the voice continues to say that even the girl's mother disowned her. The creature suggests that out of desperation, Vivian entrusted her life to a stranger. The green-haired girl, who is now dressed in dresses, covers her ears with her hands, and everything around her turns red, and the black silhouette of her mother can be seen, who says that she wanted a son, and it would be better if Vivian had never been born. Horror and despair can be seen in the girl's eyes, and they fill with tears. She hears words that her very existence brings trouble. The voice exclaims that she will cause the death of loved ones. The creature looks at her with its glowing eyes and invites her to just die. She stands still with her sword raised and wonders if Mr. Fairy will be okay if she disappears. The creature promises her this. Her eyes become empty and sad, and the girl asks again. She clings her little finger to the little finger of another person, who asks her to keep her word. This is the silhouette of Andreas standing opposite. Everything around the guys glows golden, and the young man swears. Suddenly, Vivian's eyes become surprised and alarmed. Meanwhile, Timur and Nickel fight the monsters, and their severed parts fly through the air. Andreas also fights, standing not far from them. Sharon raises his hand, with the Pelderin crystal glowing above it, and the man shouts that he will see how long the three of them can last. Kushane, standing behind the professor, creates a large ball of light. The main character's facial expression becomes shocked. He puts out his hand, above which a green ball glows, and summons Rudradal. A giant hand emerges from the portal and strikes Kushane. Sharon turns around and looks at it questioningly. Looking at the huge hand, he wonders what it is. Timur turns to his master as he calls him. An ugly monster with a round mouth and 3 eyes approaches the guy. Andreas tells the tiger that he will leave this big guy to him. Timur growls, baring his sharp teeth. The green-haired man runs behind Nickel and calls him. Having reacted, he hears that he needs to destroy the little thing and hide. Timur attacks the monster, and the young man decides that he needs to quickly get rid of him. The main character exhales and, looking ahead seriously, realizes that it's not worth spending mana on the expensive Rudradal. The guy lowers his head and decides he'd better target Sharon and steal the Pelderin crystal. Andreas jumps over the fighting Timur and the monster and thinks that after what he has done, he will end this battle in an instant. Kushane puts his arms and legs out to the sides and growls. And the laughing Cha. Ron agrees that he could not die from such an attack. A young man approaches the surprised professor from behind. The green-haired man looks carefully at the swing of his sword. Sharon turns around and sees a small explosion behind him. Andreas stands in front of the professor and the large creature. Sharon smiles and laughs, wondering if the guy thinks he is an opponent to the ancient magical beast. The expression on the young man's face is serious and concentrated as he reflects that if he had used Sin here, then everything would have become much simpler. However, he understands that there is recoil and laziness in reloading. The green-haired one is in a fighting stance and assumes that Sharon likes all sorts of junk. He reports that he also has one ancient magical beast. The main character remembers the moment when the giant's hand struck Kushane and reminds Sharon of this. The professor's expression becomes worried, and he wonders if it was the hands of a giant. The man does not understand where the student got such a corpse from. He smiles and declares that next time the giant's hand will crush Karen's head. The green-haired man thinks that he needs to annoy the professor harder. Sharon calmly looks at the guy and says to try if he can. There is fear in Andrea's eyes. He notices that a red magic circle appears under his feet. The red light shoots up. Sharon laughs, and red drops fall from the sky. The silhouette of the main character is visible in the sky, and he is surrounded by rings of blood. The enemy asks in shock how this happened. The guy lands opposite Sharon and Kushane. He looks thoughtfully at the ground and assumes that this is vampire magic. Green Hair remembers how Angela bit him and wonders if that incident was the reason. Andreas looks ahead in alarm, concluding that Sharon was emitting Angel's blood. Dust appears behind the young man, and the professor asks how the main character survived high-level blood magic. The guy smirks and notes that maybe he should thank Angela. Karen's expression becomes frightened and confused and, gritting his teeth, he assumes that he helped the vampire escape. The green-haired one remains calm and says that it seems he has been found out and advises him to treat his students better. Sharon becomes mad and enraged when he calls the youth's name. Andreas looks at his opponent carefully. There is a blow, however. The guy deftly jumps away. Sharon runs at him and angrily asks how he even dared. Kushane also takes off and throws a punch, which the green-haired man dodges. The professor asks how he dared to ruin the opportunity of his life. Looking at the fighting Timur, Andreas assumes that Nickel has successfully hidden. A blow occurs in front of the guy. Kushane stands very close, and behind him is Sharon with a crystal. The guy jumps up and waves his weapon. Yellow flashes are visible near the monster's hand. The surprised and irritated professor frowns, thinking that this kid wields a sword more skillfully than he expected. Suddenly, he turns and notices Andreas behind him with a sword pointed at him. Kushane's hand hits the guy. The green-haired man throws his head back, and blood flows from his mouth. Because of this blow, the main character falls to the ground. Above the calm Sharon, the Pelderin crystal glows. Suddenly, Nickel appears in front of them with a sword. The professor looks at this in surprise. The young man raises his head and grins contentedly. The subordinate jumped out of the thick yellow bushes. There is a crystal in the glove above the hand that was severed. This was done by Nickel, who lands on the ground as Sharon looks at him in surprise. He opens his mouth and starts screaming loudly. The main character looks at the assistant and, smiling, notes that this is a good job. The professor closes his eyes and holds the rest of his hand with his other hand. There is confusion in his gaze when he remembers the crystal. Kushane throws back his head and opens his mouth, growling. Andreas looks at the monster in fear, realizing that he is out of control. Sharon runs forward and reaches his hand towards the crystal, and behind him is an enraged Kushane. The man looks carefully in front of him. Suddenly, there is an impact, creating a flash of light. The main character is silent and anxiously watches what is happening. Kushane grabs and bites the frightened Sharon, and blood flows from his mouth. The remaining part of Sharon, whose eyes glow red, falls to the ground. Kushane, who is chewing flesh, is next to the lying professor. The green-haired man turns his head to Nickel and asks to divert the monster's attention to himself, because he needs to pick up the crystal. Suddenly, Kushane grabs the Pelderin crystal and breaks it into pieces, clutching it in his fist. All that remains is red sparkles. Andreas exclaims that things are bad. Timur looks at this excitedly and growls. Kushane opens his mouth and a glowing ball appears in it. The monster creates a ball with its mouth and is about to strike. The frightened protagonist turns around and shouts for everyone to dodge. There is a huge explosion between Kushane and the guys. The green-haired man puts his hands in front of him, covering himself a little. Suddenly, the monster's hand grabs the shocked young man. Kushane raises his hand and growls. Timur and Nickel look angrily at the enemy. Kushane raises his hand and removes the guy from his assistant. Vivian runs past the monster and cuts off the hand with which Kushane is holding Andreas. The guy frowns and calls his girlfriend. She runs to the falling main character. Approaching, she extends her hand to him. Vivian reaches out her hand, and a monster approaches her from behind. The frightened guy shouts to be careful. However, suddenly something rushes past the monster. An impact occurs near a stone. Andreas, looking distraught with fear, turns around and calls for Vivian. The dust descends, and Timur is seen near the stone, hugging the girl. Closing her eyes, she presses herself close to the beast. The young man's face becomes calmer, and he exhales with relief. He looks at Kushane approaching. Closing one eye, the green-haired man holds a sword in front of him and says that this is not the time to fuss. A hand with a crown appears from the portal. Andreas thinks that he wanted to study it better before using it. With a stern look, the guy puts it on himself. The table says that the original sin of greed has been discovered. There is also the question of whether he wants to use greed. He looks forward indifferently and, realizing that this is better than dying, says to use it. Vivian opens her eyes and looks questioningly somewhere. Shock appears in her eyes. She calls Mr. Fairy, seeing the monster releasing bright rays from its mouth, and the guy standing in front of it. The girl watches what is happening in alarm. A crazy smile appears on Andreas's face, and her eyes turn completely red. The monster emits a bright red light. With an unusual look, the main character looks at Kushane and, giggling, says that he is a vile, ancient beast. The young man bravely runs to the monster and exclaims that he will turn him into undead and make him his slave. He keeps his crazy smile and laughs. Andreas strikes hard with his sword. The expression on his face becomes calmer, and the guy is surprised. He lands with his arms outstretched, and there is dust all around him. The main character stands in front of the enemy and reports that he has realized that he has absolute defense, which only reacts to perceived attacks. The young man's face again becomes bold and pleased when he decides that in this case, he needs to attack unexpectedly. Andreas stands behind Nickel and shouts to distract the monster. He rushes off to carry out the order. Vivian watches as Nickel flies near the monster, cutting off its arm. Nickel swings his sword again, and the girl assumes that it is undead. She carefully watches what is happening, sitting in Timur's arms. The tiger growls, looking forward, and Vivian calls him Mr. Cat. While Kushane deals with Nickel in front, Andreas approaches the monster from behind, exclaiming that this is great. Smiling, he aims his sword at Kushane. The guy puts his sword forward, hitting the enemy's body. He raises his hands up and growls in pain. With a crazy look, the main character says that he will now turn him into undead. Information appears on the table that the sealed sword Galaxer has discovered the blood of an ancient magical beast. There is surprise in the young man's eyes when he sees the words that the blood of a magical beast is being absorbed. The sword begins to emit purple light, and Andreas asks what is happening. The table says that the duration of greed has ended. Blood oozes from the drooping protagonist's mouth as the recoil occurs. Vivian looks scared. The guy falls, and his sword remains in Kushane, emitting fiery light. Andreas falls to the ground, and the girl runs to him and calls. The monster opens its mouth and puts its arms out to the sides. A A red light envelopes him and Shane lets out a screech. With a determined look, Vivian hugs the main character, who remains silent and opens his eyes. The table says that the blood of an ancient magical beast unlocked the first part of Galaxer. The monster rises up and, burning with red light, crumbles. The guy could not even imagine that the blood of an ancient magical beast would serve as the key to removing the seal from Galaxer. Vivian wonders if it's all over. Andreas looks rather tired as he apologizes to the girl for putting her in danger. She smiles and, looking into the distance, replies that everything is fine as long as the young man is safe. The guy adds an apology for hiding his real abilities from her. A sword stuck into the ground changes its appearance. The girl says that she doesn't care who he is, because for her the main character will always be Mr. Fairy. He smiles and wonders if there was anyone else who trusted him as much. A voice is heard from the arena, announcing that the 111th opening ceremony of the Rodlin Academy has officially begun. A bald man with a beard and a paper in his hands asks Luis to come on stage. From this moment, the game truly began. The guy in the dark cape complied with the request. Luis demonstrated excellent academic ability and exemplary behavior. Somehow he was able to survive despite the terrible start and lack of information. Lucia smiles and looks at the green-haired man. The number of people he needs to protect has increased. Andreas and Vivian stand next to each other and calmly look forward. The guy became even stronger. He remembers Shrun, Jester, and other people whose faces are hidden in the shadows. The main character understands that from this moment on there will be more different events, and he will have to face all of them. Lucia, Andreas, and Vivian stand nearby, as do other students around. Vivian is on her knees, covered in blood, and dead or dying people lie nearby, and the girl thinks about the departing main character. A man enters the arena, and a voice is heard that announces that now there will be words of oath from Luis, the best in the class. Luis, a guy with brown hair and blue eyes, looks seriously at the paper he holds in his hand and exclaims that he swears. The young man says that he, Louis Artman, and the new students of the 111th grade vow to stand shoulder to shoulder with their elders from the proud Rodlin Academy. The green-haired man and his girlfriend stand and watch this. Luis reveals that they will do their best to become the spear and shield of the Empire and the people. The guy with blue hair looks displeased at the arena. Louis swears that they will be heroes, that they will bring glory to their empire. Students look forward carefully while listening to this. The man explains that it was Louis, the first-year representative. The brunette descends from the arena along a small staircase. He looks ahead carefully. The guy notices the students and assumes that they are all his seniors. The senior students stand quietly. Louis furrows his brows and thinks about how strong they look. The guy notices Andreas, who is standing with his arms folded on his chest. Louis wonders why he wears a sword, because this robe means that he is from the Faculty of Magic. He grins and thinks about Rodlin Academy. The guy suggests that there are a lot of interesting personalities here. Near the Rodlin Academy, during the spring tournament, flags hang from one house to another. Some people say that competition between students without divisions by department sounds interesting. Louis is walking behind the purple-haired girl. She smiles and tells her friend walking next to her not to be too happy that they don't have classes today, because right now they're first years, but next year it will be their turn to sit at the tournament. He replies that just because they are first years, they can calmly watch the battles. He expects it to be very educational. Louis accidentally pushes someone on the shoulder and looks in surprise at the glass of spilling coffee that the guy is holding in his hands. The brunette thinks that watching battles can be useful because you can see a variety of different skills and techniques, especially since the Faculty of Magic is also participating. A guy with black and purple hair glares at the frightened Louis and insults him. He stutters, apologizes, and explains that he was distracted. He sees a fist coming. The furious guy hits Luis, who manages to defend himself by putting his hands forward and angrily asks why he needs eyes. The brunette falls near the table where the girls are sitting, looking at him in surprise. The guy with black and purple hair smiles wryly and suggests that the fame of being the best among the first years does not lie, because he blocked the blow of one of the best knights. Lucia puts her hand to her chest and looks fearfully at Luis, who stands up, looking sternly at the knight. He looks at his hand and thinks that his blow was not very fast, but very heavy. Louis realizes that he couldn't block it completely. Lucia, Diana, and Vivian are sitting at the table, and the guys are standing next to them. The knight notes that this uniform is very expensive and declares that he will forgive him for this if he pays 100,000. A dissatisfied Lucia, next to whom Vivian is calmly drinking something, stands up, leaning on the table. She screams that this is outright extortion. The girl is interested in whether the guy has dignity, because he is not a beggar. Diana calmly agrees and suggests that the knight wouldn't mind being disqualified for causing a disturbance in the street. She turns her head a little and says that this is the elder Tadlon. Both guys look in amazement at Diana, who reports that, following his logic, he will have to pay her. Tadlon frowns and looks ahead with displeasure. Diana raises her hand and shows her sleeve, stained from spilled coffee. The knight turns around and begins to leave, saying that Lewis is the leading first year. The guy and girls look displeased at the person leaving. Lewis awkwardly scratches the back of his head and thanks the girls for helping. They smile and Lucia sticks out her index finger and thumb. Diana asks not to think about it, and the pink-haired one notes that he is the first-year student at the opening of the academy. He smiles joyfully. A slight blush appears on his cheeks and introduces himself. There is some inscription visible on the wooden sign. Diana also introduces herself and explains that she is in her 4th year of study. Lucia reveals that she is a 2nd year. The girl says that Louis is unlucky because he quickly ran into trouble. Both look at Luis, and Vivian is still drinking coffee and is silent. The brunette scratches the back of his head and says that this is very embarrassing. Diana explains that this is normal because that guy is one of the best knights. Louis looks questioningly at the green-haired girl, who says she's gone. With a warm smile on her face, she announces that Andrea's match will begin soon. Diana turns to look at her friend, and the joyful Louis exclaims that she is the eldest of the knights, and he is glad to meet. The guy stands and awkwardly waits for an answer to his outstretched hand. The young man's gesture remains unanswered. Vivian looks at him questioningly, when suddenly Lucia laughs. She points somewhere with her hand and says that she also wants to watch the match. Lucia wonders if Luis will go with them. Diana is surprised that she's coming too, and explains that she doesn't think she's interested in that kind of thing. Lucia winks and, clenching her fist, exclaims that there is no need to say that, because sometimes she is interested in such things. The friend assumes that she is not going to participate. Lucia looks away awkwardly and confirms this. Diana turns her head at the guy and asks about him, because they will be leaving soon. He exclaims that he was just going there. The girl smiles and offers to go together. Louis happily agrees. The guys come to watch the match. Everyone watches calmly, and Louis has a look of admiration in his eyes as he exclaims that the match is incredible because, as expected from Rodline, they are on a completely different level. Diana says indifferently that it was not bad. A voice announces that the next match is about to begin. Louis looks out at the arena with his mouth open, and Vivian sits next to him. The guy assumes that the next match has already started. A guy with black and purple hair, Tadlon, the best of the night faculty, enters the arena from the blue side. The voice reports that, as the best of the house, great hopes are placed on him in this tournament. Andrea's moves forward and a voice says that he is on the red side. Luis's expression becomes shocked, while Vivian's is pleasantly surprised. It is announced that this young man is from the Faculty of Magic, 4th year of study. Smiling, the guy looks forward, and the voice explains that close attention has been drawn to him after the invention of a new potion. Shocked, Louis turns his head and remembers the main character. He thinks that this is the one he saw at the entrance ceremony. The guy assumes that Andrea's is going to fight with the knight with swords. The host announces that the match will begin soon. Tadlon frowns and, drawing his sword, assumes that his opponent is the very magician who is pretending to be a swordsman. The green-haired man keeps a calm expression on his face and replies that he is not pretending, but if he thinks so, then so be it. Tadlon smiles and, frowning, insults the main character. A voice announces that the match has begun. The knight, distraught with anger, takes off and shouts that he will show him the true power of the sword. This causes dust to rise in the arena. The host exclaims that Tadlon immediately launches a ferocious attack. Lucia looks at the surprised Diana and asks if she heard. She is interested in what she should have heard about. Joyful students stand in the stands and watch the battle. Pink-haired says that she heard that after the tournament they will have a friendly exchange with Milko Academy. With a calm expression on her face, Diana explains that the academy encourages students with good academic performance to participate. The girl says she will go anyway, even though she has no choice. The brunette remembers Bart and smiles incorrectly when Lucia notes that she's having a hard time. Tadlon furiously strikes, however. Andrea's calmly dodges everyone. At this time, the girl tells her friend that she also heard that if you perform well in the tournament, you will also be invited. The girls look at the calm Vivian and conclude that she will also be able to participate. They remember how a friend destroyed an opponent in a tournament. The girl suggests that after yesterday's victory over Aaron, the favorite, she has good chances. Tadlon continues to swing his sword, and his opponent deftly dodges. The knight angrily insults him and tells him to stop dodging. He holds his sword horizontally in front of him and, blushing, says that he never thought he would use his technique on someone like Andreas. He is silent and looks indifferently at the enemy. Dust rises in the arena, and the green-haired man stands calmly. Tadlan runs past the main character. The green-haired man looks calmly ahead. The knight's face becomes furious. He approaches the enemy from behind. The guy attacks. However, Andreas dodges again and again. The presenter says that this is a very formidable onslaught from Tadlan, and the main character is in danger. Lewis is surprised at this and remembers that he has already seen his style. Vivian, who is looking at the arena in fascination, says that Mr. Fairy has won. Tadlan frowns and angrily suggests that the sword is for decoration to the enemy. The guy shouts at him to show his magic, which he is so proud of. The voice notes that Andreas is too busy dodging. The main character finds himself behind Tadlan and does not agree. The host says this is the end. All the students look at the arena in shock. The green-haired man's hand slams into his opponent, slamming him into the floor so that the surface shatters. The guy removes his hand from the opponent and stands near him. His expression is calm as he explains that he has no need to use them against someone like him. The presenter exclaims that this is incredible. Lewis's facial expression is surprised, and the guy understands that he defeated the best of the night faculty with his bare hands. He wonders who this man is. Lucia looks at the arena in shock, and Vivian's face shows calm and joy as she says that it is Mr. Fairy. The pink-haired one notes that this cannot be. Diana's face shows alarm and amazement. She exclaims that the magician was able to use the aura of the knights to strengthen the body. Bart stands at the top with his arms folded and talks about the double core. The man looks down thoughtfully and realizes that the guy was using him in such a situation and assumes that he no longer intends to hide his powers. A calm Andreas leaves the arena, and Bart notes that it looks like a storm is coming. A voice is heard from the arena saying that this was the last match for today. The main character walks along a stone corridor and hears the presenter say that the battle between the 16 best will take place tomorrow and advises to follow the latest information about battles on tablets. The green-haired man sees his friends, one of whom is running Lucia, who, raising her hand, calls the elder. She shows her class and exclaims that the guy was incredible and congratulates him. Andreas raises an eyebrow in surprise and wonders what they are doing here. Diana, with a slight smile on her face, suggests that this is just a coincidence. The main character's eyes become serious when he remembers something. He looks at the confused brunette and wonders what Lewis is doing here. The freshman quickly bows, introduces himself, and exclaims that he is glad to meet you. He also introduces himself. Andreas has a calm look on his face, but his head is filled with thoughts that seeing the first character he played in real life is nostalgic, and he's even a little worried. Diana looks at her indifferent friend and notes that it was an amazing sight. The girl says she didn't know he had an aura. Diana lowers one eyebrow and thoughtfully puts her fingers to her chin, asking later if he had studied fencing before because he was not aware of his special physique. She deduces that this is the reason he recently started training with the sword. The main character, with an alarmed look, agrees with her. He is surprised that the girl studied everything thoroughly. The guys are standing in a circle, and Lewis is admiringly interested in how the guy is able to move like that, although he has only recently begun to learn fencing. Vivian looks displeased at Lucia, who is standing very close to Andreas, and wonders when she managed to cling to him. Lewis's face shows enthusiasm when he asks if the main character knows any special training method that is not taught at the academy. He thinks that they just met, and the brunette is already so assertive. He suggests that it is this desire for strength and good talent that is the basis of his growth. Andreas smiles, and Lucia looks at him in amazement. The young man replies that there is nothing special about this, because he is simply using the aura to strengthen the body. After what has been said, the guy mentally notes that he is still far from the instantaneous movements of the master. Dishrun stands with his arms folded across his chest as Hasang walks away with a sack on his shoulder. After Hosen left, the only accepted student was the main character, and as for Luis, he only gave him a couple of tips, being interested in his talent. Andreas assumes that for this reason he does not know about the master's aura control techniques. The brunette looks at his hands with confusion and asks again about using aura to strengthen the body. He awkwardly scratches the back of his head and asks the elder to show him once, if it's not too difficult. Lewis notes that it is difficult to understand from words. He thinks that he would like to teach him this, but this is not something that can be learned in a day or two. The main character suggests that he can do this next time, because in the future he will also have his own ways to become stronger. Andreas raises his hand and the freshman bows. The green-haired man explains that he is busy preparing for the matches, and perhaps he will show him later when he has time. Louis happily thanks the elder. Lucia elbows the nervous protagonist. He laughs and notes that the guy's desire to learn is commendable, considering that he just entered here. The girl assumes that the elder acted badly because they studied the potion together for 6 months, and he didn't tell her anything. Lucia folds her arms across her chest with displeasure, and the young man admits that he is to blame, because back then he did not want to stand out. Vivian is indignant that the guys did this together for 6 months. Lucia raises one eyebrow and wonders why he wants to do this now. Andreas closes his eyes and brings his hand, cupped into a fist, to his mouth. He explains that he thought he would like to participate in the meeting with Milko Academy. The guy notes that it's hard to climb to the top relying only on magic. Thoughtful Lucia replies that she understands and talks about his mediocre talent in magic. Standing in the stone corridor, the nervous young man adds that he has been working on fire magic lately. The pink-haired girl wishes him luck. He, looking at his friend from under his brows, thanks her for such encouraging words. Behind the green-haired man is the silhouette of a guy with a small ponytail. Andreas has never encountered this exchange between academies in the game, and there is little point for him to participate in all this, but there is someone he would like to meet. The main character realizes that there is another playable character, Kaelung Vialga. A warm smile appears on Vivian's face, and she says that she will also do her best to participate with Andreas. Lucia notes that she has very ambitious seniors. Joyful Diana, who is surprised by Louise, looks at her tablet and exclaims that since they are going to participate, it would be nice to take first place. She adds that in this case, it is worth looking at the order of battles. Lucia approaches the brunette, and they calmly look at the table. Pink Hair deduces that if they all win, then the elders Vivian and Diana will face off in the top 4, with the winner facing Andreas in the finals. The brunette looks forward firmly and communicates that she is confident in herself. Vivian smiles lightly and says she won't lose either. Maintaining a calm and satisfied expression on his face, the main character promises that he will invest his full effort. Diana turns off the tablet and, closing her eyes, suggests trying hard. Lucia grins and looks at the displeased brunette. She says there are 2 surprise contenders and a tournament favorite. The girl notes that if you think about it, all the favorites to win are gathered here. Louis grins and suggests that he has encountered some amazing people. The guys move forward together, and the pink-haired one tells the newcomer to take it as an honor. 5 days later, at the tournament finals, the sun falls beautifully onto the arena. The host announces that the final of the 58th spring tournament of the Rodlen Academy begins. He asks 2 candidates to enter the arena. The participant walks towards the arena and hears a voice that says that this tournament had many ups and downs. The most interesting was the person who reached the final. The main character approaches the arena, and the host exclaims that it is Andreas. Another participant approaches the arena from the other side, and the host declares that the one who stopped Vivian will fight against this guy. The voice announces that another surprise contender will compete for the championship title. The surprised brunette enters the arena, and the presenter exclaims that this is Diana, 4th-year faculty of magic. The voice announces that for the first time in 12 years of the tournament, the champion will be a student from the faculty of magic. Lucia looks at the calm Vivian, who, with a smile on her face, tells Mr. Fairy that he can do it. The pink-haired girl thinks that when she fights, her friend looks like a completely different person. The students look out into the arena, and some of them raise their fists in encouragement. The presenter notes that the unexpected circumstances of the tournament have aroused great interest among the public and asks the contenders to get ready. Diana looks firmly at her friend and, apologizing, says that she is not going to give the champion title to him. He grins and says that she will have to give it her all from the very beginning. A voice exclaims that they are starting. Diana calmly looks forward and raises her hands, over which balls of fire appear. The students look at this in shock. Between the brunette and the main character, there are several large fireballs in the air. Diana declares that she will end this right now. Andreas runs forward and, smiling, takes out his sword with the words that he is attacking. He quickly flies towards the brunette. She frowns and puts her hand forward. A bright explosion occurs, however. The green-haired one deftly dodges it. Diana launches another ball, looking at it carefully. The main character swings his sword, cutting the ball and dodging, and the young man's eyes glow red. The brunette clenches her teeth and looks at her opponent in shock. The guy swings his sword again, leaving a purple light behind it. There is surprise in his eyes. There is a girlfriend behind Andreas, and he looks there in surprise, suggesting that she can use spatial magic. A gambling smile appears on the protagonist's face when he realizes that the girl has exceeded his expectations. The green-haired man turns his head a little, wanting to say something, and Diana is amazed at his monstrous speed. The guy, with a smile on his face, asks the brunette to entertain him some more. She raises her head and opens her mouth in surprise, realizing that the enemy is enjoying the battle. The girl clenches her teeth and looks angrily at the young man, thinking that he is very annoying to her. Diana raises her hands and creates a glowing circle. She shouts that the enemy should not underestimate her. Lucia looks at this in surprise and exclaims that this spell is very powerful. The girl wonders if Diana has surpassed the student level. Vivian calmly notes that she is quite strong. The brunette frowns, realizing that she couldn't do this spell before, but she feels that she will succeed now. Fire flashes like spears appear near the smiling girl. With an excited smile, Andreas runs forward. There is a shout about it being a flaming spear with an explosion effect, which is a good idea. The fiery spear flies towards the main character, and surprise is visible on the expression of his face. Diana puts her hands forward, and a huge bright explosion forms in front of her. The girl's gaze becomes interested. The brunette sees that the enemy has dodged. The green-haired man wipes his chin with his hand and thinks that if he had not protected his body with mana, it would have been difficult. The guy understands that simply using spatial magic is already a feat, and Diana was able to combine it with an attack through a double cast. The brunette looks at her opponent with displeasure, frowning, and wonders whether the young man is a man if he could withstand the blow of a spear with his body. Andreas is surrounded by spears of fire as he thinks that Diana's growth rate has exceeded all his expectations. The young man's calm gaze rushes forward, and he understands that seeing the growth of the game characters is exciting. A huge, bright explosion occurs in the arena. The guys look at this with alarm. Lucia thinks that Andreas was hit by such a spell. Louis and the pink-haired girl look at Vivian in shock, her gaze stern. Lucia assumes this is murderous intent. Diana looks at the huge cloud of dust in front of her and, laughing, realizes that she did it. A blush and a slight smile appears on her face. However, suddenly, the enemy rushes past her, striking her. The brunette sits down on one knee and looks in amazement at the floor that Andreas just cut. Diana does not understand how this happened, because this is an arena that her father personally strengthened 5 days ago. The main character approaches the girl and thanks her for showing him something interesting. He tells her that he wants to repay her for this favor. She raises one eyebrow and asks again. Black steam appears near his sword. Green-haired says that first you need to cover the sword with an aura. The black light envelopes the weapon even more. The young man reports that after replacing the aura with mana, you need to cast a spell. Smiling, he puts his sword forward and shows what he does. Andreas explains that you can use aura instead of mana to cast spells, which is his own technique that combines sword and magic. Sounds are coming from the arena. There appears a large cloud of black smoke. Diana puts her hand forward, creating a protective barrier. She frowns and clenches her teeth with effort. The enemy stands opposite and swings his sword. The brunette sees a black light in front of her and wonders what it is. The main character looks down and, smiling lightly, thinks that he cannot believe that she was able to block his blow. Diana dusts off her cape, which is burning due to the black smoke, and notes that he has been hiding such an incredible skill all this time. The girl suggests that it has something to do with his special physique. He smiles and agrees with this, thinking that he did not lie, because his vessel trait is a developed form of the double core. The guy's gaze becomes serious when he decides that now, for sure, someone will understand that his trait is not just a double core. Bart clenches his teeth tensely. He folds his arms across his chest and looks out at the arena and frowns. The man wonders how the young man dared to harm him with the sword Diana gave him. A man with a gray beard standing nearby notes that Andreas used aura to perform magic. Bart looks at the shocked man, who asks if this is even possible. Bart looks forward seriously, explaining that this is only true if there is no contradiction between his aura and mana. The man says that if his entire body has become a huge vessel of mana, then this is possible. Diana looks at her opponent excitedly, realizing that she is almost out of mana and still has enough for a couple of hits. The girl clenches her hand into a fist and decides that she needs to be wary of this strange fire from his sword and melee. Diana thinks that in this case she has little chance, so she needs to dodge and wait for the opportunity to deliver the decisive blow. The main character holds a sword that emits a black color and wonders what she was thinking about in the middle of the match. The girl smiles and replies that she was thinking about how to win. He, with a pleased look, reports that he does too. Feet in brown boots slide on the floor. Andreas quickly jumps, swinging his weapon, and finishes his sentence by saying that he also thought about it. The guy swings his sword, however. The girl ends up behind him. Surprise is visible on the green-haired man's face. He sees a robe lying on a red magic circle. A bright explosion occurs, but the young man manages to jump away. Diana, standing further away, concentrates the red light in her hand. Gritting his teeth, Andreas takes off. He swings his sword, but the brunette moves again, ending up behind him. Diana frowns and raises her hands up, creating blue lightning. She suddenly lowers her hands down, and luminous flashes, like snakes, crawl across the floor. The girl uses thunder cobras. The protagonist concentrates the orange light in his hand and exclaims that the attacks of this element will not work on him because he specializes in the earth element. The guy puts his hand forward, and the ground rises up in front of him. He notices how pieces of this earth are crumbling. Surprise and fear appear on his face when he realizes that he has miscalculated. Andreas thinks that with his current talent in magic, he, in addition, keeps body enhancement and magic active. The main character is pierced by flashes of lightning, causing him to raise his shoulders up and clench his teeth. The guy understands that due to these factors, he will not be able to fully use the earthen shield. Diana concentrates fire in one hand and lightning in the other. She laughs and assumes that the enemy has relaxed. The green-haired man cannot move and looks up, seeing the approaching fire. He really doesn't want to lose like this. The brunette clenches her hand into a fist and declares that she has won. A voice comes from the arena, which reports that the match is over, and Diana deftly pushed Andreas out of the arena. The main character rests his sword on the ground and looks at his tired opponent. The guy understands that she had a good chance of knocking him out, but she decided to play it safe and just push him out. The main character closes his eyes and, with a slight smile, thinks that this is a wise decision. Diana breathes heavily and, with a blush on her face, winks. The presenter reports that she took first place in the 58th spring tournament of the Rodlin Academy. A voice announces that the tournament is over. There are 3 guys on the pedestal. Diana is in first place with a golden cup, Andreas is in second, and Vivian is in third. The main character looks forward indifferently. As a reward for second place, he was given a research scholarship. Diana looks forward in surprise and holds the cup. In addition to this reward, she was given an elixir that increases her mana reserves. Vivian, who has had her final year of school paid for, looks due. Thoughtfully. On the door hangs a table with the number 506. The green-haired man rests his hands on his hips and looks around the room, and on the table in front of him there are various test tubes. The young man notes that this is a little smaller than the Sharon laboratory, but quite tolerable, and the level of security is not bad. He says this will make it easier to dissect corpses and study black magic. The room contains cabinets, tables, sofas, various tools, and materials. Andreas realizes that thanks to the prize he was able to save money on the purchase of a laboratory. The guy looks aside seriously and notes that he has a lot of work to do. For example, he needs to combine sword skills and defensive skills with black magic. The main character looks at the screen and sees that his current wealth is 9 billion pitchforks. He thinks that even after deducting the cost of the house and other expenses, selling potions allows him to feel free. Smirking, Andreas looks at the tablet screen and thinks that he has plenty of money, and he would prefer a mana potion to a scholarship. The guy remembers a tree against a red sky. The young man understands that, of course, thanks to his vessel trait and original sin, there is already a huge amount of mana in his body. However, the main character realizes that, given his future, he needs to further increase its reserves. Andreas remembers Vivian sitting on the ground next to him. The guy thinks that because of that incident, his mana has increased greatly, so everything is probably fine for now. Vivian looks in surprise at her friend, from whose chest roots grow, entwining the crown. Information appears on the table that the Code of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0, the purest original sin has discovered generous greed. It also says that the Code of the Apocalypse, Chapter 2, generous greed merges with the owner of the purest natural sin. Andreas looks in amazement at his chest, where the roots are hidden. He reads the words that pure original sin temporarily possesses generous greed. There is surprise in the guy's eyes when he asks a question about what is happening. The table says that the purest original sin is now associated with generous greed, basic abilities have been improved, additional skills are created, and there are 126 hours and 43 minutes left until the creation of the connection is completed. Then information appears that mana recovery has been increased by 222%, and sensitivity to magic has been increased by 77%. The main character looks at the table with test tubes and realizes that after that incident, the amount of mana he can use has increased significantly. The guy remembers being scared when he first called Nickel. He realizes that he spent about 25% of his mana then, and now he spends even less than 1%, and he also needs to take into account the fact that nickel is now not a simple skeleton. Andreas scratches his chin thoughtfully and thinks about skeletons. The main character stands with his hands on his hips, and on the table next to him it is written that his trait is a vessel, and there is a unique evolution, epic enlightenment, original sin. The young man's talents include black magic, advanced necromancy, and elemental magic. Green-haired thinks that with all this he can summon a huge army, use the fusion of magic and sword, and even his trump card, original sin. The guy decides that with his characteristics there is no need to worry about upcoming events. Andreas looks at the tablet screen, where there is a photo of Sharon and information that a black magician was discovered, who, under the guise of a teacher, performed black magic rituals on students, and evidence shows that another black magician is hiding in the academy. The information there suggests that this shocked the academy. The main character understands that he is worried that his intervention changed the course of events. For example, there was no exchange between academies in the game. He turns off the gadget and puts it on the table, thinking that now the main thing is not the fact that events have changed, but how and by whom. Even if something changes, the young man will still have a huge amount of information. Andreas calmly looks forward, deciding that if it is him, he can bring this game to a successful ending. Lucia opens her eyes wide in surprise and assumes that the older one is also attending classes. He sits at his desk with a notebook and replies that Lucia is usually lazy, but when it comes to potions class, she always comes. She replies that the reason is that the professor wants a genius like her to attend classes. The pink-haired girl rests her hand on the desk and, smiling, asks if the young man is free after class. He calmly asks why she needs him. The girl sits down and explains that she is working on a new potion and needs his help. Andreas assumes that she is talking about a healing potion. A small smile appears on his face when he asks about what kind of potion. Lucia holds her head in her hand and replies that she once mixed mucus from a frog's tongue, Polak with fairy pollen, then added an yttrium solution and a mucus kernel. The girl asks her friend to guess what happened. Shock is visible in his eyes. Lucia narrows her eyes and sticks out 2 fingers, reporting that the solution has removed all its special properties, dissolved, and disappeared. Andreas looks angrily at his friend and thinks that this cannot be, because he didn't tell her anything. But she herself found the key to creating a healing potion. Closing her eyes, the pink-haired girl stretches. The main character thinks about Lucia and Diana, and wonders how talented the game characters are. Lucia explains that after this, progress stalled. The guy looks at her calmly and asks how he can help. Andreas explains that now it's hard for him to find time, but in the future he will definitely find it. She lies down on the table and, looking pitiful, asks if he did this, even if his little youngest asks him. The young man looks at his disgruntled girlfriend and realizes that there is still time before Lucia's illness overtakes her. He mentally apologizes to the girl, because now there are those who are in greater danger. The main character remembers a girl with purple hair, Selena, and a guy with blue hair, Chris. Andreas thinks that these are game characters who just entered the academy and are classmates with Luis. The guy remembers maddened people with red eyes. He thinks about how this is the first event that will start in the middle of the midterm exams. The young man decides that he somehow needs to make them stronger before this. Andreas's gaze becomes serious as he reflects on the fact that this is the first event in the game. So it is not that difficult, but if the characters are not strong enough, they may well die. The main character turns his head towards the lying Lucia. He is glad that the pink-haired girl has nothing to do with this event, thanks to her concentration on creating the potion. Andreas remembers Diana at the competition and realizes that she has already grown beyond his expectations. He also thinks about Luis, who looks at his hands in surprise. The main character realizes that he will definitely be able to become stronger, even if he leaves this young man. A man in a red vest enters the office. Andreas looks at him, his head filled with thoughts that he would like to skip class and meet with the 2 of them right now, but he can't. The professor places 2 blue books with gold designs on the table and greets the students. The black-haired man stands in front of the guys and informs them that he will be in charge of the potion mixing and making classes. An older man with dark eyes wearing a shirt and tie and vest says his name is Kyler. A sly smile appears on his face when the man says that he is pleased to meet you. Andreas understands that the reason is that this Kyler is the boss of the first event. Kyler points his hand to a heated container with a red liquid and explains that when crossing the Platris potion with purified kochel water, a red precipitate and black bubbles are formed. The main character wonders whether it is worth meeting Selena and Chris at the Knight's training ground. Looking carefully ahead, the green-haired man thinks that he is sure that now they are training hard to catch up with Luis. Andreas looks at the comm teacher and realizes that he should already know that he is a black magician after that mess with laziness. The young man is surprised that the professor does not show any interest in him. With an indifferent expression on his face, during the break, Kyler leaves the office. He looks into a certain device and says that he would like to discuss something with Master Jester. His face is illuminated by the screen of this device. Jester holds one and asks what it is. He looks away and remembers Bart. He explains that the man is beginning to suspect him. Kyler assumes that he will soon have to leave the academy. Jester looks attentively at the screen and wonders if this is all because of Karen's death. In the office there are cabinets, books, and other things on the floor. Kyler confirms what was said and suggests that they found some information about him in his laboratory. Jester is silent and realizes that he is starting to be afraid. He remembers his subordinates, such as the Acolytes, Sharon, Hassan, and Raynox. Jester reflects on the fact that Raynox and Hassan are dead. There is no news from Crown, and the failure of Sharon was framed by Kyler. He also realizes that the Acolytes have suffered enormous losses. Jester is angry that everything is not going according to plan. Kyler picks up the container with the black liquid and examines it. Jester wonders when the man is going to leave. Eth thoughtfully replies that very soon, because exchanges between the academies will begin any day now. Jester looks into the device and asks a question about how it is connected. The man pours the black liquid into another flask. A sly smile appears on his face, and he asks if Jester thinks it would be a good idea to get rid of these young geniuses before they become a problem. He is silent for a while, and then says that this is not a bad idea. Kyler stands near a table with various containers and liquids and explains that he is going to waste time during this mess. The man says that he will contact the master later. He briefly agrees. Kyler puts his hand on the device, closing it. Jester begins to walk somewhere with the words that the people introduced into the academy have died. He walks past the windows. Approaching one of them, Jester looks into the distance and pronounces the name Andreas. A speech comes from his domain saying that he has no choice but to invite him to the meeting. Selena holds a sword in her hands and, with a concentrated face, fights. The girl tightly grips the weapon in her hands. Her sword hits the floor, kicking up dust. She rests one hand on the weapon and the other on her knee and breathes heavily. A guy with blue hair is training not far from her. Sweat runs down Selena's face and, breathing heavily, she says she needs to rest. Chris swings his sword and looks sternly to the side. The girl looks at this and suggests that he take a break, because excessive stress will only harm the body. He stops, putting his sword on his shoulder, looks at her with contempt and asks if she wants to take care of herself. Selene begins to walk towards the young man, who is waving a sword and notes that he is very stubborn. The girl wonders if he watched the final of the tournament. Chris replies that he didn't do it because he was training. With a slight smile, Selena raises her index finger and reports that there was an incredible guy who could use both aura and magic. Chris grins and looks at the girl, saying that she made him laugh. He assumes that a fool who could not master anything has reached the final. Chris swings the sword with one hand and raises the other up. The guy concludes that he shouldn't have decided not to look. Selena stands nearby and notes that he says that because he didn't see the battle. Another person approaches the guys while Selena reports that she heard that Lewis also recognized the Elder's abilities. Chris smiles and turns his head a little to the side, asking if Lewis recognized such a mediocrity. The guy assumes that he has vision problems. The main character approaches the guys. Suddenly, their faces become more serious when they see Andreas. He says that it is somehow rude for a freshman to insult a senior whom he has never seen. Selena looks at him with a shocked look. She alternately smiles at the main character and then shows her anger to Chris. The blue-haired guy asks who this guy is. He asks again. Selena, with a nervous smile, looks at the young man, who reports that he is the fool from the Faculty of Magic who fights with a sword. The girl quickly bows to the elder and exclaims that she is very sorry, because Chris is very proud when it comes to swords and cannot resist making caustic remarks. The main character asks about pride with feigned sadness. He notes that he doesn't see anything like that in his fencing, and Chris is like those fools who can't bring themselves to accuse their girlfriend of cheating. These words make the guy very angry, and veins appear on his forehead. Chris tries to remain calm and thinks that the green-haired guy hit him right where it hurts. The guy assumes that he determined it at one glance. Selena looks at her friend with displeasure and curses when he asks what the magician might know about fencing. Andreas looks at Chris from under his brows and notes that he knows more than him. Chris frowns and asks the older man to demonstrate. With a gambling smile, the green-haired man realizes that, as he thought, he is a sore loser. The main character readily agrees. They look clearly into each other's eyes, and Selena screams at them to calm down. The girl states that they will be punished if they start a fight at the academy. Chris looks at her friend with displeasure and explains to her that they will just have a friendly sparring session on the training ground. She asks about who he is telling this to. Andreas takes the sword in his hand and exclaims that friendly sparring will not cause any problems. Taking the sword, he approaches the guys with words that he guarantees this. Chris grins and says that for a magician he has a lot of guts. The green-haired man turns his head towards the newcomer and tells him to attack. He smiles and holds his sword ready with the words that he hopes that the elder will not regret it. Selena is about to say something too. Andreas looks questioningly at the girl. She, with a joyful expression on her face, asks if it can also train with the main character, that is, fight with this weirdo who is able to simultaneously use aura and mana. Selena explains that she wanted to say that it is not often that you get the opportunity to fight an upperclassman. The green-haired man calmly looks at the girl and says to get ready, because soon it will be her turn. Selena, whose face shows pleasant surprise, asks again. Smiling, Chris apologizes to her friend that it won't be her turn. The girl looks in surprise as her friend suddenly takes off. His and Andrea's swords touch and oppose each other. The guys run away in different directions. Chris's expression is tense and angry. He takes off and runs somewhere. The guy ends up behind the main character and strikes. However, he defends himself. Smirking, the green-haired man thinks that the enemy is quite fast, but one of the 5 greatest fencing arts of the continent, Einar's style, can be anything but that. He puts one foot on the floor and lifts the other. Celine watches the battle, causing sparks to fly. Chris looks in surprise at his opponent, who thinks that his progress in the game was based on understanding this technique. Andreas strikes the disgruntled junior. He realizes that Chris now has no trace of Einar's style, a style famous for its fast and unpredictable strikes. Chris falls to the ground and flies backwards as his frightened friend calls out to him. The main character assumes that he tried a lot of things and took the wrong path in an attempt to defeat Luis. Chris gets up and, looking forward with displeasure, wipes his chin. The green-haired man's sword begins to glow blue when the guy decides to take this opportunity to show the enemy the right direction. He puts his weapon forward and asks Chris to stop fooling around and give it her all. He angrily clenches his teeth and is interested in what the elder said. He swings his sword and exclaims that he will make you pay for these words. Using Einar's style, Chris flies forward to strike. He looks at his opponent with alarm, but his gaze is quite calm. There is an impact, from which a bright flash is visible. Andreas strikes, cutting Chris's sword. His face becomes shocked when his opponent asks if the young man calls this fencing in the style of Einar. Half of Chris's sword falls to the ground, the protagonist suggesting that he thinks he can become strong by simply taking the best from everything. The green-haired man turns his head a little and says to continue to follow his own path without doubt. Chris looks forward in surprise and breathes heavily, hearing the words that this is his path. Andreas turns his head and shouts to the alarmed girl that it is her turn. She firmly looks forward, taking the sword in her hands, and shouts that she is ready. Selena is the complete opposite of Chris. Her family technique neutralizes her strengths. Only those with innate physical strength are suitable for fencing in her family. The green-haired man calmly looks at her and says to attack. In other words, this technique is completely unsuitable for her, who is deprived of such power. Selena runs forward, swings her sword and shouts that she is attacking. Andrea smiles contentedly and mentally asks her not to be shy, because he wants to teach her a lot. He delivers a blow that sends the girl flying back, flipping over. Selena lands and breaks. Chris watches the battle excitedly and realizes that the senior student instantly found Celine's weakness. The girl looks forward in shock and, breathing heavily, says that this is impossible, and she used all her strength. Andreas holds onto a regular sword from the training ground and explains that a heavy sword is not suitable for her. Selena asks again in surprise. Chris closes her eyes and folds her arms across her chest, and her friend exclaims that she has always used this type of weapon. Blue-haired notes that the main character is right. She turns around and looks displeased at her friend, who asks to listen to what the enemy said. Selena looks questioningly at the main character, who asks why the girl took the sword. Chris, who folded his arms on his chest, looks displeasedly at the senior student and is interested in why such questions arise. He also asks what motivates Selena to train again and again. The green-haired man looks sternly at the guys. Their faces become shocked when they hear that he took up the sword to survive. Andreas gestures with his hand and explains that as a magician, he is ashamed to admit, but he is deprived of talent for magic. The young man touches the sheath in which his sword is located and says that due to some events he almost died, and then the sword became his salvation. The main character notes that the two of them, who dedicated their entire lives to fencing, lost to him. Calmly looking at the guys, he is interested in everything, whether they know what this means. Chris looks at him firmly and remains silent, and Selena hesitantly suggests that the difference is in talent. Andreas replies that this is not so. He stands in front of the guys and tells them that this means that they have not yet realized what a sword is. Chris looks down in shame when he hears the suggestion that they are fencing just to hurt someone. Selena's expression also becomes confused. The protagonist also suggests that they are doing this under the weight of a responsibility they did not want to take on. Green-haired stands in front of the guys and says that he will continue to use the sword to survive in this world. His expression is stern as he again asks the question of why they took up the sword. Andreas turns around and starts to walk away, telling them to think about it, and when they find the answer, come to him. The main character says that he will be glad to see them at any time. Suddenly, a scream is heard calling the guy. He stops after that. Chris approaches the smiling senior student from behind and promises that he will definitely challenge him. From the training ground comes the answer of what's to look forward to. A week later, in the administrative building of the Rodlin Academy, people emerge from the beautiful yellow and white building onto the street. Vivian calmly looks forward, while others turn to look at her in admiration and surprise. The girl thinks that Andreas is late. She takes out her sword and everyone around her is scared by this. Vivian looks at her reflection on the weapon and suggests that she should smile like Lucia when she sees it. A slight smile appears on the girl's face, and her eyes sparkle bloodthirsty red. Vivian suggests that she should do it like this. She examines her reflection while the main character approaches her. The girl thinks that she would like to be nicer, and the boy calls her. She quickly hides her sword and turns around in surprise. Andreas is interested in what she is doing because orientation will begin soon. Vivian looks away in embarrassment and straightens her hair, saying that she was waiting for him. The guy points to the side and offers to go. She grabs him by the cape and calls him. The main character turns around in surprise. A smile appears on Vivian's face and she wishes her friend good morning. Andreas looks at this in amazement. He calms down and begins to smile contentedly, also wishing her good morning. People walk around the hall with purple carpets and beautiful golden chandeliers. A delighted Selena and an indifferent Chris approach Luis. A guy with dark hair frowns and looks forward. Vivian and Andreas move forward, and the guy looks around in surprise, noting that everyone here is an excellent student except them. The young man suggests that newcomers were selected based on their entrance scores. Suddenly, the guys look to the side because they hear a scream calling the main character. This is a joyful Diana, who asks if he came with Vivian. The green-haired girl waves to her and wishes her good morning. And the guy explains that this is so, and they met on the street. He assumes that the students from Milko Academy have not arrived yet. The brunette thoughtfully says that this is an agreement between the two academies, and she is sure that they will come. The guys look at the entrance, from which students in red capes are approaching them. Some of them note that there are a lot of nice people at Rodlin Academy. A fat guy with small eyes and pink hair walking ahead tells Diana that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He is interested in when she will become his wife. This guy is the director's representative from Milko Academy. The brunette looks at him with displeasure and asks Grace to stop being familiar and talking to her because he is disgusting. Vivian and her friend look at each other, thinking that this is very arrogant. Grace points her finger displeasedly at Diana, who expresses disgust with her entire appearance. The guy declares that with such behavior she will remain an old maid. The brunette waves her hands in fear, and Grace watches this questioningly. Vivian calmly wonders if Diana is getting married. She exclaims that this is not so, and this guy is just the son of the director of the Milko Academy. The brunette thinks about what she saw with him only a couple of times when she was with her father. The guys look at Grace with contempt, and Vivian notes that this is a very strange pig. Grace approaches the green-haired girl and, pointing her finger at her, calls her cutie and asks her name. The guy asks her to go on a date. He fixes his hair and Vivian begins to draw her sword when Grace suggests they do it that evening. Suddenly a voice is heard greeting the academy students Rodlan and Milko. Diana looks at her friend's weapon in fear, and Grace turns around and says that everything was going so well. The brunette understands that he was on the verge of death. The presenter stands on the stage, and students stand opposite him. The man reveals that they have a series of friendly meetings planned for the coming week, where they can improve their skills in a competitive environment. The guys listen in surprise to the presenter, who says to start by grouping by faculties, regardless of the academy. The presenter reports that the Faculty of Knights is on the left, the Faculty of Magic is on the right. Vivian looks down sadly and thoughtfully says that it would be nice if they stayed together. The main character turns his head to his friend and laughs lightly. The next day, an exchange began, an event the guy had never seen before. The man draws a magic circle on paper and talks about how he can write a reverse spell onto the rotation spell. This is a bald teacher with a beard who points to the light that appeared above the table. The teacher raises his hand with a pencil and tells the students to try to draw a magic circle on their own. Andreas rests his head on his hand and thinks about it. He calmly turns his head to the guy with gray hair and thinks about how this is a topic that K-Lung excels at. He is a playable character who is a mastermind when it comes to support magic and magic circles. The young man awkwardly scratches the back of his head and asks the main character what's wrong. He smiles, introduces himself, and offers to work together this week. K-Lung also introduces himself, and the green-haired one says that he is pleased to meet you. Andreas looks contentedly at his dark-haired friend and realizes that the stage is ready, and now he can calmly watch the confrontation between K-Lung and Diana. The guy thinks that they are both recognized geniuses and can even inspire each other with their magic circles. Suddenly, the main characters look up, thinking that since this is inspiration, then perhaps he can become their muse. The concentrated young man begins to draw because he realizes that he may lack the talents of magic, but this does not mean that he lacks ideas in creating magic circles. He remembers how Makoto was and thinks about how he played the game a lot and drew a lot of magic circles. Andreas is sure that there is no one who understands them better than him. His circle is almost ready, and the main character is glad that he has several ideas in mind. Looking closely at the paper, he puts his hand to his chin and decides that the reverse spin will not surprise anyone, and he wants to show them both a special method that they have never seen. The guy looks at the sun that shines from the classroom window and suggests that it is worth showing something related to life, although it is a little difficult. Suddenly, a golden light appears near him. All the students look at it in surprise and wonder how many spells there are. A huge magic circle appears in the air and someone exclaims that this is what was expected of Diana, and she is an incredible student. A smile appears on the protagonist's face when he realizes that the magic circle is floating in water is constantly spinning around it, and, as expected, very brightly. The guy looks at the embarrassed Diana and realizes that geniuses are scary. Then, Andreas turns to K-Lung, who reports that he is also finished. The young man notes that it is a pity that the piece of paper is small, because otherwise he could add more details. The main character puts his hand on the drawing, and it begins to emit bright light. The green-haired man looks at this with alarm. Grace and the other students open their mouths in surprise as a violet-blue light fills the space. The guys look up and admire. There is surprise in Andreas's eyes. He assumes they are joking. Students who are in different places look around in shock. The professor looks up with an equally surprised expression on his face. K-Lung, turning over, smiles and explains that this is illusion magic created by spinning and turning. It has a short effect, so it will quickly return to its normal state. The guy calmly raises his hands, the students still shocked by their physical location in the classroom. Andreas looks up in surprise, his mouth open. He realizes that K-Lung is an even greater genius than he thought. The amount of light the circle emits decreases. K-Lung, to whom all the students turn, scratches his head and explains that he needs more research to increase its duration. Diana smiles and exclaims that it was amazing. He embarrassedly thanks the girl and notes that her circle was also amazing. K-Lung looks ahead, and Andreas concludes that even Diana cannot compete with him in magical circles. The main character thinks that this game is more interesting due to the fact that each character has his own unique talent. Lucia swings her fist, which emits flashes of lightning. The guy reflects that the pink-haired girl, who is cursed with a disease, is the best in combat magic. K-Lung puts his hands, on each of which there is a magic circle, to the sides. Andreas realizes that no one can beat him in support magic and the magic circle. Diana looks ahead seriously. The green-haired one thinks that she is unrivaled in the magic of time and space, and for this she is notorious as a cheating character. The professor's expression becomes calm when he says that they both showed amazing magic circles, and now offers to see what the others have prepared. Andreas looks away upset, and a blue light is visible above his leaf. He realizes that he tried his best, but after the guy's his circle will not be so impressive. The guy puts his hand forward, and a flower emitting blue light appears from his leaf with a circle. The main character decides that he has nothing to be ashamed of. The young man turns around and looks back sternly when he hears laughter and a cry that tells the boys to look at what he has done. It's Grace, sitting behind him, pointing his finger at Andreas and wondering where the spin and turn are. He adds that the guy's flower doesn't even glow. Grace raises one eyebrow and puts her hand to her chin. He notes that this is strange and asks how such a fool ended up at the exchange students' meeting. The green-haired man looks ahead indifferently, thinking that when he played Kaelung, Grace always ran into a fight. Everyone avoided him and no one would follow him. The guy decides that Grace is too annoying to leave him alone. Kaelung looks at the flower admiringly and says it's cool. Grace looks displeased at the young man, who reports that he has never seen such magic. The academy director's son, Milko, grins and points his finger at the flower and states that everyone can see that it is an ordinary flower. Diana gets up and tells the impudent young man that he should take a closer look. The girl looks at him contemptuously and notes that he still won't understand what kind of spell is being used here. Andreas concludes that, as he thought, you need to be on the level of Kaelung and Diana to understand what he did. The guy looks thoughtfully to the side. The brunette puts her hands on her hips, and Kaelung asks if the main character would mind if he explains. He confirms this. All the students look at the young man's flower when Kaelung says that at first it may seem that the flower was created using a formula by nature or life. However, that is not all. A beautiful light emanates from the flower. The guy explains that there is also a time and rotation formula to complement the life cycle spell. He says that by adding the reverse formula to it, they get a flower that is fresh and withered. The professor looks at this calmly, and great surprise is visible on the faces of all the students. Grace lowers her eyes in shame and displeasure. A gray-haired young man sitting nearby looks at him with a slight grin. Diana smiles and looks at the flower, which gradually opens, and reports that, simply put, this flower is both alive and dead. The brunette explains that by improving the rotation and inverse formula, Andreas created a contradiction. The main character looks with satisfaction at Diana, who adds that there is a formula for life here. The green-haired man understands that they both explained it well. He calmly looks at the flower and reflects that it was partly easier for him to create such a spell because he is a necromancer, but it was a little difficult not to resort to black magic. Kaelung thoughtfully puts his fingers to his chin and says that the more he looks at the circle, the more he wants to study it. A smiling Andreas explains that he just wanted to add a contradiction there. Diana folds her arms and looks at the nervous Grace. The girl assumes that he must also have something fascinating. He confirms this, stuttering. A blue light begins to emanate from his leaf as Grace states that his circle is no match for theirs. A purple ball with yellow rays around it appears in the air. The students look at this, and one of them comments that it is bad. Drops of sweat run down the face of a worried Grace, and flashes of lightning come from the ball. Diana looks at the guy indifferently and asks what it is. The girl says that he simply repeated after her. Grace's expression becomes even more alarmed. He clenches his fists and angrily asks if she is proof. The irritated protagonist mentally praises Diana. She closes her eyes and reports that everything, except for the elemental formula, is the same as hers. There is a purple ball in the air. The brunette notes that Grace tried on the wrong levitation formula. She assumes that the young man did not see her because he was too far away. He stands up, resting his hands on the desk, and shouts that this is nonsense. A purple light, like a flame, touches Grace's hair. The guy starts yelling that it's fire and asks someone to help. Diana's gaze turns contemptuous when she concludes that Grace is hopeless. The brunette closes her eyes and waves her finger, creating a blue circle above Grace. She wearily says that he causes a lot of problems. He scratches his head, from which there is now smoke, and declares that Diana must have interfered with his formula. The disgruntled professor shouts that they both should shut up. An angry Grace raises her hand, which contains a glowing red ball, and asks how she dares to make him look like a fool. Suddenly, someone calls him. Grace's face shows fear. The students, including Diana, look somewhere in surprise. A dark light begins to emanate from Andreas. His eyes glow red as he turns around and orders Grace to put her hand down if she doesn't want him to chop him up. Other students look at him warily and wonder what is wrong with the young man. Grace looks to the side in fear, realizing that he will be killed. The green-haired man lowers his head and raises his hand, holding out his index finger and thumb. He advises Grace not to cause trouble at the exchange meeting, and even after he returns to Milko, not to act tough and act normal. He looks ahead angrily, biting his lip. The students watch this in amazement. Grace takes off and runs out of the audience. The door slams, and the professor puts out his hand and calls out to him. Andreas looks at the door indifferently and concludes that Grace will definitely not begin to behave adequately after this, so he decides that then he will need to talk to him in the language of pain. A young man with gray hair gets up and, pointing his finger towards the exit, tells the professor that he will go and Grace. He hesitantly agrees. The main character looks carefully at the student and realizes that this guy looks familiar. Near the blue and white building with gold patterns, a cry is heard that announces that he is giving up everything. It is Grace who stands with her head raised and, clenching her fists, screaming that it's all the fault of both of them. The guy says they made him look like a fool. Grace screams that she will kill them and swears that she will kill them all. A guy approaches him and calls his name. He turns around in fear, snot flowing from his nose and drooling from his mouth. Grace exclaims that this is a misunderstanding. The gray-haired one scratches the back of his head in embarrassment and assumes that the guy has confused him with someone else. He puts his fist to his mouth and wonders who he is. The young man replies that he is Antonio, studying in his last year at Rodlin, and is undergoing an internship with Professor Kyler in potions. Antonio looks calmly and slyly at Grace and notes that he noticed that he was embarrassed, that the other students were disrespectful to him. The guy says he has something that will help Grace. The gray-haired man looks back carefully, and the son of the academy director, Milko, asks in surprise what the young man said. Antonio takes out a flask with a dark liquid and explains that the professor has created a potion that temporarily enhances physical strength and mana. The guy adds that the potion has side effects, such as temporary loss of taste, and to correct this, he is now looking for people for clinical trials. Antonio hands the flask to Grace, who assumes that this is the only reason the potion was not put on sale. The gray-haired man looks slyly and sternly at the young man, and his eyes shine violet. Antonio asks him to try and states that he is sure that Grace will easily overpower both guys. He, with a crazy look, remembers his two enemies and becomes fixated on the phrase he heard. Suddenly, Grace begins to drink the potion, and Antonio is surprised that he did it so quickly. After drinking, the guy breathes heavily and leans down a little. Smirking, Antonio asks how he is. Grace's eyes turn black and purple as he realizes that he is full of mana. He creates a fireball over his hand and thinks that the power is incredible. Grace clenches her fingers and growls. The guy launches the created fireball. He flies high into the sky. Antonio notes that this is amazing, and it will not be difficult for the young man to defeat the guys. He doesn't agree. Grace smiles and, holding her hand up, asks to give him all the potions that Antonio has. The next day, a voice is heard near the building asking about the flower. Vivian calmly looks ahead and confirms this and explains that Andrea said she had him. The girl asks if her friend could give her the flower. Diana looks at the paper confusedly and asks why Vivian, a student of the night faculty, needs this. The brunette explains that she wants to study the flower. She raises her head and looks at her friend in surprise. Vivian looks sternly at Diana and concludes that she cannot. She quickly agrees and declares that she will give her the flower. Lucia turns around and sees two girls. Diana explains to Vivian that she can still draw the right one, but to see the flower you need to use mana. The brunette explains to her friend how and what to do. Vivian looks admiringly at the flower that appears in front of her. From the circle, suddenly, both girls turn their heads as they hear Lucia suggesting that this is the same flower everyone is talking about. She looks in surprise at the leaf and flower. The girl asks if this is a contradiction that the dark-headed one created. Lucia closes her eyes and yawns, covering her mouth with her hand. Diana wonders if her friend hears something. She replies that the classes are over, so she thought she would go to the laboratory. Lucia scratches her chin and, looking at the flower, reports that she has a feeling that something is wrong here. The brunette asks again in surprise. She points her finger at the piece of paper and explains that this part does not fit in a little. Diana exclaims that she thought so too. Smiling, Lucia takes out a pen and states that she feels that something was hidden here on purpose. Vivian looks in fear as her friend finishes drawing something and asks not to move for a couple of seconds because she will correct something. The girls watch as a pleased Lucia touches the stem of the plant and explains that then they need to add a flow spell. Everything around is illuminated with a light, brilliant light, and the entire floor is covered with beautiful flowers. The students look at it in surprise and wonder what it is. Diana's eyes are wide open as she admits that she didn't believe it at first, but there really was a double magic circle. Lucia wonders if Andreas did it. The girls look at a man with blonde hair and a gray suit, who sits on one knee and touches the flowers, saying that he has heard about it. The dean of the Faculty of Magic, Belial, smiles and raises his hand with a plucked flower. He notes that this is a fascinating innovation, and creating such a contradiction with basic spells is powerful. Belial stands in front of a group of girls. Diana quickly bows and apologizes for them activating the magic circle in such a place. The dean is interested in who made this circle. Diana looks at Belial excitedly and replies that it was created by a fourth-year student. Andreas. The man carefully examines the flower and realizes that this young man is now on everyone's lips lately. A man with a powerful body and red eyes raises his hands. The light glows around him. Belial muses that for a magic circle that was created only for a task, it is on the verge of creating a stumbling block for immortality, the ultimate contradiction. The man closes his eyes and is silent. An alarmed Diana wonders if he wanted something. Without answering anything, the dean leaves. Lucia leans over and looks after Belial with displeasure. The girl wonders what's wrong with him, because at first he asked, and then ignored and left. Diana brings her index finger to her mouth and angrily asks to be quiet, because Belial might hear. The dean, with a serious expression on his face, moves forward and thinks that this is amazing, and he never thought that he could be inspired by a student's work. Belial decides that he will keep one eye on this student. People stand, walk and fight on the training ground. Vivian drinks water, and Lewis, standing nearby, wipes sweat from his forehead. The guy thanks her for sparring with him. The brunette notes that the girl is very strong. She looks forward and replies that he does too. Lewis just laughs thoughtfully in response. He looks at Vivian with interest and realizes that their conversation is always short. The young man's expression becomes surprised when he hears the question of whether this is all that a second year is capable of. This is Tadlon shouting as he fights Chris. His opponent frowns and angrily asks him to shut up. The senior throws a punch and Chris is sent flying backwards. He clenches his teeth and holds his chest with his hand, thinking that now with his incorrect fencing it will be difficult to defeat the guy. Chris remembers the main character who advised to follow your own path and not doubt. He understands that Andreas said to do so. Chris is once again in a fighting stance and swings his sword, realizing that the very essence of Einar's style has already become part of his body. With a mad look, Tadlon rushes forward and shouts that either way, the outcome will be the same. The guy approaches the enemy and their swords touch. Chris has a concentrated expression on his face as he remembers Einar's style. Confusion and surprise are visible in Tadlon's gaze. The guy realizes that this is a sword that confuses the enemy with the help of ever-changing blows. Tadlon swings, however, Chris ends up behind him, realizing that he needs to parry his opponent's sword and break his stance. A guy with black and purple hair insults his opponent and suggests that he moves like a worm. Chris brings the sword closer to Tadlon's face, thinking that then he needs to deliver the finishing blow. He glares at his opponent and declares that he has won. He raises his hand and curses. Tadlon throws down his sword and begins to walk away, indignant that he lost to such scum. The guy declares that he's had enough, because this is a clownery. Chris looks seriously after the irritated knight and exclaims that this is not a clownery. He notes that Tadlon's fencing is quite strong. Chris frowns and calls out to him angrily. Tadlon turns his head and irritably asks him to stop wagging his tongue. The guy takes another sword and throws it towards Chris. He looks in surprise at the weapon that lies at his feet. With a displeased expression on his face, he suggests that it is a real sword. An enraged Tadlon, veins protruding from his forehead, opens the flask with the potion. He tells his opponent to shut up and take up his weapon, because he will make him regret for making him look like a fool. Lewis watches this in surprise and raises his hands, shouting for Chris to apologize and get it over with. He thinks that the enemy is taking the potion. A man with dark hair approaches the guys and asks what they are doing there. The blue-haired man looks questioningly at the growling Tadlon, whose eyes have turned red. The dark-haired man approaches and addresses Tadlon, who takes the sword. He wonders what a student like him is doing at the exchange meeting and then shouts that it is a real sword. The man raises one eyebrow and asks to put the weapon away while a sword is swung in front of him. Chris and the other students look on in shock. Lewis's expression is also very surprised, and Vivian, as always, is always cool. Due to Tadlon's blow, the dark-haired man falls to the ground, with a huge wound bleeding from it. Someone shouts that he is a murderer. Tadlon clutches his weapon and tells the first year to fight. With a crazed look on his face, he grins and announces that it's time for round 2. A scream is heard near the building, calling for Mr. Andreas. He turns around and looks back questioningly. It is Kei Lung who bows to him, and the main character tells the young man to simply call him by his name. The guy tries to catch his breath and notes that he is 2 years younger, so it's worth talking to him easier. The green-haired man grins and wonders if Kei Lung is sure. He quickly confirms this. The young man smiles and wonders if that magic circle was actually double. Kei Lung asks how he came up with it. The guys go forward, and the main character explains that it will be more interesting if you add hidden elements. He asks again in surprise and assumes that this is the reason. In the correspondence, Lucia asks about when Andrea's learned to create double magic circles. He is surprised that she already understood this. The girl replies that she noticed this when she looked at him with Vivian and Diana. Lucia also asks for help with her research, if he has time for such, since she has been at a dead end lately. The main character realizes that he tried to hide it, but two player characters revealed it within a day. Kaelung looks at the green-haired man with interest and says that he remembered that the Everlast potion was also his invention. The young man is interested in what Andrea's will show them today in potions class. He smiles and looks at Kaelung, saying that he plans to keep a low profile because he cannot reveal his secrets to the whole class. The guy realizes that he doesn't want to stand out from Kyler. Suddenly, a bright explosion occurs in front of the guys and broken objects scatter around. They look at this dumbfounded. Students see Diana with a yellow protective sphere formed around her. Andreas looks at his tense friend with alarm. Someone's hand grabs the wall, and the student exclaims that it is a monster. Grace, with purple-black eyes and veins all over her face, pokes her head out from behind the office. The guy calls Diana and asks how she dared to make him look like a fool. The guys look at him dumbfounded, realizing who it is. Diana and the two guys stay behind while the others run away. Opposite the girl is the crazy Grace. The main character thinks that the young man's body is getting bigger and bigger. The whites of his eyes have turned black. Grace's eyes are truly black and her pupils glow purple. He moves forward and declares that he will show what happens when someone crosses his path. Andreas comes to the conclusion that this is definitely a side effect of Kyler's potion. Diana frowns and angrily asks if Grace has gone crazy. The green-haired man stands on guard and clenches his teeth. The guy wonders if the incident that was supposed to happen during the midterms has happened now. The main character realizes that this is the downside of relying too much on information from the game. He comes to the conclusion that he should have kept an eye on Kyler at the beginning of the school year. Andreas insults Kyler doomedly. A man in a robe and with a suitcase is moving through a beautiful courtyard. He stops, holding a blue suitcase in his hand. Kyler looks back a little and smiles, noting that is going on. Our party has already begun. Grace raises her hand up and creates a powerful fireball. He shouts that Diana will shut her mouth. The guy launches a ball at her. However, here the main character appears, swinging his sword. Grace looks at this questioningly. The brunette looks with confusion at the green-haired man who calls Grace. The expression on her face becomes surprised when the young man explains that it will not be possible to take this back. Grace looks at him as his mouth starts to drool. The guy exclaims that it's that freak. Andreas comes to the conclusion that he has not yet completely lost his mind, which means he recently drank the potion. Grace's clothes are torn, and Kaelung comes running to the guys. The academy director Sun Milko says it's perfect and he'll kill them both. And the master of magic circles anxiously asks the green-haired one if he is okay. He looks at the young man, confirms what was said, and says that it is better for him to step back. Frightened Diana screams that he killed student Milko. Grace tears her shirt, and the main character calmly explains that they will leave the cleaning to the professors, and he will gain some time. The guy asks Diana to prepare strong magic that can defeat him with one blow. The brunette has a startled expression on her face as she hesitantly agrees. Diana wonders why her friend is so calm. When Grace stands bare-chested in front of the guys, they comment that his body is incredibly strong. The green-haired man looks ahead sternly and explains that with Kaelung's support she should succeed. He turns around excitedly and asks again. The young man turns around and, looking firmly back, exclaims that he understands. Grace looks questioningly at Diana and Kaelung as they run away. He glares at the remaining guy and swings a fireball. Grace launches him and screams for him to die. His face becomes irritated when he hears Andreas calling him a pig and commenting that he is too loud. The main character looks at him with displeasure and takes out a sword with the words that if he cannot speak normally, then he should shut up. At the last word, the young man swings his sword, striking the enemy's bare body. There is a bright flash from the impact. Diana stands on the magic circle, and Kaelung points his hands at it. Grace and the green-haired man stand in front of the guys, with a protective sphere formed around them. Andreas looks a little alarmed at his enemy and thinks that he may be spoiled, but he is still a magician, and because of the potion his shield has become much stronger. Furious, Grace opens her mouth and laughs. A smile appears on the protagonist's face, his eyes glow red, and he swings his sword, creating golden rays. The green-haired man decides that it doesn't matter, and he will punch the enemy. He runs forward and strikes. Diana watches this in shock, realizing that he shrouded the sword in magic even faster than in the tournament. Andreas thrusts his sword forward, but it hits the purple sphere in front of Grace. He clenches his fingers and looks angrily at his opponent. The main character continues to try to pierce the sphere with his sword. Diana creates a blue magic circle next to the Keilung circle. The green-haired man clenches his teeth tensely. The gray-haired man frighteningly shouts to Andreas to be careful. Grace sticks out her tongue and thrusts her hand forward, throwing a punch. His opponent uses an earth shield. The earth appears in front of the distraught Grace, but the rays pass through it. The main character leans back a little so that the rays do not touch him. The guy covers himself with his hands, and the wall in front of him collapses. Andreas assumes that Grace has gone crazy because he used attack magic while his barrier was activated. The enemy grows to an even larger size and roars loudly. The green-haired man runs towards the guy, realizing that things are bad. He needs to be stopped before he reaches the final stage. The main character jumps and approaches him, swinging his sword. Grace looks even more enraged, growling and drooling from his mouth. Tense, Andreas realizes that the enemy is hard as stone. Diana and Keilung look forward sternly, both of their hands pointing to the floor. The guys shout to their friend to step aside. He turns around seriously, realizing that this is it. The main character deftly jumps away, and Grace's hands end up near his face. The floor begins to emit a bright blue light. Diana covers her face with her hands as her eyes glow purple using an iron pierce. Black, sharp spikes come out of Grace's mouth and body. Shocked, Andreas turns to the girl. The spikes pierce the guy's skin, and the main character realizes that this is advanced magic. He thinks that even if Keilung helped the girl, he still didn't even think that she would be able to break through the skin. Tired, Diana breathes heavily and looks sternly ahead. And Andreas understands that this is expected of a cheating character, and Diana can create her own magic even before she graduates from the academy. Many thorns come out of the ground and pierce Grace so that he hangs in the air by them. The green-haired man realizes that this was the son of Director Milko, and because of this there will be a lot of problems. Diana wipes the sweat from her face, and Keilung looks at her in fear. The brunette notes that they will be in trouble because Grace has turned into a monster. He replies that nothing can be done, and he will help with his testimony. The main character calmly looks at his friends and reflects that since Diana is involved, Bart will resolve this issue behind closed doors. The young man moves forward and asks the guys to explain what happened if someone comes. Diana agrees, stuttering. Andreas says that he will find Professor Kyler. There is a bright explosion, and a cry is heard that it is a monster. The voice says not to try to fight him, but to quickly call the professors. The green-haired man runs away, looking around, and realizes that Kyler must have gone to his hideout in the middle of the commotion. The main character decides that he needs to get rid of him now, before he brings even more problems. Suddenly, his frightened gaze moves somewhere. Andreas thinks that his potions could cause even more problems in future storylines. The guy notices a gray-haired student who is in a hurry somewhere, with a large bag on his back. The main character sees the calm face of the young man and remembers that this is Antonio. He also remembers the moment when this student told the professor that he would go after Grace. Andreas realizes that he rarely appeared, so he forgot about him. Antonio looks to the side in alarm, and the green-haired one, who is peeking out from behind the building, decides that he was probably the one distributing the potions. The main character decides that he will definitely contact Kyler if he follows this guy. His expression becomes frightened when he hears Lucia's scream telling him to run away. He turns around, replaying the name in his head. The pink-haired girl creates a blue magic circle, in front of which is a large girl with torn clothes, and two students standing behind her. Lucia turns around, and in front of the circle you can see the face of a scary girl with an open mouth. The pink-haired girl screams at the guys to run away quickly. The girl who is holding the wounded guy asks in fear how she is doing. Lucia clenches her teeth with effort to hold the circle. The scary girl emits purple light, when suddenly the pink-haired girl's name is called. Two guys fly up. The monster girl opens her mouth, releasing purple light. Lucia holds the circle, tears welling up in her eyes as she wonders if she will die here. Everything around is illuminated with a bright light, which creates a monster. The pink-haired woman thinks that if she had known that this would happen, she would not have bothered with treatment. Lucia decides that she just needed to live carefree. Suddenly, Andreas appears in front of her and strikes the monster. The pink-haired girl looks at him tiredly, realizing that this is the dark-haired one. The guys run out of the door, someone screams about their hand, and someone exclaims that they will call the professors. The guys quickly go out into the street. Someone is holding their wounded friends, and a question is heard about whether everyone got out. Luis looks decisively at Selena and tells her that he is leaving Chris to her. She asks again and is interested in what he is up to. The brunette's expression turns serious as he replies that he will help Vivian because he has a bad feeling about it. Ivy approaches the guys and asks what the noise is here. Her gaze is firm and decisive. Vivian fights Tadlon diligently. There is anxiety in her eyes when she thinks that if she doesn't stop this guy now, he will definitely go after Andreas. Tadlon clenches his teeth and his eyes glow red. A sword cuts into the young man's neck. However, he jumps back and glares at his opponent. Tadlon tries to take the sword from the girl. Vivian tilts her head back, trying to keep her gaze on Tadlon. She stands firmly on her feet and sharply tilts her head in the other direction, so that the enemy flies back. Blood flows from his nose and mouth, and the enraged youth growls. Vivian looks at him calmly. Tadlon's clothes are torn as his body becomes more powerful. Vivian, blood streaming down her face, realizes this is dangerous. The guy becomes even more like a monster and, opening his mouth, growls loudly. Furious Vivian runs towards him and thinks that for this very reason, she must finish him off. The girl approaches him, however. Tadlon puts his hands in front of him. Vivian lowers her eyes in alarm. A bright flash from the impact is visible in front of her, and the girl flies back. Vivian falls to the floor, rolling over several times. Kneeling, she sees Dro. PS of blood on the ground. Blood is now also flowing from his mouth, and his gaze becomes even more stern. Vivian realizes that she is still weak. The girl stands up and puts her sword forward, thinking about her appearance. Tadlon glares at her and growls loudly. Vivian realizes that in this form, she will not be able to protect Andreas. The girl's eyes turn completely white. A huge guy rushes at her and swings his powerful hand. A calm Ivy appears near the surprised Vivian and asks her to stop. She asks if the green-haired girl wants her death. Ivy puts her hand forward, resting it on Tadlon's hand. Her gaze is calm when she calls the boy's name. Ivy delivers a powerful blow that cuts off Tadlon's arm and head. A shocked Vivian watches this and thinks about Professor Ivy. Both girls look at the lying monster. The professor says it's too late, and Vivian understands that Ivy is very strong. She silently approaches the professor. Ivy turns to the girl and praises her for holding out this long. Vivian decides that she must become stronger. The monster girl, looking crazy, rushes towards Andreas, who is holding a student in his arms. He puts his other hand back to use an earthen shield. The ground rises in front of the monster, from which pieces fly off. The main character realizes that if Kyler leaves, the war storyline will become too problematic. The young man runs forward, holding Lucia in his arms. He thinks that in such a situation he will not be able to summon the undead, so he will never defeat them. The monster breaks the shield and runs after the green-haired man. Andreas looks at Lucia, who is unconscious. The guy decides that he first needs to move her to a safe place, and then go after Kyler. A blonde man in a suit stands in front of the main character, and the young man realizes that this is Belial. The green-haired man frowns and curls his lips, thinking that this professor is a scoundrel, because his students were attacked, and he just stands there. Belial stands with an indifferent expression on his face. Andreas quickly runs past him, and says that he will leave the monster to the dean. The young man mentally tells the psychopath to do his job. Belial turns around and looks back sadly. The dean thinks about how he hoped he would show him something interesting. A snarling monster approaches the man. Suddenly, everything lights up with a bright blue light, and the monster gradually disappears there. Dark smoke can be seen from behind the light. The main character is standing in the medical office next to the bed where Lucia is lying, with whom the nurse is doing something. She touches the pink-haired girl's hand and reports that the girl is normal and is just in shock due to mana depletion. The nurse promises that Lucia will be fine after she rests. The girl's eyes open slightly. The nurse notes that she is awake. Worried, Andreas asks how his girlfriend is. Lucia looks at him seriously and suggests that it was not a dream. The girl explains that she thought she was going to die. Green-haired asks why she even got involved in this, because she was on the verge. Lucia closes her eyes and exhales, saying that this is not what he really wanted. The girl explains that there were people there who couldn't escape, so she had no choice. A warm smile appears on the protagonist's face, and he notes that Lucia speaks like a hero. The guy realizes that if everything had gone according to plan, she would not have been hurt. He decides it's his fault. The pink-haired girl rises a little and, with an angry expression on her face, screams that she almost died. He assumes that everything is fine with her, since she can be sarcastic. Andreas reflects that she was so terrified that she could close herself in the laboratory and devote all her time to research. The young man leaves and waves his hand, saying that he will go because he is busy. Lucia, confused, wonders if he only came to play a trick on her. The green-haired one turns around a little and offers to start working on her potions when this is all over. Lucia looks at her friend in surprise, and a blush appears on her cheeks. The girl remembers how the main character appeared in front of her and struck the monster. Her eyes closed when she noticed the teen-headed one. The girl's legs began to give way. Andreas, with a frightened expression on his face, extended his hand towards her. A slight smile appears on Lucia's face. Through the window, you can see the pink-haired girl sitting on the bed. It's getting dark outside, and an owl with glowing yellow eyes sits on a tree branch. The main character walks towards the house and thinks that according to the plot, the fight with Kyler as the boss should be in this shelter, but everything happened much earlier. Andreas wonders if the man will be here. He looks at a small stone house with wooden windows and a door. The young man realizes that the game needs NPC partners to defeat Kyler. The main character calls on his assistants, Timur and Nickel, and thinks that with his strength he can do this without NPC partners. The green-haired assistants rush forward. They approach the house and strike, causing the building to collapse. Andreas looks at this with alarm and thinks that there is no need to go so far. Timur grabs Antonio by the neck, who looks insane. The shocked protagonist watches this and realizes who it is. Nickel lands a punch, cutting Antonio down the middle. The green-haired man comes to the conclusion that Kyler is here. He also notices that Timur has become much more powerful after evolving. Andreas walks through the rubble of the house, approaching his assistants. The guy thinks that the tiger was able to easily defeat the monster at the peak of its power. Timur growls and looks down. The table says that this is the legendary Dead Berserker, Undead Timur of the 6th rank. His mana is 2010 units. His traits are Ego, and his skill is Melee and Berserker. Nickel calmly looks at the corpses, and the main character reflects that there is also Nickel here, who is strengthened by mortal sins, so a boss of average difficulty will not be a problem. The green-haired man squats down and examines the wreckage. The guys see a stone surface, and the young man assumes that it is somewhere here. Andreas creates a magic circle there. At this point, the lid rises, and the entrance to another room opens. The main character looks at the stairs that lead there and invites the guys to go and visit the terrorist. His foot steps onto the stone surface. Suddenly, surprise appears on the young man's face. A wind with black rays blows from the shelter. Kyler furrows his eyebrows. Behind him are these black zigzags. The man asks how the guy found out about this place. He rises to the guys, and his body is enveloped in black matter. Everyone is in a fighting stance, ready to defend and fight. Kyler smirks and calls Andreas Karen's assistant. Suddenly, a portal appears behind the frightened Kyler, from which a giant's hand emerges. His palm turns into a fist and strikes. However, Kyler manages to jump away. The professor turns around warily and tries to understand what it is. Suddenly, there is a swing of the sword, from which Kyler's hand flies off. He clenches his teeth, and the man's gaze becomes frightened. Nickel, who did this, runs on. The professor screams in pain, and black rays swirl in the place of the severed arm. Andreas grins and apologizes, because Kyler's head should have flown off. He seems to look at the young man and say that he realized that it was he who killed Sharon. Timur appears behind the professor, who raises his hands, folding them. He delivers a powerful blow so that everything flies to the sides. The main character orders Timur to finish off Kyler with one blow. The tiger looks furiously at the enemy and growls loudly. He throws another punch with one hand. The young man watches this in surprise. Timur is standing, and his hand is in a large angular stone. Suddenly, black rays fall on the tiger. From these rays, a creature with glowing eyes is formed. It says that black magicians are selfish, but he did not think that he would kill the one who raised him. The main character looks ahead sternly, realizing that this is his final form, the Armor of Shadows. The guy concludes that she is able to restore lost body parts. Kyler looks at Andreas in surprise when he calls it the Armor of Shadows. He is furiously interested in how the young man knows this. The creature looks forward in surprise with its glowing eyes. Kyler exclaims that this cannot be, because no one should know about this except Mr. Jester. Suddenly, the green-haired man strikes. He cuts the rays that connect the Armor of the Shadows and Timur. The tiger glares at his opponent. A smile appears on Andreas's face as he reveals that he is well informed about it, and it is a rare and high-quality item that is good for both defense and offense. Kyler looks at his opponent and, grinning, says that then the young man must understand that he has no chance of winning. He puts his sword, which emits fire, forward. Green Hair states that the armor has a weakness, and that is fire. A beam flashes in front of the surprised guy. Then, several of these sharp black rays are already flying at him. Kyler wonders what if so. The black creature puts his hand forward and shouts that he just needs to not give the enemy time to cast the spell. Suddenly, Timur's fist crashes into him. The powerful blow sends Kyler flying backwards. The main character looks at the tiger and tells him to take Nickel and hold off the enemy. He growls in response. Shadow Armor puts his arms out to the sides and asks if the guy thinks that ordinary undead will buy him time. He puts his hand forward and exclaims that this is absurd. Nickel looks ahead sternly. Timur, with the same facial expression, bares his teeth. Andreas sees a huge, bright explosion Aku are in front of him. He reaches out to his sword, which has changed its appearance. The young man realizes that it took longer than he thought. The black rays again appear on Timur's body, and he diligently tries to remove them from himself. Nickel flies forward and swings his arm. However, he is also enveloped by dark rays. The creature looks forward and declares that even if a whole crowd of mindless undead attacks him, he will not care. Suddenly, Kyler notices something. Timur clings to dark matter with his teeth. Nickel also copes with black rays and removes them from itself. The creature watches this in shock and wonders whether a simple undead can cope with the shackles of shadows. He doesn't understand how this happens and decides it's absurd. Timur and Nickel run towards Kyler as he wonders who they are. The creature covers itself with its arms. The protagonist's assistant strikes so that Kyler flies back. The professor assumes that these are corpses from the meeting. The creature's facial expression becomes dissatisfied. Andreas puts out a long white sword and uses fusion magic, a bone whip. The shadow armor runs forward and realizes that it appears to be a whip. Nickel appears in front of the creature with a sword. The skeleton runs towards him, and a green-haired man approaches the creature from behind. He swings his long whip as Kyler turns around. The whip approaches his body, and the creature looks at it in confusion. He narrows his eyes, surprised by his situation. The creature cannot move because it is wrapped in a whip. Kyler exclaims that the young man said they use fire. Kyler is surrounded by opponents, and he assumes that Andreas only knows how to speak and is not capable of using flame. The green-haired man looks forward sternly, and blood flows from his nose. A voice is heard laughing and then stating that this trick could cost the main character his life. The one with a calm expression uses Bone Blast. Kyler looks in shock as the whip catches fire. He assumes it's a double spell. A bright explosion occurs in front of the guys. Andreas wipes his face with his hand and notes that this is more difficult than he expected. The young man thinks that Diana is simply something, since she was able to pull it off so easily. Timur is partially in the portal, and the main character looks at the flames and reflects that he would say that this new technique turned out well, except for the fact that Kyler's corpse turned to dust, since he invested too much mana. The guy looks into the distance. A flame is burning next to him, and debris lies behind him. He says that after such a high-profile event as Kyler's death, the meeting will definitely make its move. Andreas decides that for now he needs to take the item from the shelter, cover his tracks, and leave. The green-haired man realizes that the academy must be in chaos right now, and therefore notes that he needs to return as soon as possible. Bart's fist hits the table hard. The man looks somewhere displeased and asks to repeat the number of people. A man with brown hair and glasses anxiously reports that there are 15 people, including 4 of Milko's students. Bart rests his hands on the table as he stands in front of his blue chair. He listens to an explanation that, according to witnesses, the potion was distributed by student Antonio, who soon disappeared. The man with glasses adds that this guy is Professor Kyler's assistant. Bart sits down in a chair and declares that this is enough. Giving the man a stern look, he orders all academy activities to be postponed until the investigation into the case is completed. The director explains that further details will be announced after a meeting with the director of Zeos. He quickly agrees with this. The man with glasses leaves, and Bart remains in the office, silently looking forward. The director furrows his brows and his furious eyes flash red. Bart wonders what is happening in Rodlin.